Chapter 411. The legendary Dong Fulisai rode away. Everyone was trying their best to digest the information provided by Dong. With different expressions. Jean stared at Germain with complicated eyes. Are you serious about what you said to Dong? Do you really want to hunt down the demigods? Or even the Red Moon? Germain nodded. If this is the only way out for mankind, then we have no choice. Jean thought about it, laughed dumbly, and sighed. You are right. I have always supported your decision. But I didn't expect that I would start to waver when I got here. It's better not to know. Since we know that this planet only has more than 500 years of life left, we should do something. Otherwise we will not be able to get over it. Bisky also said. Xiaodi looked around in surprise. She didn't expect that everyone really planned to hunt the gods of this planet. She blinked her big eyes, but didn't raise any objections. Since Germain has decided, Bisky and Jean also support it. Then let's make it so. If you want to hunt the gods, then hunt them. Xiaodi is very straightforward in this regard. Everyone didn't plan to spend the night in the rainforest swamp. They gathered around the teleportation lantern placed by Germain here, holding hands with the 4 little ghosts. After knowing that the power of the teleportation lantern may come from the Red Moon, everyone looked a little solemn when they held the little ghost's cold fingers. They couldn't help but wonder, could the pale, curled up short bodies and twisted, hideous faces of these little ghosts be caused by the curse? There is no answer yet. Germain reached out and touched the teleportation lantern. Just as he was about to start the teleportation, he was in a trance and saw some pictures. This picture is very familiar. He observed it for a while and recognized it. This is clearly a bird's eye view of the special lantern teleportation point at the top of the ancient maze tower. A little moonlight under the dark night. Strange and neat floor patterns. Hanging bronze bells. Germain even found that as long as he wanted, he could keep switching perspectives and observe everywhere. After a short study, he has concluded that the perspective can be active within a radius of 100 meters centered on the special lantern transmission point. This means that he can see the surrounding scene through the lantern. And although the perspective can only be active within a radius of 100 meters, the range of vision is obviously wider. His legendary perception is actually connected to the lantern, and thus achieves ultra-long distance lantern perception. This sense of connection quickly reminded Germain of his telepathic ability, the chain of knowledge, which Dong mentioned not long ago. In fact, it should be more like the telepathy of the dead Kubi. But the perception range and accuracy are much stronger. What's wrong? Bisajai waited for a long time, but he didn't see Germain start the teleportation. Instead, he saw him standing there in a daze. So he couldn't help asking. Germain told everyone about his discovery of a new branch of telepathy. Everyone was surprised again and talked about it for a while. But now was obviously not a good time to discuss. Germain started the teleportation. The space twisted and changed, and the 4 people instantly disappeared in the rainforest swamp, leaving only a pile of extinguished campfire embers. Buzz. Soon, the 4 were teleported back to the top floor of the ancient labyrinth tower. Germain confirmed that he was indeed free of any negative traits and diseases, and was convinced of the ability of the legendary physique. After he put away the lantern, he looked around, and it was exactly the same as what he had seen when he sensed it just now. The night, the moon, the bronze bell, and the floor covered with patterns were all accurately reproduced. In this way, the lantern perception was a sure thing. As the 4 walked down the stairs of the tower, they discussed the application of the lantern perception. The first thing they thought of was to use it to observe and monitor the resurrection of disasters. From then on, they didn't need to arrive at the resurrection point in advance and wait for the resurrection of disasters. Just by setting up a lantern near the resurrection point, Germain could observe the signs and progress of the resurrection of disasters from a very long distance. The people who stayed in the castle of the ancient maze station were soon awakened by the unrestrained movements of their group. Nakulu, Menchi, Bahala and Sambika appeared one after another. Nakulu even wore pajamas full of puppy patterns and hurried over at this time. Seeing that it was the members of the exploration team who came back, everyone was surprised and happy. It was so fast. Last time, they stayed in the steep mountains for at least 5 days. But this time it was only 3 days. Then, the people who stayed behind remembered that the team had not been streamlined at that time. And now that it was streamlined, the time was shortened by 2 days. In other words, they were a drag on the team at that time, which made them a little embarrassed. However, this embarrassment was soon overwhelmed by the Nightolomy that Shiati took out from the bulge-eyed fish. They gave Dong 50 Nitalami plants. And there were still 69 plants here, all of which were full. The crowd didn't have time to ask Dong about the effects and ways to eat Nitalami, because there was more shocking information in front of them at that time. When Dong rode away on horseback, the crowd remembered this matter, but it was too late. However, just as they had to compile and write the Dark Continent records themselves, how to eat Nitalami and what its effects were, let them try to judge for themselves. After a good night's rest, everyone gathered together early the next morning to conduct various simple experiments on Nitalami. At the same time, Bisji, like a storyteller, told the people who did not go on this trip about the exploration team's experience in the rainforest swamp. Among them, German's promotion to legend and the appearance of Dong Fulisai were of course the climax of the story. However, Bisji did not mention the existence of the Red Moon gods, or even the Outer gods. She also vaguely mentioned the curse and departure of Dong. The members of the exploration team were shaken by the truth. Not to mention the members who stayed behind. German and others had discussed in advance and decided not to mention it to the members who stayed behind for the time being. They could mention it to President Netero later. However, the deleted and modified content was enough to shock the members who stayed behind. The experiment was in progress at this time. First, Buhara, who had a gluttonous stomach, ate a Nitalami fruit raw. The taste is average, but the nutritional level is very high. Very high. It can be given A+, or even above. Buhara opened his eyes wide, and he praised the quality of the Nitalami fruit. It might be the highest evaluation he gave. Sambika used physical examination and hospitalization records on Buhara at this time. After carefully reading the materialized medical records, she quickly concluded that Buhara's body was indeed healthier than before. This is probably the manifestation of vitality. Chapter 412. Then, Minchi managed to cook a dish with one of the Nitalum fruits. Buhala tasted it again, and his narrowed eyes widened and shone again. And he gave Minchi a thumbs up. Delicious. Delicious. Now this dish of Nitalum dishes is both delicious and nutritious. Minchi, your cooking skills are amazing. Minchi said proudly, of course. I am a woman who wants to be the world's #1 food hunter. How can I do it without this level? Everyone also picked up their chopsticks and picked up 1 or 2 pieces to taste. And soon they also praised Minchi's skills. She tried to cook Nitalami for the first time, and she was able to make such a dish based on her intuition. She is undoubtedly a food genius. Sambika silently conducted a second physical examination and hospitalization records on Buhara. Comparing the data from the 2 times, she was still a little timid wearing a mask, and said to everyone, Minchi's cooking does not cause much loss of nutrients. I think the loss is almost negligible. Everyone was quite satisfied with this. As for whether Nitalami can live longer, this is no longer a question. Dong Fulishi can live for more than 300 years, which is the best answer. However, how much life can a Nitalami fruit increase? This requires joint research by Sambika, Minchi and Buhala. After all, lifespan is actually a very mysterious concept. There are 2 types of human death, natural death and accidental death. How should lifespan be reflected in the 2 situations? The best bridge is vitality. The stronger the vitality, the later the deadline for natural death will come. The higher the near-death line of accidental death, and the higher the resistance to death. This is probably the function of Nitalum. When everyone's attention was on Nitalum, German planned to go to the top of the tower to experiment with lantern perception. However, he discovered at this time that there were more life activities in the ancient maze castle station. It was not plant weapons, nor moose centaurs, but some small life. Nakulu scratched his head awkwardly and came out to explain the reason. It turned out that it was difficult for plant weapons to parasitize on small insects such as mosquitoes and flies, so that small insects became rampant in the ancient maze castle. Before Nakulu went to the ancient maze, he found a small beast with a long nose like an elephant's trunk, but as small as a mouse. It likes to suck insects and happens to be the natural enemy of insects. So, when everyone went to the rainforest swamp, he raised these small beasts in the castle after discussing with Sambika, Minchi, and Buhala. German also saw these small beasts with his own eyes, and confirmed that they were harmless to humans. Indeed, not everything on the Dark Continent is a fatal threat to humans. After all, we are all part of the food chain, so there is no need to target humans alone. In addition, humans are scarce on the Dark Continent. If they rely on humans as their main food, they will definitely starve to death. At most, they can only count as a snack. Since Nacula can tame these small beasts that are beneficial to them, German certainly has no reason to refuse, but strongly supports him. After that, Nacula raised many strange beasts in the ancient castle inn. But that's another story. German came to the top floor of the ancient maze tower, ready to try to use the lantern to perceive. The target was the lantern near the resurrection point of the disease spreader in the Grey Desert. Soon, he saw the screen again, and by constantly adjusting the angle, he observed the disease spreader. The disease spreader was last defeated on May 8th. And now it has indeed been more than 3 months. So it is not surprising that it is resurrected. It should have just been resurrected a few days ago. And it started to move at this time after absorbing the resentful soul. No matter where it is going, it is definitely unwilling to stay where it is and wait for German and others to come and defeat it. Germain knew he couldn't wait any longer. So he just called Chiati, and the two of them teleported over directly. Half an hour later, the two returned together. Of course, the disease spreader was killed again. Germain could handle it when he was at the champion level. Not to mention that he is now at the legendary level. Germain got an unused teleportation lantern, and Chiati brought back 38 alchemical plants from his bulging-eyed fish. Alchemical plants don't improve their combat power much, but there are always people who can use them. For example, using them to exchange supplies with the Moose Centaur tribe is a good choice, since he didn't leave a lantern in the underground cave of the steep mountain. Germain had no way to use the lantern to sense and confirm the resurrection of the twin disasters. However, according to the time, the Joyous Rift and the Stealing Tongue should be resurrected in late September. This time, on September 28th, Germain teleported there alone, because he knew that the Joyous Rift and the Stealing Tongue would not have enough time to produce the No Man's Stone. So there was no need for Chiati to follow. In the end, he did not harvest the No Man's Stone. After killing the Rift of Pleasure and the Tongue of Stealing, Germain obtained 2 idle lanterns again. He left a lantern near the resurrection point in the underground cave of the steep mountain range for subsequent observation and perception, and then returned to the ancient maze. As for the painful, bloodthirsty apostle of the ancient maze, it was not resurrected until October 8th. But this time, it was not Germain's turn to take action, since knowing the truth about the swallowing of the outer gods and the blockade of the ancient gods, Bisky, who has a sense of crisis, wants to impact the champion level even more. She wanted to be promoted like Jean, by fighting the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty alone. However, the situation was not so smooth. She was still stuck at the master level, and the fight with the incomplete version of the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty was also very embarrassing. In the end, it was Germain who helped, and Bisky killed the enemy. Germain got an unused lantern, and everyone picked 74 herbs for curing all diseases. The only one who didn't get anything was Bisky. This is actually normal. Jean was just 1 step away from promotion at that time, and he himself had this premonition. But Bisigi didn't have such a premonition. Now she just forced a gamble and lost it. She still needs more hard work. This made her feel very unwilling, and even secretly regretted that she didn't practice so hard in the past, wasting too much time. Dong, German and Jean all have their own special paths, and Bisigi can't imitate them directly. Speaking of imitation, her biggest template is obviously President Netero. Although she was very frustrated, Bisigi didn't show it on the surface, because the painful, bloodthirsty apostle was successfully defeated, which was obviously a good thing. In addition, everyone has more attention today. The colonization voyage set sail on August 8th, and it will take about 2 months to complete this voyage. In other words, if everything goes well, BW-1 and the accompanying ships should now see the coastline of the imaginary continent. Chapter 413. The topic at the dinner party at the ancient labyrinth castle always revolved around this colonization voyage to the imaginary continent. There were too many people related to them involved. German and Jean, 2 members of the Hunter Association's 12 branches, and Bisky, the disciple of President Netero, were not in the Hunter Association's exploration team, but their relationship with the members of this team has long been complicated. Everyone was eager to know the current situation of the Hunter Association's exploration team, but it was almost impossible. It is still possible to get in touch with the 6 continents and the refueling station through small airships, but the sea area far away from the refueling station is helpless. No matter where BW-1 and the accompanying fleet are in the sea. They cannot immediately get in touch with human society. The next time we know their intelligence, it is likely that the colonial voyage will send ships and return to the refueling station. When the colonial voyage of more than 200,000 humans initially gains a foothold in the imaginary continent, the second batch of colonial voyages will set off. Of course, there are many small fleets and airships transporting supplies. However, these are far less large than the colonial voyage fleet, and will basically not be the focus of later history books. What everyone discussed at the table was not only the current situation of the Hunter Association's exploration team, but also the attitude of the Kajin Empire. Are they really planning to establish a second Kajin Empire? Biscuit shook her head and swung her ponytails. With a population of more than 200,000, far away from the mainland of the 6 continents, what exactly does the Kajin royal family want to do? She was not finished speaking, and her wine-red eyes swept across the long table and looked at German and King, who knew the inside story. Dong Fulisai once mentioned the Gu Yuan who died in the ancient War of Gods, and the symbol of Gu Yuan in German's dream happened to be an important vessel in the pot-egg ceremony of the Kajin Empire. Is there any connection between the two? Bisji was hinting this to German and Jean. The two men looked at each other, and they also thought about this aspect. But when they learned some of the inside story of the Red Moon gods from Donko, the colonial voyage had already begun, and they were powerless at this time. Germain tasted a few bites of the food on the plate, then stood up in a dull voice and told everyone at the long table that he was going to go out for a walk. Everyone could see that Germain wanted to be alone, so no one followed him. He used to be like this, so it was best not to disturb him at this time. Germain walked in the courtyard of the ancient Maze Castle. The crescent moon was hanging high in the sky, and the moonlight was hazy, as if it had covered the place with a layer of light gray gauze. As he walked, he unknowingly came to the towering tower. After thinking about it, he decided to go up and take a look. Germain climbed the spiral stone staircase, looking at each floor of the tower. The tower was built before, and soon came to the patterned floor of the top floor. A huge bronze bell was hanging not far away. He sat cross-legged on the ground, touched the pattern with his fingers, and the purple light flowed into the center like a stream, and a lantern emerged. The 4 little ghosts were either happy, sad, or indifferent. Without Germain's next instruction, they didn't dare to approach easily, and could only plead with the lamp holder pitifully. Germain tried the lantern perception again. It was unknown how many times he had done this since he acquired this ability. Like a night watchman on patrol, he used the light of the lantern to inspect every place he had set foot on. The projection began to flicker, and gradually became clear. In the dungeon hall of Lamila Castle, Duan, who was on duty, was scratching his afro without any image, while arguing with someone through the ring. Looking at the image displayed by the holographic image, it was undoubtedly Ike Shank, the strongest AI in Greed Island. But I don't know what they are arguing about. German can't hear the sound. Duan and Ikchamp were arguing so much that they would never think that someone was watching them from a high tower in the ancient maze. German looked for a while, and then switched to the area where other lanterns were. Dry River Valley, Muddy Land, Spider Valley Bottom, Ancient Maze, Gray Desert, Rainforest Swamp, Steep Mountains. As long as he had been to a place where a lantern was lit, he could use the ultra-long distance lantern to perceive it. Of course, all the ordinary lantern points are included, and among the 11 special lantern points, only 4 are within this range. The other 7 are still dim. When German touches with his fingers, he will also gain such knowledge. The unknown place that has never been set foot on, the lantern cannot sense from this side. German feels pity. If he could also sense the environment around these lanterns, then he can definitely get some information in advance. Intelligence is always important. He switched the lanterns back and forth, and after looking around, he was about to get up and leave, but he saw a touch of scarlet in the projection of the lantern. Soon, the scarlet became more and more dazzling, like a blade unsheathed, reflecting cold light. Such a strangeness could hardly fail to attract Germain's attention. His fingers trembled inexplicably, which was another premonition of danger. Germain did not hesitate. He reached out to touch the scarlet light, and soon gained new knowledge. Due to the incredible storm and the sudden chaos, the huge ship crashed on the rocky coast. The resentful souls landed on this strange continent from the wreckage of the ship, and the bloody massacre feast continued. But the scope of the closed goo was expanding. All this was as expected. Germain then noticed that among the 11 special lanterns, There appeared a sixth lantern with a clear location: the Guyuan Island. The other 5 were naturally the ancient maze, the gray desert, the steep mountains, the rainforest swamp, and the bay. Germain also knew almost clearly where the so-called Guyuan Island actually pointed to: imaginary continent. Although the area of this continent is far larger than the sum of the 6 continents, from the perspective of the entire world, it can only be regarded as an island. BW1 and the accompanying fleet are likely to crash on the coastline of the imaginary continent due to the storm and chaos. And there is a high probability that it is happening. Something extremely terrible is happening. Germain thought of President Netero, Mo, Kurapika, Lister, and others from the Hunter Association exploration team, wondering what they are facing now. He did not delay any longer and walked directly to the bronze bell. Like the scarlet light that warned him, he rang the summoning bell. Dong, dong, dong. The bell sounded like waves, but it brought a kind of uneasiness, and everyone at the dinner stood up. Chapter 414. In the early morning of October 9th, amid the buzzing sound, a purple light shot out like a pillar towards the gray-black night sky where it was pouring rain. It gradually shrank until only a ray of light remained, and finally disappeared. 4 figures emerged from the light, and they quickly stood up from the teleportation lanterns, watching their surroundings in the heavy rain. At midnight on October 9th, Germain witnessed the scarlet light projected from the teleportation lanterns, and obtained some fragmentary information about the colonial voyage. He rang the bell, summoned everyone to the tower, and explained the reason. Everyone quickly unanimously decided to go to the location of the teleportation lantern that suddenly appeared to find out. No matter what they thought, they could not ignore the current situation of the Hunter Association's exploration team. The team members were still the original 4-member team: German, Jean, Bisji, and Chiodi, and the others quickly made all kinds of preparations for them: medicines, food, flashlights, telescopes, etc. The standard was the amount they carried every time they went to the land of disaster and hoped to open up wasteland. At 0:33 in the morning, the German team arrived directly in this strange world through space teleportation. German looked down at the teleportation lantern stuck here, which was stuck in a deep pit that seemed to have been bombarded by a bomb. With this deep pit as the center, there was a pattern similar to the top floor of the ancient maze tower, but the marble slab engraved on it had completely cracked into more than a dozen pieces. Every line expanded to the end and stopped at a mechanical dormant cabin. These hibernation pods are all of the same standard. Some have their transparent lids pushed open, some are completely broken, and some are turned upside down. However, they all have one thing in common. That is, they are empty inside. The ceiling was completely overturned and disappeared. This place is like a can with the lid opened, allowing the heavy rain to invade. The ancient ritual released the ancient gods, and the weak newborns tasted the crazy and violent souls surrounded by monsters. German got this knowledge. There are 13 in total. Biscuit, who had a bun, raised his palm to block the falling raindrops and counted quickly. There are 13 in total in these hibernation pods. 14. Jean suddenly pointed to the bomb pit, where the teleportation lantern was located not far away, where there were several pieces of mechanical shell debris. The explosion or something else destroyed it. However, it is the center of the entire pattern, and now it has been replaced by the teleportation lantern, so its importance is beyond doubt. German put away the teleportation lantern, looked around in the rainy night, looked at the dormancy capsules at the end of the patterns, and recalled his previous life. The end of the plot he happened to see at that time was the first victim among the 14 princes of the Kajin Empire. The body of the victim was stored in the dormancy capsule on such a pattern. German was able to determine at this time that their location was on the yacht in the lake in the boat on the top floor of BW1. That is, the yacht that only the Kajin royal family, nobles, celebrities, and others can board. It can be said that these hibernation capsules are actually coffins. Moreover, in the original storyline, the coffins placed here should be 14 on the periphery and 1 in the center. That is, a total of 15. Their existence almost implies that among the 14 princes of the Kajin Empire, the ending of most members will lie in the coffin and become a cold corpse. However, why are there 14 coffins on the periphery? Did they also consider the worst possibility of no one survives? But then why did they arrange a vertical cabin in the middle, if it was just to select the heir of King Kajin? What was the point of such an arrangement? German stretched out his hand to push aside the rain curtain, took a few steps forward, and released his mind energy in all directions. Circle. The spherical mind energy expanded, sweeping across the marble slabs full of patterns and hibernation cabins, sweeping across the corridors and halls, sweeping across the rooms. After a long time, German retracted his mind energy and gave everyone a rather heavy answer, within the range of my detection. There is no life reaction. Not only was there no breath of living people, but there was also no breath of pets, livestock, snakes, insects, rats and ants brought here. This is actually a complete dead zone. Biscuit frowned as he transformed into a strong body. How could it be? More than 200,000 people. Even if it's more than 200,000 pigs. It's impossible. Not a single one is left. Jean added. This looks like a human creation. Look at the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. In the gray rain curtain, at the end of the field of vision, was the outline of the mountains. They were steep and majestic, like silent giants. That's probably the mountains of the imaginary dark continent, Jean said. If this is really the BW1, then as long as there are survivors, they may be heading in that direction. German took the lead and walked forward. Let's take a look at what happened here first, and then confirm the rest. Jean, Biscuit, and Xiaoti followed. They came to the corridor, outside the huge room, and saw corpses lying all over the place. The corpses of these soldiers were all wearing uniform bulletproof suits and holding guns. But they obviously failed to protect the lives of these soldiers. The skulls were broken. The eyeballs fell off. The chests were sunken. The bones pierced through the flesh. Each of them died tragically, like the claw marks of a beast. Jean squatted down and checked several of the corpses. Easily tore their defenses apart. Biscuit became a little anxious. These people are probably responsible for protecting the Kajin royal family. Soldiers with the ability of mind. But they were killed so easily. The one who attacked them must also be a mind user. Jean touched his chin, which was exposed after shaving off his beard. And there was some stubble. But it's a bit strange. What's strange? Biscuit looked at him. Jean paused and said, if they are all nin users, their nin will quickly drain away after they die. But some will remain in the end. Some people have deep resentment. And even if they turn into bones, they still have evil thoughts in their bodies, driving the bones to act like evil spirits. Germain already had the answer. It's the same nin ability as me. Everyone looked at him, thought about it, and soon realized what he meant. The resentment of these dead people was all sucked away, which was the only way to explain why there was no nin left. They continued to move forward, and there were mutilated bodies all over the road. Some in suits, some in beautiful clothes, and some in uniforms. Without exception, all of them fell in a pool of blood. Their flesh and blood mixed together. Their faces were either terrified, or hideous, or confused. Everyone pushed aside the stinking corpses piled up at the entrance of the hall, and walked onto the deck of the yacht. The strong smell of blood could not be dissipated even after being washed by rain for more than half an hour. The bow of the yacht was deliberately arranged by someone to look like a jingwan with bloody heads piled up. The heads all had hollow eyes, pale faces, and slightly open mouths, as if they were silently screaming in pain. They walked around the pile of jingwan and saw the ship lake where the yacht was located, which was filled with wooden boards, iron barrels, and several overturned rubber boats. All the human corpses sank to the bottom of the lake. It would take a long time for them to float up and see the light of day again in their ugly and swollen appearance that was almost unrecognizable. And the one carrying this ship lake was the huge BW1, which looked like a sluggish whale. At this time, it was already on fire everywhere and billowing thick smoke. Chapter 415. The torrential rain poured down on BW1, making crisp drum beats. The flickering flames teased and entangled all the corpses or objects that could burn, burning them to curl, char and melt. The billowing smoke made the walls black, like a mural covered with dark clouds. Swoosh! 2 figures flew out of the distorted space, rolled awkwardly on the ground, and then stopped. They did not get up immediately, but looked around carefully like rodents, looked at each other, and then slowly got up. One pointed in a direction, the other nodded, and the 2 began to move. The 2 walked quickly through the rain, and then hid under a large iron sheet that had been overturned. The space under the large iron sheet was quite wide, and both of them could still stand up. But the noise of rain hitting the iron sheet was a little annoying. One of them was a fat and short woman with a mushroom head and clothes with strange spiral patterns. all of which were wet at this time. The other was much taller than her, a man wearing glasses and a suit, and was very gentle. I said it would be right to come back here. The fat girl took a line across her chest with her thick and short hands. As the old saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. The bespectacled man Zatanna wiped off the liquid on his face, that was not sure whether it was rain or sweat, and pulled off his tie, which was already a little loose. He threw his favorite tie to the ground without hesitation, and then gasped for air. The thrilling experience of the past few hours has made him no longer care about his image. What time is it? Tokolina did not mean to comfort him at all, and pushed him roughly and asked. Zatanna did not dare to get angry, nor did he dare to glare at Tokolina, because he knew that if it were not for this Nin-user, he would have died in a dark corner long ago. Without her protection, he would not be able to live until the day when reinforcements from the 6 continents arrived. If the 6 continents really sent reinforcements, even as the assistant chief of the Special Affairs section of the International Passage Permit Bureau, he was quite uneasy about it. Tokolina used his mind to dry his mushroom head and clothes, and while recovering his mind, he waited for Zatanna's answer. Zatanna was like a dog that fell into the water, with his hair stuck to his face and his hairstyle completely ruined. He tried to calm his breathing as much as possible, straightened his back, adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses, and then pushed aside his left sleeve to reveal the expensive watch on his wrist. The watch had wear and cracks caused by the accident during the journey, but fortunately the hands were still moving. Just after 1 a.m., he found his voice hoarse and swallowed nervously. Tokolina grabbed his left wrist worriedly, put his fat face close to it for a while, and then nodded to confirm. Zatanna wiped the water drops from his face and looked around again, especially in places that were not illuminated by the fire and moonlight. He looked back frequently in the end. In just a few hours, the number of terrible attacks he encountered was probably far more than the sum of his previous life. He couldn't help but ask the members of the Hunter Association exploration team about his confusion and anxiety. How did it become like this? What happened? How should I know? Unexpectedly, Tokolina spread his hands and said, "You core leaders can't figure out the situation, let alone people like me at the bottom." This was of course a joke. Tokolina had a high status in the Hunter Association exploration team. He was a teleportation-type mind-transmitting ability user second only to Nob, and his importance was self-evident. However, she was not unaware, and was not deceiving Zatanna. It was just that everything happened too suddenly. They could clearly see the coastline of the imaginary continent, and could completely end the 2-month voyage with an increasingly depressing and tense atmosphere. However, 1 hour before the scheduled docking, chaos broke out from the highest point of BW1. And this damn storm came just at the right time, as if it was deliberately here to disrupt the situation. The Hunter Association exploration team soon noticed that BW1 had turned its course, so they made plans in 3 directions. The first is to seize control of BW1. The second is to take back control of the 4 ships that have been taken into the internal dock of BW1. And 1 ship has sunk halfway due to a sea beast attack. The third is to jump directly into the cold sea water. The Hunter Association exploration team took decisive action, but in terms of the results, they should have failed in the first 2 attempts. Even the President Netero and some members of the 12 branches were trapped on the top floor of BW1 due to some accident. Afterwards, many monsters that Tokolina had never heard of were seen rushed into the cabin from nowhere, eating and killing people as they saw them. Later, she realized that these monsters were probably passengers on BW1. In short, a huge chaos broke out on BW1, and no one could control the situation this time. Not even President Netero. Death was spreading. Tokolina met up with some members of the Hunter Association's exploration team, separated, and met up again, and finally witnessed BW1 crashing into the coast of the imaginary continent. Some members of the Hunter Association's exploration team appeared and left the explosion and burning wreckage of BW1 with Tokolina. They ran on the reef, and with many fearful and crazy people, like a group of rats startled in their nest, they rushed to the depths of the imaginary continent. Tokolina only realized that Zatanna was beside her at this time. She didn't even know when the man with glasses was beside her. Maybe he was there from the beginning. But everything was too chaotic, and Tokolina had no time to care about who was standing beside her. The exhausted people planned to stop and rest for a while at the foot of the mountains, but they didn't expect that the group of monsters would catch up with them again, not giving them a chance to breathe. They soon realized that the group of monsters were coming for them. The group of nin users. Most of them killed those ordinary people without nin just for convenience or to vent. The main target of the monsters was them. The nin users, from beginning to end, and the rest were secondary. Even if the people used their ultimate skills, they only slowed down the time for the monsters to discover them, and they would still catch up and pounce on them. There are too many nin users in the team. The monsters sniffed the nin energy on everyone and rushed over like sharks smelling blood. They realized that they couldn't go on like this. They had no way to protect Shiotai-na while fighting the monsters. And Shiotai-na had a special identity and an important position. He couldn't die or be abandoned. It can be said that whether he could survive and pass the information about this place back to the 6 continents was the key to the Hunter Association's exploration team obtaining more funds and personnel support. After everyone realized that the monsters were coming for their large group of nin users, they asked Tokalina to take care of Shiotai-na and take him away if necessary. When another wave of monsters attacked, Tokalina did as she was told. She took Shiotai-na and used her nin ability to release the system spinning slide, and slid back to the wreckage of BW1 through the slide that can shuttle through space. Before leaving here, Tokalina deliberately set up an entrance and exit next to the wreckage, which really came in handy now. Unfortunately, her mind ability is far less convenient than that of Nobu. It has neither the 21 spacious mind rooms of the 4-dimensional apartment nor a door that can accommodate more people. The spiral slide is a mind ability specifically used to transport supplies. Tokalina throws objects into one entrance and can fly out at another designated entrance. However, if the person entering the entrance is a human, Tokalina must enter together, and the slide can only accommodate 2 people sitting in front and behind. If it weren't for such restrictions and O's, Tokalina would definitely bring another professional hunter, so that they would be safer. After all, she is not a combat-type mind ability user. Chapter 416. Shutena was unable to get a definite answer from her. And he, the Special Commissioner of the International Ferry Permit Office, was also confused by the outbreak of the entire chaos. The Kaken royal family's succession war, which had caused the atmosphere to become increasingly tense and the conflict to become more intense, had ended, and the next heir had been selected. The coastline was in sight, and everything should be back on track. However, this slightly comfortable atmosphere did not last long. And a riot from top to bottom suddenly occurred, and no one could stop it. However, now thinking about the situation at that time, it is no longer necessary to regret not taking more measures. Shiotai-na was a little dejected. Seeing this, Tokalina slapped Shiotai-na's back hard, almost making the latter fall forward. Even though he stabilized his body, Shiotai-na still coughed non-stop, and then looked at Tokalina with a puzzled look. Sorry. Tokalina retracted his chubby hand. I was going to comfort you. It seems that I was a little too strong. Shiotai-na couldn't help but turned his head and rolled his eyes. And then after the coughing stopped, he turned back and asked, what should we do next? Let me rest for a while. Tokalina rubbed his hands. Using the carousel slide, it takes a lot of mind energy. Mind energy. Shiotai-na hesitated for a moment and asked, I have been listening to you talking about mind abilities, and I have also seen related information in the archives of the International Ferry Permit Office before. Records. Tokarina nodded nonchalantly. What's wrong? Shiotai-na tried his best to recall what he had read. The book said that, in fact, anyone, after hard training, will sooner or later be able to acquire the ability of mind. But the subsequent growth depends on talent, effort, and opportunity. Tokarina nodded again. There is such a saying. Shiotai-na gained confidence from her nod, licked his lips, and continued, then if I... Tokarina glanced at him, and saw the desire and pleading in the expression of the man with glasses. She sighed, I'm telling you, learning nin is not as simple as you think. Even for beginners, the time it takes varies from person to person. I can learn, and I work hard at it. Shiotai-na insisted. You've already missed the best age to learn nin. Tokalina said bluntly. What's more, you're trying to learn it now. Are you planning to gain the ability to protect yourself before the next monster attacks? This is simply a foolish dream. Shiotai-na's face turned pale in an instant, and he lowered his head in disappointment. Tokalina opened up and chattered. Let me think about it. What is the fastest record of learning nin ability now? Oh, yes. It's the 3 newcomers who became professional hunters at the beginning of this year. They are all under 20 years old. Under 20 years old? Shutena thought about his age, and was indeed too old. Tokolina nodded vigorously as if bragging. One is the one you have seen. Kurapika from the Hunter Association's exploration team. Kurapika. Him. Shutena remembered this young man. He performed brilliantly during the 2-month voyage, quelling several small-scale riots, and showing extraordinary calmness and strength. Shutena knew him because he had seen him many times in the aftermath of dealing with riots. It was a pity that even he could not have stopped the chaos that occurred a few hours ago. Tokorina continued. The other two did not come. They were all in the 6 continents. They seemed to be called Killua, Sigia, etc. Do you know? It is said that they learned and mastered the ability of Nin in just a few hours. It can be said that their talent is terrifying. Shutena was a little surprised. He could not say that he knew nothing about the ability of Nin. He still knew that it was quite terrifying that they learned and mastered the ability of Nin in just a few hours. You know what? Tokorina said unexpectedly. This is not the most amazing thing. Kurapika's teacher is even more amazing. Kurapika's teacher? Shutena blinked. Who is it? German. The rat of the 12 zodiac signs. Tokorina didn't mean to keep it a secret. I heard it. It's all what I heard. It doesn't represent the real situation. German? Shutena also knew this name, having seen it in the extermination overview of the alien invasive species Chimera ant and the list of the 12 tribes. German was also one of the only 12 tribes that did not participate in this colonization voyage, the other being Pig Gold. He did not hear the follow-up, and when he looked up, he saw Tokolina looking as if he was about to say something but was hesitant. Go ahead. Shutena pursed his lips. I won't take the words of my lifesaver and tell them nonsense to others. Tokolina laughed. In short, I heard that German only became a professional hunter at the beginning of last year, and it took only 3 months to become a 1-star hunter. Shutena was really surprised this time. Before joining this colonial voyage, he had learned a lot of knowledge and knew the honor classification of the Hunter Association. Although the 1-star hunter is the lowest level, it is not something that every professional hunter can obtain. Now there is a person who has become a 1-star hunter in just 3 months. It's really too exaggerated. How did he do it? Shutena couldn't help asking. It's very simple. Just kill several members of the Een Beast team and the phantom troop of the 10 old men. Tokolina answered as calmly as possible, but with a smile on her lips, as if she was the one who did it. 10 old men? Shutena knew them. They were the leaders of the 10 most notorious gangster families in the 6 continents. However, he also knew that the International Ferry Permit Office and other international organizations were in fact closely related to the 10 old men. The black money from corruption must be washed somewhere. And the 10 old men, along with the 3 gang leaders of Kaken, were all in the colonial expedition team, living on the same floor with other celebrities. According to undisclosed information, the invitation letter to the 10 old men was sent by someone from the Kaken royal family. They hoped that the 10 old men and the 3 gang leaders of Kaken could establish power in the imaginary continent and jointly maintain order here. The 10 old men who were so sincere and happy to board the BW-1 probably never dreamed that such a thing would happen in the last leg of the voyage. The Een Beasts are the assassin group under the command of the 10 old men, but it seems that they have not been dispatched recently. Satana is not very concerned about the organizational changes under the gang. After all, he is the assistant chief of the Special Affairs section of the International Passage Permit Bureau and has his own responsibilities. The Phantom Troop is more famous than the Een Beasts, although they are notorious. They seem to have disappeared recently. So, did Germain have a relationship with them? Tokorina said. Germain became the fastest 1-star legend by defeating them. However, none of us know that this is just the beginning. After that, the Een Beasts and the Phantom Troop were all wiped out by Germain and his companions. The 10 old men never mentioned revenge on Germain again. The Een Beast organization never recovered, and the Phantom Troop disappeared without a trace. Shutena opened his mouth wide, just like the expression he had when he just discovered the BW-1 riot. So, the 2 vicious organizations had no news. All because of that Germain? Wait. Shutena thought about it carefully again. He clearly remembered that this Germain became one of the 12 because of last year's Chimera Ant Crusade. In other words, this man became a 1-star hunter in the 3rd month of becoming a professional hunter, and became one of the 12 in the 2nd year? He was amazed and secretly wondered, why didn't President Netero bring such a powerful character here? Although bringing him here may not change the occurrence of the chaos, at least they now have one more person to look forward to. Chapter 417. The storm in the dark night was like a giant beast that never stopped roaring. The big iron sheet above Tokolinu and Zatanna's head shook, and they couldn't help but worry whether it would be blown away by the strong wind. After waiting for a long time, the big iron sheet shook, but it was still firmly rooted in the soil, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Tokolina raised his voice slightly. Otherwise the clanging of the large iron sheet would be enough to cover the human voice. It seems that you also know a lot about Germain. Yes. Zatanna nodded, and when he saw Tokolina shaking his head at him and pointing to his ear, he understood and said loudly, I know him. The danger level of the Chimera Ant is the rating set by the professionals of our International Ferry Permit Office. I have seen the list of members who annihilated the Ant King last year, and the biggest contributor was Germain. However, experts believe that it was President Netero who deliberately gave most of the credit to Germain in order to increase the reputation of the young junior he was optimistic about. Just like our Special Agent Section Chief asked me to represent the International Ferry Permit Office. It is the support of the seniors to the juniors. Tokolina grinned. Really? Is this how you view the Chimera Ant Crusade? Oh, by the way, where are those professionals now? 2 broke their necks on the BW1. Shiotaina shouted with a frown. He found that he didn't feel much sadness for the death of his colleagues. Some are missing. More people are at the gas station or the 6 continents. He added. They are really professional. Tokolina raised her fat and short thumbs up sarcastically. She turned to Shiotaina, but became sincere. You are braver than them. At least you dare to follow us professional hunters here. Shiotaina felt no sadness, nor joy. He just politely, trying his best to force a smile. He wanted to ask more about German, the rat, and Gold, the pig. But Tokolina suddenly covered his mouth with his hand. Be quiet. She pricked up her ears like a hound that heard the slightest movement, listening vigilantly, and observing with her squinted eyes. Zatanna could only hear the noise caused by the storm. Everything was a mess, and he didn't know what Tokolina heard. However, Tokolina was a professional hunter. She knew what she was doing, and Zatanna decided to trust her and keep quiet. Tokolina took back the hand covering Shiotai's mouth. What the hell? Unexpectedly, Tokolina cursed in a low voice, and turned to look at him. Listen, there should be a few monsters nearby. They smell the energy emanating from my body. Shiotai's face quickly turned pale, and the eyes behind the glasses revealed fear. Then what should we do? Do nothing, Tokolina reminded. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. Let's keep quiet. Maybe it hasn't discovered our exact location. She added, I only need 4 or 5 minutes to replenish the energy needed for a teleportation. As long as we can hold on for this period of time, we can change places. However, she was not sure whether changing places would be safer. Shiotaina didn't dare to say anything, but nodded like pounding garlic, and his thin-rimmed glasses were about to slide off his nose. At this time, he could also vaguely hear some strange noises coming from the storm, disrupting the originally consistent rhythm of the rain curtain drums. Tokolina put a fat finger on his thick lips, signaling to be quiet, and then pointed to the ground. And then the two of them lay down together. Shiotaina frantically swallowed the saliva secreted from his mouth. He didn't know that he could secrete so much saliva at once. The two of them lay prone on the muddy and wet ground. Tokolina could still breathe steadily, but Zayutina's breathing was quite rapid. They were all waiting. The strange noise did not leave, but got closer and closer. From time to time, there was a clang, the sound of the piles on the coastline being turned over. Tokolina frowned, then looked at Zayutina, and saw the man with glasses trembling and pursing his lips, looking down at a stone, as if he had entered another world. She knew that she could not rely on Zayutina, and she had to ensure Zayutina's safety. Tokolina knew what his mission was, which was to deliver Zatanna to President Netero or the members of the 12 branches as intact as possible. In addition, if he could deliver Zatanna to Nobu, then Zatanna's life would be basically guaranteed. Just hold on for another 3 or 4 minutes, Tokolina thought as he kept his breath hidden and recovered his mind energy. However, things did not go as he wished. The sounds were getting closer and louder, like the sound of a cane poking into the soil. Shiotaina had to face the reality. He couldn't pretend not to hear it. He could only grit his teeth and endure silently. It would probably take another 2 or 3 minutes. Tokolina felt the energy in her body uncertainly. In any case, she reached out and grabbed Shiotaina's wrist. ready to start the transmission immediately once the necessary energy was restored. When she grabbed Shiotaina's wrist, she clearly felt Shiotaina's violent shaking. However, he didn't make any sound, but just trembled uncontrollably. I'm quite courageous, Tokulinu thought. However, Zatanna's mental state is not very good. It should be said that the mental state of the passengers on the entire BW1 is not very good. I have also been affected a little. I have to find the psychologists in the exploration team quickly. I hope they don't all go crazy before the patients go crazy. There are 1 to 2 minutes left. Tokulina counted, and suddenly felt something strange. It seemed to be quiet for a while. Could it be that the monsters left? No. It's impossible. Even if they left, they shouldn't have left quietly. In other words, they stopped. Stop! Tokulina heard a scream from beside her, and then saw Zayutina being dragged backwards with her own eyes. There were water drops on Zayutina's wrist, which was too slippery. Tokulina tried hard to catch him, but it was too late. She could only watch him being taken away. She looked back quickly and saw a long claw extending from the crack behind the big iron sheet, hooking Zayutina out. Tokulina quickly got out of the big iron sheet and prayed silently in her heart, "Please, don't be eaten. Don't be eaten." There was only 1 minute left. If the person she was protecting died like this, and she evacuated safely, she really didn't know how to face the members of the exploration team who entrusted her with the task. Tokulina squinted her eyes in the heavy rain, and indeed saw 3 monsters standing like narrow shadows. Zatanna was on the claw of one of them, bleeding because of his struggle. But at least, he was not dead yet. Not yet. That monster was the tallest among the 3 monsters, with very high claws and hair on them, which supported its body at the highest point. The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing fine and sharp teeth arranged in a ring, enough to chew up the mortal body of Zatanna. Tokulina couldn't tell for a moment whether this was a monster transformed from the passenger of BW1, or a ferocious beast that originally existed on the imaginary continent. He must be saved. Tokulina took a step forward with her short legs. She would not think that she could defeat these 3 monsters by herself. She was just a supporting nin user. These monsters were already beyond her in terms of nin, not to mention their hard shells. Her attacks could not penetrate their defenses with 1 or 2 attacks. However, she only needed to save Zatanna and hold on for another half a minute or so. Maybe a minute? Not sure. As long as they could hold on, they could both escape from the dangerous situation here through the roundabout. Tokulina ran over, but saw the monster's claws swinging, and the hooked Zayutina was thrown off, screaming and falling into the abyss. It was too late, and it was over. Tokulina stretched out her hand, but the distance was too far, so that it might become her nightmare in the future. A flash of white light passed by, illuminating the cliffs and reefs on the coast as bright as day. Then, there was a rumbling thunder. Tokulina lost her vision at that moment, and when she focused her eyes again, she did not see the scene of the monster chewing Zayutina's body. Zatanna disappeared, and the monster was suddenly split in 2 like a rib on a chopping board, and fell to the ground with 2 bangs. What happened? She couldn't understand what happened for a moment. Tokulina vaguely saw a residual image, but it disappeared in an instant, so that she wondered if she saw an illusion. Bang! The second monster flew up as if it had been hit by an uppercut. Oh my god! Such a huge body actually flew up and fell heavily. The third monster was just as confused as Tokulina, but at least it knew to retreat instinctively, until a flash of green light passed. It inexplicably collapsed like a hill, breaking into several pieces of flesh and blood. The battle ended in an instant, and the 3 monsters that were quite difficult and terrifying for Tokulina fell down. She was not even sure if even 3 seconds had passed. The howling of the storm once again replaced other noises in the night. Tokulina wiped the water drops on her round and fat face, squinted her eyes, and finally saw a figure with certainty. The raindrops didn't hit the tricorn hat and robe, but were blown away in all directions by the spirit. A large sword-like green light disappeared in the man's hand. Like a dream, he lifted the black hat brim, revealing his eyes in the shadow, like black well water without any fluctuations. This man was walking towards her. Tokulina was a little at a loss. She waved her hands and feet in panic, not knowing whether to stay where she was or teleport away immediately. She then thought of Shiotaina again. Oh! I can't leave him behind. She quickly turned her head and looked around, trying to find the man with glasses. As a result, Tokulina saw a giant almost 2 meters tall appear beside her. so quietly that she was startled. You actually reacted like this. Tokolina heard the giant make a rude sound that was familiar and unfamiliar to her. It's been too long since we last met. Have you forgotten me? Tokolina looked closely and found that the giant had a familiar face. Biscuit? She was surprised. Is it really you? But, you, why are you here? Tokolina knew very well who the members of the Hunter Association's exploration team were. In any case, the female disciple of President Netero should not be here. Then, Tokolina noticed that Bisji was holding a person in his arms. Bisji put the person on the ground, and the person collapsed on the ground, so scared that he couldn't get up at all. But Tokolina could still recognize that it was Zayutina. He didn't die. Bisji saved him. That's good. That's good. Bisji didn't answer Tokolina's question at this time, but looked down at Zayutina and sighed. I didn't expect that I would be the one hugging someone else after waiting for decades. It's a big gap. German hugged me like this several times. Another figure came over, but it was a strange female face, wearing heavy black-framed glasses, as heavy as the fat on her chest. However, Tokolina was still keenly aware that the young woman seemed to have mentioned German just now. How did they get involved with German again? Biscuit turned his head and put his hands on his waist. Xiao Di, what are you arrogantly showing off to me? As long as I want a princess hug, I can ask for it anytime. Why? A third voice joined in, and Tokolina looked at another person who shouldn't be here in surprise. Hai Jin came over, and he teased with a beard. Are you going to convince them with your fists? It's a stretch for them to pick you up with your strong physique. I can use my fists to convince you to change your disrespect for me. Biscuit threatened. Haha. I don't disrespect you. I'm just stating the facts. Okay. The last voice, like a heavy hammer, made their conversation disappear, and even calmed the storm for a moment. The rat German, wearing a tricorn hat, came over, first glanced at the stunned Tokolina, and then stretched out a hand to Zutena lying on the ground. Zutena calmed down a little, looked at the hand that was stretched out, subconsciously grabbed it, and then was lightly pulled up by a force. He stood firm, adjusted his glasses, looked at the four strangers who appeared in the dark, and then looked at his only acquaintance here. Although Tokolina was confused, at least she woke up from the shock. She pinched the fat on her waist hard to make sure she was not dreaming. So, when Zutena looked at him with a pleading look, Tokolina spread his hands and said, Haven't you always questioned why all 12 members were not gathered to participate in this colonial voyage? Well, the remaining 2 are here too. Zutena was stunned for a moment, then reacted and looked back at the faces of the 4 people, especially the 2 men. It turned out that they were not unfamiliar. Zutena had seen these faces in the public profile list of the Hunter Association members. Red German, Pig Gold, Jim Hunter Bisji, and who is this guy? The young woman with big blinking eyes and short black hair. Zutena didn't remember seeing her in the Hunter Association member list. Maybe she was a not-so-famous professional hunter? Just like this time. Among the members of the exploration team, there are many professional hunters that Shiotai-na has seen for the first time. However, whether it is the Hunter Association exploration team or Tokolina, don't they all insist that Rat German and Pig Jean are not in the team? Then, how did they appear here? Did they fly over across the vast ocean? Tokolina herself didn't know the situation, let alone answer Shiotai-na's questions. She just said, okay, now the 2 of us are safe. Let me introduce myself. I am a professional hunter, Tokolina. I am mainly responsible for transporting personnel and materials in the Hunter Association exploration team. This is Shiotai-na, the Special Commissioner of the International Ferry Permit Office. I have been ordered to ensure his safety and take him out of danger. She turned to Shiotai-na, who was still in shock. These 3 are professional hunters. German, Jean and Bisky. Shioti blinked her big eyes. This one. Tokolina was puzzled. I don't think I've seen her before. Just call her Shioti. Bisky helped her. She is an amateur hunter. But, believe me, she is more professional than many professional hunters. Chapter 418. The heavy rain finally stopped at some point, like the end of the war drums, and the air was filled with the smell of dampness. Shiotai-na slightly adjusted his crooked suit. However, he thought about it, took off the suit that was soaked with water, and threw it on the ground. With the thrilling experience just now, he realized that he didn't need more burdens and weights on the way to escape. When everyone saw his actions, they roughly guessed what he was thinking. No one raised any objections. And no one asked Xiaodi to use the bulge-eye fish to keep the expensive suit for him. Take off the tie and suit is a symbol of Zatanna's growing strength. Everyone is happy to see that he has become braver, which is very helpful for the next action. Seeing that Zatanna was slightly injured, Tokolina reluctantly helped him to treat and bandage him. Zatanna hurriedly thanked him politely, and then noticed that everyone's eyes were focused on him. He adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose with some embarrassment, and then asked the question that Tokolina had asked before. Why are you here? I looked through the list of members of the Hunter Association's exploration team, and I have seen all the members on BW1. But I have never seen you. After helping Zatanna bandage her wound, Tokolina crossed his arms and looked over in confusion. Bisky was responsible for covering up the lie. This is because we were not on the list, nor on the top 4 floors of BW1, but on the bottom floor. Tokolina first narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, then raised his hand and hammered his palm with sudden realization. Without Bisky saying more, she came up with a series of plans in her mind. I understand. This must be the special mission that President Netero has given you. That's why your names are not on the list. President Netero and some core members of the Hunter Association's exploration team concealed your existence in order to make you a secret arrow to be shot when necessary. I was wondering why President Netero would not take you 3 with him. I thought you were the leaders of the next exploration team. It turns out you have been on the ship all along. Biscuit snapped her fingers and gave Tokorinu a thumbs up. Yes. That's what you said. Then, she suddenly turned her head and blinked her right eye at Germain, her expression full of complacency, as if to say I told you so a long time ago. The situation is urgent now. Even if there are many loopholes, Tokolina and Shiotai-na will not get to the bottom of it, and will help to fill the loopholes. Do you really have to annoy your savior? Mr. Shiotai-na, German suddenly said. We just saw that BW1 has been damaged for the most part, and several ships in the internal dock have also been destroyed. Do V6 and the International Navigation Permit Office have any emergency plans for such a situation? Yes. When it comes to corresponding professional matters, Shiotai-na is much more serious. We left a group of people at the refueling station. If there is no news from us within a month and a half, they will use the small airships that come and go to inform V6 and the International Navigation Permit Office that they have lost contact with us. V6 and the International Navigation Permit Office will hold an emergency meeting to discuss and decide whether to send reinforcements and search fleets to the imaginary continent. Everyone present must know that the land under their feet is not the Dark Continent, but the imaginary Dark Continent. And Shiotai-na doesn't have to hide it. Jean nodded as he listened. It takes about 3 weeks to sail from the 6 continents to the refueling station, and about 5 weeks to sail from the refueling station to the imaginary continent. Adding the possible wrangling meetings between V6 and the International Ferry Permit Office, it may be half a year before the next batch of reinforcement fleet arrives here. This speculation made Zatanna shudder. But as he is in the system of the International Ferry Permit Office, he knows that this situation is indeed very likely to happen. Is the original V5 willing to send another team when the losses are unknown? Are the major forces left behind in the Kajin Empire still willing to let their king live? After all, this is a great opportunity for them to take power. These are all unknowns. Half a year is not a conservative number, and it can even be said to be an optimistic estimate. German didn't want Zatanna to lose confidence before the future was clear. He clapped his hands in black gloves, making a dull puffing sound. In short, let's go find other survivors first, and then think about the next plan after gathering more members. 1:38 a.m. A young woman covered in filth and with long black hair crouched behind the bushes, carefully opened a small hole, and looked out with rapid breathing. In front of the bushes, there were 2 people standing, with scars all over their bodies. They were confronting a monster that looked extremely ferocious and ugly at first glance. The 2 people told the young woman to hide here, and not to make any sound no matter what she saw. Her name was Oit, and she was the 8th princess of King Naspi of Kajin. She was born in a humble family, but now she has a respected status, at least on the surface. No one dared to neglect her or mention her past. However, not long after the chaos, Oit soon found that she, the 8th princess of the king, had been abandoned. The riot happened around her, and many monsters suddenly broke into the halls and rooms of the BW1 yacht. The situation was out of control, and screams came one after another, but no one from the Kajin royal family paid attention to her. They either used their guns to shoot monsters in vain or simply fled in panic. Oit's only group of guards sacrificed their lives to buy her precious time to escape. She knew why in her heart. Because she was not pregnant yet, and had not given birth to a child for King Nasby. Maybe the king, princess and princes of the Kajin royal family had already left here safely, leaving her alone. She could not have escaped, because even the status of the 8th princess could not get her a seat on the crowded lifeboat. In the face of life and death, all beings are equal. However, she soon felt lucky that she did not board the lifeboat, because monsters also appeared in the lake in the boat. The lifeboat soon overturned, and the passengers all fell to the bottom of the lake with screams. And soon it became a pool of blood. If she had not met the 2 professional hunters in front of her, she would have died. The 2 professional hunters had been trying their best to save people, but in the end, they could not resist the monster's attack like a tide. Oit was the last person the 2 rescued. Due to the urgent situation and the flickering lights, they didn't notice that the woman they rescued was the 8th princess of King Kajin until they got away from the wreckage of BW1. The 8th princess could see the confusion in the eyes of the 2 men, probably because she didn't understand why a princess was left here without anyone to take care of her. Oit had nothing to say about this, but silently followed the royal etiquette, saluted and thanked them, and then followed them all the way to escape. Unfortunately, Oit ran until his legs were weak and he was out of breath. But he learned a bad news from the 2 people. 2 monsters chased them, and they couldn't get rid of them. The 2 professional hunters decided to turn around and attack the enemy. Oit couldn't run anymore, so he followed their instructions and hid in the bushes. Everything seemed to be going well. One of the monsters was knocked down by the 2 professional hunters. However, the other monster crawled on the corpse of the monster for a while, and somehow became more ferocious. The fierce aura it emitted alone made Oit tremble all over, and her hands and feet were cold. She wanted to turn around and run away, but she didn't even have the strength to stand up. The ferocious monster beat the 2 professional hunters back step by step, bleeding profusely, and it seemed that they were about to collapse. Oit was powerless to do anything about it, and could only clench her fists, kneel in the mud, and pray silently. The situation of the 2 professional hunters was indeed very bad. Izanabe, who was wearing a simple martial arts uniform, a black belt around his waist, and wooden clogs on his feet, wiped the blood on his arm, and gasped for breath. He looked at the 3 or 4 meter tall monster in front of him, and from the monster's swollen human face, he vaguely recognized its identity before it was a monster. The predecessor of this monster was Zaklo, a member of the Shiou family, one of the 3 major gang families in Kajin. He was a manipulator of blood. Izanabe recognized him, because many riots and assassinations on BW1 pointed to this member. But the evidence was always insufficient. After the chaos, when Zaklo appeared in front of Izanabe again, he and his female partner Lynch had both transformed into monsters. The 2 monsters targeted Izanabe and his men, and chased them all the way. In the past, although Zaklo and Lynch were quite difficult enemies in Izanabe's eyes, they were not to the point of avoiding fighting. However, after transforming into monsters, they became even more powerful. After several fights, Izanabe was caught off guard and was injured. Izanabe was secretly surprised by this. This was simply a replica of the Chimera Ant invasion last year. But they were even more brutal than that group of Chimera Ants. After realizing that it was impossible to completely get rid of the 2 monsters, Izanabe and another professional hunter decided to fight back on the spot. They didn't actually defeat the female monster quite smoothly, as Princess Oit saw. In fact, the whole process was quite thrilling. Princess Oit is not an end user after all. From her perspective, the battle only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. So it was natural for her to think that Izanabe and the others had it easy. The situation was completely opposite. They each paid a certain price to kill a monster. And now, the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. The monster in front of him actually absorbed the resentment of the other fallen monster, thus becoming even more powerful. After that, the fleshy tubes pulled out from its back pierced several humans, several unknown beasts, and the female monster that it met on the road. With a gurgling sound, Izanabe saw a large amount of dark red color flowing from the corpses along the fleshy tubes into the monster in front of him. Every time it moves, it will carry these corpses with it, and will never give up until it has drained them dry. This monster is still obsessed with blood, just like its original body. To manipulate blood, it needs more blood bags. Izanabe quickly realized that those blood bags were its weaknesses, and used his mind ability to attack them. Release System Hadouken, released the mind energy in the form of waves, with amazing power like a cannonball. However, after he smashed a few blood bags, this bloodthirsty monster reacted. It not only deliberately avoided Izanabe's wave punch, but also grabbed several living creatures it encountered on the road to replenish its blood pack. In addition, as long as it enters the range of the bloodthirsty monster's ability, the blood flowing from Izanabe's wound will also be used to become a sharp knife to stab Izanabe. Izanabe was already quite tired, but he still adjusted his breathing as much as possible. If his breathing was disordered, it would greatly affect his brain's thinking. In such a confrontation, as long as he was distracted for a moment, everything would be over. Izanabe watched the next move of the bloodthirsty monster with vigilance, and glanced at his companions not far away from the corner of his eyes. Kurapika, a handsome young man with medium-length golden hair, was using the materialization-type healing thumb chain to heal himself. At the same time, his beautiful pair of fiery red eyes had already been opened. In fact, it was because Kurapika opened the fiery red eyes that Izanabe and he were able to kill one of the monsters so quickly. However, Izanabe knew that opening the fiery red eyes was consuming Kurapika's vitality in exchange for the improvement of various abilities in a short period of time. As the fiery red eyes continued, Kurapika's breathing became more and more rapid, and he was sweating profusely. Wrinkles that only middle-aged and elderly people have appeared on his handsome face. Izanabe knew very well that this would not work. Even if he didn't die at the hands of the monster, Kurapika would be killed by his own fiery red eyes. For some reason, Izanabe felt that this young man was very pleasing to the eye from the first time he saw Kurapika, and felt that he had known him for a long time. Before this, the only connection between them was Kurapika's teacher Germain. Germain had passed the hunter exam under Izanabe. During the 2 months of thrilling voyage, the two also cooperated many times, and soon became real friends. Izanabe admired Kurapika's character and ability, and really wanted to snatch him to be his own disciple. Unfortunately, he knew that he could not snatch Germain. This time they worked together in the chaos, saved many lives, and unexpectedly saved Princess Oit. But now, Izanabe knew that he couldn't waste any more time. If he continued to waste more time, even if Kurapika didn't die, he would become disabled. As if he sensed the thoughts in Izanabe's eyes, Kurapika's waist, which was originally bent due to fatigue, straightened a little. Teacher Germain has warned me many times not to burn myself out for revenge, and to find a new direction in life after revenge. Germain's meaning, of course, did not mean that revenge was not important, nor did it mean that the lives of the Karuta people were not important. What he meant was that Kurapika shouldn't be trapped in the vortex of revenge for his whole life and end up losing everything. The Phantom Troop and the 4 princes were not worthy of him doing this. What he should really burn for was something more important and noble. I think it's time. This way, Izanabe was surprised, because he saw that Kurapika burst out with a more powerful aura than before. Just like a last gasp, Scarlet Evil Spirit surged around Kurapika, and the silver chain raised its head like a python, wrapped around his neck, and spit at the bloodthirsty monster not far away. With his fiery red eyes wide open, he recited the prayer of the Karuta tribe in a hoarse but gentle voice, which was also his last poem. The sun is in the sky, and the green trees are on the ground. Our bodies were born on the earth, and our souls came from the sky. The sun and the moonlight shine on our limbs. The green land nourishes our bodies, and we give our bodies to the wind blowing across the earth. Thank God for the miracle and the Karuta land. May our hearts be forever healthy. I wish to share the joy with all my compatriots, and I wish to share their sorrow. Please always praise the people of the Karuta tribe. Let us use the red eyes as evidence. They have fallen into a desperate situation, and there will be no reinforcements in the short term. Kurapika is very decisive. If he wants to survive, he has to fight for his life at all costs. He was about to take action, but he felt a weight on his shoulder and turned his head in shock. Who could appear beside me quietly? I have opened the red eyes. How could this happen? However, when he saw the face of the black-robed man under the tricorn hat beside him, he was stunned, and the scarlet evil spirit on his body quickly faded. Why? Why? Kurapika's eyes were confused, and he didn't understand why Mr. Germain appeared here. However, if it was Mr. Germain, it would not be surprising for him to suddenly appear beside him like this. Even the bloodthirsty beast that was originally roaring at them stopped, as if it had sensed some kind of horror approaching. Eat something. Germain took out Minchie's Nittolo rice ball and handed it to Kurapika, who was still in a daze, but instinctively reached out his hand. Don't die. The bloodthirsty beast let out a fearful cry. And then Germain slowly raised a red bow, put a black arrow on it, and aimed at it. Germain raised his head, and his black eyes clearly said to the beast, "Are you still not running?" The bloodthirsty beast reacted almost instantly, shaking the flesh and blood vessels, stacking all the blood bags in front of it, forming a thick wall of flesh and blood. However, with a loud explosion, a big hole was pierced through the flesh and blood wall. The bloodthirsty beast was shocked to find that the turbid black arrow came out of the hole, and its power did not decrease much at all, and it flew in front of it in the blink of an eye. Boom! The swollen human face and the whole beast's head exploded, as if it had been bitten by a heavenly dog. None of the 3 layers of defense of blood bags, blood, and skin that it was proud of could stop this arrow. The corpse of the bloodthirsty beast fell down with a bang, splashing a mixture of flesh and blood and mud. There was silence all around. Chapter 419. Germain half crouched down and looked at the corpse of the headless bloodthirsty monster, and knowledge was revealed in his mind. A person who absorbed resentment to the point of being unable to extricate himself, thus turning into a ferocious beast. He turned around and looked at the blood bags that the bloodthirsty monster dragged with long fleshy blood vessels. A monster similar to the bloodthirsty monster, several tragically dead humans, and a subhuman monster. The reason why he could distinguish the differences between monsters was because he gained knowledge from the subhuman monster. Chimera ants, which eat and mate, like to eat other species to extinction. But in order to survive for a long time, they also breed meat and store meat. Chimera ants. I haven't heard of this species for a while. There are chimera ants here? Germain pondered. Chimera ants have the characteristics of ants except for the first few generations. Later, because of the mixture of genes from other species, they will show the characteristics of 100 flowers blooming. In other words, the chimera ants after a few generations are not only far from the first generation, but also have a very large gap between the same generation. It is difficult to identify individual chimera ants just by their appearance. When a group of strange-looking chimera ants appear, the observer may realize that it is a group of chimera ants. Germain also identified the individual chimera ants through knowledge. But why are there chimera ants here? Not far away. Kurapika regained his composure. His fiery red eyes dimmed, and he ate the rice ball handed to him by Germain while looking at Germain's back. As a result, after just a few bites, Kurapika noticed something strange about his body. Unlike the people who tried Night before, Kurapika's vitality was in a shriveled state, so he could feel the magic brought by Night more, especially after his red eyes were activated. They were linked to vitality, and he was more sensitive to the increase and decrease of vitality. What on earth was mixed in this rice ball that could actually restore my lost vitality? Kurapika thought confusedly. It won't hurt you. A group of people walked out of the shadows of the woods next to them, and one of them seemed to see through Kurapika's doubts. This is a good thing. Kurapika turned around and saw a group of familiar people. Jean, Biska, Tokarinu and Shutena. It's not surprising that Tokalinu and Shurina are here. Looking at their messy clothes and bandages, we can guess that they, like Kurapika and others, escaped from the chaos of BW1, but were separated from the main group. It's a bit unexpected and reasonable that Jean and Biscuit are here. After all, since Mr. Germain is here, it's not surprising that they are here too. But the most fundamental question is, why are they here? Kurapika is a very rational person. Even in a desperate situation, he never thought that Mr. Germain would suddenly appear to save him, because he knew that Mr. Germain was either in the ancient labyrinth station or in the 6 continents at this time, and it was impossible for him to be in the imaginary continent. Kurapika would not have unnecessary delusions. However, such an absolutely impossible thing happened in front of him. The one who spoke to Kurapika just now was Biscuit. She blinked her right eye at Kurapika. Kurapika, you and Izanabe must be very confused. Why are we here? Biscuit added Tokarina's statement to her previous statement and said it to Kurapika and Izanabe in front of her. Kurapika finally understood what Biscuit meant by that look, so he nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. Izanabe also recognized Germain and his group, and although he was surprised by their sudden appearance, he was more relieved. In the situation just now, if the fight continued, It was very likely that Kurapika would sacrifice himself to replace the bloodthirsty monster. Izanagi not only had to quickly deal with the sadness of his partner's death, but also had to drag his tired body to continue to protect Princess Oit and leave. The situation was urgent at the time, and Izanagi had no time to think about it. Now that he was safe, he was terrified when he thought about the possibility of encountering other monsters like this on the road and having to face them alone. And such a monster could not survive more than one round in the hands of that little red German. Izanagi knew that German was very strong, which could be seen from the level of his previous enemies. But he had to admit that after witnessing the scene just now, his understanding of German was refreshed. Germain is stronger than he thought. Not only that, now in their temporary team, besides Germain, there are also Jean and Biscuit, which can be said to be stable, right? After relaxing, Izanagi suddenly remembered. Oh, there is also Princess Oit. She is still here. How could I forget her? Just when they were thinking this, they heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes. Then, they saw Shiori holding Princess Oit's collar with his left hand like catching a cat, and easily lifted her over. Princess Oit struggled twice with her feet hanging in the air. Seeing everyone's gaze, she lowered her head in embarrassment and gave up struggling. Her reputation as a princess was completely lost overnight. I caught a sneaky person. Shiori blinked and said, "What should we do with her?" She made a gesture of wiping her neck. "I don't know if she is a bad person. Should we get rid of her?" Bischi was a little helpless, generally speaking. People would think she is a survivor. Right? Shiori. Put her down first. Oh! As soon as Shiori let go, Princess Oit fell to the ground with a bang. She said to Princess Oit, "I'm sorry." Princess Oit was not injured in the fall. She shook her head at Shiori's apology with a blank face, and responded with a polite but awkward smile. Izanagi quickly introduced, "This is the 8th princess of the Kajin royal family. Princess Oit. She will stay with us temporarily." Then, he introduced everyone present to Princess Oit. When it came to Shiori, he was also stuck like Tokolina. Who is this woman? Why is she here? Tokolina laughed. Her name is Shiori. She is an amateur hunter helper around German and others. Anyway, she is trustworthy. That's what Bischi told me. Bischi nodded vigorously, and then high-fived Tokolina like a young girl. Shiori also nodded, with an expression that said, "She's right. Just believe her." Princess Oit nodded to everyone one by one. If it were any other princess, she might still care about etiquette and respect. But she was born in a poor family, so she didn't care so much. What's more, her life safety in the future depends on these professional or amateur hunters, so she won't be stupid enough to offend them. At this time, Germain stood up from the corpse of the bloodthirsty beast and walked over. This time, Kurapika, who had recovered a little, introduced Izanagi and Princess Oit again. No need to introduce. I know Germain. Izanagi walked forward solemnly, wearing a black belt martial arts uniform, and bowed slightly to Germain. "Thank you for saving our lives just now." Germain also recognized one of the examiners of his professional hunter exam. "You're welcome. Since I met you, I will definitely help you." Izanagi still thanked him, and said frankly that he would remember this kindness, and would definitely repay it later. Kurapika and Princess Oit also thanked German. He felt that he had saved his life, and watched his dry skin gradually regain its rosy and shiny color due to the rice balls handed over by German. And before that, he taught him the ability of Nin, helped him to take revenge on the Phantom Troop, etc. How should he repay all these favors? Kurapika didn't think too much about it, and then just smiled with relief. Anyway, it's just a little bit of return, he thought to himself. German asked Kurapika, Izanagi and Princess Oit how much details they knew about the chaos, and how much they knew about the whereabouts of others. Kurapika and Izanagi said that since BW1 adopted a relatively closed structure with 5 floors, not all members of the Hunter Association exploration team stayed together. The 2 of them stayed on the first floor temporarily due to official business. After the chaos, they could not get in touch with other members of the Hunter Association exploration team on the 2nd floor, so they spontaneously resisted the monsters in the passage between the 1st and 2nd floors. After that, the monsters completely opened up several passages from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor and broke into the 3rd floor. Kurapika and Izanagi were different from the passengers who fled in panic. They went against the current, wanting to see what was going on in the depths of the 1st layer where the chaos broke out. and save people by the way. But there were too many monsters, and they were too fierce. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kurapika and Izanagi saved Princess Oit and began their thrilling escape journey. After the wreckage of BW1 ran aground, they followed the crowd into the night of the imaginary continent and dispersed. After that, the three of them were attacked by two monsters. And finally they were in the current situation. Princess Oit also failed to provide much information. At that time, everyone on the first floor was celebrating the birth of the heir to the throne of the Kajin Empire. But she felt sick about it. She couldn't understand this unscrupulous, patriarchal war of succession. And she couldn't understand why everyone was so happy. So many princes died. And some didn't want to participate in the war of succession at all. Just wanted to protect themselves. But they also died. Princess Oit watched coldly for 2 months. And she felt secretly scared. Fortunately, she had not yet become pregnant or given birth. If her child, like the 13th prince, had also been involved in the succession war and died, she would have been very distressed. In short, when everyone was celebrating, she left the celebration party early on the pretext of being ill, hiding in her room and sighing alone. Then, she suddenly heard a violent explosion, which frightened her so much that she got up from the bed with a pale face, walked to the gate, and asked the guards what had happened. But the guards were also confused. Later, chaos broke out. Monsters attacked, and the guards rescued her. After that, the guards all died, and she was rescued by Kurapika and Izanagi. As for the movements of other members of the Hunter Association's exploration team, Kurapika and his team were not aware of it. The only thing worth noting is that Kurapika, Izanagi, Tokalainu, Princess Oit, and Shitana all heard a loud explosion-like sound on the first floor before the chaos broke out. Princess Oit was on the first floor, and she heard it most clearly, confirming that the explosion must have occurred on the yacht in the ship in the lake. At this distance, Germain could hear Princess Oit's inner voice, and he confirmed that the woman was not lying. Then, the center of the explosion and chaos should be the center of the 13 coffins. And it was also the location where Germain and others were teleported. It seems that the information is still not enough. When Germain was about to ask more, he suddenly turned his head, with a sense of something. What's wrong? Jean saw Germain alert, and he also turned his head to look. Something flew over. When Germain said this, everyone became alert and prepared for battle. However, there is no life reaction. It should be some kind of mechanical creation. Everyone waited for a while in confusion, and finally waited for the mechanical creation mentioned by Germain. To Germain, it was a large golden snitch, except that its shell was black to blend into the night, and its eyes were mechanical red eyes. It flapped its wings quickly like a hummingbird, flew in front of everyone, and its mechanical red eyes flashed. Soon, the mechanical flying ball had new movements. It danced up and down, left and right, and the track it crossed was exactly a horizontal 8. Germain and King looked at each other, and soon realized 3 things. The first thing is that the mechanical flying ball is imitating the 8-shaped dance of bees, telling them the direction and distance of a certain place. The second thing is that the track of the 8-shaped dance can also be interpreted as a Mobius strip. And the Mobius strip is the current road mark of the ancient Maze Post Station. This is a hint that the other party is very close to them. The third thing is that after careful observation, Germain and Jean basically recognized that this mechanical creation came from Greed Island. It is already clear who the other party is, because they had to take care of 2 ordinary people, Princess Oit and Shurina, and they encountered monsters from time to time on the road. The group followed the mechanical flying ball, and walked for half an hour before reaching the destination. However, along the way, Germain confirmed one thing again. Some of the monsters that fell were transformed from passengers on BW1, and the other part were chimera ants. Soon, more and more people in the team realized that there were chimera ants among these monsters, especially Xiaodi and Kurapika, who had fought against chimera ants before, and Shurina from the International Ferry Permit Office, who had studied chimera ants. But why are there chimera ants on the hypothetical continent? The subsequent result of the chimera ant disaster on the 6 continents is that the chimera ants that have already formed can be saved as long as they surrender unconditionally to humans and accept lifelong surveillance. The thousands of chimera ant eggs in the Republic of Dongudo that have not hatched were immediately recovered by President Netero. However, he was troubled for a while on how to deal with these chimera ant eggs. It is impossible for him to release all the chimera ants hatched from these thousands of eggs into the wild, as that would be the beginning of a new disaster. However, it is difficult for any organization in the 6 continents to bear the pressure of constantly monitoring thousands of chimera ants that only NIN users can contend with. President Netero finally decided to use drugs to make them stillborn and prevent them from hatching, giving them the last mercy. Chimera ants are indeed very powerful, but when there are tens of thousands of them, their nature and management issues must be considered. This is cruel, but no one can say for sure whether this batch of chimera ants will be more like humans or chimera ants after hatching, and what their stance will be. What is even more uncertain is whether some humans will push chimera ants to become legal citizens and own their own land and country for their own benefit or out of sheer stupidity. If it is not handled properly, President Netero will become a center of mankind in 100 or 200 years. At that time, the multiplying and growing chimera ants will gradually encroach on human land and ask soul-searching questions. This is the land given to us by the chimera ant god. What are you humans doing occupying our land? Only those who control a certain number of chimera ants are good chimera ants, unless the standards are lowered. From the beginning, the person in charge of thousands of chimera ants did not care whether they would bring destructive disasters to human society. Germain thought of the original storyline, in which the person who collected these thousands of eggs after President Netero blew himself up was Pariston, one of the 12 Zodiac Rat of the original Hunter Association. If I were Pariston, how would I use these thousands of chimera ant eggs? After I quit the 12 Zodiacs, I would try to secretly transport them to the imaginary continent in batches. Then, I told Bayonda, who had been freed from the blood oath, that it was okay for him to go to the Hunter Association alone to negotiate, or even to let them detain him, as long as everything went well, as long as it could promote the colonization voyage back to the Dark Continent. When BW-1 arrived at the imaginary continent and began to land, the passengers would be horrified to find that they had to face thousands or even more chimera ants. Thousands of chimera ants would not cause the BW-1 colonization voyage to completely collapse, with the 12 zodiac signs and other NIN users. Unless Marum and the 3 guards are reborn, they can only cause a huge chaos. At this time, Pariston can travel west with the monkey, who is still lurking in the 12 zodiac signs, and rescue Bayonda in the chaos. When the BW-1 colony expedition team puts out the chimera ant disaster, the Bayonda exploration team with complete members has already set off. King Nasby of Kajin is probably aware of this, and he and Bayonda each get what they need. Bayonda helped him complete the feat of sending more than 200,000 sacrifices to BW-1 and then to the imaginary continent. And King Nasby will give him all the resources he needs to go to the Dark Continent. Whatever he needs. At the same time, he will also give all support after Bayonda returns after obtaining hope or something else. At that time, Bayonda will not need to return to the 6 continents. The new Kajin Empire established on the imaginary continent is enough to support him to travel back and forth to the Dark Continent many times. And it is even much more convenient than when he was in the 6 continents. As for why there are chimera ants here now, it is because the queen ant that wandered to the 6 continents was born on the imaginary continent. This place has become a nest of chimera ants. As if to confirm German's idea, the mechanical flying ball took them away from the mountains and came to the cliffs where the waves were rolling. Here, they saw a fortress that was almost integrated with a steep mountain wall. A huge metal door stood on a wide channel leading to the outer harbor, and the water was surging. The muzzles of the numerous observation holes and firing holes were shooting at a group of attacking monsters under the stone wall, shooting them into a pool of blood, mist, and residue. Chapter 420. The moonlight was bright, and the mechanical flying ball reflected a glimmer of light as it flew up and down. It led German and his party through the piles of monster corpses and came to the front of the fortress. Many spotlights shone on them and then swept past them. All the gun muzzles were lowered and no shells were fired at them. The fortress gate did not open to them. They stood beside the wide channel with a rustling sound, watching a small door on the side open with a click-click sound like gears turning, and a figure walked out from inside. The mechanical flying ball flew to his palm, and its wings folded and shrank into a ball. He grabbed the mechanical flying ball and hid it in his trouser pocket. Lister, with short blonde hair and a white shirt on, bowed slightly to the crowd, and when he raised his head, his face flushed a little. Even as calm as he was, he couldn't help but get excited when he saw German, Jean, Biscuit, and Shiati at this critical moment. Lister followed the Hunter Association's exploration team and spent 2 extremely tense months on BW1. He often thought about reaching the imaginary continent as soon as possible to prevent the bomb of BW1 from exploding. As a result, he did not expect that just before landing on the island, an unstoppable chaos broke out on BW1. He was powerless to do anything about it. After all, he was more inclined to technical assistance. He was even less likely to be able to handle the situation that President Netero and others could not solve. Therefore, when he sent out many mechanical flying balls to seek to meet up with other survivors, he was surprised when he unexpectedly saw German and others. He now said sincerely, "German, Kim, everyone, we are so happy to see you." List looked into the shadows of the early morning with caution. The door is not a good place for greetings. I think we have many questions for each other. Let's go in first and talk as we walk. Everyone followed List into the small door next to the fortress gate. After confirming that everyone had entered the fortress, the small door closed with a click. Behind the small door was a long corridor, with many soldiers with live ammunition standing on both sides of the corridor. They looked at Germain and the others without any expression. But when they saw Princess Oit, several of them changed their expressions. "These people are the surviving soldiers of the Kajin Empire," Lister introduced. "Now the interior of the fortress needs guards everywhere, and they promise to obey our command temporarily." The soldiers obviously recognized Princess Oit and came forward to salute. Princess Oit waved her hand. "You have done a good job. Please continue your duties. I am not an expert in this area. Please obey the orders of the Hunter Association." The soldiers quickly agreed. List led everyone forward. "I have already told the other members of the Hunter Association exploration team here that I found you and directed you to the fortress. However, we have just occupied the fortress for less than an hour, and they are all busy with their work. So I am the only one here to greet you." After walking out of the relatively dim corridor, they arrived at the suddenly bright hall, and then there was a boiling noise. Some people wailed, some screamed, some cried with joy, and some were silent. The survivors in the entire hall were all different. Many human corpses were laid flat on the cold floor, covered with a layer of white cloth, with only the head exposed for people to identify. If the corpse still had a head, many people hurriedly walked and stopped to identify the corpses. When they found their acquaintances, they all looked distraught. Some knelt down and cried, or stood and stared at the corpses. Those who did not find the corpses of their acquaintances had complicated expressions on their faces, not knowing whether to be happy or worried. There were many injured people in another area of the hall, receiving treatment from many doctors and nurses in white coats. The temporary wards were not enough, so only those who were seriously injured and dying and could be saved could be admitted to the temporary wards. "There are currently 1,313 survivors in the fortress," Lister said. "There are hunters, soldiers, gangsters, but more are civilians." At this time, a melodious flute sound came. Those who listened to this flute sound couldn't help but immerse themselves in it. Their mood slowly calmed down, and their tears and cries gradually stopped. Germain was one of the few people who was not affected. He turned his head and saw Melody standing on a high platform not far away, playing the flute to soothe many injured hearts. At the same time, her flute also effectively prevented more chaos and riots from happening. Although she looked like a groundhog, she was indeed very gentle and beautiful in her heart. After a while, Melody put down the flute and took a short rest. Only then did Liz take a step forward and lead everyone to continue walking forward, all the way to the 2 people in the injured area. The 2 people were wearing thick protective clothing and masks, but they could be vaguely identified as Chidwa, the dog, and Gur, the snake. Chidwa, who looked like a dog girl, and Gur, who was as slender as a snake, were doing their best to save the living and prevent the diseases that the dead might spread. One of them was a doctor, and the other was a coroner and pharmacist, and they were indeed very good at this. Seeing everyone coming, they just nodded slightly, didn't say anything, and continued to work. After a long time, Gur, who had brown skin, covered the head of the corpse on the floor with a white cloth, and then walked towards the crowd with Chidwa and greeted everyone. They were still immersed in the atmosphere of sorrow, and were far from being as excited as List when he saw Germain and others. They just talked calmly. "That's the mind exorcist of our association." Chidwa did not take off his gloves and mask, and pointed at the body on the ground from a distance. She unfortunately died. Germain recognized her. She had exorcised him once, But he didn't expect that when he met her again, she was already a cold corpse. The sound of the flute stopped unconsciously. And the melody also noticed everyone. Walked over and greeted everyone. She showed some joy at the arrival of Germain and others. But she couldn't have too much emotional fluctuations when there were dead and injured people all around. At this time, Bisji took the lead in telling the story of their reunion, and inadvertently revealed the secret lurking plan of Germain and his group and President Netero. Chidwa, Gur, List and Melody were all smart people. They knew what was going on as soon as they heard it. And they all cooperated. After all, since it was President Netero who asked Germain and others to hide, it would be a bit strange that Chidwa and other core members didn't know about it. After that, Chidwa said, "We really want to greet you. But there are still many people waiting for me in Gaer. And we can't spare the time for the time being. Chiogu and Pu are in charge of the personnel management and defense of the fortress. They are in the control center of the fortress. You can go find them. List, please lead the way again. Princess Wait looks very tired. Melody, can you please take Princess Wait to the room to rest and take good care of Princess Wait? Mr. Shurina, Kurapika, Izanabe, Tokalainu, you are all injured. Please stay here and let us take a look at your wounds." Although the voice of Chidwa, the vice president of the Hunter Association, is a Shota, the firmness of her tone is convincing. And everyone does what she says unconsciously. Melody took Princess Wait away. And Shutena, Kurapika and others stayed here, while Lister led Germain and others to continue moving forward. In fact, everyone could see that Chidwa deliberately arranged it so that only Germain and his group would go to the control center. But no one raised any objections. On the way to the control center, everyone encountered many armed guards, who were a mixed force of hunters, soldiers, and gangsters. The three forces that had been balancing each other on BW1 for 2 months now stayed together harmoniously. After entering the control center, German and others soon saw Yuji Tsugu and Mao Pio standing in front of many large electronic screens. 2 young women. One was looking at the electronic screen and yelling angrily into the microphone, while the other was typing on the keyboard, inputting a series of commands. "What do you mean you can't hit at this distance?" Tsugu shouted loudly, in an angry tone. "You shoot straight. Of course you can't hit. Trajectory. Idiot." Pio was typing on the keyboard, like a machine gun shooting, pouting, with a serious expression. Generally speaking, Pio is more irritable than Gugu. But now the situation is reversed. "You are here." Gugu turned off the microphone when she saw everyone approaching, and her long feather headdress trembled. "You showed up at the right time. The fortress is short of manpower, and you just came to help us. Don't you want to know why we are here?" Biscuit became curious. Pio stopped typing, turned his swivel chair, and turned to them. "You should have met Chidwa, Gur and the others. Right? Did they ask this question?" "No." Biscuit was getting more and more confused. "That's it." Piu looked up and shook her bunny ears. "Anyway, it must be Germain's teleportation lantern. We can talk about these things later." "Yes." Gugu agreed. "Did you bring the herb that cures all diseases? We are almost out of it." Biscuit raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Di. "We not only brought the herb that cures all diseases, but also the longevity food Nitolemy. I hope it will work. But I think there are thousands of people here, and our amount is not enough." "Wait, Nitolemy?" Gugu was quite surprised, and Piu and Liz showed the same expression. "You went? Oh, forget it. Let's not talk about it now. Whether it is enough or not, you are helping us in times of need." Germain has been observing silently since he saw the fortress from afar. He stared at the electronic screens for a while and asked, "Maybe you could answer some of our questions. First of all, why is there a fortress here?" Lister took over the work of Gugu and continued to command the defense of the fortress to resist the occasional invasion of those monsters. So Gugu took a breath and started from the beginning. After the chaos broke out, President Netero and others went to seize control of BW1. And Chiba went with us to control the ships in the inner dock. However, we failed, and the ship was destroyed in advance. And we found that it was by Yonda, Paristan, Shio and others who did this. We confronted them for a while. And then BW1 hit the coastline when we reacted. There was a sea of fire everywhere. And they also fled. Then, a tide of monsters attacked. And we protected a group of logistics personnel, unable to fight back effectively. So we were forced to abandon the ship and escape. After that, we couldn't contact President Netero again. So I proposed a chase by Yongda and others. Kaido and the others agreed. And the bird I controlled had already found their trail. So we chased them all the way to this fortress. But we were still a step late. At that time, the gate of the fortress opened, and 2 ships sailed out of the fortress, passed through the channel, and sailed into the sea. Bigener and others were of course on the 2 ships. We were tricked by them. But at least, we got this fortress. After that, we tried to control this fortress, collect nearby survivors, and block those monsters. Later, Lister found you through the mechanical flying ball, and guided you here step by step. This is all that happened in the past few hours. German was not surprised by these, and asked again, what is in this fortress? There are many rooms and warehouses. Pio took over the conversation, and while talking, he tapped the keyboard and switched the monitoring screen on an electronic screen. The warehouse is basically empty now, but it can be seen that a lot of mechanical armor, guns, shells, and medicines were stored before. But the most important thing is these. Pio cut to a dimly lit room, where there were many transparent cylindrical containers filled with liquid and soaked with many strange debris. Did you recognize it? Pio asked. After just a few glances, not only German, Jean, Biscuit, and Shiati recognized them. Some of these remains were victims of disasters twisted into ropes or pressed into pancakes. Some were the corpses of subhuman species such as chimera ants. And many more were monsters seen in the Dark Continent. We've seen it. And there's a time stamp under each container, Pio said. They've been collecting these for about 30 years. That is to say, this fortress was built at least 30 years ago. And the quietest revolution in the Kajin Empire also took place more than 30 years ago. We can reasonably infer that Bayonda had been connected with at least 2 generations of kings of the Kajin Empire at that time. Although he couldn't leave the 6 continents because of the blood oath shackles, he could use the funds and connections of the Kajin Empire to hire people to build a fortress on this continent and prepare quietly. After that, Bayonda found or trained people like Palestine, let them join the Hunter Association, and gradually rise to the top. Because he knows his father, President Netero, likes people like Palestine the most. For 30 years, they have been preparing everything in this fortress, and planning actions against President Netero one after another. Come to think of it, how can the Chimera and Queen be on the sea where BW1 has to sail for 2 months? Just, how did they reach the 6 continents from the Dark Continent with 1 leg missing? The answer should be that this was done by the Bayanga forces and the Kaken Empire. They deliberately sent the Queen Ant to the waters of the 6 continents Yorubian continent, allowing it to drift to the NGL Autonomous Region, which eventually caused the Chimera Ant disaster. Although the Chimera Ant disaster was jointly extinguished by German and President Netero, they finally successfully promoted the colonial voyage. Now, when we are all forced to deal with the disasters happening on the BW1 and this imaginary continent, they can calmly set off on the ship to the gatekeeper. And when we finally solved the disaster here, we were already seriously injured. If the Kaken royal family still existed, they would not support our voyage. At that time, we must wait for reinforcements from the 6 continents. This way, we are far behind the Bayanga exploration team. At least, that's what they think. The familiar forced 2-choice style, either staying to solve the disaster or trying to catch up at all costs, is indeed disgusting. However, Bayanga, Pariston and others still missed a lot. For example, the problem of progress should be that they are far behind the German exploration team. The German exploration team can say that we will let you run for a year or 2, and we are still ahead of you. And you can't even see our taillights. This is also the reason why Chidwa and others chose to occupy the fortress and did not chase the 2 ships at all. Chapter 421. The control center was silent for a while, with only the sound of Lister talking slowly into the microphone and Piu typing on the keyboard. So, how can we help you? Biscuit broke the silence and brought the topic back to the beginning. Luke looked at Germain and others present, and nodded as if admiring the paintings on the wall. We do need your help. Biscuit's magic beautician cookie can soothe those who are about to have a mental breakdown, just like Melody's ability to read. So I leave it to you in this regard. Sure. Biscuit nodded, and her golden twin ponytails also shook up and down. I see that Princess Oik and Shatana are still in shock. Melody should be taking care of them. So I will start with the survivors in the hall. Gugu turned to Xiaoti. In addition to transportation and storage, Shioti's bulge-eyed fish can also absorb some toxins, shrapnel, gravel, etc. from the human body. If you can follow Chitwa, Gur and the others to treat the survivors, it will be a great help to us. Shioti also did not refuse. Okay. I go find them in a while. Gugu finally looked at German and Jean. As you can see, we are in the control center, monitoring the situation inside the fortress, commanding the defense operations, and trying to search for survivors outside. We are really overwhelmed. I hope you can share the pressure with us. One of you will stay in the outermost defense area of the fortress, and the other will go outside to rescue the survivors as much as possible and bring them here. We will allocate manpower and material resources to support you in a timely manner in the control center according to your situation. German and Jean looked at each other. The two who knew each other well quickly made their own choices. Jean stayed at the fort's defense line to ensure that the fort was not invaded by monsters from the outside, and to ensure that the fort was not destroyed from the inside by the survivors. German went out alone, trying to save as many lives as possible in this early morning. At 2:41 a.m., German left the fort through the small door opened, followed by a mechanical flying ball released by Lister. The red eyes of the mechanical flying ball can transmit the images seen to the control center. At the same time, after Lister's simple modification, the control center can also use it to communicate with German. In addition, the power source of the mechanical flying ball is the unmanned stone that has been cleverly processed. So at least there is no need to worry about the battery life for the time being. The long night is about to come to an end, and the earth before dawn is shrouded in light blue. During these long hours, the chameleon Mir-1 did not dare to remove the god's alibi at will. Only when he really couldn't hold his breath and needed to breathe heavily, the god's alibi and god's accomplice would be forced to be lifted for a period of time. At this time, he was the most vulnerable, and he needed a guardian, especially after the chaos of BW1 broke out. The image of Merlion could be regarded as either a monster or a chimera ant that already existed on the imaginary continent. Damn, this place is full of man-eating chimera ants. Just like falling into the primeval forest where the cannibal tribe lives. Merlion is also a chimera ant. But at least he doesn't eat people. Nor does he eat his own kind. And he has already sat on the side of humans. However, on the imaginary continent, his identity is quite embarrassing. He might be eaten by the chimera ants of the same species that he couldn't communicate with, or killed by the monsters that sucked resentment, or killed by humans as one of the above two. In a sense, it was really too difficult for him. Therefore, like last year in the Republic of Dongguochuo, Mir-1 needed to find a helper. At that time, he took the initiative and bravely took that step, which led to the thrilling and heart-wrenching night of the subsequent decisive battle. Mir-1 now needs to do something similar. In fact, if possible, his first choice would be the relatively familiar Mo Lao and Xiao Tuo. Unfortunately, they were not here, and he was separated from them at the beginning. After running alone for several hours exhausted, Mir-1 finally found a person who looked very powerful. He had been observing that person silently for a long time, whether it was those monsters that absorbed resentment or the man-eating chimera ants. Few of them could survive a few rounds under his hands. Most importantly, Merlion could see that although this man was ruthless, he had been hiding and avoiding fighting as much as possible to reduce unnecessary fighting. Merlion didn't want to fight either. He thought that he and this man had similar ideas, and they would definitely hit it off. So, he took the initiative to show up. However, the next moment, the golden needle shot by the man almost took Merlion's life, which made Merlion very scared. What's more terrifying is that the man had already noticed Merlion's existence. Only when Merlion breathes, the alibi of God will be lifted, and his existence will be observed by other life forms. The man felt Merlion's presence from such a long distance, just by the timing of Merlion's breathing a few times. Such strength is really terrifying. The man did not kill Merlion because he realized that Merlion had been following him with perfect hidden thoughts. But he never attacked him from beginning to end. He was a little curious about what the chimera and following him was doing. Thus, Merlion had the opportunity to explain the difference between him and those man-eating chimera ants, and to express his desire to cooperate. However, at this time, he had already regretted it secretly. The man's black eyes were always open, rarely blinking like a ghost, and his face was pale. It was difficult for Merlion to see the man's true thoughts. He began to be unsure whether his choice was right. Maybe the man would refuse to cooperate and kill him the next moment. Although he could hide himself, the man's speed of shooting out the golden needles was obviously faster. Besides, the man just couldn't see him, and the golden needles could still hurt him after they scattered. If that was the case, his ending would be really bad. Okay. Unexpectedly, the man with long black hair agreed without hesitation. Your name is Mirwan. Right? My name is Ilmi. You have the same idea as me. I think it's good to cooperate with others occasionally. Although the current situation is not good, I haven't completed the task given by the employer, so I can't stop and rest for the time being. Mirwan felt as if he had heard this name somewhere before. But at this time, he was more relieved to have survived the disaster, and didn't think about it carefully. After that, Merlion used God's accomplice to share his ability to hide with Ilmi. When Merlion needed to breathe, Ilmi would stand by to ensure his safety. The two of them benefited each other, and spent several hours safely. In 1 or 2 hours, the sun would rise. Merlion, who was holding his breath, with his cheeks puffed up, patted Ilmi's arm gently at this time, indicating that it was time for him to breathe. So, Ilmi, who was originally supporting Merlion, let go of the former, and stared at the panting Merlion with his calm black eyes. Then, he suddenly spoke, which scared Merlion. Something is approaching. We'd better hide first. Chapter 422. The Colonial Expedition Fleet is filled with professional hunters, amateur hunters, soldiers, mercenaries, gangsters, and killers. Most of their employers are some uneasy or ill-intentioned royal nobles, celebrities, gang leaders, etc. Washer DeLong, an amateur hunter from the Sky Arena, boarded the BW-1 in the name of protecting a wealthy man. However, the wealthy man was accidentally affected by the succession war of the throne of the Kajin Empire long before the chaos occurred and died tragically on the spot. Initially, most people on BW-1 didn't know about the so-called succession war, and those who knew about it, such as the Kakin royal family, kept their mouths shut. But as the princes died one after another, the atmosphere became increasingly tense, and even a pig could guess what happened. The person protected by Huasher Do Lang died directly, and he later accepted the employment of the Hunter Association and worked for them temporarily. After all, no organization that knows about the ability of Nin will dislike too many Nin users. Huasher Do Lang did not even mourn the death of his former employer for a moment, and immediately threw himself into the arms of the Hunter Association. Anyway, his purpose of boarding the ship was only one from the beginning to the end. He heard that Hisoka, in the name of the deputy leader of the Ayi family of the Kakin gang, also boarded the BW-1. Huasher Dolang never let go of Hisoka, and could not forget the humiliation he suffered twice in the Sky Arena. After studying and practicing his Nin ability for almost 2.5 years, and following Germain's advice to study the strengthening system that suits him best, Huasher Dolang, who returned from studying, felt that he was terrifyingly strong. It was time to challenge Hisoka again and completely crush this inner demon on his martial arts path. If he doesn't defeat Hisoka, it will be hard for him to achieve anything in the future. However, it is quite difficult to see Hisoka, who is elusive and can change into various forms, on BW-1. Not to mention, Huasher Do Lang has to achieve a one-on-one situation with Hisoka. He is not confident enough to think that he can fight against the entire AI family. Therefore, Huasher Do Lang chose to hide his identity quietly and wait for the best time. And he finally found this best time, which was the chaos that happened a few hours ago. The order of the entire BW-1 is completely chaotic, and the Ayi family must not be immune. Especially since these gangsters are almost all crazy, and will not miss such a killing feast. The Ayi family will definitely act independently, and make the whole situation more chaotic. They like chaos, and chaos is their ladder to rise and evolve. Huasher Dolang immediately went to the Ayi family's territory on BW-1 to look for Shisua's traces, and fought with some monsters several times during the period. At first, he could deal with the monsters he faced well, but the monsters that appeared later became stronger and stronger, and the number of them increased. He realized the seriousness of the problem. What was even more terrifying was that when he wanted to retreat temporarily, he found that these monsters were actually coming towards him. Even if he used the ultimate move, it would only delay the time for the monsters to find him, and they would eventually chase him. It was too late for Huasher Do Lang to reunite with the members of the Hunter Association at this time. In the chaos, the group of professional hunters had disappeared. He had no choice but to act alone on the imaginary continent. However, It was under this circumstance that Hisoka, who he had never been able to find before, suddenly appeared, and his aura had completely changed to an evil aura. After just one encounter, Washer Do Lang was hit hard and realized that Hisoka was stronger than in the Sky Arena. The gap between them did not narrow, but widened unconsciously. Washer Do Lang wanted to face and crush the inner demon, but he did not expect to see a demon that had grown to a more terrifying state. What was even more terrifying was that there was a female demon next to this demon. The combination of the two almost instantly shattered all the confidence that Washer Do Lang had accumulated with great difficulty. He fled in the night in a panic. He didn't know how long he had been running. Every time he thought he had gotten rid of the two demons, he found that they were not far away. Smiling at him, Washer Do Lang, who was sweating profusely, realized that the two demons were playing a cat-and-mouse game. They just wanted to enjoy torturing the mouse until it was exhausted and mentally collapsed. Once that time came, it would be his death. And he knew very well that he was almost at the limit. After falling to the ground again, Washer Do Lang finally couldn't hold on any longer. Lying on the ground, he roared at the shadows around him. "Come on! Come on! I'm not afraid of you! Come on!" Washer Do Lang roared hysterically for several minutes, and the only response to him was the cold night wind. He wiped the sweat off his face, finally calmed down, and calmed his breathing. After Washer Do Lang stood up again, he used his mind ability, the Enhanced Type Tiger Bite True Fist. Although he was an Enhanced Type Mind ability user, the form of his mind ability was more like the Release Type Xeno. Approaching his dragon head plate painting, Washer Do Lang gathered his energy in his fists, condensing into the upper and lower jaws of a tiger, and let out a tiger roar that vibrated the surrounding branches and leaves. There was no panic roar. This time he was truly ready to die. He was also highly focused and looked around, preparing for what might be the last battle of his life. Tap, tap, tap. After a while, footsteps were finally heard, and two figures, who barely maintained their human form, appeared. Hisoka, who was walking in front, had his original face skin torn off, revealing blood-red muscles that looked like he was grinning, and his eyes were full of madness. His hands and feet were all removed and connected only by telekinesis, which made him look several times taller. Dark resentment lingered all over his body, which meant that he had entered the next stage, a stage stronger than the mid and low-level monsters. His female companion, Melina, did not reach this level, but her body shape also changed. Melina's head, limbs and torso were still there, but there were many more red thorns sticking out. The dress turned into white petals, making her look like a blooming rose. She looked at Washer Do Lang with a half-smile and said, "It seems that the joy has come to an end. Shisu, let me eat him. He looks so delicious." Melina licked her lips. "He is completely different from the one just now. As expected, if you push him to the limit, you will get a more mature fruit." Shisu, who had torn off his face, always kept that laughing face. He did laugh hoarsely a few times, and when he was about to say something, his eyes flashed. Hisoka swung his disassembled arm at a very fast speed, swinging it to the side like a whip. Melina could not see any enemy, but saw that Hisoka's arm stopped as if it had hit something. Something made a bang in the distance, and a puff of dust was raised, revealing its true form. Marion coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked up in disbelief. He did not understand why his accomplice of God would not work on this man. Ilmi was relatively calm. He half-crouched on the ground, just when he was about to use the accomplice of God to launch an attack. He immediately lifted up Marion beside him, and used him as his own shield when he saw that the situation was not good. Hisoka ignored Marion and turned to look at Ilmi, with his smiling face and protruding eyeballs facing Ilmi. "Long time no see. My friend. You are actually here. Well, I am not really surprised." Chapter 423. Washer Do Lang couldn't believe his eyes. Two figures suddenly appeared not far away, and one of them was someone he knew. When he challenged Hisoka again in the Sky Arena, he had seen Germain and Ilmi who were there. Germain gave him advice on how to practice his mind skills. Ilmi was dismissive of him. As for how Marion, a chameleon-like subhuman, could be mixed with Ilmi and appear in front of him, Washer Do Lang had no idea. He was only temporarily employed by the Hunter Association, so of course he didn't know about the existence of Marion, the Chimera Ant on BW1. Ilmi slowly stood up, holding the golden needle in his hand ready to go. and looked at Hisoka. Well, how did you detect our existence? Are you referring to his ability? One of Hisoka's fingers detached from his disassembled arm, floating alone in the air, pointing at Marion. His ability is indeed very powerful. But my perception is better. As long as you have the intention to kill, I can sense your existence. Ilmi thought for a while, and nodded suddenly. He was not at all anxious about the situation. I understand. It's the priority. Right? One is to eliminate one's own existence, and the other is to sense the killing intent and then feel the existence. When two contradictory abilities collide, the effect with higher priority will be activated. Just like the game text description, Merlion was still coughing up blood violently. The previous blow had made his green skin chest cavity dent. He felt weak all over and couldn't get up. Marion, with trembling teeth, listened to the conversation between Hisoka and Ilmi, and felt regretful. If he had known earlier, he should not have listened to Ilmi, and should not have attacked this terrible monster. However, the superb killing skill shown by Ilmi, coupled with his ability to hide, should have been a perfect killing move. But he did not expect that it would be cracked before he could get close. He could not understand why Ilmi could be so cheerful and chatting with Hisoka. Doesn't this guy Ilmi know that we are in great trouble? How did you get this ability and form? At this time, Ilmi asked Hisoka curiously. Very interested? Hisoka's big mouth seemed to be able to tear it wider, and he made a tut-tut-tut sound. Then answer my question first. Ilmi thought for a while, and actually agreed. It's fair. You asked, why are you here? Hisoka was not surprised at all that Ilmi agreed to his request. 2 points. Ilmi answered. First, someone hired me to kill you at all costs. You are the target of my hunting on this voyage. Second, you once sent me a marriage proposal, and you ruined my mission in the Kaken Empire. I have to respond. Oh, who hired you? Shiso raised his fluttering arms before Ilmi answered. Wait, don't tell me yet. Let me guess. I have a lot of enemies. Germain? Impossible. He would use you to achieve his goal. He would not hire you to hunt me down. But he himself would stay out of it. 10 old men? The leaders of the other 2 gangster families in Kajin? Shouldn't be. 2 months of sailing. They lost 2 people. And Melina and I just ate the remaining 10. If you are hired by them, then this chess piece is too well hidden. Do you plan to use it after reincarnation? The 3 idiots of the Hunter Association? They do have a lot of opinions about me, and they have sufficient motivation. However, as far as I know, they have a lot of opinions about everyone, including but not limited to their president Isaac Netero, Byingda, and even you. The 3 of them are hypocritical, and will never cooperate with you unless they are crazy. Ah, I know. It's Kuroro. Hisoka has lost his face, but he can still show a look of understanding. This is his last wish. Ilmi confirmed Hisoka's guess. He knows that either Germain or you will find him soon and kill him and his companions, who are already disabled. Germain can still make deals, but you now will not listen to his deals. All you want is to satisfy your increasingly greedy desires as much as possible. You enjoy the pleasure of mentally raping another man. He gave me a generous reward and asked me to kill you as much as possible. Whether I succeed in the end, the reward is mine. Alumi stared at Hisoka with his lifeless black pupils. I am a killer with a strong professional ethics. At least I have to try. Hisoka laughed hoarsely again. So that's how it is. I heard about his death and felt it was a pity. But he was right. I did lose interest in him like that. But killing his companions in front of him with my own hands, and then killing him, this feeling is really irresistible. It's a pity that Germain got there first. By the way, where did Germain go? I thought he would definitely be on this ship. Hisoka's tone was not without regret. I don't know. Ilmi spread his hands, the golden needle between his fingers gleaming in the dawn light. He came to my house twice. And other than that, I haven't seen him. Now you can answer my question. Right? Hisoka, how did you and the woman behind you become what you are now? Are you envious? Hisoka turned his head to look at Melina, then turned his head back. To be honest, I only know a rough idea. He pointed at Melina and said, the source is the blood of the Kaken royal family. As long as you live with someone with this blood for a year or so, and kill people for them during this time, and get stained with blood, a contract will be established. After the explosion, a certain force first affected the blood of the Kaken royal family, whether they were alive or dead. Then it's the turn of the contracted people. Most of us will mutate into unique monsters, and at the same time, gain the ability to absorb the resentment of the dead to enhance ourselves. There is also a small number of people, although they did not mutate immediately. It is only a matter of time. They are time bombs. The resentment of ordinary dead is not enough to fill the gaps in our teeth. We soon mastered a more acute perception, able to track thoughts and murderous intent, no matter how weak they are. Melina stuck out her tongue, licked her lips, revealing a hungry expression. This ability suddenly given to her was simply an enhanced version of her mind ability. She used it with ease, and without any scruples. The man and woman have been reveling in this way until now. Ilmi curled his lips. It seems that I can't rely on your way to turn the situation on the scene. He glanced at Mirwan, who was still lying on the ground, and Huashar Dolong, who was extremely vigilant not far away. Unlike Huashar Dolong, who was impressed by Ilmi, Ilmi had long forgotten Huashar Dolong. To him, this was a stranger he met for the first time. Ilmi habitually thought about gains and losses and positions. Marion was injured, and it was impossible for him to adjust his breathing and activate God's accomplice. The ninjuser over there was too weak, and cooperation could not achieve a good effect. There was basically no room for maneuver between Hisoka and me. He and his female companion would most likely not miss the opportunity to absorb the resentment from me to become stronger. In this case, I could only use the golden needle to control Marion and the ninjuser to fight and see if I could create some kind of turning point. Buzz buzz buzz. A strange subtle sound came, but it could not be hidden from the group of extremely sensitive ninjusers present. They all turned their heads and saw a mechanical flying ball flapping its wings like a hummingbird. The red mechanical eyes flashed. When everyone was confused, another figure jumped here from a branch not far away and stood next to the mechanical flying ball. This surprised everyone. They felt the mechanical flying ball, but not the person. How did he get close? When everyone saw the face clearly in the hazy morning light, the atmosphere at the scene changed again and again. Germain? His sudden appearance was beyond everyone's expectations. Hisoka, who was thinking about Germain, no longer smiled at this time. Chapter 424. In the past few hours, Germain has been very busy. He has been expanding the scope of activities near the fortress, rescuing, gathering and guiding the suffering survivors to the fortress. The number of people inside the fortress must have skyrocketed, and it is estimated that it has exceeded 2,000. He left the fortress again before waiting for the statistical results to come out, and headed to the next area under the guidance of the mechanical flying ball. However, during this period, Germain never received any news about President Netero, Emolawu, Nob and others. Later, a survivor said something ambiguous, pointing in a certain direction, saying that he had seen someone with magical powers there. So, Germain followed all the way, but accidentally broke into this battlefield. However, it is not bad to find Mirwan, Germain thought. Mirwan covered his chest, gasping for breath, but his eyes widened in surprise and joy. He didn't understand why Germain appeared here. He only knew that the scene of the decisive battle night of the Republic of East Goth was going to be repeated. Yes, he was saved, and the one who saved him was Germain again. Huashar Dolong also looked at Germain in great surprise. After accepting Germain's advice in the Sky Arena, Huashar Dolong found a famous teacher of nin ability, and has been quietly studying his nin ability. Even so, Huashar Dolong still heard many rumors about Germain, each one more shocking than the other. This time on BW1, Huashar Dolong was still thinking about whether he could meet Germain, who had become a subrat, but was told by the Hunter Association that Germain did not board the ship. He felt quite regretful, because this journey was to find Hisoka and get rid of his inner demons. This could be a battle where he breaks through his limits, or it could be the last battle of his life. Huashar Dolong had a good impression of Germain, who gave him a turning point. The more he studied nin, the more he was afraid, and the more convinced he was of Germain. At that time, he was about to mistakenly spend his talent on the materialization and operation systems, which he was not good at, trying to create a fancy clone. If it weren't for Germain's awakening, he would have probably continued on the wrong path until he was tragically killed by other nin users. Huashar Dolong felt regretful and liked Germain, but his emotions were not as strong as when he saw Germain at that moment. He was already very sure that he would not be a match for Hisoka. The gap between the two was too big. Hisoka was not his inner demon at all. The inner demon should be an obstacle that could be pushed, not an existence that could unilaterally crush him. Hisoka is a demon, in the current situation. Whether it is himself, or Ilmi and Marion who just tried to sneak attack Hisoka but failed. They are all in a desperate situation. The appearance of Germain is like the light of hope that breaks the darkness before dawn. As for Ilmi's reaction, it was much calmer. Hey. Ilmi raised his hand. His black pupils didn't even blink. As a greeting? So you are also nearby? Yes. Germain looked at him. Why are you here? It's a long story. Ilmi spread his hands, and the golden needle flashed. To put it simply, it was Kuroro's last wish that made me chase here. And finally met Hisoka. He pointed at Hisoka, but Hisoka has become stronger than before because of the influence of some power. I probably can't beat him. So things are a bit troublesome. So that's how it is. German has already supplemented the information he needs through Ilmi's words and listening to everyone's thoughts. Ilmi paused and asked, how is Killua recently? Did he ask you to send me a message? He's fine. He has won 3 games in a row on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Now he has gone to Greed Island. As for a message, there is no such thing, German replied. Really? Ilmi tilted his head, and his black pupils finally blinked. He should have forgotten it. Right? After all, he and I have a very good relationship, and I am his closest relative. German was silent for a while about Ilmi's narcissism. If you say so, then so. Huh? Why do you react like this? Ilmi was very surprised. At this time, Hisoka finally interrupted. Are you chatting about family matters in front of me? It seems that I am really underestimated. German turned his head to look at Hisoka's appearance that was neither human nor ghost, and watched his faceless mouth grinning, revealing his devil-like fangs. Hisoka's voice became gloomy, and many dark resentments lingered all over his body, as if black flames were burning his body. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at Germain. Germain, be careful of him. Washer Dolong, as the one who was played by Hisoka, knew his fear best. His shell is very hard, and my tiger by true fist couldn't even penetrate it. Thank you for reminding me. Germain glanced at him, and pointed at Mir-1 not far away. Please help me take care of him. He is my companion. Mir-1 panted, looked at this side gratefully, but couldn't speak. Okay. Don't worry. Washer Dolong was also injured, but it was much less serious than Mir-1. He walked towards the chameleon subhuman and protected Marion. Ilmi walked to the side of German, just in time to confront Hisoka and Melina. One each, Ilmi said. I help you hold this woman back. You get rid of Hisoka as soon as possible, and then come to help me. Is that okay? He had almost no psychological burden for asking German for help. He would only feel psychological burden if he failed the mission here or even died. A killer must accomplish his goal by any means. Ilmi could just abandon German and run away. But he had calculated that cooperating with Germain was the most likely way to complete the mission. Since there was still a chance, he would give it a try. At this time, Melina looked at Germain with a smile, but I like this man more. She felt that the spirit exuded from Germain was her favorite smell so far. That won't do. Hisoka's tone was gloomy, and he didn't even turn his head to look at her. He is my favorite target. He is also your favorite target? Melina was surprised. How many favorite targets do you have? Hisoka laughed and pointed at Germain and Ilmi. I want both of them. It is a lifelong regret that Kuroro didn't die in my hands. And I can't let them die in the hands of others. Melina chuckled. Okay then. Hisoka's limbs split piece by piece at this time, as if dancing in the air in chaos and disorder. From Germain's perspective, he saw pink energy all over the sky. Hisoka's pink energy was so full that it was like a tree full of cherry blossoms. Germain did not say anything and materialized the holy moonlight greatsword. At the same time, he released the restrictions on his body and released more energy. Bang! The sudden movement almost made Ilmi, who was heading towards Melina, stumble and fall. Everyone looked over in surprise, and then realized that Germain had been suppressing and restraining his energy since he appeared. Melina's face was ugly. She felt more of the taste she liked. But to taste this taste, she might have to pay the price of her life. She was not as crazy as Hisoka, and she was somewhat glad that she did not stubbornly attack just now, so that she would not be in trouble. Hisoka's grinning expression remained unchanged. As if he had expected this, it seems that you have become much stronger. I still remember that the last time we fought was in the professional hunter exam in early 1998. German, let me see if you can satisfy me now. Boom. The blue light column roared like a cannonball unreasonably. Hisoka's eyes suddenly widened, and he used his love, which was flexible and flexible, to pull his many limbs to the side almost to the limit. However, the power of the bombardment still destroyed some of his limbs amazingly, making him fly out like a puppet with the left half missing. Hisoka's head rolled on the ground for several times before stopping. His eyes moved and looked at Germain, who was walking in the morning light. "Does this satisfy you?" Germain raised the holy moonlight greatsword and was about to cut it down. The next moment, Hisoka laughed a horrible laugh, and the dark resentment made all parts of his body bounce up and fly into the air again. At the same time, the limbs and flesh that were destroyed by the blue bombardment wave also bounced up. They bounced back to Hisoka's wounds as if they were pulled by pink rubber bands. Hisoka's horrible wounds were healing rapidly. Whether it was bones, blood vessels, or flesh, they were all reorganizing, even though they were shattered to the point where they could not be observed with the naked eye before. He pointed a single finger at Germain. "Do you understand? I am already immortal, and every time the enemy dies or I die, the resentment will make me stronger." Hisoka was only halfway through his words when he felt the resentment in his body twist and flow away from him rapidly, spiraling towards Germain. He couldn't remember how many times he was surprised after Germain appeared. Germain held the holy moonlight greatsword in one hand and the hunter badge in the other, and the small fragment was absorbing the resentment. "You are unlucky to run into me," Germain said. "I may be the person in the world who can best restrain you monsters full of resentment." Chapter 425. The resentment that entangled his body flowed away like a dam bursting. Hisoka was stunned for just a moment, and then he burst into laughter from his shattered chest. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. His head, limbs, torso, and independent fingers all burst into pink thoughts. The surrounding branches, trunks, and bushes broke with a crackling sound, as if they were caught in a whirlpool and rolled over. Everything was mixed together, rushing towards Germain not far away like a storm. "We have missed the most suitable time for a fatal fight." Germain held up the moonlight sword in one hand and the fragment badge that absorbed resentment in the other hand. "Everything is too late." Boom. The crescent slash wave shattered everything that attacked unreasonably, and the hunter badge greedily absorbed all the resentment in the air. Hisoka was indeed nearly immortal. He could be torn into pieces without limit, and he could reshape his body without limit, and he could even become another person. However, he could clearly feel that this power was abandoning him without hesitation and throwing itself into the arms of Germain. What a bunch of bad kids. Then, he heard Melina scream again. The woman suddenly swung the rose thorn from the side and stabbed Germain. She had not evolved to the point where she was as resentful as Hisoka, so she was not directly affected by the hunter badge. However, she knew the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold. Sisso was constantly weakened, and the final outcome would definitely be the loss of immortality and then death. At that time, she would have to face such a powerful enemy alone. This was unacceptable to her. Not to mention that she liked Sisso very much. This person's style was too similar to hers, too much to her taste. "Let's deal with Germain together first, and the rest can be dealt with slowly," Melina thought. Ilmi's several needles pierced her skin, but unexpectedly, they did not have any effect. He couldn't use his best one-hit kill control ability to control this crazy woman, as if there was some higher level power that blocked it all. Melina's thorns were about to hit Germain's face. Her and Hisoka's strategy of attacking Germain was right, but Germain's existence had eliminated the possibility of using tactics to close the huge gap. Germain didn't even look back, and slashed with a sword. Boom. A blue burst of light came. Melina was not immortal. When she collided head-on with this slashing wave, she realized that the speed and destructive power of the slashing wave were far beyond imagination. She realized that Germain was constantly increasing his strength to deal with them. This was Germain's habit, because his enemies were often not just one or two people, and he always had to avoid unnecessary waste. Just like now, Hisoka and Melina were just two of the enemies he had encountered along the way. The only special thing about them was that they were stronger, and Hisoka and Germain had a connection. That's all. Puff. Melina's peach blossom eyes opened in horror. She screamed, and the rose petals instantly shattered and exploded, and a charming body was completely swallowed up and destroyed by the slashing wave. Ilmi watched his target die under Germain's attack. He blinked his eyes and lowered his hands holding the golden needle. He didn't know what he was thinking. She so knew the ending of Melina without even looking at it. He just took advantage of the only opportunity created by Melina to launch an attack. The pink energy that had been hidden in the soil for a long time burst out of the ground and wrapped around Germain's body. He used all his strength to tear Germain apart. However, the pink energy seemed to be wrapped around a huge rock and could not be pulled at all. Germain lowered his eyes to take a look, then raised his eyes to look at Hisoka, then took a step forward, and all the pink thoughts broke and fell off. Their stickiness had no effect on Germain's body. Hisoka's head was floating in the air like a will-o'-the-wisp. His brain was working fast, thinking about what countermeasures to turn the tables. Germain just walked towards him, waiting for the hunter badge to completely take away his immortal body. After racking his brains, Hisoka still couldn't think of any way to make up for this huge gap. In such a desperate situation, he couldn't help but feel more and more amused. He did laugh. Now, he was like Baku, who had just learned the ability of Nin not long ago, and ran into Neferpitu, one of the 3 guards of the Ant King. He couldn't fight him, and he couldn't run away. He also lost the opportunity to take hostages. In other words, now is really the last. His game, his happiness, his carnival, all have to end here. Hisoka thought that his happiness would end one day, but he didn't expect it would be today. It would end so abruptly. Are you satisfied? No, not satisfied. What a pity. With my current strength, I can't let Germain use his full strength. It's such a pity to die like this. He laughed wildly again, and the laughter echoed in the jungle. Then he rushed towards Germain without fear. The hunter badge had taken away enough resentment. Germain swung the heavy moonlight sword and swept out a blow that killed Hisoka. Boom! The crescent-shaped scimitar-like slashing wave blasted out a semicircular crater, and everything in it was swallowed up, shattered, and scattered. Hisoka disappeared from the world completely. The hunter badge absorbed the last bit of resentment, and the gift given to him was a set of clothes with the same name as Hisoka's telepathic ability. Thin illusion, a set of clothes draped on the body, which can easily change into any set of clothes you have ever seen. After the battle, Germain turned around and saw Huasher Do Lang and Merlion with surprise and joy. They didn't expect that Hisoka and Melina, who were so scary to them, died so quickly after fighting with Germain. It was really too fast. So fast that they hadn't fully reacted yet. Ilmi's eyes were dim. Why? You can't bear to part with him? Germain made a rare joke. You should have told me in advance. I would have at least left you some souvenirs. Ilmi shook his head and said, I am indeed a little sad that Hisoka is dead, but I am also very happy that the mission is completed. So it can be said that it offsets each other. Then, his tone became serious. To be honest with you, I was planning to take back the temporary custody of Killua from you one day. But now it seems that there will be no such opportunity. He put away all the needles, put them back into his clothes, then raised his head and looked at Germain. My father is right. Our family should indeed establish a friendship with you, just like Maha's great-grandfather and President Netero. This is good for our family. If Killua grows up under your leadership and can really take over the responsibility of the future head of Zoldyck family, I will support him and withdraw from the competition. Illumi and Miki both want to compete with Killua for the future head of the family. But Miki is not as obvious as Illumi. Germain did not comment on this. After all, whether Killua wants to be the head of Zoldyck family in the future depends on his own wishes. Germain is not interested in interfering with Killua in this regard. Chapter 426. The sun has emerged from between the mountains, and the slightly burnt yellow light is replacing the light blue before dawn, controlling the entire world. Wearing a felt hat, Jean commanded the temporary guard team of the fortress to set fire to the pile of monster corpses in front of them. Soon, the blazing flame soared into the sky, and the pungent smell made the temporary guard team hold torches and cover their noses and run away. This is Chiwa's reminder. The plague brought by the corpses may be more terrible than the monsters themselves, especially for the interior of the fortress, which is now like a pressure cooker. Jean followed this advice. During the time when the sun rose, there was no warning of monster attacks, so he brought a team of people to burn the bodies. The little bird of the Gugu and the mechanical flying ball of Lister were hovering nearby. Once they found an enemy, they would send a warning from the control center. Now, the vicinity of the fortress is temporarily safe, but there is some unrest inside. Fortunately, the unrest has been suppressed, and Jean also received good news from the control center. Soon, the central figure of the good news, German, came from a distance, and behind him followed a new group of survivors he rescued. The red-eyed mechanical flying ball danced up and down in front, guiding the direction. Behind German, in addition to Ilmi, Washer Dolong and Mir Wong, there were more than 30 survivors. Everyone was tired and frightened, but they didn't dare to lose them. They all witnessed the powerful strength that German and Ilmi showed along the way. If it weren't for these two people, they might not have survived until now. If they lost these two people, they would fall into despair again. Washer Do Lang had no chance to take action, as he was responsible for carrying the disabled Merlion all the way. Merlion was wrapped in his gray robe, covering the face, skin, hands and feet of the Chimera Ant to avoid unnecessary confusion. At this tense moment, no one can tell whether you are a good Chimera Ant or a bad Chimera Ant. Neither German nor Merlion wanted to spend too much energy on explaining and comforting other survivors. German's mission from the beginning to the end was to bring the survivors back to the fortress, and he didn't want to care about anything else. Biscuit and Melody would do the comforting. It's a bit funny to say that the injuries of Washer Dolong and Marion were treated by Ilmi. Ilmi is a professional killer, who often has to act alone and often gets injured. At this time, he needs to treat the wounds himself, and over time, he has become an expert in this area. Of course, he only did a simple treatment, and Washer Dolong and Marion had to go to the fortress to receive treatment from Chidwa, Gur and others. When they saw the majestic fortress on the coast, the survivors all exclaimed in amazement and breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that German was going to take them into the fortress, so that they would be temporarily safe. Soon, German and his group met up with Jean and the temporary guard team next to the Burning Corpse Mountain. Jean didn't know Ilmi, Was Shidulang and Mir Wong, but he might have seen Ilmi's portrait in some intelligence. But he didn't remember it particularly. However, Ilmi, Washer Dolong and Marion all quickly recognized Haiju Jean, the young monster who was famous in the world of nin-users. Of course, Jin's limelight was now overshadowed by Germain. It seems that Zishu and Haiju were actually on BW1. Ilmi realized that his intelligence was wrong. I brought back 38 people. Germain had no intention of introducing everyone. Do you need help with your defense work? Not for now. Jean glanced at the group of tired people behind Germain and replied, let them have a good rest first. Oh, by the way, Jean added, remember to let them pass the polygraph test one by one with your disciples first. And there must be no more riots in the fortress. Germain nodded. Lister has already told Germain through the mechanical flying ball that a riot occurred inside the fortress, but they were suppressed by their joint efforts and did not expand. The current situation does require caution, although Germain can hear the voices of the people around him and confirm whether they are lying. It is beneficial to let them go through the inspection again. It can not only clear the suspicion of these survivors in front of the people in the fortress, but also make them feel at ease. At this time, power is more reassuring than freedom, because at least you can see the bottom line, which is to save your life. Jean wanted to continue his defense work, and only had a few simple words with Germain before separating from them. Germain led the survivors through the small mechanical door on the side of the fortress and arrived at the corridor. The number of armed guards here increased, and on one side of the corridor, there was a table and several chairs. Kurapika was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. But when he heard the noise, he opened his eyes and saw that it was the teacher who came back. So he quickly stood up. His injuries were fine after Minchi's Nidala rice balls and Chiwa's simple treatment. So he took the initiative to take on this responsibility. Here, he will use the soul-chasing chain on his ring finger to detect the survivors who enter the fortress, and distinguish whether they are soldiers, gangsters, etc. under the Kajin royal family. The turmoil in the fortress not long ago was caused by monsters transformed from several soldiers and gang members. Chiwa soon realized that the common point between these people who turned into monsters was that they had all worked under the Kajin king, prince, and second-tier people. The Kajin king and prince are of course, and the second-tier people are also illegitimate children with the blood of the Kajin royal family, but they have no inheritance rights. All the subordinates of this group of people have the possibility of mutating into monsters. Shida quickly asked Gugu, Pio, List and others to count how many potential mutant members there are in the fortress, but they could not come to an accurate conclusion. So, Kurapika volunteered. He will use his Nen ability to identify them one by one, and place the potential members separately in an area, under the care of Biscuit, Izanabi and Melody. Biscuit and Izanabe are responsible for suppressing the possible mutant monsters, while Melody will use the flute to calm people as much as possible to avoid mutations. However, Kurapika was not the only one who was responsible for identifying and investigating the members entering and leaving the fortress. Sashiguma, who had a horse face and 2 buck teeth, was also helping here. He was a trouble hunter and a private detective, and this was his specialty. Germain was quite surprised to see Sashu, because before this, he had not seen this member of the 12 branches in the fortress. After greeting him, Kurapika explained, half an hour ago, our mechanical flying ball contacted Sashu. So Sashu protected a group of survivors, came to the fortress, and immediately started working. Sashu nodded to Germain and said, Kido and the others have explained the situation to me. Fortunately, you guys can control the situation, and it won't get worse. Chapter 427. Under the bright fluorescent light, Kurapika sat upright and pointed to the seat opposite the long table. Please sit down. I will ask you a few questions. What's your attitude? Do you know who I am? Even though the woman had been on the run for the entire second half of the night, she still had a hint of arrogance in her tiredness. After all, she was safe now, and she didn't need to look at anyone's face. I am the most trusted subordinate of the great prince of the Kaken Empire, and the neighbor of his good friend. You'd better be polite to me and prepare a suite for me. A set of clean clothes. Kurapika didn't rush to interrupt her. In fact, the more she talked, the better. It was a good opportunity to observe the swing amplitude of the soul-chasing chain on his ring finger. The metal ball at the end of the ring chain just swung gently. It seems that most of what the woman said was true, and only a few were lies for the sake of bragging. It was quite rare to see an upper-class figure of the Kajin Empire among the survivors. In addition to Princess Oit, the woman in front of him was the 5th one he had seen. The reason was that the riot on BW1 started on the yacht on the 1st floor, and the 1st and 2nd floors were basically occupied by upper-class people of the Kajin Empire. In other words, the first victims of the riots are often the upper class of the Kaken Empire. Kurapika asked a few more questions and sent her away. Someone will take you to the resting place, but there will be no separate rooms. What? Didn't you hear clearly? I am the neighbor of the good friend of the great prince's loyal subordinates. I can just say a word. I am not under the jurisdiction of the Kaken Empire. Kurapika stared at the woman coldly and interrupted her words, making the latter feel great pressure. Listen, you must live in the same room with others, share the same bathroom, wear simple and plain clothes, and eat the same food, because the fortress has so many resources. Have I expressed it clearly enough? The woman stammered several times, as if she wanted to refute, but she didn't have the courage to do so. So she angrily shook her hand and left here with the members of the temporary guard. Germain and Chief Saw were in a corner not far away, watching the scene happening in the corridor. There was no one else around them. Ilmi went to rest. Hua Shidulang took Mir 1 to the wounded area to seek help from Chidwa. Gur. And Shudi, your disciple is excellent. Chief Saw couldn't help but praise, whether it was his performance during the 2-month voyage or now. He was very calm and composed, and very decisive and courageous. He does have such potential, Germain replied, changing the subject. Chief Saw, how much do you know about the riot at 0 o'clock? Not much. Chief Saw shook his head and recalled. President Netero gave an order for us to split into 2 teams. Kaido, Gur, Sugu, Pio, Lister and others protected the logistics personnel and went to seize the ships in the inner dock. President Netero and we went to the cabin of BW1 and seized control of the entire BW1. Everything was going well. We subdued all the guards and entered the cabin. We were about to control BW1 to dock at the coast, but we were attacked. A group of monsters rushed into the cabin. They had all kinds of strange abilities and were wrapped in resentment like armor. We couldn't completely subdue them for a while. After a period of chaos, BW1 hit the coastline and was completely scrapped. The surroundings were in a sea of fire. President Netero used the 100-style guanine to blast open the cabin wall, allowing us to fight on a wider deck. But the monsters were getting more and more, and even a kind of extremely oppressive mind energy that we had never felt before emerged, like a giant hand grabbing us. President Netero, Podobai, Mo Lawu, Gente, Kansai and others faced the enemy head-on, but were all knocked away. The subsequent scenes were a mess, and I have no idea what happened exactly. I only know that after I reacted, I was separated from the others, and was drifting in the sea holding a piece of driftwood. After landing, I couldn't find President Netero and the others, so I walked in the dark for a while and dealt with several monster attacks. After that, unknowingly, a group of survivors followed me. In order to protect them, my actions were more restricted. But fortunately, I got in touch with this side. German listened to the description of the chief in silence, although it was still incomplete. As more and more fragments of the scene at that time were pieced together, the truth would only become clearer and clearer. He said goodbye to the chief and Kurapika, who had to stay here, and walked quickly towards the control center, during which he saw everyone busy. Kaido, Goer, Xiao Di in the injured area, Bisky, Izanabe, Melody in the control area, Washer Dolong and Marion in the same ward. The fat and short figure Tokalina would suddenly appear in these areas like a mole, responsible for transportation and message delivery between areas. The entire fortress was running in an orderly manner. Germain came to the core area of the fortress, the control center, where he met the busy and exhausted Sugu, Pio, and List. He proposed an idea to everyone. You and Xiaodi are going to return to the top floor of BW1? Sugu was puzzled by this, and she looked at Germain with her hands on her hips. She was busy all the second half of the night. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the long feather headdress was also dismantled and thrown aside casually. Although Pio and List were still typing and watching the surveillance, they listened carefully to the conversation here. Yes, Germain said. We were teleported from there. Since there is a shortage of manpower here, I plan to return to the ancient labyrinth post and bring the rest of the people here. The eyes of the old lady lit up. Wouldn't it be inconvenient? No. Xiaodi and I will bring Minchi, Sambika, and the others as well as the Hope in stock. If necessary, Xiaodi and I will return to Greed Island. He returned to Greed Island to get back more hope and other emergency supplies. German now has 9 idle lanterns, enough for a round trip between the imaginary continent and Greed Island. As for the Dark Continent and the top floor of BW1, there is no need to consume idle lanterns, and you can go back and forth as many times as you want. However, the number of people that can be teleported at a time is still limited to 4. Let's do it this way. Goo Goo snapped her fingers. We will immediately draft a list of the items we need. You rest for an hour, and we will come to you in an hour. Chapter 428. October 9th. 8:22 a.m. The fire in most cabins of the wreckage of BW1 has been extinguished, because there is nothing to burn there, and only a few cabins are still on fire. A broken door was dismantled with a click and thrown into the aisle full of water. Nakula bent down and protected his precious airplane head with his hands, and walked into the room, looking at the charred and messy room, and a stiff charred corpse lying on the ground with one hand stretched out. Nakula frowned. Half an hour ago, Germain and Xiaodi returned to the ancient labyrinth station and explained to them what happened on the imaginary continent and BW1. Nakulu and others were extremely shocked. However, in addition to being shocked, they were busy collecting all the useful materials in the castle and letting Xiaodi's protruding eyefish swallow them. Afterwards, Germain took Xiaodi, Nakulu, and Minchi to the top floor of BW1 first. Then he returned to the ancient labyrinth station and took Sambika and Bohala over. Finally, German asked everyone to wait here, and he used up 3 idle lanterns and teleported back to Greed Island with Xiaodi. During the waiting period, Nakulu, Minchi, Sambika and Bohala walked around on BW1 to collect the remaining supplies. After seeing the tragic situation on BW1, their hearts sank. Nakula was even more worried about Imolawu, Shioto, Nobu and Palm, who were still missing. He left the room and shouted to the room on the other side of the corridor, "There is nothing left here. It's the same here." Bohala poked his head out from another room. Then, he squeezed his huge body out of the door with great effort, like squeezing a ball out of his fist. Minchi and Sambika also walked out of other rooms and shook their heads at them. They also found nothing. In this way, they basically searched the first and second floors. They didn't find much usable supplies, so they planned to go to the 3rd floor. Boom. At this time, there was an explosion outside BW1. Everyone looked at each other, and came to the deck outside, drove away the group of strange birds that were biting the corpse, and then looked at the coastline below. A fight broke out on the beach above the reef. One of the parties in the fight was obviously a group of humans, and they were people that Nakulu and the others were very familiar with. It seemed that German and his group were not the only ones who wanted to return to BW1 to search for supplies. On the beach along the coastline, Trayden, a well-known hunter who broke away from the president's faction within the Hunter Association, was retreating with sweat dripping down his back, his silver hair sticking to his forehead. In front of him was a group of hunters holding special guns. They infused their mind energy into the guns and fired mind bullets at the enemy. The power of the telekinetic bullets fired in this way is far more lethal than ordinary bullets. Even telekinetic users of other systems, such as transformation system, materialization system, and special system, who are far away from the release system, can use this kind of firearms. This kind of firearms is quite convenient for telekinetic users. The reason why Trayden was able to get them was that he made a secret deal with Byanga, Pariston, Shio and others on BW1. He still remembered that Pariston smiled and said to him, "You are against President Netero. And I am against President Netero. So we are friends. And friends should help each other. Right?" On the surface, Trayden is indeed a very upright person. He and his companions are quite opposed to the cooperation with the gang on BW1. They propose to eradicate all evil, even if it might trigger the tense situation on BW1. However, if he is really a consistent person, he would not have few friends in the new and old batches of the 12 branches. The only ones with a relatively good relationship are Palestin and Mitsai Istram. However, as Mitsai Istram and Chidwa became vice presidents of the Hunter Association, Trayden and Mitsai Istram gradually drifted apart. This is because many of the 12 members have seen through his nature. Even a dull person like Inhu Guanchi has his wild intuition. As for Mitsai Ishtam, it is more because of his character of pursuing justice that he does not seem so alienated from the president's faction. Trayden is a politician in nature. He is well versed in the ways of politicians. To oppose the power, he must oppose all of the power and shape his image into the opposite of the power. Netero has the shortcomings of being frivolous, belligerent, careless, and arbitrary. Then, he would be mature and stable, pay more attention to the lower-level members of the Hunter Association, and listen to more people's opinions. This did win him a lot of support. However, this core member who left the president's faction has never been able to shake the position of President Netero. The reason is that President Netero's reputation is too high. So high that he is almost the object of worship for most professional hunters. President Netero is not a reckless man with only fighting power. He has not left behind any of the responsibilities he should bear. And he has never disappointed people almost every time. Some professional hunters, no matter how dissatisfied they were with President Netero's handling of the high casualty rate in the hunter exam and the frequent disappearance of professional hunters, had to admit that President Netero's contribution to the Hunter Association was far greater than his faults. It can be said that if President Netero did not die, Trayden would not be able to find any possibility to replace him. Palestin Shenming, who had always had a good relationship with Trayden, was powerful, like a demon who tempted the saint to fall. Perhaps he was temporarily obsessed. Or perhaps he listened to Palestin's instigation. Trayden accepted this batch of weapons transactions. They did need stronger weapons to break away from the president's faction, so that they could have more say in front of the president's faction. So, Pariston got some information about the Hunter Association from them. However, Trayden always felt that this information was not that important. Everyone was on the same ship. What could the Yonda forces do? If they made a little more movement, the entire BW1 might sink during the voyage, and then everyone would be finished. This was also the reason why the Trayden faction opposed the Hunter Association and the gang to reach a tacit peace. He didn't believe that this group of villains dared to make a big deal on a lonely ship in the vast ocean. What the Trayden faction wanted was to exert extreme pressure, and then gradually erode the gang's territory on BW1 and replace it with their people. After that, the Byanga forces were indeed very quiet, and did nothing until midnight yesterday. He could no longer continue to be lucky. After the riot, the Trayden faction rushed to the dock, and then found that the Byanga forces had occupied it first and destroyed the ships here. Trayden realized that among the many pieces of information he had provided, one of them was about the shift change at the dock. In other words, he was an accomplice in this incident, and he suffered the consequences later. His entire team was forced to fight monsters in the dark and in the sea of fire. After that, he and his team wanted to return to BW1 to search for supplies after escaping for several hours. They didn't get a long chance to breathe. And not long ago, they were chased by the huge monster in front of them. It was a huge sphere, almost as big as the yacht on the first floor of BW1. showing a full sense of oppression. The sphere was covered with traces like meteorite impact craters. And there were also several cracked mouths. From these mouths, strange white smoke was exhaled from time to time. And the life that inhaled this white smoke would be controlled by the sphere unconsciously. Under the sphere were the creatures it controlled. A group of chimera and subspecies and several humans. The faces of 2 of the humans were very familiar to Trayden. They were his companions. And like him, they were the core of the guild that had left the president's faction. Sidora and Lupe. Bossadora is a master of psychic ability, and is the symbol of force of their separation from the president's faction. Lupe is a resourceful black man, and is the symbol of wisdom of their separation from the president's faction. However, these 2 members have become 2 puppets controlled by a huge sphere, as long as they inhaled the white smoke before they died. Even if they are already dead, and their bodies are riddled with psychic bullets, they can still move, and even become more agile. The puppets attacked everyone. Puff puff puff. Watching several of his subordinates, holding guns, being knocked down by puppets controlled by a huge sphere, and losing their lives with screams. Trayden's face turned pale. He turned his head in panic, and saw 2 professional hunters there, although they did not belong to his faction. At least the 2 sides had reached a temporary cooperative relationship. Now, Trayden could only rely on them. Chapter 429. Trayden looked at him with a pleading look. The 2 people behind him were his only hope. Kate, the disciple of Pig Jean. Xiaotua, the disciple of Monkey Mo Lao Wu. If even they were no match for the giant spherical monster in front of him, then Trayden would have no chance of winning. Kate pressed his blue soft hat to prevent the sea breeze from blowing away the hat covering his long silver hair. He ignored the anxiety in Trayden's eyes, and calmly turned his head to look at Xiaotua beside him. If I remember correctly, this should be the guardian spirit beast of the deceased 8th prince of the Kajin royal family. Sales are. Less than half an hour after BW1 set sail, a series of murders occurred. In less than 2 weeks, 2 princes of the Kajin royal family died, one of whom was the 8th prince. The 8th prince, who loved sex, had awakened his guardian beast before he died. But he didn't know the existence of the guardian beast because he didn't have the ability to read. The guardian beast is a monster created by the egg in the pot ritual passed down from generation to generation in the Kajin royal family. Only those who participated in the succession war and offered at least 1 drop of blood to the poison pot can create a guardian beast. The guardian beast is similar to the mind beast, but it is different. They will not fight each other, nor will they attack people with guardian spirit beasts. They will also defy the will of the host, who wants to commit suicide and prevent the host from dying. In other words, the guardian spirit beast is just as its name suggests, a monster that protects the prince at all costs and has various strange protective abilities. The guardian spirit beast of the 8th prince will use smoke to influence the minds of the people around him without the 8th prince being aware of it, making them feel more favorable towards the 8th prince. In addition, this group of people whose minds are affected will also begin to spread this ability, making more people feel favorable towards the 8th prince. Ordinary people might fall for it because they can't see the guardian spirit beast, but people like Kate and Shoto, who have the ability to read, saw through the truth and didn't step into the trap rashly. Later, the 8th prince was killed, and Kate and Shoto teamed up to investigate the matter. When they found the murderer, they were sure that the other party was also an in-user. It's not surprising that ordinary people want to bypass the guardian spirit beast and attack the 8th prince. Unfortunately, the other party committed suicide immediately and didn't confess the mastermind and accomplice behind him. However, Kate and Xiaotua didn't really want to find the mastermind. They knew it must be one of the princes, and it might not be a good thing to find him out directly. Now seeing this guardian beast again, Kate was a little confused. The 8th prince was dead, so theoretically, it should also be dead, right? How come it's still alive and attacking people passing by? Hearing Kate's words, Xiaotua was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I remember this too, and its ability has become much stronger. Kate noticed that Xiaotua was a little timid and retreated when facing this monster. It doesn't matter, right? Can we continue to fight? If possible. Xiaotua certainly didn't want to fight, but the current situation doesn't allow for such a casual and relaxed attitude. It's obvious that they can't escape the pursuit of the spherical monster. Besides, when he followed his teacher on BW1, he had already made up his mind to become braver and more resilient, just like the courage he showed when facing Yuppie that night. So he said, "It's okay. Let's do it." Kate then materialized his crazy clown, a metal rod with a clown's head. By shaking out the number, the corresponding weapon can be materialized. The clown gurgled and stuck out his tongue, and shook the number too. And Kate had a long and sharp sickle in her hand. Not bad. Kate was quite satisfied with the weapon she shook this time. "Zudo, I will attract its attention from the front later, and you try to take away its mouth as much as possible." "Okay." Zudo agreed immediately, and 3 broken arms and a birdcage floated beside him. This is his operating system. Darken. He can lock the monster's mouth into the birdcage by causing damage. Both of them saw that since the white smoke was coming out of those mouths, they should take away the mouths and weaken the monster's abilities. So, they finally started the battle under Traiden's repeated calls. But at this time, Traiden's subordinates were few and far between. Kate's sickle, called the Waltz of Death, the circular slash he swung out, really harvested all the puppets controlled by the white smoke like the god of death. Sizzle. The puppets fell to the ground like puppets whose strings were broken, and then split into 2 parts from the waist. Traiden and his few remaining subordinates crouched down under Kate's early warning, thus avoiding the slash that could have cut them all in half. Before they could be surprised, they saw Xiao stepping on one of his broken hands and flying with his hand. Xiao flew to the side of the spherical monster suspended in the air. At the same time, Kate used his sickle to continuously swing and slash to attract the monster's attention. The monster dodged the slash, but Xiao took away one of its mouths. Perhaps this action annoyed it, and it didn't intend to give the 2 a second chance. When Kate and Xiao were still trying to do the same, the monster suddenly burst out with a completely different momentum from before, hitting everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Traiden and others' hearts were pounding, as if they would burst from their chests in the next moment. They all looked terrified and sweated profusely. Kate and Xiao were not much better. They were wrapped in a terrifying pressure, especially Xiao who was closer, and he could hardly breathe. Xiao wanted to attack the monster bravely, but in the end, he couldn't bear the impact and landed from the air and came to Kate. "This is troublesome," Kate said with a gloomy face. "Just from the manifestation of this mind, it is even stronger than Jean. The guardian spirit beast of a dead prince has increased its combat power to this extent. It is definitely not through normal means. It is the resentment of the dead." Kate clenched the sickle in her hand. "Although I killed those puppets, they have long been only shells, and the resentment of death has been absorbed by this monster. It's not its complete form now. It will become stronger." Xiao breathed rapidly, and a bean-sized bean of sweat slid down his forehead. "In other words, now is the best time for us to kill it. Otherwise it will only become more and more difficult to deal with later." "That's right," Kate replied. Xiaotuo's heart palpitated. This was simply a replay of the chimera and disaster. The monsters in front of him were the Ant King and 3 guards, who brought him nightmares. Almost the next moment, both of them turned back in surprise, because they felt several streams of mind energy approaching. At this time, being attacked from both sides would really mean that there was no way to survive. However, the people who came surprised and delighted them. They were Nakulu, Menchi, Buhala and Sambika, who had not seen them for a year or so. Chapter 430. The long-lost people gathered together in surprise and joy. They had no time to reminisce about the past, and had to face the pressure from the spherical monster in front of them. The presence of the guardian spirit beast of Salazar was too strong. Traiden was almost collapsed. He knelt on the ground, holding his head with his hands, sweating profusely, and kept muttering "Impossible. Impossible. It can't be like this" in a low voice, as if he had seen some incredible scene. Kate, Nakulu, Xiao and others had no time to care about Traiden's feelings. They had to get past the monster in front of them first. Survival was the most important thing. Then, they started a massive fight with the guardian spirit beast of Salazar. Kate and Buhala attacked from the front. Nakulu and Xiao attacked from the side. Menchi harassed from a distance, and Sambika provided support. They tried their best and were wounded, but still failed to defeat the guardian spirit beast of Salazar. The white smoke spewed out by the guardian beast of Salazar not only has the ability to control the mind, but also has the plasticity of an enhanced version of Imolawu's purple smoke fist. Every master whose resentment it sucked was recreated by it with smoke. Except that the mind ability cannot be reproduced. The combat skills of these puppets are not much different from when they were alive, and they can even cooperate with each other. They are like dozens of mind beasts that release the system, causing considerable trouble to Kate and others. The only hope is that I am the only one who suffers from the sky of Nakulu. He has already hung a doll like Poklin on the guardian beast of Salazar. As long as the spirit of Salazar's guardian beast is bankrupt, Poklin will transform into a debt collector, forcing Salazar's guardian beast to enter the state of absolute death. In the state of absolute death, Salazar's guardian beast is just a huge sandbag. However, this plan can only be regarded as the last trump card, because it takes too long, and the people present may not be able to hold on until that time. Sure enough, more and more members fell in the fight with Salazar. First, Buhala, who was injured the most, and then Shioto, who was unable to dodge. Sambika began to treat them urgently. The few remaining subordinates of Traden, who were trying to protect Traden, who was kneeling on the ground, died one by one before Sambika could treat them. Suddenly, only Kate, Nakulu, and Minchi were left to fight with Salazar. Their pressure doubled, and their battle goal was forced to change from winning to maneuvering. Nakulu once again felt the suffocation he felt when facing Yuppie that night. And this was the result of a significant strengthening in the past year. The only belief that the three of them relied on to support them, until now, was the news that Nakulu had told them at the beginning. German and Shiori would be back soon, since they were no match for them. Delaying the time until they could deal with the arrival of Salazar's people became their new goal. However, Traden, who knew nothing about these situations, had completely collapsed under the pressure of Salazar's telekinesis. He was like a madman who had taken off his clothes and was shivering in the snow. Traden really became a madman. He screamed in pain, and then he used all four legs to crawl like a cat or dog. Away from here. Yes, as long as he got away from here, he could go anywhere. Traden's vision became narrow and dark in panic, and his hands and feet moved in a disorderly manner with rapid breathing. He didn't see that there was sea water and reefs in front of him. Traden just jumped up, trying to regain a sense of security. But the next moment, he fell on the reef hit by the sea with a bang, and his brain burst. Kate, Nakulu and others had no time to stop him. The pressure they faced was no less than that of Traden. They were already nervous, and Traden was caught off guard. How could they react? But their minds were more determined, and they had held on until now, and had not succumbed to Salazar. However, they soon realized that they could not hold on for much longer, because their mental energy had run out, and the accumulated injuries on their bodies made them look like bloody people. Buhala and Shioto almost gritted their teeth and stood up to support Kate, Nakulu and Minchi. Sambika, who was wearing a mask and shy by nature, changed her personality during the treatment and became very strong. She tried her best to hold down the two injured. Even so, Buhala and Shioto still struggled and wanted to get up, because they also saw that Kate and the others were about to collapse. If they didn't help, the situation on the scene would completely collapse. Sambika also understood this. But the more she understood this, the more anxious she became. If they don't let the two wounded pass, Kate and the others will probably be defeated in the next moment. But if they let the two wounded pass, they will definitely become targets of Salazar. As a doctor and hunter, Sambika has a hard time making a decision at this moment. Fortunately, she doesn't need to make a decision anymore. Boom. Almost at the moment when everyone's breathing was synchronized, a stream of thought energy poured into their hot and dry bodies like an icy waterfall. Kate, Nakulu and Minchi, who were facing the enemy head-on, as well as Sambika, Shioto and Buhala in the back, were all surprised to find that white light was lingering around them, and a silver ring formed above their heads. The silver-white halo of virtue. Those who are familiar with it will recognize it immediately, and those who are not familiar with it can also intuitively feel its benefits from the abundant physical and spiritual power bursting out of their bodies. Their combat power, energy and willpower have all been increased. Their mind energy is recovering, and their wounds are healing visibly. Several smoke mind beasts pounced on them, and they burst out their power again. They were stunned for a moment, and then they attacked together, almost easily destroying the mind beasts. They were slightly confused, and looked up along the sudden descending mind energy. The source of the silver-white halo, German, stood in the air with his feet suspended in the air, wearing a dark, flowing robe, with holy wings spread out, and a spear pointed diagonally. He lowered his head and glanced at everyone, and then looked down at Salazar. The next moment, German flashed like holy light, and his whole body turned into a light arrow and shot out, piercing Salazar. Salazar realized that something was wrong when German appeared. It mobilized almost all the smoke to form a layer of barriers to stop German. German's silver-white spear pierced through them one by one, and the burst of mind energy shattered the wall of smoke. The smoke wanted to entangle and affect his mind, but he easily stretched out his hand to push it away, revealing his target. They could not control German at all. He swung the spear with his hand, and it turned into a stream of light, reshaped into the shape of a silver-white straight sword. In the legendary state, he could almost use mind energy to transform into any weapon and armor he had ever seen. Boom! The white slash fell like a cross-section, instantly cutting the spherical body of Salazar in half. Salazar screamed. Its resentment for dying an untimely death burst out, showing an astonishing ferocity, and all its malice was poured into German. German's black robe was like the sea, accommodating the stream water that gathered. Everything converged into a kind of gift. Induced gas bomb, thrown out. It will spray smoke and attract creatures with general willpower to attack it. When German landed lightly, Salazar had turned into dust in the wind and dissipated, and his black robe and silver wings also faded away. Everyone watched the beautiful posture disappear, the halo above their heads, and the amplification on their bodies also disappeared. After a while, they were still somewhat immersed in the feeling just now. Chapter 431. On the coast near the wreckage of BW1, everyone gathered together. Kate's white sweater was soaked with dark red blood and was too sticky to wear. He had no choice but to take it off, roll it into a ball, and take it away. Sambika treated his wounds and made him into a polar bear, which was in sharp contrast to his original lean body. Some of his wounds looked scary, but they were not life-threatening, especially since he had just been blessed by a silver halo of virtue. Sambika went to treat the wounds of Nakulu, Shiotu, Menchi, and Buhala, two longtime partners. Shiri helped on the side, occasionally taking out the medical equipment that Sambika needed from the bulge-eyed fish. German and Xiaodi just used 6 teleportation lanterns to travel back and forth to Greed Island. With the help of Grandma Linny, Duan, Ikshampe, Abengani and others, they quickly collected all the supplies listed by Gugu, Pio, Chidwa, Gear and others. This requires a considerable amount of resource reserves and a smooth management chain, and Greedy Island happens to meet these requirements. After learning about the situation of BW1, the administrator of Greedy Island also actively cooperated. But unexpectedly, as soon as they returned from Greedy Island, German and Xiaodi sensed the fierce battle here. German rushed over first, and Xiaodi was a little slower. When Xiaodi arrived on the beach, the battle between German and Salazar was over. Everyone thanked German again. If it weren't for Germain's timely rescue, they might have all been left dead on the coast. Seeing that everyone's wounds had been treated, Germain said, "Let's go. This is not a good place to stay for a long time. Let's go back to the fortress first." Germain had already told everyone about the fortress, so everyone was not surprised at this time. They nodded and stood up together. Wait. Shiotua was kind after all. He pointed to the bodies of Traden and his subordinates. Let's bury them. No matter how many political disagreements there were before, Traden and others were members of the Hunter Association after all. It was really pitiful to abandon them here. Everyone agreed with Shiotuo's proposal. So Nakulu and Bahala dug a deep pit on the grass slope far away from the coast, deep enough that it would not be dug up by scavengers for the time being. Everyone buried Traden and his men together, then filled it up and made a mark on it so that they could come back and deal with it later. After doing all this, everyone mourned for all the victims of the riot for several minutes before leaving. 10:19. They are back. Hua Shidulang put down the telescope, turned around, and said excitedly, "German and the others are already in our field of vision." One of his hands was still wrapped in a thick bandage and was hung up, and the other hand was holding a telescope. Although he was injured, he still joined the temporary defense team at the outermost part of the fortress and contributed his own strength. To be honest, at this time, how many Nin users in the fortress are not injured? Washer Do Lang did not want to lie on the hospital bed and stare at the ceiling in a daze. He wanted to do something practical to repay the kindness of German and others. Moreover, knowing that Princess Wick and Shitana took the initiative to help do some things within their ability, he had no reason not to move. In the entire fortress, the only one who was leisurely and didn't care about other people's eyes was Ilmi. He casually strolled in the fortress, looking here and there, but did nothing. And no one took the initiative to ask him for help. It's just that his disheveled hair and pale face made him look like a wandering ghost, which scared many people to cardiac arrest. However, those who dared to stop him were either not here or too busy to have time. And those who didn't dare to stop him were even less likely to speak. Hua Shidalang's words reached Jin's ears. Jin, who is currently the captain of the defense team, raised the telescope in his hand, and a group of people appeared in his field of vision. He looked for a while. First saw Germain, Xiudi, and then saw more familiar faces. When he saw his disciple Kate, he moved the telescope for a while. After a long time, Jin confirmed that Kate's actions were still normal, and then put it down. But he didn't say a word to Kate. Temporarily lift the combat readiness. Jin said to the intercom, wait until the survivors enter the fortress, and resume combat readiness. Responses came from the intercom one after another, and many gun barrels and gun muzzles were lowered. After Germain and his party entered the fortress, they had to pass the inspection of Satsucho and Kurapika first, even though they were all acquaintances. However, Germain unexpectedly met Ilmi here. Ilmi was idly standing with his hands on his hips, and behind Kurapika. He stretched his neck to see what Kurapika wrote in his notebook. Kurapika felt his scalp tingling, especially when he could see Ilmi's long black hair from the corner of his eye. His pale skin and dark pupils were so close. It was really creepy. But he couldn't say anything, because Illumi had a good relationship with his teacher, and was Kilua's elder brother. What are you doing? German didn't care so much and asked directly. I almost saw it, and thought Kurapika was haunted by a ghost. Kurapika didn't expect the teacher to speak for him right away. Illumi straightened up, and his tone was almost flat. Your words hurt my heart. Then he shrugged his shoulders and said, I just have nothing to do, so I just look around. Then help here, German said bluntly. With your observation and combat power, staying here should save some trouble. It can not only deter the survivors who enter the fortress, but also prevent him from doing something uncontrollable in the fortress. Killing two birds with one stone. Ilmi thought about it, and actually agreed. Okay. Then I help here. He didn't care in the first place. Doing something was fine. It was the price he had to pay for staying in the fortress. He was very clear about this. It was just that if others didn't mention it, he would not bother to take the initiative to help. Now only Germain asked him to do something directly. So he did it, and regarded it as part of this mission. Kurapika didn't expect that the teacher would let Ilmi stay here to work with just one sentence. As expected, Mr. Germain did what we couldn't do easily. Kurapika turned his head, and saw Ilmi standing in the corner staring at the door. He couldn't help but frown. Ilmi looked more like a ghost. It seems that every survivor who enters the fortress will be frightened by Ilmi. As expected, many survivors would tremble and ask when being examined by Kurapika, can you see a person standing in the corner? Kurapika had to explain tirelessly that it was a real person. But he looked like a ghost, had a ghost-like temperament, and spoke like a ghost. German led the people who had been examined to the wounded area to find Chidwa and Gur, and handed all the wounded to them. Sambika only treated the wounds of Kate and others simply, since there were conditions here. Of course, more debridement and suturing steps had to be done. Gur knew what German and Xiaodi had done after leaving the fortress. Seeing that they brought Sambika here, she was relieved. She smiled on her brown face and said, Sambika, it seems that I have to ask you and Chidwa to deal with the wounded. I'm going to the morgue area. Okay. Okay. Sambika answered timidly. Like a little deer. She is much more cheerful than before. At least now, she can communicate with people without the help of a drawing board or a mobile phone. Kate and others stayed in the wounded area. But when their wounds were treated, they would also join the gear meshing of the fortress. Kate would go to the outermost temporary defense team to report to his teacher Jean. Nakulu and Shiotua would be asked to manage the order in the fortress. And their teammate was the chameleon Mirwan. There were all kinds of people here, and the conflict had not yet erupted because they had just escaped from danger and despair. When they feel settled, the accumulated dissatisfaction between them needs a channel to vent. Burning, killing, looting, fighting for power and resources. All kinds of troubles will come one after another. Therefore, the duties of Nakuru, Shiotua, and Mirwan are quite important. Especially Mirwan. He needs to make full use of his god's alibi and god's accomplice to help Nakuru and Shiotua find out who provoked conflicts and committed crimes. Minchi and Bahala are of course going to the logistics and catering area, where they are in need of 2 cooking masters. The number of survivors in the fortress has soared from more than 1,300 a few hours ago to nearly 9,000 now, with 9,000 mouths to feed. Minchi, Bahala, and the temporary chef team will probably be overwhelmed. German waited for Xiaodi to take out the emergency medical supplies needed by Chidwa, Gur and Sambika from the bulge-eyed fish, and put them in the warehouse of the medical area. Then, Gugu rushed over with Tokalainen. Gugu left the control center and handed it over to Pio and List. She and Tokalainen were responsible for the management of the warehouse supplies in the fortress. A looting of the warehouse broke out not long ago, and was suppressed by everyone. Gugu had to come and take charge of this matter personally. They took all the materials on the list left by the protruding eye fish from Xiaodi and stored them in the warehouse. In the next period of time, Gugu and Tokalainen will control the materials in different categories. Then, they will use Tokalina's roundabout slide to quickly deliver the corresponding materials to the area where they are urgently needed. After everything was done, German and Xiaodi came to the control center. Chapter 432. In the control center, Piu and Lister were really busy. They shuttled between the buzzing electronic instruments, answering and making phone calls, and typing on the keyboard. Seeing Germain and Xiaodi coming in, they all nodded and greeted, and then went back to work. Germain and Xiaodi were not in a hurry. The former stood in front of the monitoring screen to check the situation in various areas inside the fortress, and the latter ate the potato chips and biscuits that Piu put on the table. Germain looked around the monitoring screen. He saw Jean in the defense area, Satsugu in the review area, Chidwa in the wounded area, Gur in the morgue area, and Lugu in the warehouse management area. Later, there will be images of Minchi in the dining area, Nakulu in the patrol team, and others, who are still receiving treatment. The entire fortress still maintains a certain degree of order. German's eyes turned to the last area, the supervision area. All the survivors found by Satsugu, Kurapika, and others who may have mutated are supervised here. They all have close ties with the bloodline of the Kajin royal family. However, perhaps the sound of the flute of melody played a soothing role, and no new mutation incidents have occurred so far. In the picture, German not only saw Bischi, Izanabe and Melody stationed in the supervision area, but also saw unexpected and reasonable people. Princess Oit and Zatanna are also here. They who survived the disaster did not have much heirs. When they saw that the interior of the fortress was busy like a boiling iron pot, they did not intend to just watch. They wanted to do something within their power. After hearing about the supervision area, they sought the advice of the Hunter Association and then came here together. These 2 people. One is the 8th princess of King Kajin, and the other is the commissioner of the International Ferry Permit Office. Their words still carry a lot of weight, especially Princess Oit. Her appearance reduced the resentment of the members of the supervision area who originally belonged to the Kajin Empire for being treated differently. They expressed their dissatisfaction to Princess Oit, and Princess Oit listened quietly one by one, and then calmed their emotions one by one. Xiaodi finished a bag of potato chips with a crunch and was about to open another bag when Pio finally finished her work and held down Xiaodi's restless hand. The bag of potato chips was taken away by Pio and put away. She turned around and asked, "Do you have something to do with us?" Under normal circumstances, German and Xiaodi would not show up unless there was something important, let alone ask them to socialize. As for the fight with Salazar near the wreckage of BW1, they had already seen it through the perspective of the mechanical flying ball, because German and Xiaodi were going to be teleported back to Greed Island. The mechanical flying ball was temporarily kept by Nakulu and his team. After the fierce battle with Salazar began, Nakulu unskillfully restarted the curled up, dormant mechanical flying ball and requested reinforcements from the fortress. While dealing with Salazar and waiting for German's return, Pio and Lister at the control center immediately formed a reinforcement team inside the fortress, including Jean, Bisky, Tokalainu, Mirwang and others. However, just as the reinforcement team left the fortress, the control center saw German's divine soldiers descending from the sky from the screen of the mechanical flying ball. Salazar, who once oppressed Kate, Nakulu and others to the point of despair, was easily destroyed by German's gun. So, the action of the reinforcement team ended before it even started. Pio's tone was still very calm at this moment. Of course, this does not mean that Pio and other insiders are indifferent to the evil of Salazar and German's new form. They knew how dangerous the situation was at that time, and also knew how strong the absolute suppression power of Germain was. During the 2-month voyage, President Netero kept saying that he was old. And now there was someone else, who was the most powerful Nin user in the 6 continents. In fact, he was referring to Germain. But everyone was still a little skeptical. After all, in the Chimera Ant War, except for Imolawu, Nob and other members of the expedition team, no one else was present, and could not see the battle between Germain and Maruam. President Netero always liked to exaggerate. When he attacked the Chimera ants in the NGL Autonomous Region, he once said that his strength was about the same as Imolawu and Nobu, which was obviously a lie. President Netero's style of doing things, and the fact that they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, made it difficult for everyone to believe President Netero's words. However, after actually seeing the scene, they finally confirmed it. President Netero not only did not exaggerate this time, but also did not express German strength. Far from it. Even if there are hidden masters of Nin in the 6 continents, it is impossible for them to reach the unreasonable level of German. Germain nodded in response to Pio's question. We need a spacious, enclosed room. Its existence can only be known by us core members, and you must be able to monitor this room at all times. He used the simplest words to explain his request to Pio. Pio understood. She turned her head and looked at Lister. Do we have any rooms that meet these requirements now? Yes. Lister thought for a moment and replied. The room where the victims of the Dark Continent disaster and the corpses of Warcraft are stored meets the requirements. Germain, what do you think? Pio turned his face back. Let's go there. Yeah. May I ask what you are going to do with this room? I am one of the core members, so I should have the right to know. Right? German did not answer directly. Just come with us, and then you will understand. Piu thought for a moment, nodded, and said to List, then I leave it to you. I go with you and come back soon. Okay. List answered, then released his hand covering the microphone, and continued to communicate with the person on the other end of the phone. Pio led Germain and Xiaodi out of the control center, and walked through a door. After she entered the corresponding password, the door opened with a hiss. Fortunately, List is here. Otherwise, we might not be able to gain control of this place so quickly. Pio pointed to the password lock and continued to walk forward with the 2 of them. There was another door in front of them. Pio entered the password in the same way. After repeating this several times, the 3 of them finally arrived at the Underground Research Institute of the fortress. Pio turned on the lights, and the institute was bright again. The floating corpses in the cans were revealed to everyone. Okay. She crossed her arms and said, now you can tell me what you are going to do. Right? Germain looked at Xiaodi and nodded. Xiaodi understood and materialized the bulge-eye fish, and reached out to dig into the bulge-eye fish. After a while, she finally found what she wanted. She raised her eyebrows, and pulled it hard onto the tongue of the bulge-eye fish. Then let go, and let the bulge-eye fish start vomiting. The bulgy fish made a vomiting sound. And soon, a piece of object that looked like a crumpled rag came out. And it kept getting bigger and bigger. This rag slowly spread out, and unexpectedly became hard from being flexible, and finally gradually turned into a huge round stone slab. The familiar lines on the huge stone slab were revealed, and the hibernation capsules were overturned on it, and stacked together. It turned out that German and Xiaodi had dismantled the entire teleportation point on the top floor of the BW-1 wreckage, the egg in the pot ritual array, and brought it back to the fortress. From now on, this will be one of our teleportation points. German pointed to the deep pit in the center of the circle array. He did not dismantle the circle rashly. This circle, which accompanied BW-1 across the ocean, was one of the few mobile teleportation points, and the volume that Xiaodi's bulge-eyed fish could eat at one time was larger than this circle. After confirming these 2 points, German dismantled it, and let Xiaodi's bulge-eyed fish swallow it whole. Piu blinked her eyes. In other words, we can teleport directly from here to the ancient maze post station? Yes, Germain replied. However, it is only suitable for a small amount of multiple transports. After all, I can't be locked here and dedicated to teleportation. We still have to open up a route from this continent to the Dark Continent. This is a more long-term approach for humans, and it is also the reason why we go to great lengths to participate in the colonial voyage. I understand. Piu realized the importance of this place. But this place still deserves stricter guards. She pinched her chin, thought for a while, and said, monitoring and guarding. Lister and I will provide them soon. This circle formation is not only valuable as our new teleportation point, but also very helpful for studying the egg and pot ritual of the Kajin Empire. When they were discussing who should be the guard here, Piao's intercom made a popping sound, and then heard Lister's voice. It's me. Lister. Piao. You and Germain. Shooty. Can you hear me? I can hear you. What's wrong? Just got some good news. Lister's tone was very excited. We saw Nobu and Palm outside the fortress. No. It should be said that they took the initiative to find us. Germain and Piao were very surprised. But think about it carefully. With Nobu and Palm's ability to read, it is only a matter of time for this master-disciple combination to find the fortress. There are a large number of survivors in Nobu's four-dimensional apartment. And now they are being examined by Sachi, Kurapika, and Alumi in the inspection area. I go find them. Germain made a decision immediately and said to Piao. They may have news about President Netero and others. Chapter 433. German met Nob and Pam, whom he hadn't seen for more than 2 months. In the noisy wounded area, they were wrapped in some bandages and had some blood stains. But they seemed to be able to move easily and had no limbs. The one who was responsible for treating their wounds was Chidwa. After she treated the injuries of the two, she immediately rushed to the next wounded, appearing to be quite busy. However, before that, Chidwa still explained as briefly as possible what happened to German and others here, as well as their common sayings, to avoid being exposed later. Germain walked a few steps towards them, and was stopped by Sambika, who was passing by. Apply this, and wash your hands. Sambika, wearing a mask, handed over a bottle of alcohol gel in a concise manner. After Sambika joined the management of the wounded area, the biggest change was that people coming and going were required to apply more alcohol gel on their hands. She didn't care whether the person in front of her was Germain or President Netero. For her, as long as they were alive, they had to abide by these rules. There was even a group of young men in white robes, under the instruction of Sambika, guarding the entrances and exits, urging people coming and going to apply alcohol gel. Okay. Germain certainly did not refuse. He understood Sambika's approach, which was a good thing for the disease prevention and control of the entire fortress. He carefully wiped his fingers to wrists, and Sambika let him go. German. Nob saw Germain coming from a distance, reached out and grabbed the hat beside him, covered his bald head, and stood up from the temporary bed. However, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. It was Palm, who was beside him, who quickly supported him and prevented him from making a fool of himself in public. Nob said thank you to Palm and smiled awkwardly at Germain. It's been a long time. It's great to see you guys here. This was Nob's heartfelt words. No one could understand the sense of security brought by seeing Germain in this situation better than the members of the Chimera and Crusade team. Germain nodded and asked, Did Palm lead you here? Palm stood next to Nob, wrapped in a gray robe, hiding her physical signs of being a Chimera ant. Many people here are still afraid of Chimera ants, especially after experiencing the tragedy last night. Palm also knew this. When she boarded BW1, she did the same as Mir1, hiding her identity as much as possible and reducing her activities outside. Mir1 was lucky. He had God's alibi, and he could occasionally stroll around BW1, as long as he didn't let anyone notice when he was breathing. Palm had to stay in the core area of the Hunter Association in BW1 most of the time. However, although she rarely went out, she had a good insight into the outside world. She could use the purple-black bead on her forehead to activate the lonely deep-sea fish and see the target object and the surrounding scene. In fact, it was because of this kind of telepathic ability that she could cooperate with Nob and find the coastal fortress so quickly. In response to German's question, Palm pointed to the bead on her forehead and explained, Yes, my lonely deep-sea fish can record up to 3 targets, and then it can ignore the spatial distance and observe everything happening around the target. However, the upper limit of the target stored by the lonely deep-sea fish is 3. If there are more than 3, the original target will be cleared. Chidwa is the 3rd recorded target. After the riot broke out, Chidu led a team to seize the dock ship and acted separately from us. I was worried about the possibility of getting separated, so I wrote down Chidu as the target. Later, the situation indeed confirmed that my concerns were correct. German was surprised. Since you have Chidu's record, why did you find the coastal fortress now? You should be able to see what's going on with Chidwa. Right? Palm turned to look at Nob. And then said, because I've been in a coma. This is about the battle for control of BW1 last night. At that time, the guardian spirit beasts of the 7th Prince Luzless and the 6th Prince Tyson, who had already been confirmed dead, materialized into monsters and attacked us. Palm was quite familiar with the guardian spirit beasts of the princes, because she had tried to use the lonely deep-sea fish to record 1 or 2 of the princes, and had deliberately approached them for this purpose. However, she did not succeed, because as soon as she made a move, she felt the hostility of the guardian spirit beast beside the prince. Palm realized that if she really used the lonely deep-sea fish, this action would be regarded as attacking the prince and then counterattacked by the guardian spirit beast. In the same way, the king of Kajin, Nasby, was also accompanied by a guardian spirit beast, and was also an unobservable object. As long as she observed, she would be likely to be attacked. In addition, she needed to be very careful when using the lonely deep-sea fish to remotely observe other members, because the king and the prince appeared in the observation screen. It is also very likely to arouse the guardian spirit beast's desire to attack, no matter which situation. It is a situation she does not want to see, so she had to give up. Pam continued to talk about the abilities of the 2 princes' guardian spirit beasts. Luzless will materialize the target's desires, such as a man or woman you love deeply, your favorite jewelry, handbags, etc. When you immerse yourself in it and relax your vigilance, the materialized false people and false things will show their fangs and sickles, try to kill you, and absorb your resentment. Tyson will release one-eyed tadpoles to absorb the mind of the target who has read the Tyson canon, and give the target a sense of happiness, making the target addicted to this happiness. Once the target violates the taboos of the Tyson canon, it will be severely punished. The more German listened, the more familiar it felt. These 2 kinds of mind abilities are really a bit like the 2-tailed snake Hell Bell and the nurturing beast Pap. It seems that they are indeed from the same source. What happened next? Germain asked. Palm continued, after that, President Netero, several members of the 12 branches present, and us, fought fiercely with the 2 strange monsters. We managed to defeat the 2 monsters, but we were all injured. At this time, we were attacked by an unprecedented powerful telekinesis. The entire deck fell apart, and we all flew out of the ship like kites with broken strings and fell into the cold sea. However, more monsters came, and they had no intention of letting us go. I was separated from everyone and fell unconscious again in the heavy blow. When I woke up again, I found myself in Teacher Nob's 4-dimensional apartment, surrounded by survivors. It turned out that during the time I was unconscious, Teacher Nob found me and took me into the 4-dimensional apartment. After that, he took in as many survivors as possible and asked several old women among them to take care of me who fainted. At this point, Germain understood what was going on. In the chaotic hours of the second half of the night, Nob climbed ashore from the sea and found Palm. But he did not meet other members of the Hunter Association. It was raining heavily. The wreckage of BW1 was engulfed in a sea of fire. The land was dark, and the shadows of monsters were ready to move. Nob had to make a choice immediately. After that, he could actually stay in the 4-dimensional apartment with the unconscious Palm. This was the safest for both of them. He did have this idea. However, once he saw Palm in his arms, her half-human, half-chimera ant face, Nob would remember everything that happened in the Republic of Dongguochuo. At that time, he knew that Palm was in the palace, but he was afraid of the Ant King and the 3 guards, so he didn't dare to go back to check and rescue her. Although Palm, who became a chimera ant queen, never blamed Nob. Could he really get over it in his heart? I just abandoned my disciple like this. Am I still qualified to be called teacher by her? If it was Germain or Mo Lawu, they would never be as timid as me. They would save their disciples even if it cost them their lives. Right? Nob couldn't just forgive himself so easily. Afterwards, Killua and Gon's faces also emerged in his memory. Being with these 2 talented young men helped to relieve his pain to a certain extent. But, can I really accept the respect of these 2 young men? How disappointed will they be when they know my true face? Nob couldn't imagine that scene. He began to spit on his cowardice with disgust. As a professional hunter, how could I stay in the 4th-dimensional apartment like a turtle? In order to save my own life and Palm's life, I let the survivors outside die in the hands of monsters in wailing and despair. What's the difference between this and the period in the Republic of Dongudo. Why did I embark on this long voyage? To get some experience in such a great event so that I can become a 2-star hunter? What is the difference between me and the group of cooperative hunters that I once laughed at? How many times do I have to disappoint others' expectations of me before I can wake up? So, Nob made up his mind. He forced himself to get out of the 4-dimensional apartment and began to rescue every survivor he met. The survivors who entered the 4-dimensional apartment thanked Nob profusely, because they all met Nob, who suddenly appeared when they were most desperate. Later, Nob saved the lives of several old women and asked them to take care of Palm. Although the old ladies realized that Palm was not human and were afraid, they still agreed to help cover Palm because of their trust in their savior, Nob. In the subsequent process of rescuing survivors, Nob inevitably encountered many monsters that sucked the resentment of the dead. In most cases, he chose to avoid fighting and save more people. After that, more and more survivors entered the 4-dimensional apartment, distributed in different rooms. They were all survivors that Nob saved from the monsters under great pressure. There were several times when he almost didn't have time to save people, and he might even be left behind by the monster and die on the spot. If he still had hair now, it would definitely fall out again under this kind of pressure. However, this was just the beginning of his nightmare, because he soon saw the familiar chimera ants, their organizational structure, their habits, and their style. Nob would never forget them in his dreams. The man-eating chimera ants are actually not stronger than the monsters that absorb resentment. However, they are the source of fear buried deep in Nob's heart, and their meaning is completely different. Every time he left the 4-dimensional apartment, he needed to prepare himself mentally, and every time was a challenge to his own beliefs. Nob could no longer remember how many times he had been in and out of the 4-dimensional apartment, how many people he had saved, and how many times he had escaped death from the hands of those terrifying monsters. He only knew that when he came to his senses, everyone in the 4-dimensional apartment was thanking him, and many people came to shake his hand, patted his shoulders, and praised his actions. Nob heard someone say to him, "You have done well enough. You don't need to go out again. If you go out again, you will die." It took him a long while to confirm that there were really a few people who advised him not to go out again, and it was not his cowardly fantasy. At that time, Nob was indeed sweating profusely and pale every time he came back, almost looking dead. But he left again after hesitating for a moment. If he didn't leave the 4-dimensional apartment, he would have no way to find the survivors and open the door to safety for them. The persuasion and comfort of others made him waver for a while, but he still left the 4-dimensional apartment. Nob did enough. If he stayed in the 4-dimensional apartment and didn't go out, he would still be known as a hero in the future. However, Nob still went out, and he chose to save more people more greedily. He never overcame the fear from beginning to end. He just raced against fear, trying his best not to let the latter catch up with him. Finally, at dawn, he returned to the 4-dimensional apartment exhausted, and Pum woke up as if it was a gift of courage to him. After learning what her teacher did in the second half of the night, Pangmu was stunned for a while, and then she solemnly advised her teacher to rest. Her reasons were very sufficient. "I can see Chiwa's situation. She is now in a safe place, surrounded by survivors." Gur, Tsugu and others all appeared in the observation screen, which means that Chiwa's team at that time found a place that could accommodate many survivors. That place is probably nearby. With so many people, they can't go far in a few hours. As long as we find that place, everyone here will be safe. Nob agreed to rest, and also agreed to let her go out to look for clues. After that, Palm left the 4-dimensional apartment. It was already dawn outside, and she really found the double X mark of the Hunter Association left by Chidwa and others. This mark was left by Chidwa and others to guide other members of the Hunter Association to catch up with them in this direction. After Palm returned to the 4-dimensional apartment and told Nob the news, Nob finally felt relieved. The two of them left the 4-dimensional apartment together, and after spending some time, they finally found this coastal fortress and entered it. German knew what happened next. Chapter 434. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. People were coming and going in the wounded area, but the busiest ones were of course the medical team in white or pink uniforms, who were shuttling around like bees collecting honey. 3 people pushed a mobile bed with 4 wheels and ran through the narrow aisle. On the bed was a woman who had a broken leg and fainted. Germain made way for them in an emergency, then pressed the brim of his triangular hat and turned to ask, So you don't have any news about President Netero and the others? No. I do. Palm's answer immediately made Germaine energetic, and she pointed to the purple-black round bead on her forehead again. I said that the upper limit of the lonely deep-sea fish's record objects is 3, one of which is Chidwa, and the other 2 are President Netero and Teacher Nobu. I can see President Netero's current situation. Palm chose the 3 of them as the target objects for similar reasons. She had a premonition of being separated after the chaos and made preparations in advance. President Netero and Chidwa were the leaders of the 2 teams of the Hunter Association at that time. By locking on them, we can basically observe the team members who are traveling with them. As for Teacher Nob, since she transformed into a chimera ant, Palm is far from being as hard-hearted as she looks. In fact, she still cares about Teacher Nob. She knows Teacher Nob's personality and doesn't want him to die in a dark corner out of fear. Locking on him is to rush to his side and protect him as soon as possible after being separated. She transformed into a chimera queen ant and gained a telekinetic ability, the Dark Ghost Goddess. Her physique was greatly enhanced, and she could also control her long black hair to fight. Protect Teacher Nob. It was definitely not a bluff. However, Palm never thought that when she was in a coma, Teacher Nob would be brave and resolute, saving many lives alone. Palm realized at this time that he might have underestimated Teacher Nob. Where is President Netero? German asked. He had a hunch that there was no news from President Netero, and there were only 3 possibilities. The first one was that he and other members of the Hunter Association were tracking down the premature baby of the egg in the pot ceremony. The second one was that they were trapped by some ability or condition, and the source was probably the premature baby of the egg in the pot ceremony. The third one was a chaotic state of the above 2 possibilities. Germaine was inclined to the first one. Palm reached out to cover his left eye, only opening his right eye, and the purple-black round bead on his forehead shone slightly. A certain scene appeared in front of her eyes, as if it was very close. President Netero is in an empty chimera ant nest, and beside him are several members of the 12, observing a certain direction. They seem to be preparing for a certain action. German was surprised. How do you know that they are in an empty chimera ant nest? President Netero told me. Palm couldn't help but smile. He knew that my lonely deep-sea fish had his records, and he also knew that as long as I survived, I would definitely observe him as soon as possible. So, he put on a white shirt, and the shirt said which direction to go and how far to find him from the wreckage of BW1. The shirt also specially wrote empty chimera ant nest and drew a smiley face. This is all I can see now. Please prepare paper and pen for me. I will write down the location information for you to see. A few hours later. Boom. It was like a mountain falling down. The weight that fell from the sky made the large monster below croak shrilly. The head of the guardian spirit beast of the 5th prince, Zabipa, was shaped like a toad, and its skin was also uneven, with only a dozen columnar protrusions on its back. Zabipa had no legs, but 6 wheels instead, which were all destroyed at this time. Emolawu, the monkey, Mikai, Ishidam, the ox, Botobai, the dragon, Guanchi, the tiger, and Intai, the sheep, were the ones who destroyed the 6 wheels of Zabipa. In this way, it could not dodge the attacks of the crowd as fast as the rumbling locomotive did before. President Netero jumped into the air and used the 100-style guanin to hit Tsubasa from above. His upper body was indeed covered with a white shirt with words written all over it. Tsubasa was like a carriage stuck in the mud, stuck in the soil, and received the second heavy blow from the 100-style guanin with a cry. Then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th times. Boom, boom, boom. Tsubasa's hard shell was hit and dented, and flesh and blood spit out of its big mouth, just like squeezing sausages. It soon stopped moving and lost its life force. After confirming that Zabipa was dead, President Netero landed lightly on the ground, clasped his hands together, and silently chanted something, then slowly loosened his hands and faded away. He, Kansai, who had a tiger-printed hedgehog hair, kicked the dead monster with pride. 1 is killed, and there are 4 left. Idiot. Emolawu carried the big pipe on his shoulder and reminded. There are 4 heavenly kings. Isn't this common sense? Mikai Storm, who was wearing a cow-striped uniform, agreed. Yes. We have to be careful. It's not easy to get close to this distance. Maybe we have been discovered. Potabai, whose face was painted with red and white paint, crossed his arms and said seriously, "Although we attacked together to end the battle quickly, the noise was still too loud." The fat and strong Jinta said, "Well, I hope not." President Netero smiled and stroked his beard. "I don't think it matters. Fighting is inevitable. Besides, we will definitely be discovered. Have you forgotten? Look at the monster corpse. As parasitic guardian spirit beasts, they are special." Crack, crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on Spipa's entire body, and soon it shattered as easily as porcelain and turned into dust. At the same time, a large amount of black resentment rose into the air like a group of wasps, and after turning several circles, it went in one direction without looking back. Watching this scene, the 12 members were dumbfounded for a long time before they understood what President Netero meant. If they didn't kill Spipa, they would be discovered if they wanted to pass through this road. However, if Spipa was killed, its resentment would return to its origin, which was also a warning. Everyone stood next to the chimera ant nest that they had cleared, looked up, and saw that the resentment had drilled into the mountains. Behind the mountains, there were dark clouds all over the sky, and under the dark clouds was a strange and majestic castle, which looked like countless stone pillars intertwined in a disorderly manner. Gloomy gray was the main color there. President Netero looked for a while, and suddenly turned his head as if he had noticed something, looking in another direction. "Well, I thought that if Palm was still alive, he should have come here." No, this is not Palm's mind." He opened his eyes wide in surprise, and then smiled even more deeply. Okay, this is interesting, and we finally have a certain chance of winning." When others were still puzzled, for black spots appeared at the end of President Netero's vision. Chapter 435. For figures flew through the dense branches like swallows, with no other sound except the whistling wind. German, Jean, Biscuit and Xiaodi shuttled through the woods almost smoothly, forming four non-intersecting streamlines. President Netero and his men are in front. German's black robe fluttered, pointing forward. They also noticed our approach. Jean nodded. "I saw them. Following the direction given. Following the double X marks left by the Hunter Association. I finally found them." He took off his felt hat and replaced it with a brown-yellow headband to tie up his hedgehog head, which made him look at least 5 or 6 years younger. Biscuit, who had her blonde hair tied up in a bun, said nothing, but couldn't help showing her joy. She hadn't seen President Netero for a long time. Xiaodi followed them silently at the end. German informed the core members of the Fortress of Pam's intelligence through the control center, and decided to set out immediately to find President Netero and his team. The team he formed was of course the most tacit 4-member team. As for Jean, Biscuit and Xiaodi's duties in the fortress, Kate and others naturally took over, to truly solve the disasters that occurred on this continent. Of course, the root cause of the disaster must be eradicated. German thought of this, and President Netero and the others could also think of this. So they were most likely chasing the source of the disaster. Finding them is equivalent to finding the source of everything. Soon, the chimeric ant nest made of piled soil and sand, which looked like a stone cone, came into view, and there were 6 figures standing in the shadow of the nest. President Netero, Misai Istram, Mo Lawu, Botobai, Kansai, Jinta. They all stood in place and watched the 4-man group rushing forward. Mo Lawu was so excited that he put down his pipe and waved his arms at them. When they approached, he was the first to greet them. "Why are you here?" he asked in surprise and joy. He really didn't expect that German and his group, who were either in the ancient Maze Post Station or in Greed Island, would appear here together. Before this, President Netero and his group had speculated that it would take at least half a year for German and others to come to support, and they couldn't wait for half a year. Seeing Germain and others here, everyone was of course quite surprised. President Netero and others came forward, and were also curious about the answer to Mo Lawu's question. Germain did not drag his feet, and explained the special teleportation lantern and the scarlet light in a concise manner. They were all core members here, and there was no need to hide anything. President Netero listened quietly, without expressing his opinion. Instead, he wanted to touch Biscuit's head like a grandfather seeing his granddaughter, but was slapped away by Biscuit. "Don't mess up my hairstyle." Biscuit glared at President Netero. She saw that President Netero was safe. That was enough, and she was not overly enthusiastic. President Netero smiled and said, We haven't seen each other for a long time. And I am really sad that you can't even show some concern for me. Bisji put his hands on his hips. Forget it. I don't know you yet. You must want to take the opportunity to mess up my hairstyle. The other 12 members ignored the conversation here. But were thinking about the information provided by German. It seems that the source of the explosion last night is that circle. Mo Lawu touched his square chin and said, when BW1 sailed to the refueling station, we learned that the Kajin royal family also brought the body of the fourth prince, Caledonic, who had died before, on the yacht. Although the Kajin royal family's behavior is very strange, they have no obligation to explain to us. So this matter has been put aside for the time being. Mo Lawu looked at German, Jean, Bisji and Shirdi meaningfully, without directly pointing out that the death of the fourth prince was related to them. Germain and the others all looked calm. Germain was quite calm. Jean had nothing to do with the assassination of the four princes. Bisji was a habitual liar and Xiaodi had a paralyzed face. It was difficult for Mo Lawu to see any wavering expressions from them. According to Germain's description, there are 13 mechanical cabins on the outer circle of the circle, and one in the center. If the Kajin royal family brought the body of Caledonic on board and stored it in one of the mechanical cabins, then King Naspi's purpose is very clear. Those mechanical cabins are used to store the bodies of members of the Kajin royal family who are eligible to inherit the throne. Guanxi was confused. But, isn't there only 13 princes in the Kajin royal family? He lowered his head and counted on his fingers. Why are there 14 mechanical cabins? Mitsai Istram took over Mo Lawu's words and continued to speculate. That's because the core of this egg in the pot ceremony is like this. The one who wins the succession war stands in the center, and the corpses of the losers are stored in the mechanical cabins on the periphery. Guanxi widened his eyes and said, well, no. You always laugh at my calculations. But now it seems that you have made low-level mistakes. There are only 12 princes participating in the succession war. The fourth prince died a long time ago. He did not participate in the succession war at all. Besides, even if he is counted, there are only 13 people. German, Mo Lawu, and Mikai Ishidam each looked at each other, feeling a kind of spiritual connection. No, it's 14 people. If the fourth prince, who did not participate in the succession war, his corpse was also placed in the ceremony. This means that even if he dies early, he who has the qualification to inherit is regarded as the loser of this succession war. The 14th person besides him is King Naspi. King Naspi was the winner of the last round of the succession war, and he was also counted in it. It is very likely that the end of the succession war will be that the only surviving candidate prince will replace King Naspi, and King Naspi will die. I think what happened last night was that after the celebration banquet, King Naspi and the heir who became the new king came to the circle and completed the final steps of the ceremony. The bodies of King Naspi and the 12 princes were all stored in the mechanical cabin. The new heir of King Kajin was in the center, actively or passively starting the ceremony. Then the circle exploded, and the power of the ceremony began to expand from the yacht to the entire BW1. All members who have been in contact with the bloodline of the Kajin royal family for a long time and killed people for them may mutate into monsters as a result. The chaos began. Everyone nodded in understanding when they heard this. President Netero smiled and said, the parasitic guardian spirit beast born from the egg in the pot ceremony has the king and the prince as its host. So what is parasitic on them? I gradually thought that it was probably the royal family of Kajin, including the second tier. They nourished the poison pot, and the poison pot allowed them to live in the prince of the current succession war as guardian spirit beasts. That is to say, in every succession war of the Kajin royal family, the survivors became kings, and the resentment of the dead was stored in the poison pot. After the new round of succession war begins, they will parasitize on the princes they like the most. Protect the princes as much as possible, and let the parasitic princes become kings. After the birth of the new king, the mission of the old king has ended. The old king must give up his position to the new king and become a member of the resentment of the poison pot. This cycle has been repeated countless times. However, this succession war is slightly different from the previous ones. President Netero narrowed his eyes and looked at the strange castle under the mountains in the distance, and then turned his head and looked at German and Mo Lawu. Do you still remember the Chimera Ant Crusade last year? Of course I remember, Mo Lawu replied. Germain also nodded. President Netero said, suppose a situation. The Ant King Maruam did not occupy the Republic of East Gothar, but wandered around, and continued to grow stronger by eating people. In this case, it is extremely difficult for us to catch it and kill it. It can be said that in addition to the factor of German, it was also its arrogance and ignorance that ruined its life. And a cunning and constantly growing king of chimera ants will undoubtedly become a desperate nightmare for the entire 6 continents. By then, the poor rose, or even more powerful weapons, may not work on it. The reason why we have been chasing that powerful spirit all the way here is to prevent another possibility of Maruam from happening. Now is probably the best time to deal with the monster born in that ritual. It keeps creating monsters, causing killings, letting monsters absorb resentment, and then absorb the resentment contained in the dead monsters. This process is mostly for the purpose of obtaining more powerful power. It is evolving. We don't have much time. Chapter 436. The sky is divided by the mountains. On one side, the sun is blazing, while on the other side, it is covered with dark clouds and dim, which looks very distinct. Guanxi, as the vanguard, stepped on his trophy, a strange monster corpse with a broken spine, and turned his head. Do you feel that your body is getting colder? Or is it my illusion? Guanxi may lack common sense, but in contrast, his intuition, perception, etc. are extremely sharp. You are right. Mo Lawu, who is also a vanguard, pointed the huge pipe in his hand forward like a pointer. The perceived temperature has indeed dropped, especially after we crossed the mountains. The bone-chilling feeling became stronger. Is it a ghost? Guanxi looked around unexpectedly nervously. He was not afraid of real monsters, but was worried about such weird things. Is it a ghost? Mo Lawu glanced at him. You should know that the many ghost legends in the 6 continents are all caused by the resentment of living things after death. This place is certainly no exception. Then it's a ghost. Guanxi is a very brave young man, but he couldn't help shivering. What he feared most was the kind of ghost that fists could not work. Mo Lawu shrugged his shoulders, without much explanation or comfort, but put the mouthpiece of the big pipe in his mouth and took a deep puff. Then, he moved the big pipe away and blew out clouds of smoke from his mouth. The smoke condensed and formed, and after landing, it became more than 50 purple smoke robot soldiers, looking like ninjas. Mo Lawu pointed his pipe forward, and those purple smoke robot soldiers became active, fanning out in an orderly manner, and nimbly running between the rocks. There was a yellow land in front of them, and countless stones stood there like trees, casting long and narrow shadows. Far away was their destination, a gloomy castle with many stone pillars intersecting and twisting, located on a slightly raised hillside. Guanxi swallowed his saliva and calmed down a little. It doesn't matter if it's a ghost. There is a large army not far behind us. Don't forget our duties. Mo Lawu said to Guanxi while operating the purple smoke mechanized soldiers to disperse for reconnaissance. As pioneers, our purpose is to detect and eliminate dangers in advance. We cannot rely on the people behind us for everything. Of course I know. Guanxi's voice rose a little. He didn't want to damage his image as a tough guy. I will knock away everything that attacks me. But, I heard that ghosts are formless. They will only haunt you, torture you, and make you mentally collapse. Mo Lawu pursed his lips, and was about to say something when his face changed. Then, he frowned, and the frown became deeper and deeper, as if his eyebrows were about to crack. Guanxi noticed the change in Mo Lawu's mood. What happened? What happened? All my 54 purple smoke robot troops were killed. Mo Lawu said seriously. It was too fast. I didn't even have time for them to fight back or evade. Guanxi was very surprised. The one who could wipe out Mo Lawu's purple smoke robot troops must be no ordinary person. What attacked them? We will know soon. Mo Lawu reached into his arms, fetched for a while, took out a metal ball, pressed the button on the ball, and started it. Soon, a muffled sound came from the sphere. This is Mikai Isi Storm. What happened? This is Mo Lawu and Guanxi. Mo Lawu quickly explained the situation. There are enemies on our route. I suggest you take a detour. How many enemies are there? Mikai Isi Storm asked. Rumbling, earth-shaking sounds came, and Mo Lawu and Guanxi saw a huge disc appeared in front of them. The edge of the disc was covered with fluffy mind energy. It rolled in the stone terrain like a coin, crushing stones one by one, and headed straight for Mo Lawu and Guanxi. Probably only one. Mo Lawu said to the sphere. It is estimated to be the guardian spirit beast of the deceased third prince Qiao Lai. The 2-month succession battle has developed from the initial rapid reduction of personnel to the subsequent stalemate. No one knows who will be the final royal heir. In the last half-month, only the eldest prince, the second prince, the third prince, and the 9th prince were left with the hope of inheriting the throne of Kakin. And all the other princes died. However, an unexpected situation occurred, and the life experience of the third prince, Xiao Lei, was exposed at this moment. It turned out that his biological father was not King Nasbai, but Aunir, a second-tier person of the same generation as King Nasbai who had no inheritance qualification. At the same time, Aunir was also the leader of the Xiaowu family, one of the 3 major gangs in Kakin. Although King Nasbai claimed that he still regarded Xiao Lei as his son, and admitted that Xiao Lei was still qualified to participate in the succession war, the purge of the third prince's faction had already begun quietly. There was no need for King Nasbai to take action. With a legitimate reason, the forces of the first and second princes quickly attacked and killed them alive. The third princess, who had an affair with Aunil, died of illness. Aunil died in a fight for territory among gangsters. And finally Xiao Lei committed suicide. The 9th prince Hockenbrug wanted to save the life of the third prince, but he could no longer suppress the legacy left by the 4th prince, Caledonic, and had no time to care about it. The leaders of the AI family, Melina and Shisua, gradually stopped listening to Hockenbrug's orders after boarding the ship, and became more and more crazy afterwards. Hockenbrug lost control of the Ai family, and he himself had enough of the Ai family's filthiness, chaos and evil. He had no way of changing the nature of this family. Its darkness was deeply rooted, just like the other forces under the 4th prince Cheredonish. Hockenbrug learned about Cheredonish's true face from the Ai family, and he was not as gentle as he imagined. Rumble. The huge disc suddenly rose into the air when it was still hundreds of meters away from Imolawu and Guanxi, and it was suspended in the air, and its front turned around and faced the two. The eyes in the center of the disc opened, and black hair grew wildly around them, soon covering the sky and the sun, and the shadow enveloped the entire land. Guanxi was relatively relaxed when he saw that it was not a ghost, but then he tensed up again and took a defensive stance against the oppressive monster. Imolawu waited silently for a moment, and then said to the ball, "It is very dangerous. Probably a materialization system. And it has become more powerful after absorbing a lot of resentment. But it is not as terrifying as Maruam or those disasters. It is probably stronger than the 3 guards. And the 2 of us should be able to deal with it." The ball was silent for a while, and then the voice of Mike A. Storm came. "Okay. We understand. I wish you all the best." Chapter 437. Imolawu and Guanxi have encountered the enemy. Mike High Ishidam said to the people around him while holding the ball. He suggested that we change our current route. The tall and strong Imtai lowered his head, his thick lips opening and closing. "Shouldn't we go to support them? Are the 2 of them okay? They said they can deal with the enemy." Mike High Ishidam briefly repeated the conversation with Imolawu. "But it will probably take a lot of time and energy." Rumble rumble, there were bursts of loud noises in front of them, like rolling thunder, and the ground was shaking slightly. Mitsai Istrom subconsciously pressed the brim of Cow Spot's hat. "Their battle has begun." President Netero twisted his neck, making a crackling sound, and then looked in another direction. "Since they said so, let's listen to their advice." Everyone was stunned. And then, they understood President Netero's determination. They were not the kind of people who hesitated and had difficulty making decisions. And they all nodded in agreement. As a hunter, it is impossible to stop moving forward because of a choice. Even if you make a wrong decision, it is much better than not making a decision and making things worse. Mitsai Ishidam nodded, picked up the ball again, and talked to Imolawu. "Okay. We understand. I wish you good luck." After a long time, Imolawu's voice came from the ball. "I wish you good luck too. I have to end the communication." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The communication between them was obviously interfered by some force, and everyone frowned uneasily. But no one overturned the previous conclusion. At this time, just believe in Imolawu's judgment and his and Guanxi's strength. The group changed their route and circled for a long time, while listening to the noise in the distance. They still couldn't help but worry in their hearts. They were worried that the continuous noise meant that Imolawu and Guanxi were in a tough battle. And they were also worried that the noise would stop, which meant that the victory and defeat had been decided, and one side would be injured or killed. Although Imolawu said that they were sure, it didn't mean that they could win easily. Maybe the battle was 60 to 40. However, as they got closer and closer to the gloomy castle, the random thoughts in everyone's hearts faded away. They were chilled and had to focus on their own safety. The enemy they were about to face would probably be even more terrifying than what Lawu and his men had encountered. Soon, dark clouds covered the city, and the twisted and entangled walls of stone pillars spread out before their eyes, with only a wide staircase leading directly to the upper level. However, no matter how you look at it, the gap between the walls looks like the bloody mouth of a giant beast, and the stairs leading up are the throat and esophagus of the giant beast. They had to take the initiative to deliver themselves to the door. "I go in front," German took the initiative to say, and before everyone could react, he had already walked to the front of the queue and was the first to step onto the stone steps. The next moment, he gained fragmentary knowledge. The city of Malice, which was built by sacrificing lives, and the ritual that continued to allow the demigod to return, had already succeeded halfway. Now it was time to find the original power. Everyone had no objection to German taking the lead. A group of people followed closely behind the black-robed figure, climbing the long stone steps and walking to the end. However, after walking a few steps up, everyone couldn't help but look to both sides, and then saw a horrifying scene. Both sides of the stone steps were sunken and hollowed out holes. And in the holes, there were many naked, bloody bodies. Looking from above, the crowd could hardly tell whether they were alive or dead. They could only see them biting each other's throats with their mutated fangs, drinking blood, and tearing open each other's stomachs with their mutated claws, feasting on their internal organs. The entire cave and stone walls were scarlet, and they could hear shrill screams. Wisps of black smoke emerged from the sticky and smelly cave. They floated into the air like ominous ribbons, condensed into dark clouds, and turned into sinful raindrops, falling at the end of the stone steps. Germain only took a glance, and then his eyes returned to the stairs. He kept looking at the end of the stairs, and guarded against possible attacks. Thousands of people are killing each other here. Biscuit felt nauseous and frowned. Is this also part of the egg in the pot ceremony? Mitsai Istram pursed his lips. I think that since the crash of BW1, all the creatures on this isolated island have become part of the egg in the pot ceremony. Whether you like it or not. A full 200,000 creatures, plus the indigenous people on this island, can't break free from this octagonal cage. He glanced at President Netero, who didn't make any comments, and Germain, who was walking in the front. If you want to end all this, you must uproot the flower of sin. President Netero and Germain probably think so. Biscuit nodded sullenly. She had to admit that she couldn't be as steadfast in her path and goals as Germain and President Netero. Even Jean and Xiaoti, even Mitsai Istram, Botobai and other 12 members, would have their minds wavered. Germain and President Netero would not be confused by the appearance of various situations, and would continue to move forward. They would always hold on to the most important goal. Mitsai Istram was right. If we really want to end the pain of these people in the cave, we must cut the grass and eradicate it. Otherwise everything will be in vain. The group could only ignore their plight and their cries, and silently walked up the stone steps. Finally, they saw the end of the stone steps. Here it comes. German, who was walking in the front, suddenly stopped. Something is coming. The people who received the reminder raised their already alert posture to the full level of combat readiness, adjusted their breathing, and paid close attention to the movements around them. At the end of the stone steps, a soft figure was sitting on a dark thorn stone seat. Her skin was pierced by the sharp protrusions of the stone seat, and blood spread like her skirt. She hung her head and held a poison pot in her hands. The small, golden fairy girl flapped her transparent wings, flew out of the poison pot, flew to the woman's shoulder, and sat down. She had 2 buns on her head, holding her cheeks, looking at everyone with interest, and her small legs dangling. The stone seat was surrounded by turbid black fog, which twisted and changed into human faces, and seemed to want to break through the shackles and constantly rush forward, but was pulled back by the black fog. However, soon 4 thicker black fogs separated from it. They circled in the air and flew towards everyone with a roar. Puff, 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 puff. They landed at the 4 corners of the wide stone steps, just surrounding everyone in the center. And then, huge monsters walked out of the black fog. Chapter 438. The demons are all around, and the sky is dark. Germain looked up and looked at them one by one. Lawu was right. There are 5 of the 4 heavenly kings, which is normal. At the lower right corner of the wide and long stone steps, a one-eyed demon with curved horns was suspended in the air. It was quite strong, and its body was covered with long and thick hair like a yak. The one-eyed demon tried to rule everything, but all the creatures that had established a contract with it died, and its wings were completely broken. Most people present recognized that this was the guardian spirit beast of the deceased ninth prince Harkenbrug. Harkenbrug was a very radical and extreme person. He went from rejecting the succession war at first to becoming the heir later, with only a few bullets in between. He first threatened his biological father, King Nasby, and demanded an end to the bloody succession war. However, King Nasby made it clear that since the succession war had begun, it was not up to him to decide when it would end. Harkenbrug did not believe such groundless words, so he raised his pistol and shot King Nasby. He wanted to kill King Nasby and force an end to the succession war. In fact, if King Nasby really died from this shot, the succession war would not end, but would intensify sharply. Because of the existence of King Nasby, the infighting among the heirs has been suppressed. Otherwise, before the start of the colonial voyage, more than the fourth prince, Caledonic, would have died. Assuming that King Nasby was really gone, the order of the entire BW1 would be completely chaotic. It is impossible for Harkenbrug to control the overall situation, and the other princes, who have been eyeing the throne, are even less likely to recognize the king-killer Harkenbrug as king. A big chaos will happen ahead of time. It can be said that Harkenbrug's shot was made without any thought about the consequences. He only wishfully believed that things would develop as he imagined. However, as King Nasby himself said, after the succession war begins, it is not up to him to decide when it will end. And King Nasby must survive until the end of the egg in the pot ceremony to put a perfect end to everything. Before that, no one can decide whether King Nasby will live or die. After the bullet was fired, it stopped in front of King Nasby and was thrown aside. Harkenbrug, who could not understand the current situation, impulsively made a second wrong move. He shot himself in the head. Since the war of succession cannot be stopped, at least I will not participate in the war of succession, so that I will not have to bear the sinful reputation of parricide. He thought so and did so. However, the same scene as King Nasby happened. The bullet stopped just a few inches away from Harkenbrug's temple. The guardian spirit beast floating behind him saved him. But he couldn't see the guardian spirit beast at all, so he couldn't understand what happened. King Nasby didn't mean to blame him, but let him go. He was the winner of the last round of the succession war, and the king of the Kajin Empire for decades. He didn't care about this scene at all. King Nasby was even happy that Harkenbrug dared to resist his will. But the method was too reckless, and Harkenbrug made up his mind. He wanted to become the new king, end the succession war completely, and change the Kajin Empire. Just as he took over the Ayi family and tried to avenge the fourth prince, he made a decision and planned to carry it out to the end. However, the idea is good, but whether there is ability is another matter. Whether it is to control the Ayi family or to win the succession war, the difficulty is far beyond his imagination. After this, Harkenbrug lost his ally, the third prince Xiao Lei, and could not suppress the reckless behavior of the Ayi family, and his private soldiers were also eliminated one by one. As a result, he basically withdrew from the final battle and became a reckless prince who was at the mercy of others. Disheartened, he found King Nasby again and asked more about the root and purpose of this bloody and bizarre succession war. Soon, he learned a shocking fact from King Nasby. I knew long ago that Xiao Lei, the third prince, was not my offspring. My guardian spirit beast told me from the moment he was born. King Nasby took a sip of wine. His fat body sank deeply into the fur chair, and smiled slightly. I also knew long ago that Duo Jiale, the third princess, and Aunir, a second-tier person of the same generation as Nasby, had an affair. Harkenbrug looked at him in astonishment and couldn't say a word for a long time. King Nasby chuckled a few times and looked at Harkenbrug. I could have suffocated Duo Jiale and the infant Xiaolai and poisoned Aunir the moment I discovered this scandal. Most men in my position would do the same. But I am not most men. At that moment, I foresaw today's succession war. I was thinking, what role can a prince, who is not my own, but does have the blood of the Kajin royal family play in the future succession war? Ah, yes, I thought of it. Let him die at the hands of my own children in the place closest to the throne. Such resentment and cruelty must be very strong. Harkenbrug listened to this horrifying fact and couldn't help but hunched over, staring at the floor in disbelief. Sweating profusely, he underestimated the succession war and his father. However, King Nasby's heart-piercing words did not let him go. Princes below you basically have no power of their own. It can be said that they were already cold corpses before participating in the succession war. The succession war actually belongs to you 8 princes. If Caledonic is not dead, it will be 9 princes. The reason why I let these weak princes participate is because my heir must know clearly how to deal with brothers and sisters, who also have the right to inherit. The result is that you who claim to end the bloody succession war and change the Kajin Empire have completely failed. It turns out that you only have one mouth. The other princes targeted these weak princes and eliminated them one by one. You did nothing during this period. Xiao Lei's weakness was exposed for only a moment, and they bit his throat and tore his flesh. This is their victory. An undoubted victory. If you really care about the lives of your brothers and sisters, you should have united these princes, who are also unwilling to participate in the succession war from the beginning. You are asking me about the root cause and purpose of the succession war now. Do you want me to sympathize with you and show mercy? Do you think I can resurrect the dead? When you were determined to fight for the throne, I still had a little hope for you. But the answer you handed in was like this. It seems that you don't want to change the Kajin Empire in your own way. Otherwise, you will always have a way. Harkenbrug left the king's room in a daze and returned to his residence. He died of an unknown murder that night. German seemed to be able to feel the heavy sorrow of the prince, who had been parasitized by this one-eyed troll from the body. He slightly turned sideways, and his sight moved from the one-eyed troll at the lower right corner of the stone steps to another giant creature at the lower left corner of the stone steps. It was a 4-legged horse. But the horse's head strangely grew a female face. It slightly opened its mouth, and you could see that it still held the head of a little boy in its mouth. And the little boy's face was full of panic. The guardian spirit beast that had been silently paying attention to the 4 princes would have been a match made in heaven. But now it can only become a lonely ghost with no place to parasitize. It hates lies, but likes torture. Don't let it leave a brand mark. Otherwise you will face terrible changes. German turned around without changing his expression, and looked at the 3rd monster in the upper right corner. A beetle with strong lower limbs. Its compound eyes always proudly facing the sky. A human-like mouth stretched wide to reveal neatly assembled huge teeth. The greedy beetle that forcibly gives something. When it spreads its membranous wings and flies towards its prey, it wants to reap everything it has given. This is the guardian spirit beast of the eldest prince Benjamin. With the death of the 3rd prince and the 9th prince, only the eldest prince Benjamin and the 2nd prince Camilla are left of the original 13 heirs. They were born the earliest, and they had the most resources gathered under their command in advance. They were also the first among the 13 princes to know about psychic abilities. If King Nasby had not allowed it, they would have let their subordinates use their psychic abilities to kill the Muggles who were eligible to inherit the throne like them. That way, there would not be such a troublesome succession war. It was also because of this that after the death of the 4th prince, Caledonic, Benjamin and Camilla's forces were the first to be suspected. It was a long time before they were cleared of suspicion. Now, there is only 1 week left, and BW1 will arrive at the so-called Dark Continent. Things are back on track, and the final stage has been laid. Benjamin and Camilla must decide the winner. Chapter 439. The eldest prince Benjamin never thought that any prince was more qualified to ascend the throne than him. He thought so and did so. After the 3rd prince Xiao Lei lost power, Benjamin immediately gave him protection. At this time, he already understood the activation mechanism of his guardian spirit beast. Although the 9th prince Harkenbrug also proposed to protect Xiao Lei, Benjamin disdained it. He had long seen through his younger brother. He was full of righteousness, but he was too ambitious and didn't know when to advance or retreat. He was completely determined to get everything he wanted in a reckless way, without considering the consequences. The ending of Harkenbrug was that he couldn't suppress the AI family, a group of crazy people, nor could he protect the loyal private soldiers, and finally became meat on the chopping board. He wanted to protect Xiao Lei. But what did he use to protect him? Would he use his morality to move everyone? Xiao Lei, who had lost almost everything and was terrified, had no choice but to accept Benjamin's forced protection. And he did survive for several days. However, Benjamin's gift was not free. It was not only forced buying and selling, but also a terrifying usury. Benjamin actually protected Xiao Lei from the untouchable curse from the 2nd prince Camilla and from assassinations by more third-party forces. He even directed and acted himself, letting his people assassinate Xiao Lai and then protecting Xiao Lai. In this way, Xiao Lai should pay Benjamin protection fees, which became more and more, to the point where he had to pay it back. First, he entered the state of extinction and could not drive the guardian spirit beast. Then, even the guardian spirit beast itself was taken away. Finally, Xiao Lai, whose debts were growing bigger and bigger, lost his mind and chose to commit suicide to pay it off. In this way, Benjamin bypassed the two rules of the guardian spirit beast and forced Xiao Lai to commit suicide. The first rule: spirit beasts will not kill each other. The second rule: spirit beasts will not directly attack humans attached to them. Benjamin's own ability to read the stars has enabled him to inherit the ability of the loyal private soldiers. Now, with the strong desire of the guardian spirit beast, Xiao Lai's guardian spirit beast was also taken away. It can be said that Benjamin has a clear advantage and is sure to win. His remaining targets are only Harkenbrug, who is in a grave, and Camilla, who was captured alive by him once and dared to hide in the dark and curse him. As long as he can take their guardian beasts, everything will be settled. Benjamin can eat them alive. But the fact is that after Harkenbrug died, he was defeated in the decisive battle with Camilla. The ending was beyond the expectations of most people, because at that time, most people thought that Benjamin would win everything. Some opened champagne, some flattered, and the BW1 was ready to move. The cold reality slapped most people in the face. Germain turned around and looked at the last monster. It looked like a jellyfish and a mushroom, with a small head on top. Under the small head were many plump melon sacs growing together, and below that were lichens that stretched like a skirt. The monster that broke away from the final winner no longer needed to rely on others and parasitize on others. It liked to control, far better than being controlled by others. This was the guardian spirit beast of Camilla, the heir to the Kajin royal family. At the beginning of the succession war, Camilla made a huge mistake because of her arrogance. She decided to go to Benjamin alone and solve the biggest threat first. Camilla was too confident and satisfied with her mind ability, the Million Reincarnation Cat, because she could use this mind ability to gain almost infinite life. As long as the Million Reincarnation Cat is there, anyone who kills Camilla will revive Camilla at the cost of his own life. Camilla, who thinks she is already an invincible creature, just rushed into Benjamin's base camp. As a result, Benjamin's side reacted quickly and saw through her plot. Benjamin did not kill Camilla, but locked her up. In this way, the Million Reincarnation Cats were no longer effective. He only needed to wait patiently until the right time came, and then kill Camilla in a way that did not require any personnel, and everything would end. At that time, Benjamin had not yet figured out the ability of his own guardian spirit beast. Otherwise, he would have done something even more extreme. That is, to take away Camilla's guardian spirit beast first, and then kill her. Camilla realized how big a mistake she had made. She was trapped in the enemy's cage, sweating profusely, not knowing what to do. It was at this helpless moment that she unconsciously activated her guardian spirit beast. Her guardian spirit beast would only activate its ability when she was almost desperate. It could manipulate the few people closest to her at will, making them completely puppets. Camilla's guardian spirit beast took advantage of Benjamin's absence to manipulate the guards outside the cage, asking them to open the cage and release Camilla. This group of guards even escorted Camilla safely out of Benjamin's sphere of influence, and fought with Benjamin's private soldiers who were chasing them without fear of death. After Camilla escaped from the desperate situation for a while, Camilla's guardian spirit beast finally ended its control over these guards. Of course, these guards who became puppets had all died in order to protect her. At this time, Camilla had returned to her territory. It was not until then that she realized the ability of her guardian spirit beast. After that, she became more cautious and focused on the untouchable curse. Untouchables are the lowest class in the Kajin Empire, and their source is the descendants of untouchables, people who have been deprived of their civil rights, and slaves bought or robbed from other places. Benjamin was born one step earlier than her, and matured one step earlier than her. So he always obtained resources from all parties and factions in the Kajin Empire one step earlier than her. Nobles, military, capitalists. Most of the people Camilla wanted to win over had been plundered by Benjamin in advance, and she only got some leftovers. Camilla needs a force that belongs only to her, is loyal to her, is willing to die for her, and commit any terrible crime for her. Finally, her eyes are on the untouchables, who are not valued. Although they are the lowest class in the Kajin Empire, they are the most numerous. More than the people of every class who oppress them combined. The untouchables are eager to break their own fate and become the superior people. But they are also a mess. Occasionally united, but soon they will be broken by a little sweetness. This cycle was repeated countless times. Camilla saw her own power in them. So she promised the untouchables that as long as she ascended the throne, she would allow some of the untouchables and their families who had made contributions to obtain citizenship. Then, she funded the slums where the untouchables lived, and built hospitals, schools, shops, all the facilities she could use to win the hearts of the people. The untouchables were ecstatic and supported this queen. They found hope of rising to the upper class in Camilla. Although the class above the untouchables was slightly dissatisfied, they had to suppress this emotion because Camilla was a prince. At the same time, she did not overthrow the entire untouchable class, but only promoted some of the untouchables to the table. This is still part of the Game of Thrones that the Kajin Empire has played for hundreds of years, which is more acceptable to the class other than the untouchables. In this way, the three parties basically got what they wanted. After Camilla gained the untouchables' unwavering loyalty, she learned about the ability of mind by chance. Soon, a terrible idea came into her mind. She wanted these untouchables to use everything they had as a price to curse all the princes who were a threat to her except her. This was the untouchable curse. Under the untouchable curse, the princes would not die directly, but would accumulate various factors of death over time. For example, pathological changes in body tissues, an unfortunate fall, the hatred of a madman. This curse takes a long time, and there is a certain probability of success. So it has never worked on the princes so far. However, after Qiao Lai's bizarre suicide, Harkenbrug lost all his wings and allies, and his own will was close to collapse. He was getting weaker and weaker. Camilla discovered at this time that the curse of the untouchables had taken effect on Harkenbrug. His guardian spirit beast absorbed most of the curse for him, and thus became weaker and weaker. In the end, the guardian spirit beast could hardly move. So, during the 2-month voyage, the assassination attempt against Harkenbrug, which had never been successful, finally succeeded after his guardian spirit beast fell. At the moment when he saw the black muzzle of the gun, Harkenbrug might have thought that this time the bullet would still be caught by his guardian spirit beast. But it didn't. The bullet hit Harkenbrug's forehead, exploded the back of his head, and splashed a stain on the wall. Chapter 440. The second Prince Camilla and the other princes have always kept in mind King Naspi's warning. Before the birth of the heir to Kakin, you can have countless lovers and countless illegitimate children in private, but you must not have a formal wife or husband, or a child with the right of inheritance. This is why, among the 13 princes, except for the 13th prince who is still a child, from the young and strong eldest prince to the young and beautiful 12th prince, none of them has a partner or heir. After Camilla personally experienced the intensity of the succession war, she finally understood the reason why King Naspi warned so much. Obviously, if you have a wife, husband, or children, and value them very much, then they will become your weakness and burden in the battle of succession. King Naspi has already spread a big net, silently preparing for this feast of bloodshed for decades, leaving no room for anything. He certainly won't let these concerns make the princes weak and affect the excitement of the battle of succession. Camilla insisted on these weird rules and waited until today. She is only one step away from the throne of the Kajin royal family. How could she give up? Now, most of the cards between the eldest Prince Benjamin and the second Prince Camilla have been revealed, and even the other parties' telepathy and guardian spirit beasts have been investigated clearly. At this white-hot stage, their respective guardian spirit beasts have also evolved, becoming able to be sensed, touched, and communicated with by each of them. They are equivalent to going to the ring, opening up their cards, one-on-one duel, and exhausting the resources they have accumulated for many years. During the long voyage of BW1, many lives were lost every day for various reasons. But the highest intensity was in the last week before docking. In the entire huge ship, every floor was rioting, standing in line, and fighting. The Hunter Association, the International Ferry Permit Office, and other organizations had to mobilize a large number of personnel to assist the military of the Kajin Empire to control the increasingly heated situation. And they had no time to take care of other things. In this way, the final stage was set. Members of the two camps of Benjamin and Camilla died every hour, and blood was almost splattered in every corner of the first and second floors. Nobles, celebrities, military and political representatives, and other members have been living in fear, and people have been requesting to meet King Nasby. King Nasby, however, closed the door and refused to receive any guests. He remained absolutely neutral during this period, and then watched with interest the grand performance of the brother-sister killing. Whoever survived the poison of the 13 princes would become the most terrifying poison in the history of the Khajiit Empire. King Nasby was not sad about this, but envious. However, he soon felt relieved because he would also become a part of this poison. It should be said that all the bloodlines of the Khajiit royal family in the past generations would become a part of this terrifying poison. Benjamin was thinking about how to deal with Camilla's telepathy and guardian spirit beast. If someone assassinated Camilla, it would trigger the million reincarnation cat. If Camilla was assassinated without anyone, as long as she was not killed instantly, her guardian spirit beast would be triggered. In addition, Camilla had too many private soldiers following her. If they saw that the situation was not good, they would immediately attack Camilla and then revive Camilla with their own lives. This troubled Benjamin for a long time. Afterwards, he arranged a plan that intertwined the light and dark lines. The light line was to assassinate Camilla continuously, with the goal of reducing the number of private soldiers around Camilla. The dark line was to direct and act on his own, just like he did with the third Prince Xiao Lei, to stop the assassination against Camilla and forcibly give Camilla protection. He silently waited for the day when Camilla had to pay a high protection fee to his guardian spirit beast. The situation was absolutely favorable to him, and the scales of victory had already tilted towards him. With the combination of the Ninability Inheritor of the Stars and the Guardian Spirit Beast, he will soon plunder all the Ninabilities and Guardian Spirit Beasts he wants, including Camilla's. Just like the Lord of the Rings, Camilla will lose everything, and he will step on Camilla's body to ascend to the throne. However, the more and more diverse the abilities are, sometimes they are not as good as a specialized combination of abilities. Benjamin thought he had left room for Camilla to approach despair and trigger her Guardian Spirit Beast. However, Camilla thought she was cornered and checkmated, and her supporters and private soldiers died one after another. Under great pressure, Camilla found that her thick golden hair began to fall off, and she could grab a lot of it by the pillow every day. She collapsed and lay on the bed, and could only rely on the private soldiers to sacrifice their lives in a unique way, and use millions of reincarnation cats to constantly revive her and keep her alive. When there was about a day's journey to the imaginary continent, the winner was finally decided. Finally, Benjamin thought he had won, and his guardian beast snatched Camilla's guardian beast forcefully. However, at this moment, when Benjamin had not yet completely controlled Camilla's guardian beast suddenly activated its power. It controlled Benjamin and killed Camilla on the bed. And then Camilla's million reincarnation cat power was activated. The million reincarnation cat used Benjamin's life to revive Camilla. Camilla won at the last moment. In fact, all of this was not a fluke. This was the only way Camilla came up with to win in a desperate situation. She didn't even know whether her guardian spirit beast would activate its ability to control Benjamin to complete everything that followed when it was pulled away. However, she knew that only by pushing herself to the limit and close to collapse would her guardian spirit beast be able to help her. At the same time, only when he was sure of his victory would Benjamin, who was rough but delicate, relax his vigilance. That was Camilla's only chance. She seized it. Camilla became the only surviving prince and the heir to the Khajiit Empire, which was beyond everyone's expectations. However, this was the result. However, although the heir was born, the succession war was not completely over. The purge against Benjamin's forces officially began from now on. Those who bet on both sides were fine, and those who did not offend Camilla too much were also fine. But those who were loyal to Benjamin and took ruthless actions against Camilla's forces, all had no way to survive. However, the lives of these losers are no longer important. When King Nasby officially announced Camilla as his heir at the dinner before the BW1 was about to dock, she became the focus of the entire BW1. That moment was the happiest and most satisfying time for Camilla. She finally became the only heir and eliminated all the obstacles that she despised. She was already imagining the next era of her exclusive reign as the queen who would open up new continents and control the old continent. Camilla will get everything. King Nasby smiled, watching all this silently, and sipped the wine again. as if he had sipped the blood of all the people who had died in the past 2 months. On the stone steps, German and his party were blocked by 4 guardian spirit beasts that had been strengthened and cleansed by resentment. They stood at 4 corners and surrounded everyone. President Netero stood like a stone Buddha, with a firm look in his eyes and a decisive tone. German, you follow me and continue to go up. And the rest of you stay here and deal with them. Jean, Bisky, Botobai, Shiati, Misai Istram, and Itai seemed to have expected this result long ago, and nodded in agreement without surprise. Then, the 6 of them rushed towards the 4 beasts, leaving a wide space on the stone steps. Germain and Netero looked at each other, stepped onto the stone steps quickly, and also stepped onto the most dangerous last section. Camilla, sitting on the spiked throne, was right in front of them. However, she seemed not to notice the approach of Germain and Netero. Still lowered her head, holding the poison pot in her hand. The fairy girl stared at the 2 with interest, as if to see how far they could go. Then, the dark clouds above the spiked throne separated into a large mass of black fog, which was thicker than before, and slammed into the path that Germain and Netero had to take. Instantly, the stone steps collapsed and rocks flew everywhere. A fierce beast with champion-level mental energy stood up and let out a piercing scream at them. Cry. Chapter 441. Cry. German and Netero both maintained their stance, unmoved by the eardrum-shaking scream. A large champion-level monster spread out its 10 spider legs and blocked them right in front of it. It had 24 plump melon sacks, just like the melon sacks of Camilla's guardian spirit beast. And between the melon sacks, there was a head that looked like a melon. The monster that won the previous round of the succession battle together with the previous king. Now it has merged with the previous king. Like the god King Kronos, it swallowed most of its offspring, leaving only the next heir. But its purpose was obviously different. From the mouth of the small head in the middle, a wet human head was spit out. The head turned half a circle before facing people from the front. Netero quickly recognized the other party, Nasby. Nasby, who was neither human nor ghost, squeezed his slightly fat face in the monster's mouth and smiled at Germain and Netero. At the same time, the 23 plump melon sacks all burst, spurting out smelly thick juice. Twisted human faces appeared between the petals. Each of them looked extremely painful. Only one plump melon sack remained intact, only spitting out some juice from the tip. After Nasby won the last round of the inheritance battle, the guardian spirit beast told him that he was destined to have 25 biological children. One of them would become his heir, and the other 24 would forever merge with him and his guardian spirit beast. However, the fact is that Nasby has only 24 offspring so far, including 12 princes and 12 illegitimate children. The third prince, Jolai, is certainly not among them. He is not Nasby's child, but the child of the adulterer Aunir. In other words, Nasby should have another child, and it is likely to be in Princess Wait's belly. Unfortunately, due to the short time, Princess Wait did not get pregnant and failed to give birth to the 14th prince for Nasby. At this moment, 23 hideous, twisted, painful and resentful faces burst out from the 23 mature melon sacks. The faces of the 11 princes after Camilla and Jolai were all listed, from the eldest prince Benjamin to the 13th prince child Marajan. The faces of the illegitimate children were almost all unfamiliar. Only Melina, who was marked as second line, was recognized by Germain at a glance. 23 faces twisted, trying to get out of Nasby's spider trunk, but in vain. The next moment, a face with a fierce look in his eyes roared at Germain. You! It's you! It's you! Germain turned his head and saw the familiar yet strange face of the 4th prince. Caledonic. He roared angrily and wanted to pounce on Germain regardless of everything. But he couldn't move after pulling for a long time, so he could only kill Germain with his eyes. Ah. Speaking of which, it was you and your companions who killed Caledonic. Nasby smiled. After merging with my children, their memories became a part of me, just like after the last succession war. The memories of all the ancestors of the Kajin royal family were poured into my mind from the poison pot. Believe me, it was not a good experience. It was simply hell. I had to listen to the voices from countless resentments all the time. And at the beginning, it almost drove me crazy. However, after that, I was able to use their wisdom and the power of the poison pot to get everything I wanted. Speaking of this, Nasby tilted his head slightly and looked at the dazed Camilla behind him. However, now I am finally free. The wisdom of my ancestors is now all in Camilla's brain. Hee hee. Nasby laughed crazily for a moment, but suddenly heard a loud noise, and his perspective was spinning. Boom. A golden giant hand, with unstoppable force and speed, blasted Nasby's entire large body out of the stone steps from the side. Netero put his hands together, as if he had never made a move. He stared at the direction where Nasby flew, but spoke to Germain. Go. Leave this beast to me. He stepped forward. The brick shattered, and the old man's body shot out like an arrow from a bow. Nasby was in midair, but he saw his butt sticking out, and then he shot out spider silk, which stuck to the stone steps. He would soon be able to swing back to the stone steps. Unexpectedly, Netero suddenly appeared, staring down at him, and slammed down on him with the mighty power of the 100-style guanine. Boom boom boom. Nasby groaned in pain several times, unable to dodge, and fell to the mass grave under the stone steps with the other 23 heads. Netero also jumped down like a fish into water, his hands always kept in a clasped posture. Almost in the blink of an eye when Netero moved, Germain passed by him without hesitation and flashed to Camilla on the spiked throne. He keenly noticed that the fairy girl, who had been sitting on Camilla's shoulder, had disappeared. Germain's circle had already spread out a net of heaven and earth, but he didn't even notice the fairy girl's movements, and he couldn't help but frown. Camilla finally reacted at this time. She raised her head suddenly, staring at Germain with bloodshot eyes. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from her eyes. Shocking. Camilla, holding the pot of poison in her hand, stood up from the spiked throne, and the bright red blood flowed from her body and the spiked throne, like an open red claw. The heir who was deceived and resentful. The ancestors were entangled in her mind, and she had no privacy from then on. She was the king. She was the last king of the old Kajin royal family, but the first king under theocracy in the new era. After the dinner yesterday, the complacent Camilla was taken into a secret hall of the yacht by Nasby without any defense. In Camilla's opinion, she didn't need to be on guard. She was already Nasby's only heir. Could it be that Nasby would still attack his only heir? She didn't expect that such a ridiculous thing would really happen. Nasby showed her the huge stone slab of the egg in the pot ceremony, and the bones of the heirs in many mechanical cabins. Among them was even Xiao Lei, the bastard. Among the 13 mechanical cabins on the periphery, only one was empty, and the one in the middle was also empty. Camilla already felt something was wrong, but she had the dual protection of the million reincarnation cats and the guardian spirit beast, so she suppressed her anxiety and treated it calmly. Then, Nasby took out the poison pot, the magical prop that opened the prelude to this sinful and dangerous patricide succession war. Camilla wanted to ask what the poison pot was, and where it came from. Nasby smiled without saying anything, and directly handed the poison pot to her hands, and then slowly said, "They are yours now." Before Camilla understood the deep meaning of Nasby's words, countless resentments turned into black mist and poured out from the poison pot, spraying Camilla's face. Camilla's eyes went dark and she lost consciousness. When she woke up from her drowsiness, she found herself in the mechanical cabin in the center of the huge stone slab. The transparent cabin door was closed, and the strange cold liquid soaked her whole body. Camilla was choked a few times, and then she pounded on the cabin door with her fists in fear, trying to hammer it open. But it was useless. What was even more terrifying was that in this situation, Camilla actually saw that the guardian spirit beast that was supposed to protect her had separated from her, and was floating outside the stone formation. "You're awake." Nasby was in front of the empty mechanical cabin not far away. He struggled to stuff his fat body into the engine room like a sardine into a can. Soon, the engine room door closed. "Camilla." Nasby's voice came slowly, as if from another world. "The ceremony will be over soon. The will of our clan will be realized in you. The souls of our ancestors will stay in your mind forever, and you will become the king under God. Listen. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. What you have to do is very simple. After a while, your belly will swell up, and you will be pregnant. I need you to find a suitable and safe place to give birth to him. He will probably be born in 14 days. Listen, Camilla. Don't be afraid." The stone circle emitted a scarlet light in Nasby's crazy words. The flesh and blood of the 13 members of the Kajin royal family were crushed and flowed on the strange lines, all converging to the central mechanical cabin where Camilla was. Then, there was the pain of soul tearing, the infusion of countless memories, and the continuation and collection of sins. Camilla was silently furious, resentful, begging, indifferent, happy, ecstatic in the solution. Boom. Until an unprecedented storm hit, overturned the roof of the ceremony hall, and thundered down, hitting the mechanical cabin where Camilla was. Chapter 442. German took out the hunter badge and planned to absorb the resentment hovering here like he did when dealing with Hisoka before. It can both increase his own strength and weaken the enemy, which is very beneficial to German. However, the hunter badge only absorbed a part of the resentment, and most of the other resentment got rid of the hunter badge and remained unmoved. It seems that it is impossible to win directly and easily in this way in the enemy's base camp. At least there is an enemy competing with me for resentment, and the enemy has an absolute advantage. Germain put away the hunter badge and let it slowly absorb the resentment. While he was fully alert, Camilla walked towards Germain with her dress swaying slightly. Her hair was disheveled. Her eyes were cold. Her left hand was around the poison pot, and her right hand was raised. Swish. In an instant, the black claws stretched out suddenly, popped out like a venomous snake, and bit Germain. However, as if predicting Camilla's actions, Germain opened a black shield in front of him, blocking the black claws with a clang. At the same time, a black robe rolled up on Germain's body, with the pattern of the crown of torture. A pair of silver wings stretched out on his back, and a halo of virtue hung above his head. Legendary posture. Camilla opened her eyes slightly in surprise, then regained her composure and swung out the black claws of her right arm again, more swiftly than before. No matter what, she is the king, and she will definitely win in the end. Germain once again predicted Camilla's attack and responded in advance. He reached forward, grabbed the black shield, and with a slight pinch of his fingers, it twisted and deformed, turning into a black broadsword. German held two broadswords, stepped forward, nimbly moved to avoid the black claws, and then chopped down with the black broadsword. Swish. The black claws were cut off and fell to the ground, rolling like a loach for several times before they stopped moving. Camilla screamed in pain. Her eyebrows knitted tightly, and blood flowed down her right hand. She hurriedly shook the poison pot in her left hand. Huh? Black mist gushed out of the poison pot, like a dark silk thread wrapped around Camilla's broken arm, mending her wound. At the same time, more black fog surged out in groups, hitting the ground with a puff, and soon formed various strange guardian spirit beasts. They roared and pounced on German, who was close at hand like a mountain. German raised his black sword, and he was too lazy to use the induced gas bomb. He only swung the sword in his hand when the giant beasts surrounded him. Clang, clang, clang. In his current posture, the silver-white part is more inclined to dexterity, precision, and speed, while the black part is more inclined to heaviness, violence, and destruction. The pitch-black sword slashed in a circle, and some beast screamed, and its head rolled to the ground. In an instant, the sword transformed into a spear, and sent another beast flying into the air. German was in the middle of it, and the pitch-black color continuously transformed in his hands. It was a musket, a war hammer, and a crossbow, all of which exerted their ultimate destructive power. He remained calm, and the power of pitch-black was just right for this kind of big move. Watching the beasts fall one after another, Camilla heard the voices of countless ancestors in her mind. Some panicked, some calm, and some furious, all rushing to direct Camilla's next step. None of them wanted to die. Camilla had not yet completely adapted to the existence of these lingering ghosts. In addition to being shocked and noisy, she decisively shook the poison pot, trying to shake out more beasts. At this moment, a slender silver light shot out from Germain's side, and with a lightning speed, it smashed the poison pot in Camilla's hand. The props of the egg in the pot ritual that had been passed down for hundreds of years were broken into several pieces, and countless resentments flew out with wails. Camilla looked at the fragments that fell on the ground and couldn't help but breathe. She looked at Germain in surprise, wondering where this monster came from. Camilla inherited the memories of the ancestors of the Kajin royal family, and she had never seen such a terrifying enemy in their memories. Germain had already stepped on the last beast at this moment, and pierced the black sword into the flesh of the wailing beast, killing it. The black fog suddenly dispersed, and he fell to the ground, looking at Camilla coldly. Camilla did not expect that she had crossed Benjamin, Nasby, and the poison pot 3 times in a row. What awaits her is not a smooth path to the throne. but a more terrifying opponent. She is unwilling to accept this. I am the queen of the Kajin Empire. The black fog surrounding her changed direction at this moment, condensing into a black tornado, lifting Camilla high up. Her body swelled rapidly, and black fur grew again. In just half a breath, she had transformed into a huge black cat. This is the form after Camilla, and the million reincarnation cat's resentment were strengthened. It became larger in size and more fierce in momentum. The originally cubic fingers all became like its tail, with a sharp protrusion. That was its means of sucking life force. Now, it has 11 sharp protrusions that suck life force. Without any warning, the 11 sharp protrusions, looking down from above, stabbed at Germain like a storm. However, the next moment, Camilla, who had transformed into a cat of a million reincarnations, had her pupils widened again, because she saw Germain's pitch-black sword transform into a semicircular protective shield, protecting his entire body. Bang, 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 bang. No matter which direction the 11 sharp protrusions came from, they all hit the pitch-black protective shield. And no matter how hard they tried, they could not break the protective shield. Here it comes again! Camilla was puzzled. This was the third and fourth time that Germain had predicted her actions and responded. Either his reaction was extremely fast, or he could see the future, or he could hear his own thoughts. No matter which direction, it proved that Germain was the most terrifying enemy she had ever seen. She yelled and roared helplessly, and 11 sharp weapons blasted at the black protective shield more and more quickly. But all she got was a solid and heavy mountain. Camilla vented the countless resentments and anger that had accumulated over this period of time, hiding the anxiety and fear in her heart. She once again recalled the experience of last night. The extremely terrifying experience. The experience where she had no way out, and could only watch him crawl out of her body. Camilla is the queen. Why did she have to go through this? She gnashed her teeth, and her face was hideous. But she suddenly stopped in the next moment. She looked down in confusion, and saw the silver-white sharp blade piercing through her chest. When she looked up slightly, she could see that the dark protective shield in front of her finally cracked. There was already nothing inside. She turned her head with a realization, and finally saw Germain, with his silver wings spread out behind him, while the beast like Camilla was still attacking the pitch-black shield without limit. He had quietly appeared behind Camilla. Then, holding the silver-white blade, he thrust it forward, piercing through its back and piercing out from its chest. Germain pulled the silver-white blade back, bringing out blood that splattered all over the cracked floor. And then the silver-white blade turned black and turned into 2 guns in his hands. He fired left and right, aiming the gun at Camilla in front of him, and suddenly shooting black bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The beast like Camilla's huge body was hit by the black bullets continuously, shaking involuntarily. Her torso was constantly shattered, and her huge cat head was also blown to pieces. Bang. She finally fell down with evil and dark blood all over her body, staring at the sky covered with dark clouds, and died with her eyes wide open. She finally fell in the last step of ruling the new Kajin Empire. Camilla's resentment gathered, and when she was about to import German's hunter badge, she was suddenly sucked back by an invisible suction force. Germain looked up and saw the fairy girl who had disappeared for a long time, flapping her crystal clear wings and appearing in front of him. She easily sucked Camilla's resentment into her mouth, then licked her lips coquettishly and giggled at Germain. After the demigod fell, his only remaining apostle of God, the pot holder, took away a wisp of his residual soul, and he always wanted to resurrect his god. It turned into a fairy girl and bewitched the first generation of Kajin king, who met by chance, but was bound to pick up the poison pot. The fairy girl made this bloodline spend hundreds of years, and countless lives to nourish the poison pot, and contribute to the final resurrection sacrificial ceremony. It's a pity that everything failed, and its god had to be born early. Chapter 443. The fairy girl covered her mouth and giggled for a while, and then her whole face changed from cute and charming to charming and finally ferocious. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her meridians were surging. Her thin cicada wings turned into thick golden wings, and her whole body was rapidly growing. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. After a few seconds, the fairy girl had turned into a giant that Germain couldn't see her face even if he raised his head as much as possible. From his perspective, he could only see her bare legs below the waist, and the rest of her body was either unclear or obscured by the black fog of resentment. In Germain's memory, the only one he had seen that could be compared to the giant in front of him was the wall-facing man he saw on the wall of the Dark Continent. Sure enough, they were of the same level. The next moment, the potholder, the fairy girl, raised her left leg without any scruples, and then stepped barefoot hard on the platform where the spiked throne was located. Boom! The unprecedented destructive vibration broke the entire platform into countless pieces, and the wide stone steps also collapsed and shattered. Swoosh! Germain had stretched out his silver-white wings, turned into a silver light, drew a very beautiful arc, and floated in the air. He looked down and saw the entire stone staircase collapsing like dominoes. All the people and beasts on it fell into the abyss, and fell into the mass grave below, their lives or deaths unknown. Germain had no time to fly to rescue everyone because he had heard the terrible sound of wind breaking through the air. Boom! The fairy girl reached down from the dark clouds with both hands, and put them together at an incredible speed, aiming at Germain, of course. Before the palms arrived, two terrifying pressures had already attacked. The suffocating force suppressed Germain at the center point in all directions, trying to make him unable to move. Germain's whole body shook, and a terrifying black light burst out, like the moment of a supernova explosion, instantly shattering the two invisible pressures. He turned into a silver-white light arrow and flew out, leaving the spot before the Apostle of God closed his hands. Bang! The fairy girl clapped her hands together, but missed. Germain had no intention of escaping, but drew an extreme arc in the air, and flew back to the front of the fairy girl's legs. He raised the black sword and chopped out one after another turbid black crescents, all of which rushed towards the fairy girl's legs, leaving deep bloody wounds on the top. However, it was not a serious injury. Then, he heard a rumbling sound, and saw the fairy girl's hands had been pulled back above the resentful black fog, followed by a rolling thunder. The terrifying power is accumulating. Some kind of dangerous spiritual intuition made Germain instantly realize that he was locked. He quickly turned and flew towards the fairy girl's thigh to avoid damage. However, the fairy girl got out of the way in advance. She stretched her wings, and moved her feet so fast that she didn't look like a giant creature at all. The next moment, a palm slammed down from the smoke, and an explosion comparable to the power of the poor rose blasted down, instantly engulfing everything in the air. Boom! Many thrones, platforms and stone steps that had not completely fallen to the bottom of the abyss were turned into powder under this blow. The terrifying power made the entire city tremble. The rumbling sound stopped after a moment, and a figure smashed directly into the stone wall not far away, blasting a huge pit. After a while, Germain climbed out of the pit, looking a little embarrassed, with his silver-white wings and black robes incomplete, and they were repaired quickly at this moment. He reacted quickly enough, and was not hit directly by the attack just now. But he failed to dodge out of the explosion range, and could only withstand the shock wave. Even so, if he had not had the legendary posture, his body would have been blown to pieces, not to mention continuing to fight. However, the attack just now seemed to have consumed a lot of energy for the fairy girl. Germain saw her fly up, and her legs slowly disappeared above the resentful black fog in the sky. However, Germain knew that she would be back soon and would never give up. Germain took the time to rest and heal himself. His hunter badge began to absorb the resentment lingering around him. This time, there was not much obstruction. Soon, he heard a rumbling sound again, and the speed at which the hunter badge absorbed the resentment also slowed down significantly, and finally even stagnated. Germain understood that the influence of the fairy girl was back. Then, he saw two huge feet emerge from the black fog of resentment and step down. Boom boom. This time, without the support of the platform and stone steps, the fairy girl's legs landed directly in the cave of tens of thousands of people at the bottom of the abyss, and the ground shook horribly again. The broken stones flew up and smashed through the surrounding stone walls. There was a lot of sticky blood and flesh stuck in it. I don't know whose it was. Germain was worried about Xiaodi and the others, but he knew that he couldn't lose his mind and go to search now. Doing so would only play into the fairy girl's hands. He needed to be firm in his belief and fight the fairy girl to the end. This was the best way to save Xiaodi and the others and create an opportunity for them to retreat. This time, the fairy girl stepped on the mass cave. From Germain's perspective, looking up, he could finally see more than just her legs. This time, the golden wings on her chest and back can be seen. Bang! Germain did not hesitate at all, and flew out of the huge hole in the stone wall. He danced and flew to the chest of the fairy girl, as if she felt the killing intent coming. The fairy girl swung her arms completely exposed under the black mist of resentment, and swung her palms up and down towards German. The violent pressure took the initiative again, and instantly pressed on German, trying to crush him into pieces. Even if he was not crushed into powder, the palms that would come later would still send him flying and shatter his limbs and bones. However, Germain would not accept any such outcome. He burst out with black light in the same way, and after shattering the pressure, his form changed. The black of his robe faded away like lightning, replaced by holy silver white, and he turned into a beautiful angel. However, he did not want to be superficial. He wanted extreme agility and speed. Buzz. Bang. After the strange muffled sound, there was an explosion, and Germain's silver-white body had already completely disappeared between the fairy girl's palms. Puff, puff, puff. The afterimage of him flying in the air was so fast that even the fairy girl's eyes could hardly catch it. The next moment, the fairy girl felt a sharp pain in her throat. Almost at the same time, a silver light flashed across her eyes, and then her vision became pitch black. Swish, swish, swish. After a long while, the fairy girl realized that Germain had cut her throat and blinded her eyes in an instant. The fairy girl screamed angrily, raised her hands, covered her eyes and throat, used the resentful black mist to heal the wound, and used her keen perception to sense Germain's existence. She had observed the battle between Germain and Camilla, and she knew that Germain would never miss such an opportunity to attack. With this perception, she felt that Germain appeared behind her head, and the aura he exuded was completely different from before. The feeling of scalp tingling surged into the fairy girl's heart. This time, all the silver and white on Germain's body faded away and were swallowed by darkness. His wings also turned into a pair of black wings, and the silver-white halo on his head was replaced by a dark crown. The fairy girl had reacted quickly and raised her arms back, trying to catch or drive Germain with both hands. But Germain had already taken action. He held a pitch-black sword, pulling the dark energy, and the destructive power surged to the extreme in an instant. He just released this slashing wave all at once on the back of the fairy girl's neck. Boom! The unparalleled slashing wave chopped off the 2 fingers of the fairy girl who was affected, and then perfectly chopped her back of the neck. The black crescent was sharp, cutting through the flesh and sinking deep into it, like a guillotine falling from the guillotine. Crack! The fairy girl's neck was cut off in half, and inertia drove her to complete the last step. She lowered her head slightly, and her head was torn from her neck, rolling and falling to the ground. Chapter 444. When the fairy girl's huge head rolled and fell, it was caught by her big hands in time. She would not let herself die like this, but raised her head carefully, as if she was holding a precious porcelain. In the twisted and weird face, the open eyes and mouth were filled with darkness, like well water under the shadow. A strange wind sounded, and the resentful black fog in the sky seemed to be trapped in a whirlpool, rushing into the eyes and mouth of the head. Puff, puff, puff. German could feel that the head was accumulating power. He couldn't stay there and wait for death. The black wings turned into silver wings, and he flew to the upper side of the head, holding 2 black swords, also accumulating power, and wanted to use the next wave of slashes to cut through the head. Unexpectedly, the fairy girl holding the severed head moved faster. Her golden and gorgeous wings flapped, and her huge body took off. She flew into the air, holding the head with both hands, holding it to her lower abdomen. Then, the terrifying black light of destruction shot out from the eyes and mouth of the head. Boom! German instantly turned into a silver-white body in the air and flew away from the spot at the fastest speed. The fairy girl held the severed head and refused to give up. She kept adjusting her position so that the black light of destruction could catch up with the high-speed flying German. German was chased by the black light of destruction. He flew close to the huge wall. The black light of destruction spared no effort to smash the wall and kept sweeping towards German. He had no choice but to fly out of the wall, and was entangled by countless resentments in midair. They roared and stretched out countless arms and legs, grabbing onto his body, trying to catch him. However, this played into German's hands. The hunter badge on his chest took advantage of this opportunity to greedily absorb the resentment that was actively rolled around him. When the hunter badge absorbed all the entangled resentment, and there was no more resentment in the air that dared to fly into the fire, he finally flew out of the city and castle with his silver-white body. The black light of destruction gathered, and when the distance reached a certain limit, its hit rate and power would decrease. The fairy girl had no choice but to hold the severed head in her hands, spread her golden wings, and chased after him with her giant body. When German flew out of the city, he found that the rubble and wasteland outside had been unconsciously stained with the sunset glow, with a sense of beauty of the afterglow of the end of the world. Soon, a huge shadow caught up with him and almost enveloped German. German looked back during the flight and saw that the severed head of the fairy girl had absorbed the resentful black fog pouring down from the sky. After the head shook a few times, it fired the destructive black light at German again. Boom! German turned into a silver-white stream of light, and once again narrowly avoided the shooting of the destruction black light. But as before, it continued to sweep towards the flying German. The destruction black light swept all the way, shredding all the rubble it encountered without any hindrance, and cut a long crack in the wasteland. German saw that he had led the fairy girl to an area quite far away from Xiaodi and the others. So he no longer kept away from the fairy girl, but turned back to fight. He knew that running away was useless. The fairy girl sensed that he suddenly turned around and flew back. So she held the severed head in her hand and tried to kill him with the destruction black light. However, this scene was quite absurd, like a cannon hitting a mosquito. And German's silver-white holy light body was more agile than a mosquito. He dodged every sweep of the destruction black light and got closer and closer to the fairy girl. The fairy girl felt threatened and realized that it was difficult to hit German with a long-range shot like the destruction black light. So she planned to change her attack method and take some risks. The destructive black light was withdrawn, and she held the severed head high, waiting for Germain to get close to her before she suddenly exerted force with both hands and fingers to crush the entire head. Bang! Germain looked up in slight surprise, and saw countless black smoke pouring out of the shattered severed head and rushing into the sky. Soon they fell down again with a roar. Squeak! Squeak! Above the sky where darkness and sunset coexisted. Between the rolling clouds, black mist that looked like meteorites fell one after another, and they all hit Germain. This was an extremely large-scale, intensive bombing. Germain had almost nowhere to hide. He could only give up the idea of getting close to the fairy girl's torso. The distance was still too far. What he had to consider now was his own safety. Countless meteorite-shaped black mists roared down, and Germain's silver-white body immediately transformed into black armor, and his sword also transformed into a broadsword. When the black mist meteorites fell, he would fly to avoid them if he could, and use his broadsword to chop the black mist meteorites in half if he couldn't. However, there were too many black mist meteorites, and Germain was already a little overwhelmed and was forced to fall to the ground. The headless goblin would naturally not miss the opportunity to pursue and root out the evil. Her right hand reached out and grabbed her left hand, pulling it hard. Swish! Her left arm was pulled off by her and thrown into the air. The broken arm soon broke into countless pieces and turned into black mist rising into the sky. More black mist meteorites, obtained by sacrificing her left arm, whistled down from the clouds and hit German. Bang, bang, bang. The black mist meteorites fell one after another, and the number had reached an astonishing and desperate level. They were like pieces of rubble, building a grave for German. After a while, the magnificent meteor shower finally stopped. German's breath had already stopped fluctuating in the middle, but the headless fairy was still worried and let him bomb to the end before stopping. The headless fairy looked at the huge sunken pit and the diffused black fog, and she finally got a chance to breathe. To be honest, German was able to force himself to this point, sacrificing his head and left arm one after another, which was enough to be called a strong enemy. However, that was the end. Although the headless fairy had not yet recovered to her full strength, she was enough to defeat Germain, and her power would soon be restored to perfection as the gods further recovered. It was at this moment that the headless fairy, who had no eyes, no ears, and no nose, truly sensed what was happening in front of her. The headless fairy couldn't help but raise her upper body and looked forward in surprise. Outside the huge pit was an open area, with mountains on the left and a broken city on the right. In between, the sun had been completely swallowed by the horizon at some point. Instead, a round, wide full moon emerged. This was very strange, because it was not a full moon period, and this full moon was a little too huge, as if it was constantly approaching the land. Finally, the full moon rose into the sky, and the pale color spread over the land, bathing everything in ruins here. At this moment, The headless goblin realized some kind of ominous premonition. Soon, this premonition came true. German, who should have been crushed to death by the meteor shower, actually pushed the soil from under the surface and crawled out of his grave like a living dead. Chapter 445. There was no part of Germain's body that was intact. He was covered in blood. His bones protruded from his flesh, showing broken spikes, and his entire face was stained red and could not be seen clearly. The wings and robes had disappeared, and the tricorn hat and black robe were even more damaged. However, the hunter still stood up despite such injuries. He raised his bleeding arm and stabbed it into his chest with a puff like a blade. His fingers moved in his chest for a while, and he broke a rib alive with a little force and pulled it out. Blood was all over the ground. The hunter raised the broken ribs with his right hand, grabbed the hunter badge with his left hand, put them together, and with a click, they were magically spliced together. When the hunter lowered his arms, he had a strange huge sickle in his hands. It was called the funeral blade. He stepped forward, and with a loud bang, a circle of spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, and he himself had already flown towards the headless goblin. At such a long distance, German quickly smoothed it out and landed calmly in front of the headless goblin. He raised his eyes and stared at his prey tonight. The headless fairy instinctively felt a great threat. Germain walked towards the huge right leg of the headless fairy, raised the funeral blade, and quickly made a bloody cut on her right leg. Puff. Blood flowed, and the skin of the headless fairy was easily cut like tofu, which showed the sharpness of the funeral blade. At the same time, the wound on Germain's body regenerated at an extremely fast speed due to the blow of the funeral blade. The headless goblin's heart was beating wildly. German slashed again, and a black light flashed by, leaving a huge cross wound on the headless goblin's thigh. And his wounds continued to heal. The headless goblin felt the loss of his own life, and instantly understood the horror of the sharp weapon. It could actually rob the enemy of vitality and give it to the holder. She quickly stepped back, leaving a huge space, not giving German the opportunity to continue to finish off. German simply couldn't stop. His bare feet shook the ground, and he instantly closed the distance between him and the headless goblin. The headless goblin knew that he couldn't keep avoiding Germain's attack, so he raised his only right arm, pulled up the sky with resentment, and slammed a palm at Germain under his feet. Boom! The destructive force of the explosion shattered the ground, making it shatter into countless pieces like a mirror. But Germain held the funeral blades with both hands, raised them above his head, and continued to move forward despite the terrifying pressure. When he left the bombardment range, he had already turned into a bloody, squirming piece, like a skeleton covered with a thin layer of skin and walking forward. However, when he swung the funeral blade, it suddenly stretched out and cut off the headless goblin's toes, and his broken body was reshaped at an incredible speed. The flesh squirmed, and the face revived. The cut toe rolled and flew up, and Germain turned into a residual image, stepped on the toe, and flew up again, stepping on the headless goblin's knee. The headless goblin felt the moment when Germain recovered most of his vitality from the brink of death with one knife, and felt a kind of fear like cardiac arrest. Now, this monster was holding the terrifying sharp blade, and was on his body. Close. Too close. Boom. The shuddering headless fairy suddenly shot out a dark resentment shock wave from his body, trying to shake Germain off. However, Germain directly stabbed the sickle hook of the funeral blade into the belly of the headless fairy and hung on it. No matter how the headless fairy radiated and bombarded his body, he remained motionless, and continued to regenerate his own flesh and blood limbs with the funeral blade. When Germain took out the funeral blade, it showed that he had completely given up defense and was determined to attack. Attack. And attack again. If he didn't attack, he would be the one to die. The headless fairy's burst of shooting ended, seeing that she still couldn't kill Germain. She raised her right palm in a panic and grabbed him with her fingers. Germain bounced directly onto the headless fairy's fingers, and the funeral blade swung again, and 4 fingers were cut off at the same time. The headless fairy raised his upper body in astonishment, waved his right arm involuntarily, then spread his wings and flew up. Now, she was just like trying to cover the bug on the ground with a hood. But the bug flew up and landed on her hand. The headless fairy took off, spread her wings, and flew high into the sky. She wanted to be in the black fog of resentment, in her own home field. and let the black fog of resentment capture small targets for her. German took advantage of the opportunity when the headless fairy flew up, and after passing over his elbow, he slashed out a wide curved slash wave. Swish! The slash wave slashed on the golden wings, cutting off a small piece of flesh and blood, but did not hinder the flight of the headless fairy. So, Germain simply jumped onto the golden wing on the left, turned into a bloody afterimage, wielded the funeral blade, and chopped continuously. Swish! 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 When the headless fairy came to her senses, her entire left wing had been dismembered into pieces of flesh and blood by Germain at a very fast speed, and the golden feathers had fallen off completely. The headless fairy, who had lost one wing, soon lost her balance. She could no longer maintain her flight in midair with only one wing, and fell to the ground involuntarily. She was only a few hundred meters away from the black mist of resentment in the air, but she could no longer fly up. The huge body rumbled to the ground, followed by earth-shattering vibrations and explosions. Her skeleton also shattered along with the ground. When the countless rocks that were lifted up were still in the air, German had already stepped on the chest of the headless fairy, holding up the funeral blade and piercing it into the flesh on her chest. TSK. He dragged the funeral blade, and with its sharpness, he ripped open the headless fairy's belly while rushing towards her abdomen. At the same time, his injuries were healing rapidly, and when there was almost no visible damage, his mind began to recover. The more he fought, the faster he recovered, and the more he fought, the stronger he recovered. As one thing grew, the other fell, and the headless fairy became weaker and weaker, and most of her vitality became the nutrients that nourished German. After the headless fairy was cut open, the steaming organs and the broken skeleton were exposed. German jumped down to the adhesion of her heart. She had several hearts, all beating, making thumping sounds. The headless fairy felt the presence of Germain, and she struggled in pain. But she was powerless, and she didn't even have the strength to fight to the death. Germain didn't hesitate, and swung the funeral blade, one after another, destroying the hearts one by one. Finally, the headless fairy, who had lost all her hearts and had most of her vitality taken away by Germain's funeral blade, lay on the broken ground and stopped moving. Germain jumped down from the huge corpse. Although he was covered in blood, he was not injured at all, and his mind energy was restored to perfection. After a fight with the terrifying fairy giant, he did not consume much energy with the help of the funeral blade, and was even stronger than before the battle. But no matter what, the most important thing is that he won. Chapter 446. German, covered in blood, turned around. The unusually large full moon behind him was still hanging high in the wide and bright night sky. He pursed his lips and thought for a while. It was during the process of the full moon rising into the sky that he realized how to take out the funeral blade. But why did this strange and spectacular wonder appear here? Just when German was puzzled, another new change occurred, making him realize that today's hunt was far from over. Rumble. German turned his head and saw that the corpse of the headless goblin, which should have been dead, actually moved, like a live fish on a chopping board. He was a little surprised. Having lost its head, arms, wings, heart and most of its life force, could the headless goblin be resurrected? However, this surprise was quickly replaced by his own calmness. He had seen too many strange things, not to mention that this was the home ground of the headless goblin. German was not worried. In his current state, he was confident that he would win even if he fought for another 300 rounds with the headless goblin who had already figured out the attack mode. Unexpectedly, the changes in front of him indicated that the direction of things was unexpected. The corpse of the headless goblin began to crack and break, turning into tiny particles like sand, and was swept into the night sky with an inexplicable evil wind. German widened his vision, and could see that there was not only a black fog like cooking smoke floating here. There was one in the gravel wilderness, and the rest were concentrated near the city, where the 10,000 people cave was located. It seemed that the beasts that Shiodi, Bisji, Jean, Netero, and Imolawu had fought against were also shattered one after another and turned into dust. All the resentful black mists had only one destination. They were taken into the huge and empty black vortex above the city. The black vortex seemed to be a bloody mouth that was demanding endlessly, greedily swallowing the resentment of these guards, who were supposed to protect it but failed. After a long time, a terrifying, huge, fat face emerged from the black vortex. on that fat face. His eyes narrowed into a slit. His mouth slightly opened. And his cheeks were still fat. The terrifying pressure was far greater than that of the headless goblin. The once fallen Gu Yuan was born again on Earth. He will establish a new kingdom of God here. Find all the power. Return to the Dark Continent. And take revenge on his old enemy. However, at this moment, he realized something. But he refused this destined death, and refused to sleep again. Even if he was incomplete, he would roar with resentment. The premature baby Gu Yuan roared in the dark vortex that seemed to devour the world. And the whole earth trembled. German felt a chill sweeping through his body. Every breath he took was painful and difficult. Like sucking in a blade. It seemed that endless resentful spirits once again descended from the gray sky. They cried and screamed, falling to the ground like raindrops. Entangled with all living things they touched. The twisted resentment also entangled German. They could directly touch his soul. They wanted to tear his soul apart. This time, German's hunter badge was suppressed by some force. And the speed of absorbing resentment was significantly slowed down. German was not afraid. He waved his hand to sweep away some of the evil spirits. And then raised the funeral blade and slashed it like a whirlpool. Swish. Those evil spirits that flowed like water and sand were killed by German's funeral blade in an instant. Disappearing like evaporation. He breathed rapidly, raised his head, and stared at the vortex. Looking directly at the most powerful enemy he had ever seen in this world. That was a demigod. Even if it was incomplete and premature, it was still a demigod. Far more powerful than the headless goblin. And an ancient monster that had survived for who knows how many years. Germain had never fought such a monster before. Nor did he have any information about it. Let alone know its strengths and weaknesses. And could not use them to target it. He was facing the fear of the unknown. Which was overwhelmingly powerful. He soon found himself trembling all over. Germain was not a person without fear. He had always been walking with fear. But at this moment, it was not just fear that made his body tremble. His heart beat fast. And his breathing rapid. Excitement. Any human being, after thinking that he has recognized the reality, will abandon the excitement of challenging an extremely terrifying enemy. In order to be stable, you have to give up excitement. Most people think so. But to surpass the limit, you must return to the basics and find this excitement, which is a necessity for ancient humans to embark on the road of evolution. Bang. The ground was broken, and the silver wings spread out, and German flew towards the dark vortex. He flew up with a sickle in his hand. Like the god of death, there are many survivors on this land, and they all witnessed this scene in their own way. Netero, the 12 zodiac signs, Biscuit and Chiati, as well as the core members who were watching the fight remotely from the control center with the help of the communication ball. Especially Netero and his group who were nearby. Their enemies were either defeated by them, or died in the large-scale offensive of the Headless Fairy, or disappeared in the recycling of the Guyuan just now. However, their situation did not improve, because they were under the pressure of a more terrifying enemy. They could hardly breathe. Afterwards, the vengeful spirits that descended from the sky took the opportunity to erode the psychological defenses of most of them, which had long been on the verge of collapse. Therefore, it was difficult for them to describe the shock in their hearts when they felt the awe-inspiring spirit bursting out from Germain and saw Germain rushing towards the sky without hesitation. Many of them thought they were already very familiar with Germain, and they understood Germain. But at this moment, they felt a sense of strangeness. Everyone could not understand, but they felt Germain's madness. However, this kind of madness, which would normally bring disorder to the order, deeply infected everyone at this moment, making them firm up their will and boost morale in the next moment. Overcoming fear can bring about changes. Clang. Silver light flashed, and halos appeared one after another above their heads. They were bathed in a large area of white light, dispelling all the resentment around them. Reason returned, and the whole body felt comfortable. At the same time, countless silver lights that broke away from them, like bullets, pierced through the black rain curtain of resentment, flew into the air, and flew to German. German gained an increase from these dense silver lights. But it was not enough. Far from enough. He held the funeral blade, tore through the curtains of the ghosts, and finally came to a position just a few hundred meters away from the fat baby's face. Gu Yuan finally opened his eyes that had been squinting. There was darkness inside, and there was no pupil at all, which made him look even more terrifying. He grinned at German. That was a mockery, and regarded German's approach at this moment as a moth that had lost its mind and flew into the fire. At this moment, German had no chance of winning. But this was different from the previous battles, and he had no room for maneuver. The next moment, the room for maneuver came. The changes in the world brought different possibilities. Higher up in the Guyuan, in the rolling dark clouds, there was first a flash of light like daylight, and then a dull thunder like rolling logs. The wind whistled like a galloping horse, and the raindrops burst like drums, and there was a roar in the clouds. Chapter 447. Guyuan turned his head to look, and soon realized what had happened, and was shocked and angry. All the divine power that was originally intended to be used on German in front of him was redirected and pointed directly at the sky. The source of his two predicaments was intolerable betrayal. The last time it was flesh and blood, and this time it was the deep sea. When a violent storm prevented the ceremony and forced him to be born early, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. But it was too late, and he could only drag his broken body to continue. However, the deep sea came as expected, taking advantage of his weakest moment. When all his apostles had perished, magnificent waterspouts emerged from the rolling dark clouds one after another, stabbing at Guyuan like spears. Guyuan fought back with all his might, mobilizing almost all the fog of resentment to fight against it. Boom, boom, boom. Everything exploded in the air. On this land, a picture composed of three completely different scenes appeared miraculously. The sky of violent storms, the sky full of resentment, and the horizon of a tranquil full moon. In the thunder and lightning, divine power intertwined, and the rumbling mental power waves spread, shaking German in the air almost to be blown away. German was like a lone boat, swinging back and forth in the wind and waves. He finally stabilized his body, but did not leave. Instead, he held the funeral blade, flapped his silver wings, and silently wandered on the edge of this battle of gods. The exploding waves were stronger than one level, and German would be shaken away for a distance each time, and then stabilize his body. He could not see the exact fight in this battle of gods, but could only hear the screams of the vengeful spirits and the roars of the wind and thunder. Soon, Germain realized that Guyuan was at a disadvantage, and was probably seriously injured, because his hunter badge, so close to Guyuan, actually recovered its previous speed of absorbing resentment. The hunter badge greedily absorbed the power of Guyuan, which gave Germain unimaginable benefits at this moment. Then, he heard a deafening, almost wailing sound coming from the core of the god war. The incomplete Guyuan would not be the opponent of the deep sea that had been accumulated for a long time and fell from the sky. The victory and defeat were already decided. Although he is immortal, he does not have nearly 1,000 years to plan and lie dormant like this. And everything is settled. Boom. The horrible explosion made German instantly deaf, and the funeral blade in his hand and the silver-white wings on his back disappeared in an instant. It was as if he was pressed down from the sky by a terrible force. He involuntarily turned into an arrow, whistling, and smashed hard on the ground, shattering a large area of land. The waves spreading from the air also surged after a long time, continuing to ravage this land that was already suffering. After fighting many powerful enemies for a long time, Germain finally fell into a coma. After an unknown amount of time, he vaguely heard a familiar voice calling him and felt his body being shaken. He opened his eyes and saw two faces. One belonged to Shiuri, and the other belonged to Sambika, who was unexpected but reasonable. Shiuri's face was a little embarrassed, and there was a lot of mud on his short black hair, but he didn't bother to wipe it clean, and ran to find Germain, who was hid here. After the War of Gods ended, everyone present fainted due to the spreading wave. After a long time, everyone woke up, while everyone was still in shock. Shiuri, Bisji, Jean and others still remembered Germain, so they all set out together to look for Germain. They soon found Germain, who had not yet woken up, in a deep bomb crater. Germain was too close to the explosion, and the mental and physical shock he received was the heaviest, so he still hadn't woken up. At this time, the reinforcements sent from the fortress arrived. They were medical troops led by Chidwa, Sambika, Nob, and Palm. The core was Chidwa and Sambika, while Nob and Palm were more for the purpose of arriving at the scene quickly. As soon as they arrived, they started to treat the injuries of everyone present without asking too many questions, especially German, who was treated by Sambika himself. In addition, some survivors in the 10,000 people cave were also rescued. They all had sequelae similar to those of being attacked by the power of the operating system, and their memories of the previous horror were basically missing or corrected. In order to facilitate Sambika's treatment, Shiati held Germain in her arms and let him rest his head on her abdomen and thighs. So, when Germain woke up and opened his eyes, he first saw Shiati and Sambika. Shiati was obviously relieved, then leaned over and hugged Germain's head tightly. After maintaining this posture for a while, she let go. Sambika asked professionally and softly, "Germain, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Germain climbed up from Shiati's thigh. He stretched his body slightly, and didn't feel anything difficult to bear. Even if he only relied on his self-healing ability, his body would recover quickly. So he shook his head. "I'm fine. Thank you for taking care of me." Germain thanked the two, and looked up at the sky. The full moon on the horizon had disappeared, and the waxing moon was hanging in the night sky. In addition, the violent storm had long disappeared, and the black fog of resentment that was howling in the sky had also disappeared. What was even more shocking was that the castle in the distance had collapsed, leaving only many twisted stone pillars facing the sky. The war between gods had ended, and everything seemed like a dream. However, this was not a dream, because he felt that the hunter badge had given him a gift after absorbing the power of the goo at close range. German materialized it in his palm, which was a flat piece of the goo poison pot. "Goo badge, you will be able to see souls that have not completely dissipated, know the secrets of the soul, and communicate with them, and even summon and materialize their remains to fight alongside you." This was the second badge that Germain had obtained after the hunter badge. At the same time, the news of Germain's awakening quickly spread throughout the temporary camp, and many figures walked over under the light of the lamppost. Netero, Jean, Bisky, Emodlawu, Mikai Yishidam, and others all came over. I don't know who started it first, but someone applauded, and the applause became continuous. This was their heartfelt praise, amazement, and gratitude for Germain's performance this time. Without Germain, they would not be able to solve the terrible enemy, but would all be killed here. It was also the existence of Germain that dragged the final deadlock to the intervention of another more powerful force, which allowed everyone to survive. All of this was inseparable from Germain. So they praised, marveled and thanked, and also truly shocked and intuitively realized that Germain had reached a terrifying level of combat power that they could not reach. At this moment, the core members of the Hunter Association understood Netero's nagging about Germain for 2 months. That was true, but also outdated. Germain was not only the current strongest person in the 6 continents, but he might have seen the peak scene of this world. Chapter 448. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of music that rose and fell from the loudspeaker of the coast fortress woke up the sleeping people and announced that it was 8 o'clock in the morning of a new day. Germain opened his eyes, looked at the iron upper bunk for a while, then looked at a wrist exposed on the edge of the upper bunk and smiled. No matter how difficult yesterday was, it will eventually pass. When a new day comes, there will be a sense of relief that yesterday was not so difficult to overcome. He opened the bed, got out of the rather narrow bed board, put on his shoes, stood by the bed, and saw Shiati's sleeping face lying on the upper bunk. Shiati was sleeping soundly. Her slightly pink cheeks were deformed by the hard pillow, and her right wrist was resting on the edge of the upper bunk. Shiati sleeping in this position always gave people a dangerous feeling that she might fall off the upper bunk and fall to the floor at any time. There were not many independent rooms available in the coast fortress, and basically no consideration was given to spacious space and comfortable living environment. After all, this was a facility close to militarization. Germain and Shiati got a private room, but the beds were bunk beds, not the luxurious soft big beds. The coast fortress could customize a room for them. However, there was no need to go to great lengths. And secondly, it was almost midnight when we got back here last night, and everyone was exhausted. Everyone decided to take a rest first, and no matter what problems they had, they would leave them until the next day when they got together. Even if Germain had a good physique and could go without much rest for a while, others still had to rest. When the music on the loudspeaker ended, Shiati seemed to be completely deaf and continued to sleep soundly. Germain had to wake Shiati up by himself and asked her to go to breakfast with him. After they washed up and came out of the room, Shiati yawned and rubbed her eyes, as if she wanted to sleep a little longer. However, she was still holding on to the hem of Germain's clothes and following him like playing eagle and chicken. It was just that Shiati's steps were a little stumbling. So German looked back frequently, worried that she would fall down in a daze. They came to the dining area, where a long line had formed. The survivors had been waiting here long ago. Their expressions were either expectant, numb, or sad. At the end of the long line were the staff responsible for serving them food, and behind them was the restaurant kitchen, which now belonged entirely to Minchi and Bahala. Neither of them was talkative, so they sat together and ate breakfast quietly. They didn't say anything to maintain their relationship, but spoke naturally when they remembered something. They were originally planning to stroll around the various areas of the coast fortress, but suddenly there was a buzzing sound in German's pocket. He took it out and saw that it was Lister's ball that was vibrating. "German, can you hear it?" Lister's voice came from the ball. "I can hear it," German replied. "What's the matter?" "President Netero summoned you to room X2320 for a meeting. I will notify the core members one by one." "Okay. I understand. Shiori and I will go there now." After ending the call with Lister, German was not surprised that Netero summoned everyone. For 2 months, all the strange things that happened on BW1 were gathered in that ceremony. That storm, that chaos, and the final battle. Everyone only solved the urgent problem, but still knew very little about the confusing mysteries. On the way back, Inhu Guanchi asked a few questions curiously, but was deliberately interrupted by Netero. At this time, everyone knew that the president did not intend to mention this matter in front of so many people, since it was not possible at that time. Netero would most likely find another time to specially call all the core members for a meeting, such as now. When Germain and Shiori both came to room X2320, they found that it had been arranged as a temporary meeting room, and all the people present were the core members of the Hunter Association. Oh, except Shiori. The participants were Netero, the 12 branches, Biscuit, and Shiori. It can be said that this was the highest level meeting of the Hunter Association. The arrival of the two was warmly welcomed, especially Germain, who played a crucial role last night. After a night of sleep, the people who had escaped death woke up with clear minds. They understood the danger of the situation more and more, and therefore were more amazed and grateful to Germain. Netero stopped the 12 members from expressing their curiosity and gratitude to Germain in turn, and forced the first topic of this meeting to begin. What exactly are they facing during this period? Will there be a hidden danger of resurgence after this? And how to deal with the terrifying pressure in the future? Germain, Jean, and Bisky looked at each other, and then shared the knowledge about gods they had gained from Dong Fulishi when they met him by chance that night. There was a moment of silence in the conference hall. Even the professional hunters, who had experienced many battles and seen many strange things, were also shocked and confused by the sudden appearance of the gods. It was not until then that many people understood what kind of horrific incident they were involved in on this voyage. Fortunately, they temporarily escaped from the clutches of the devil. Even so, everyone was still uneasy. Netero quickly grasped the key point while stroking his white beard. Gods are just a fancy term. They can be understood as people with the ability to read that are much more powerful than us. Powerful enough to affect a large area. Netero's words made many people sober up. The terrifying thing about gods is not that they are gods, but that they have power that no one can resist. However, what Dong Fulisai mentioned about the fate of this planet made everyone more worried. Although it is estimated that the outer gods will swallow the planet hundreds of years later, the scene became uncontrollably dull when they thought that the current exploration, sacrifice, creation, discovery, etc. would all be in vain in the end. German did not repeat his realization as he did to Dong Fulisai, but remained silent. After facing the war between Guyuan and the deep sea, Germain realized that when he set out on the road of hunting gods, there would be fewer and fewer people who could accompany him. I am afraid that Netero and Jean may not be able to help him, let alone others. This is destined to be a lonely journey. In order to change the atmosphere, Bisji deliberately patted the table and changed the topic rather abruptly. Byingda, Paristan, and Shio took advantage of the chaos and set off on a ship to the transit base island. Should we try to catch up with them? Maybe we can intercept them at the gatekeeper and teach these guys a lesson. Chapter 449. When Byingda and his group were mentioned, everyone looked at Netero with a strange look, not knowing whether to condemn or remain silent. After all, Byingda was Netero's son, and Paristan and Shio were both vice presidents and members of the 12 branches, who were valued and promoted by Netero. Byingda's many subordinates were the assistant hunters they had gathered over the years and stuffed into the Hunter Association. It can be said that Netero was not immune to the fact that Byangda's power had become a force to be reckoned with. If everyone didn't know Netero well, they would think that Netero was the mastermind behind everything. Not to mention that Byangda and the others also played a role in fueling the chaos. Netero knew all this, but he would not regret his choice. Nor would he protect his children. At this time, we should handle things impartially. We should indeed teach them a lesson. But our current focus should still be on the survivors of this continent. Netero said this without any selfish motives. There are still a large number of survivors scattered outside the fortress, and their whereabouts are unknown. How to manage the survivors inside the fortress, and how to ensure their future life are all problems. In addition, this incident can be attributed to the monster attack in the Dark Continent. However, most of the members of the Kajin royal family, nobles, military and political affairs, and the 13 gangs have died. How to deal with the various problems they left behind. This does not mention the various monster nests scattered across this continent, the most familiar of which are the ferocious man-eating chimera ants. The Hunter Association can't just abandon so many survivors here in order to pursue Byangda. In fact, Byangda and Paristan also calculated this point. And then, they formulated the current chain of strategies. Fortunately, the resources on this new continent are relatively abundant, and German's teleportation lantern has delivered a batch of supplies. So there will not be a serious shortage of various supplies for the time being. Otherwise, the chaos here will become even more terrifying. The members of the Hunter Association have fully felt in the past 2 days that once there are more people, various problems will increase exponentially. And they are not at ease at all. Netero leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. Besides, I have probably guessed where they went. Guessed? Everyone looked at Netero in surprise. Netero paused, looked at everyone, and said, I have been to the Dark Continent twice, without leaving any written records, all of which were private team activities. The first time, when I was young, Lin Ye and Zoldyck family's Jaeger went to the place where the mist-like creature AI was, and finally fled back in embarrassment. The second time was when I was in my 50s, and reached the peak of martial arts for the first time. I went to the Dark Continent again and challenged the unrecorded 6th disaster in hope. But the result was still a great defeat. The unrecorded here means that it was not the primary target of the original V5 exploration team. That is, the priority of the hope here is lower than the level of the 5 great hopes. Germain knew about Netero's first trip to the Dark Continent, but not the second one. He listened carefully. Others were also very interested. They had never heard Netero mention this matter, or his second trip to the Dark Continent. Netero looked up and continued to recall. It was an active volcanic vein, where giant dragons lived, with a danger level of B+. They guarded many beautiful and rare crystal gems. Hearing this, Biscuit suddenly slammed the table and stood up. His eyes widened. Crystal gems? She stared at Netero. You mean crystal gems? Why did you tell me such an important thing now? Netero used his little finger to pick his ear, away from the extremely excited Biscuit, pretending to be stupid, and said, well, didn't I tell you? Of course not. It's unbelievable. You knew I was a gem hunter, but you kept it from me for so many years. Biscuit actually knew why Netero concealed it, but he was still very angry and excited. He is over 50 years old, not married, and has no children. Just these hobbies. His teacher clearly knows, but he kept it from her for so long. In short, Netero ignored Biscuit's murderous look, scratched his face with his fingers, and said, Byangda knew where I had been. Not long after I failed and returned, he embarked on a journey to the Dark Continent. This time, Byangda is likely not to choose the 5 hopes and disasters recorded by the International Ferry Permit Office, but to choose a new place to challenge. I know him. It is impossible for him not to have resentment after being suppressed and trapped in the 6 continents by me for decades. He will definitely try to retaliate against me in many ways. This chaos is one thing. You can surpass me. Successfully explore that volcano. Take the crystals from under the dragon, and come back to show off to me. It can also be one thing. Netero said this, and everyone understood. I understand. Biscuit immediately grabbed German next to him and stood up together, very anxious. Our team will set off immediately, and we must take all the crystal gems before Byangda. Everyone looked at Biscuit, and then saw that there was only sparkling greed in her eyes, as if all the crystals were already in front of them. Many people held their foreheads, but after seeing German being pulled up by Basiji, They suddenly felt that this plan was still very feasible. The danger level of B+ is the top of the disasters for the Hunter Association and the 6 continents. However, in front of German, who has already crossed the demigod disaster, it is not so impressive. If anyone can successfully gain hope from the newly emerged 6th disaster, it must be German. German himself is also willing. I have some previous accounts that I really need to settle with Bayonda, Paristan and Shio. In that case, I will go too. Xiaodi immediately raised her hand like a student. Good, Xiaodi. Basiji smiled. I love you for a long time. Xiaodi tilted her head. She went because of German. And she didn't understand why Basiji said that. So, everyone looked at the last person in this fixed team. Jean waved his hand. I want to stay here, investigate the collapsed Guyuan ruins, and get more discoveries about the ancient times. What? Basiji put his hands on his hips angrily. Is my gem more important? Or are those ruins more important? If I go too late, my gems will be taken away by Bayonda's group of bastards. Before arriving, Basiji had already declared his ownership of those crystal gems. Of course, the ruins are important. Jean spread his hands without hesitation. Biscuit stamped her feet in exasperation. But soon she rolled her eyes cunningly and said, But we have to pass through the gatekeeper's gate. There are also ruins there. Right? Jean didn't respond at all. I go there next time. Anyway, the boundary gate has been there for who knows how long. On the contrary, the Guyuan ruins are new. I want to investigate there. The sooner the better. You? Seeing that Biscuit was about to quarrel with Jean, Emolawu suddenly spoke. Let me go with you. It's just right that I want to be familiar with this route. It will be good for leading the team to sail from here to the Dark Continent in the future. I have a hunch that I will be the captain of this dangerous sea for the rest of my life. I always have to see what deep-sea monsters I will encounter in the future. Chapter 450. President Netero was able to provide the destination and route, and the members of the pursuit team were basically confirmed, namely German, Bisky, Emolawu and Shiri. However, there is another very important question, which was asked by Inhu Guanchi, holding his chin. But how do you get from here to the transit island and then to the boundary gate? You don't have a ship, right? Indeed. Guanchi asked a good question again. At present, all the long-distance ships on this new continent have either been destroyed or taken away by the Bayonda exploration team. How can the pursuit team cross the sea? At the gate of the coastal fortress, Chief Wumasa, who was in charge of the background investigation with Kurapika and Illumi, thought about it and gave the answer. I know there are some survivors with the ability of Nin. If a few or even a dozen of them gather their Nin together, they can materialize a ship that can sail far. I have submitted that list to President Netero, Kido, and Mikestrom. This is one of the plans that the Hunter Association Exploration Team and the Bayonda Exploration Team planned to continue moving forward after BW1 docked in the New World. Emolawu shook his angular head. There are not many people with the same type of Nin ability. If we want to use their abilities, they must go with us. But we can't take them away. They should stay here and prepare to return to the refueling island to report the situation here to the 6 continents. Although Greed Island knows about it, it is still too difficult to rely on one island to support all the subsequent reinforcements from the New World. We need the support of the 6 continents. At least so far. The full picture of German's Nin ability and the situation of Greed Island need to be kept secret as a channel for secret transportation. Because of the sunk cost, the 6 continents will send support in the end, even though they know that the Kaken royal family and members of the upper class are almost wiped out and BW1 has suffered heavy casualties. By then, perhaps a large number of these 6 executives will sail over in half a year, bringing reinforcements and taking over the New World. What are you going to do? Guanchi asked again. It takes 2 months to get from the 6 continents to the refueling island, and then to the New World. It also takes about 2 months from the New World to the transit island, and then to the boundary gate. There are no transmission lanterns in this unfamiliar journey. Are you going to fly over? Emolawu was really stumped by Guanchi's question. His brows were furrowed above his sunglasses, and he lowered his head to think. Basiji, who had returned to her seat, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot when she heard this. When she thought about her precious crystal being touched by Bayonda and his group, she twisted her buttocks on the chair and couldn't sit still at all. I can solve this problem. Suddenly, Germain spoke, and his words attracted the attention of everyone present. Basiji looked at him with surprise. What do you have in mind? Quick! Quick! Tell us! Germain didn't hide it either. He raised his right hand directly, and a small ship model gradually materialized on his index finger. I can materialize a ship that can carry us on a long voyage. However, I can't restore a normal ship. It is just a shell, because I am not familiar with the internal structure and operation principle of the ship. To make it sail, we need to take turns to consume our mind energy. In other words, I just materialized a tool like a ship. German's plan is actually the reproduction of the group of members who can collectively materialize the ship. But he can complete the materialization and operation alone. After experiencing the Battle of Gods last night, German has reached the exaggerated level of being able to materialize anything he has seen. Of course, to completely restore that thing, you need to know more knowledge, including its details, structure, operating principle, etc. After everyone was in a trance, they suddenly realized that German had reached a height that they could not imagine. And it could be said that he was the pinnacle of known materialized ability users. Materializing a ship was no problem for German now. Yes, we have German. It must be said that the limitations of everyone's own ability also affected their views on German's ability, causing them not to think about it at the first time. In this way, the problem of transportation was also solved. Biscuit couldn't wait and wanted to leave immediately. But President Netero interrupted her eagerness. The meeting had not yet finished discussing the main business. Biscuit, I know you are in a hurry. But don't worry. We have to allocate some supplies to you. And you can't leave until tomorrow anyway. In addition, the focus of the Hunter Association's work in the next year and a half will be on the development of this new continent and the construction of the Dark Continent Exploration Outpost. Especially the connection between the 6 continents. The refueling island, the new continent, the transit island, and the boundary gate. We will need a lot of manpower and material resources. However, before we get busy with these troublesome things, there are some very important things we need to do. After President Netero finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the 2 vice presidents beside him, the dog Chidwa and the cow Misai Istram. Very important things? When everyone was confused, Chidwa and Misai Ishidam cooperated with each other and read out a list of rewards within the Hunter Association. Although many people present may not pay attention to fame and fortune in this regard, the Hunter Association cannot ignore this matter because of this. Others may not want it, but you cannot not give it. Of course, under the current situation, it is still difficult for the Hunter Association to distribute monetary rewards. It is more inclined to honors, such as star level upgrades, especially those who have outstanding performance in this event, such as German, Jean, and Bisky, should have their star level upgraded. German was directly upgraded from a 1-star hunter to a 3-star hunter, setting a record for the fastest hunter to reach a 3-star level in history. From now on, the fastest 1-star hunter will become the fastest 3-star hunter. Jean and Bisky were both upgraded from 2-star hunters to 3-star hunters. I don't have any objection, Jean suddenly said. But, for things like upgrading star levels, don't we need to apply for it ourselves? He has enough merits. And because he has never applied, he has maintained his status as a 2-star hunter. Chidwa glared at Jean and sighed. You are really. Just think of it as us begging you to be promoted to 3 stars. Okay? Others are heading for the goal of 3-star hunters. But Jean is not too lazy to apply. So he doesn't upgrade his star level. This matter makes many people hate him. Especially now. He got the advantage and still acted cute. Knowing that the people who made the rules are all here. He still talked about the application procedure for star upgrade. Jean smiled slyly and didn't continue. He definitely couldn't object this time. If he objected, it would make German and Biscuit, who were also upgraded, look very ugly and embarrassed. Then, Chidwa adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses and looked at Xiaodi, an amateur hunter who was not in the Hunter Association. Chapter 451. Chidwa took a slow breath and exhaled evenly. Xiaodi, we have a suggestion. I hope you can listen to it before making a decision. Oh, okay. Xiaodi felt a little strange, but still agreed. Chidwa put his hands on the table and continued seriously. It's like this. Our Hunter Association has lost a lot of members in the chaos of BW1. So we intend to invite new members to join. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. We cannot use the examination selection scheme of the 6 continents in the New World. So we chose the fastest and most flexible way. That is, I, Misai Ishidam, Satsu and others will conduct a full background investigation and directly invite the candidates we think are suitable to join the Hunter Association. There are only 3 names on this list at present. One is you. One is Hua Shidulang. And the last one is Merlion. Hua Shidulang and Merlion have already agreed to us. Although the procedures are not complete, they are now professional hunters. What I want to ask is, Shiati, are you willing to join the Hunter Association and become a professional hunter? Shiati didn't expect that she could skip the hunter exam and become a professional hunter directly. She blinked her big eyes and subconsciously looked at Germain and Bisky beside her. However, Germain and Bisky shook their heads and said nothing, letting her make her own decision. Seeing that the 2 closest people did not help her make a decision, she had to think about it herself and asked, well, I want to know, what benefits can I get if I join the Hunter Association? Chidwa first looked at President Netero and Mitsai Istram, and after exchanging glances with them, he looked at Shiati again. First, you will get all the full rights of a professional hunter, which is the most basic. Second, we will count your achievements when you were an amateur hunter, allowing you to be directly promoted to a 1-star hunter and obtain the full rights of a 1-star hunter. Third, speaking of this, Chidwa paused, and his expression became more serious. We know that you have never given up investing in your hometown Meteor Street. And you also know that we are currently secretly cooperating with Meteor Street. The source of Meteor Street is a landfill, racial discrimination, skin color discrimination, etc., and finally evolved into a gathering place for stateless people without social identity. This area, which is comparable to a small country, is like being tied up. It is extremely difficult and long to untie Meteor Street. After the Chimera Ant invasion, the old order of Meteor Street collapsed, and a new Meteor Street order was established. At present, the new Meteor Street executives are basically inclined to cooperate with us. But there are still many things that need to be communicated. Your and Sheila's dual identities as professional hunters and Meteor Street people will make communication smoother. And Meteor Street people will be more willing to trust you. We need your help in the future. And we also promise you that we will help Meteor Street untie and let it be recognized by the Society of the 6 Continents. Mentioning Meteor Street really touched Shiati's concern. She was silent for a while, and couldn't help asking, how do you plan to help Meteor Street untie? It's very simple. Chidwa adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses. Let Meteor Street integrate into the future trend in advance, and make it an indispensable place in the future. Shiati shook her head in confusion. Chidwa further explained, it can be foreseen that the future trend is that the 6 continents will continue to invest in the new world. Build towns, factories, schools here. The future of mankind is undoubtedly in the new world. In the Dark Continent, however, the geographical location of Meteor Street is there, and it has almost nothing to do with the new world. However, German's teleportation lantern, the teleportation technology of Greed Island, and the future age of exploration will change all this. As long as Meteor Street is willing to integrate and become a part of it, everything will be another matter. Of course, the beginning is always the most difficult, and Meteor Street will encounter many obstacles from all sides of the 6 continents. But we believe that, just like countless gold rushes in history, the population of the 6 continents will rush to the new world like crazy. The 6 continents will lack labor. If they want to earn more and give more, they will realize the benefits of the people of Meteor Street with lower labor costs. At that time, they will take the initiative to invest in Meteor Street, build roads to the entrance of Meteor Street, and build factories on Meteor Street. For this, we need a stable Meteor Street ruling order, a gradually whitewashed Meteor Street, and a group of Meteor Street people who are no longer one-sidedly xenophobic. These things must be planned in advance, and we must get the support and understanding of the people of Meteor Street. Perhaps half a century later, we will see a completely different Meteor Street. Shiati, you can promote this matter, and you can also witness this matter. The problem of Meteor Street can actually be attributed to the fact that the 6 continents do not see the role of Meteor Street in the world's distribution, and do not regard the people of Meteor Street as labor. The 6 continents are more satisfied with snatching limited resources from each other within the existing territory. And of course they do not hope that another force will step onto the world stage and share a piece of the pie. However, now the great vision of exploring the universe and developing the universe is beckoning to the 6 continents. This is like people who suddenly stand at the forefront of the times and make their first pot of gold. How many people will be satisfied with this and are willing to return to their previous positions and do small businesses as before. When their focus shifts from the 6 continents to the new continent, sooner or later they will allocate a large industrial chain, waiting for regions with lower costs to take over. Meteor Street is waiting for this trend. And then people from the 6 continents will argue for them and untie them. The future picture of Meteor Street described by Chidwa is so beautiful that Xiaodi can't even imagine it with her limited knowledge. However, she did feel the pulsation of the seeds of hope breaking out of the barren, crowded, and polluted land of Meteor Street. Xiaodi had not spoken or expressed her opinion. Chidwa did not know what she meant, and could not help but turn his head to look at Germain. Germain also had the dual identities of a Meteor Streeter and a professional hunter. But everyone knew that Germain did not have a strong sense of belonging to Meteor Street. His attitude towards Meteor Street was more due to Xiaodi's attitude. So when Chidwa looked at him, he just shook his head slightly. Germain knew Xiaodi. She just habitually blocked out external things when thinking. Just like a single thread. She couldn't handle too many things at once. Patiently give her some time. She will think clearly. Sure enough, a moment later, just when Chidwa was about to say something, Xiaodi suddenly woke up from her contemplation. I think this is okay, she said. I am willing to join the Hunter Association. Whether your promise can come true or not, I am willing to do something for this matter. Since you need my help and Meteor Street needs your help, then I will choose to help you. Chapter 452. On October 11th, in a narrow bay in the New World, a secret and low-key farewell was taking place. Knowing that German and his party were about to leave the New World without stopping, many people who knew the inside story came to say goodbye. President Netero, most of the members of the 12 branches, Sambika, Menchi, Buhara, and other people who were busy with the official business of the Coast Fortress could only be sent to the gate of the fortress and could not come. In addition, the core members of the Hunter Association were basically here. Nobu, Kate, Palm, Nakuru, Shudo, Kurapika, Mirwan, Melody, Izanabe, Tokalainu, Lister, Washer Dolong and others were all present. Many of these names appeared in the list of merits announced by the Hunter Association this morning. Among them, several were promoted to star level because of their outstanding performance in this voyage and the chaos, as well as their previous achievements. New 3-star hunter list, Germain, King, Biscuit. New 2-star hunter list, Nobu. New 1-star hunter list, Xiaodi, Palm, Kurapika. Needless to say, the 4-man group of Germain, King, Biscuit and Shooty. The first 2 became 3-star hunters because the upper limit of the star level was only 3, while the latter 2 had enough merits. Nob finally caught up with Imo Lawu and became a 2-star hunter. His feat of breaking through his inner demons and rescuing survivors everywhere was enough to wash away the shameful and disastrous performance in the Republic of East Goth. There was not much objection to Palm and Kurapika becoming 1-star hunters. They performed well during the voyage, showing amazing calmness and means, not to mention the many contributions they made in the chaos. This group of elites from the Hunter Association all gathered here and watched German, who truly saved all the survivors and solved the disaster, leave. Ordinary people may not have any idea. They basically stayed in the coastal fortress and were protected. They didn't know what happened in the decisive battle that night. But the keen sense of smell of the Nin ability users, and some rumors they heard can roughly help them piece together the danger at that time. Now that the sea-stabilizing needle is leaving the New World to chase by Yonda and others, everyone must come to see it off. In fact, German's trip to the boundary gate to arrest or kill by Yonda and others on the spot was just one of his tasks. Killing Camilla gave him a teleportation lantern. Killing the headless goblin gave him 2. And participating in defeating the Gu Yuan gave him 3. In this way, including the 3 idle lanterns before, the number of idle teleportation lanterns held by German suddenly reached 9. His second task, of course, was to leave teleportation lanterns at the transit base island and the boundary gate for future use. The last task was to fulfill Besiji's wish, to conquer the volcano guarded by the dragon and seize the crystal gems in it. Under the gaze of everyone, German released his mind energy and materialized a ship with a shell that looked like a white yacht on the sea. German, Besiji, Mo Lawu and Xiaodi boarded the white yacht, injected their mind energy, and they began their voyage to the boundary gate. Everyone waved at them on the coastline until the white yacht became only a vague black dot on the sea level. And then, they returned to the coastal fortress. At the beginning of the yacht's voyage, Biscuit was still in a state of congestion due to the brainwashing of the crystal gems, and was quite excited. After sailing southward along the coastline of the New World for 2 weeks, and passing the southernmost Turtle Cape, Biscuit gradually calmed down and was not so noisy. The yacht turned at Turtle Cape and headed east, sailing along the coastline of the New World for another 2 weeks. Then, it slanted to the northeast, aiming directly at the transit base island. The crowd was not worried about getting lost at sea, because the ocean hunter Mo Lawu was very good at identifying directions on the sea. After another 2 weeks of sailing northeast, they soon lost sight of the coastline of the New World on the yacht, and were surrounded by vast sea water. The dangers during this period were far more than when they sailed along the coastline for a month before. The deeper they entered the sea, the more ferocious beasts there were in the sky and the sea, most of which were huge and fierce. And there were violent storms almost every day. If it were an ordinary ship and an ordinary crew, they might have sunk in an unknown area of the sea. However, they are not normal crew members, and the boat under their feet is not an ordinary ship. The yacht's agile sailing and solidity are all in German's mind. Those who want to eat their canned food will be eaten by them instead. They really eat them, which is considered a daily snack. It's a pity that Minchi and Bahala have important tasks and can't come. After regaining her calm, Basiji repeats her practice at the stern of the yacht every day, punching her fists at the sea surface. Every punch can break through the waves and help propel the ship. A month ago, in the decisive battle that determined the fate of the human race in the New World, the white stone steps collapsed due to the battle between German and the headless fairy, and she fell into the mass cave. Soon, she met President Netero, who was fighting fiercely with the beast transformed by Nasby. At the same time, another beast also came towards her. President Netero taught Biscuit while fighting, asking her to forget the doctrine of the heart source flow that President Netero had taught her, and follow her heart to punch. Believe in your own heart. Believe in the power that bursts out after it is hidden. This is the true meaning of the heart source flow. President Netero could see that Bisji, like him back then, was at a point where he could reach the pinnacle of his martial arts. So he gave Bisji a push. Bisji followed his heart and let go of many obsessions. As expected, he showed unprecedented combat power and defeated the beast after accumulating strength. What she had to do now was to take advantage of this momentum and break through in one go to become a champion-level nin user. During this period of time, no one would disturb her, allowing her to focus on her own practice. However, today was different. Shiati came over to interrupt Basiji's practice and said, "Basiji, we saw the transit base island." Basiji heard this and slowly put away his thoughts. He walked toward Shiati with a little excitement and said, "I didn't expect that I would miss the feeling of stepping on land so much. In more than a month of sailing, only the beginning was relatively novel. Later, facing the endless sea, there was only a certain excitement when killing blind beasts and avoiding sudden storms. Now everyone, even the ocean hunter Mo Lawu, wanted to stand on solid land instead of rising and falling with the waves." Chapter 453. Gulu. 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 He had long silver hair and sharp ears like an elf. But he was wearing a black uniform, lying on the sofa, drinking from a bottle, which was somewhat inconsistent with his image. Mullah was not drinking to relieve his sorrow, but as the logistics and blocking force captain of the Bayangda exploration team, he had to have some hobbies to kill time. The time of waiting and endurance is always long. Just like the word days pass by like years. He put his legs in long boots on the table beside him, raised his head, and took another sip of wine. But his eyes were fixed on a sea map hanging on the gray and white wall. The core members of the Bayangda exploration team had already set out from the transit base island a few days ago and headed for the gate where the gatekeeper was. The mission of the mercenary troops, led by Mullah, to stay here was to ensure the support of the Bayangda exploration team and to protect their retreat. At the same time, Pariston smiled and predicted that the Hunter Association's pursuers might come soon. The Mullah mercenary troops had to rely on the strategic locations they had occupied in various places on the transit base island, as well as the many weapons left behind. To block the pursuers, it would be best to sink the pursuer's ship at sea and let most of them drown. This is the safest way. He didn't want the enemy to land and then start a fierce battle for strategic locations on the island. Otherwise his mercenary troops would suffer heavy losses. Although Bayangda and Pariston gave a large enough deposit, plus the promised money, this unit and their relatives will have no worries about food and clothing from now on, and everyone will become rich. However, In the final analysis, they are just mercenaries, and they will charge at the right time with their lives. But now there is a more stable way to block. Why fight to the death? Mullah couldn't help laughing. Ding-ling-ling. 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 The phone on the table rang at an inopportune time, interrupting his fantasy of retirement. He reached out and picked up the receiver with some dissatisfaction and put it to his ear. What's wrong? Mullah's tone was a little impatient. The caller was Mullah's subordinate, who seemed a little flustered. Captain, an unidentified ship was found and is approaching. It really came. Mullah immediately became alert. How many ships are there? One. One? Mullah thought about it, and then suddenly realized that after all the ships in the New World were destroyed, and it was not easy for the pursuers to get a ship. Since there is only one ship, it is much easier. What type of ship? Muru relaxed and asked again. It seems to be a sightseeing yacht. Muru was stunned for a long time before he put his legs down from the table and sat up straight. What the hell did you just say? What type of ship? Sightseeing yacht. The other party had to repeat it again. Sink it. Muru's face darkened. I don't care how you fire. Sink it. What a joke. Use the special coastal defense guns. We are already using it. The subordinate's tone was very uneasy. But we can't hit it. The yacht is too flexible. Have you all eaten shit? Murrah couldn't help but curse and stood up from the sofa. Can't hit a yacht? Have you been lying on the boat for too long and don't know how to fire? No. It's really flexible and fast. The shells can't hit it at all. Can't hit it? How could this be possible? Murrah frowned, thought about it, and understood that it must be a ship materialized by a dozen materialized ninjusers together. For such a ship, the yacht is just the outer shell, and the real speed depends on the dozen materialized ninjusers. If this is the case, it makes sense that the pursuer drove a sightseeing yacht over. Then let it get close, and when it tries to land somewhere, concentrate firepower and destroy it in one go. Yes. The subordinate responded immediately. After hanging up the phone, Molu was a little uneasy. He paced back and forth on the creaking wooden board in the room, feeling a little worried. He was about to open the door to go out and take a look when he heard the phone ring again. He had to walk over and pick up the phone. Captain! It was the same subordinate. And this time, he was more panicked than before. They landed. Molu's eyes widened in astonishment. From the time he talked on the phone just now to now, it should have been less than 5 minutes. And the enemy broke through their firepower in just 5 minutes and successfully landed by force? What kind of joke is this? Captain? Not hearing Mullah's voice, the subordinate had to raise his voice. Mullah did hear the sound of his subordinates firing guns and cannons, and it seemed that they had already engaged the enemy. How many enemies have landed? Mullah had no time to blame his subordinates for their incompetence, and was secretly suspicious in his heart. Could it be that old Netero came in person? How could it be? Would he not care about the Hunter Association and the survivors, and chase after his own son? Or maybe Chinlongbo Tobai, Inhu Guanchi and other members of the 12 branches? Only Netero, or some of the 12 branches, can have such a rapid landing speed. Right? The subordinate hesitated for a moment, but said a number that made Mullah dumbfounded. According to observation, the enemy should be only 4. Mullah was silent again, and finally he said angrily, "Stop them. I come to the front line now. You are not so useless that you can't even do this?" Then, he slammed the phone receiver down and rushed to the front line immediately. He led a group of people out of the camp and walked down the stone steps. Soon, he heard the sound of intensive firing, which made him even more shocked. Had they reached this point? Just 4 people? Mullah really couldn't figure out what happened. He saw his mercenary troops constantly retreating, but their crossfire did not stop. On the left and right were 2 teams of people holding guns and rocket launchers, and in the middle were their heavy firepower mechanical armors. These mechanical armors were like the armors ridden by the funny trio Pilaf and others in Dragon Ball, with one member riding on the torso and both arms. These members are all psychic users. They inject psychic energy into the armor, which increases the mobility of the armor and the power of the shells to a very terrifying level. Mullah's mercenaries rely on this formation to continuously win in different battlefields, but now they are employed by Byangda and Paristan. However, such an elite and well-equipped force is being slaughtered. Mechanical armors fall down one after another, explode, and the mercenaries are either buried in the sea of fire or smashed into meat paste by the enemy. There were constant wails and panic. Murray held a walkie-talkie and looked at the one-sided situation in front of him, not knowing how to command. Standing on a high place, he could see clearly that there were only 4 people on the other side, and one of them was a person he had never expected. Red German. Damn it. Why is he here too? Chapter 454. Mullah still remembers the first time he met German. It was September 1998, when he was still in the Kajin Empire. At that time, Bayangda, Shiyo and Mullah led a group of mercenaries to surround German and his group, who refused to cooperate and took advantage. Unexpectedly, Jean Fulishi and his disciple Kate intervened. Bayangda was not sure of winning and was unwilling to fight to the death with German and Jean here, so he chose to retreat. After that, Mullah never saw Germain again, at least not face to face. That being said, he was always able to get rumors about Germain through various channels, especially as his fame grew. The Ian Beast Squad, the Phantom Troop, the Chimera Ant Corps, all fell in his hands. Mullah felt more and more that letting Germain go was a wrong decision. He was growing into a big trouble, and this big trouble would come to them sooner or later. Mullah had a grudge against Germain, but now he no longer wanted to avenge the dead mercenaries. He hoped that Germain would not come looking for him. Fortunately, during the entire colonial voyage, no one saw Germain or heard of his whereabouts, let alone trouble them. This is not surprising, as Bayangda, Shiyo, Mullah and others have seen Germain's strange teleportation lantern. Since he is not on BW1, he must be in the Dark Continent. Based on this, Pariston has deduced that President Netero's plan is to meet up with the German team somewhere in the Dark Continent and open up a route from the 6 continents to the Dark Continent. To destroy this plan and prevent German and others from succeeding, the best thing is to poke German's teleportation lantern to V6. But before that, they have to cooperate with President Netero and abide by Bayangda's new blood oath shackles. So they have kept it secret until now. When Bayangda sets foot on the land of the Dark Continent, this blood oath shackle will be lifted and all confidentiality agreements will be invalidated. Therefore, the chaos was just an appetizer. When Bayangda and his team arrived at the Dark Continent, they would really target Germain, President Netero and others. However, all the original assumptions were based on the premise that Germain was in the Dark Continent. Mullah would never have thought that he would meet Germain here. In less than a quarter of an hour, the mercenary team was defeated and all the mechas were destroyed. The remaining members turned their heads to look at Mullah in panic, and they didn't even know how to fire their guns. We can't win. Mullah was silent for a moment, sighed, and threw the guns and walkie-talkies in his hands to the ground. Surrender. Seeing this, the subordinates whose morale was completely defeated breathed a sigh of relief, threw down their weapons, and raised their hands. They really didn't want to continue fighting with the 4 unreasonable monsters in front of them, and then be slaughtered one-sidedly. When German and others saw that the remaining mercenaries surrendered, they didn't mean to kill them all, so they stopped. German, who could communicate with his mind, reached an agreement after a brief discussion with Biscuit, Mo Lawu and Shiati. Shiati used the bulge-eye fish to collect all the weapons and equipment of the mercenaries, so that they could only wear a shirt and trousers. Mo Lawu used the purple smoke fist to create a rope-like smoke to tie them together. During this period, German and Biscuit monitored everyone throughout the process, and would immediately take action if there was any unusual movement. And this time, they would not give them another chance. Fortunately, no mercenary made any mistakes. They all wanted to survive, so they obeyed Shiati and Mo Lawu's requests. After everything was done, German put away his meat saw and musket, and stood in front of Mullah. "I remember you," he said. "Last year in the Kajin Empire, you stood beside Bayangda and Shiyo." Mullah was a little dejected. "It's me. My name is Mullah. I'm the captain of this mercenary army, hired by Bayangda, responsible for blocking the pursuers here. Where are Bayangda and the others?" "They set out 4 days ago, and headed for the boundary gate where the gatekeeper is. If you set out now, you probably won't be able to catch up." "How long will the last leg of the voyage take?" German didn't sound very concerned. Bayangda said that if there are no accidents, it will be 2 weeks. Anyway, the last time he traveled back and forth between the transit base island and the boundary gate, it was 2 weeks. Mullah was referring to Bayangda's trip to the Dark Continent half a century ago. Which members and equipment did they bring with them? Moru said a series of names that were enough to make the list quite long. In short, there were 25 nin users in total, including Bayonda, Pariston, and Shio. He told Germain all the information he knew about the nin abilities of the 25 people. However, Germain could tell that Mullah didn't know much, or some of what he knew was wrong and misled. It seemed that Pariston couldn't completely trust this group of mercenaries. Later, Mullah mentioned the equipment taken away by the Bayangda exploration team. In addition to the guns and mechas specially provided by the nin users, there were also powerful explosives. They got a batch of poor roses, Mullah said with a gloomy look. Originally, such things that are enough to sink the BW-1 should not be brought on board. But they have a nin ability user similar to the woman with glasses on your side. So they were not discovered. The woman with glasses, in Mullah's words, of course, refers to Shiati. Germain understood that it seemed that one of Bayangda's plans for exploring the Dark Continent this time was to use the most brutal blasting method to solve the disaster. Thank you for the reminder. Well, then? Mullah pursed his lips, indicating the situation of him and his subordinates. I have told you all the information I know. How are you going to deal with us? Give us a chance to live? Or execute us all? In fact, Germain only needed to ask Mullah questions. Whether Mullah answered or not, and whether the answer was true, he could use his inner voice to judge. That is to say, even if Murrah remained silent or deliberately misled, Germain could still piece together the truth. Murrah's disclosure of the information did not constitute a fair deal. However, considering that Murrah had not lied from beginning to end, but had readily revealed all the information he knew, Germain decided to let them go. You will go with us. Murrah was obviously a little surprised. Aren't you going to execute us? Do you want to die? No. We have a ship in a small harbor in the southeast, which was originally left to meet the Bayangda exploration team. We can drive it off. Well, let's decide it. Germain and Bisky, Imolawu and Shiati looked at each other and made a calm decision. The crowd looted the mercenaries' supplies and stored them all with Shiati's bulge-eye fish. Then, they took the disarmed mercenaries to the harbor to find the ship that Mullah mentioned. Soon, it appeared in front of everyone. It turned out to be an ocean-going research ship. Quite huge. Germain left a teleportation lantern on the coastline of the transit base island. So he had 8 idle teleportation lanterns left. Then, everyone boarded the ocean-going research ship. Germain asked Imolawu to untie the group of mercenaries and let the mercenaries drive the ship for them. After that, it was a 2-week voyage to the northeast. Finally, on December 16, 1999, when the year was coming to an end, the ocean-going research ship arrived at the Boundary Gate Sea. They also saw the spectacular rising current across the sea, like a huge wall, rushing straight into the sky, blocking the progress of all ships at sea. Chapter 455. This is the Boundary Wall. The circular upwelling current divides Lake Mobius into the inner circle and the outer circle. Humans have always lived on the 6 continents at the core of the inner circle. The end of the outer circle is the Dark Continent. No matter which direction human ships go, they will be blocked by the boundary wall and have to seek help from the gatekeepers. The 2 gatekeepers guard the east and west boundary gates respectively. This is the only way for humans to go to the Dark Continent from the sea. Everyone gathered at the bow of the research ship, attracted by the wonders in front of them. And then, they saw the outline of an island in the distance. That island was the only place without upwelling currents, and it looked particularly conspicuous. Obviously, that was everyone's destination. Pull the ship over, Germain commanded. Mullah and other mercenaries also chose to obey and adjusted the course of the research ship. For 2 weeks, the research ship's voyage was not smooth, and it was attacked by giant beasts from the sky and the deep sea from time to time. Once, Murrah accidentally looked at the sea and saw the research ship they were on, sailing right above a huge eyeball. The research ship was not even as big as its pupil. Even the mercenaries, who had experienced life and death, were frightened by this scene and suffered from deep-sea phobia. Just when he thought they were going to die at the bottom of the sea, he felt Germain releasing his mind energy. It was a very domineering mind energy, but after it enveloped Murrah's whole body, he couldn't help but feel that his panic subsided and his mind became a little firmer. Mullah had never felt such a unique spirit before. Even Bayangda could not have such a strange and strong spirit. It was at this moment that Mullah and other mercenaries completely gave birth to the idea of never wanting to resist again. They might have joined forces with Bayangda, but now this idea was completely dispelled. German is not an opponent that we and Byanga can deal with. This is the ideological imprint left by this group of mercenaries. What's even more amazing is that the huge eyeball disappeared. Mullah rubbed his eyes and looked down several times before he confirmed that the deep-sea monster had indeed left. It was most likely forced back by German's mind. In other words, German's mind was tolerant and warm to us, but sharp to the enemy. A completely opposite expression. For such a man, Mullah and others could not think of any reason to refuse the order, unless they really didn't want to live. As the research ship got closer and closer to the island, everyone realized that the island was much larger than when they first saw it. When the research ship entered a harbor, it was as small as an ant in front of the entire island. Look over there. Since Mullah had decided to side with German, he might as well do it more thoroughly. There's a ship docked over there. German followed the finger of the man, who looked like a silver-haired elf, and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a ship hidden between two coastal stone pillars. That's the ship of the Byanga exploration team. Mullah had completely stood on German's side and began to think about the problem. They have already landed. Mo Lawu, who was carrying a big pipe, raised his thick thighs, stepped 1 foot on the side of the ship, and said, "It's expected. They may have left." Mo Lawu meant that the Byanga exploration team should have arrived at the boundary gate many days ahead of him. If everything goes well, they may have passed the gatekeeper's test and, with the help of the guide, went to the Dark Continent. "Let's go ashore first," Germain said. The research ship bypassed the reefs that looked like the fangs of a giant beast and finally landed on a narrow coastline. Everyone got off the ship. They first went to the ship of the Byanga exploration team and searched it. But of course, they couldn't find anyone, and there were no usable supplies left. After leaving the ship, Germain turned around and looked at Mullah. "We are going to the gatekeeper, through the boundary gate, and chase Byanga and the others. We can't take you with us." Mullah had a premonition of this, but he shrugged helplessly. "We will leave a batch of supplies here. Enough for you to live on the ship or on the shore for about half a month. When we come back, we will take you back to the New World." Mullah was stunned. He noticed that German was serious in both his expression and tone, and was not joking. He realized that German was a psychic user far stronger than Byanga. But he did not expect German to be so arrogant, going back and forth to the Dark World within half a month, and dealing with Byanga's exploration team in passing. Even Byanga, who was always bold and generous, did not dare to say such words. However, German said it. The key point is that Mullah found that he actually had a sense of trust in him, and felt that if it was this person, he could indeed do such a thing. "Okay." Mullah took a deep breath and said, "My brothers and I will wait for you here." They actually had no choice. Even if their weapons were not disarmed, they would not be able to drive the research ship back. The group of mercenaries saw who dealt with the giant beasts they encountered along the way. Whether they can return to the human world safely, even if they go back to jail, depends on German and his team. Xiaodi left a batch of supplies from the bulge-eyed fish to Mullah and others, and then German and his group set out directly and left this place. They climbed up the hillside and soon saw a narrow, winding bluestone staircase, which was obviously built specifically for small species such as humans. Everyone walked up the stairs, and before they reached the end of the stairs, they could already see the top of the boundary gate on the top of the mountain from a distance. After walking for a while, they finally came to the front of the boundary gate. In front of them were tall and majestic walls and gates, which were completely large enough for large species to enter and exit. There were 4 wave patterns on the 4 corners of the gate, which seemed to indicate that they had found the right place. The first test for the gatekeeper was to push open the 256-ton trial gate. And this was the beginning of a certain family having to push open the yellow spring and trial gates to enter and exit. From the knowledge obtained, the so-called certain family was also very obvious. It seemed that it was after Jaeger returned to the Zoldyck family that the Zoldyck family had the tradition of pushing open the trial gate to enter and exit the family territory. If you want to push open all the doors of the Zoldyck family, that is, 7 doors, their weight happens to be 256 tons. Jaeger probably never gave up completely on returning to the Dark Continent. It is difficult for him to complete this journey again, but it does not mean that his descendants cannot do it. Jaeger wants Zeno, Silva, Alumi, Mickey, Killua, Kurt and others to adapt from 1 door of 4 tons, then 2 doors of 8 tons, and 3 doors of 16 tons. Then start from 4 doors of 32 tons, 5 doors of 64 tons, 6 doors of 128 tons, until reaching the final 7 doors of 256 tons. Chapter 456. German did not rush to enter the door, but set up a lantern transmission point outside the boundary gate. In this way, he had 7 idle transmission lanterns left. Then, he walked towards the boundary gate again. The normal path to explore the Dark Continent is of course to go on the sea, from the 6 continents to the boundary gate, and then from the boundary gate to the Dark Continent. However, German did the opposite, first trying to break into the Dark Continent, and then reaching the boundary gate to open up the correct route. The reverse push map is nothing more than this. He reached out and touched the cold boundary gate, and after confirming that there were no traps, he drove his mind energy and showed a strong energy aura. Rumble. The boundary gate weighing 256 tons was no different from an ordinary gate when German pushed forward with both hands. It was pushed open. When everyone entered the other side of the boundary gate, German let go and let the boundary gate close again with a rumbling sound. Wow! Biscuit with a bun hairstyle exclaimed. But the object was not the boundary gate, but the giant beast that came into view. It was a sphinx with fluffy hair and strong flesh. It had folded wings on its broad back. It was lying on the ground, staring at everyone. Is this the sphinx that the old man Netero mentioned? Bisky said. Netero, as an explorer who had traveled to and from the Gate of Limits twice, naturally shared his previous experiences in detail before German and his party set off. The Gate of Limits, the Sphinx. These were all within the scope of what Netero mentioned. It seemed that even after more than half a century, this information was still not outdated. This is the second hurdle they have to face. Leaving the courtyard of the Sphinx safely. The Sphinx likes to ask you some difficult questions, and depending on your answers, it will influence and change some of your reality. The fastest way to pass through the courtyard is to kill the Sphinx. However, whether it is the gatekeeper or the deep sea behind them, what they hate most is rude people, especially those who dare to be arrogant in their territory. German didn't want to offend the gatekeeper or a demigod right away. This is not only disadvantageous to him, but also to the opening of the waterway. So, let's abide by the rules here and answer the Sphinx's questions. The Sphinx's golden vertical pupils swept across the faces of German and others, and it slowly raised one of its front paws. I am the Sphinx. The Sphinx actually spoke a woman's voice, and spoke the common language of the 6 continents. 3 of you. Answer me a question each. After answering, everyone can pass. If one person doesn't answer, no one can pass. You decide which 3 people will answer my questions. As expected, as President Netero provided, the Sphinx would choose how many people and how many questions to ask depending on the number of people on the scene. The upper limit is 3 people, and the lower limit is 1 person. The Sphinx will refer to the answer of the respondent, modify the reality, and let the respondent bear the blessing or curse. Before everyone came, they had discussed who would answer the question. At this time, they just looked at each other for a few times, and 3 people came out. Germain, Bisji, and Mo Lawu. Xiaodi stayed at the back, with his hands hooked behind his raised hips, silently watching the 3 people walk towards the Sphinx. Who will go first? The Sphinx didn't care about everyone's choice, but when the vertical pupils scanned Germain, they paused for a moment. I go first. Mo Lawu used the big pipe as a crutch to stick on the ground. The Sphinx stared at Mo Lawu for a moment, then asked, your disciples Nakulu and Shiotuo are seriously injured and unconscious. And there is a terrible and cruel monster that is much stronger than you, chasing you. If you want to escape, you can only take 1 disciple with you. Otherwise you will be caught up by the monster. What will you choose? When Mo Lawu heard the Sphinx mention Nakulu and Shiotuo, he had already guessed what kind of questions it would ask him, even though he was mentally prepared. After hearing the complete question, he still frowned and couldn't make a decision for a long time. Sphinx didn't set a time limit. Theoretically, Mo Lawu could think about this question forever. Anyway, it wasn't his time that was wasted. After a while, Mo Lawu smiled with relief and replied, sure enough, I still can't make a choice against my heart, he said with a firm look in his eyes. In that case, even if the possibility is very small, I will try to save my 2 disciples at the same time. Sphinx was unmoved and said indifferently, is this your final answer? Yes. I choose to take them both to escape together. Very good. Then as you wish. Chi. The next moment, Mo Lawu suddenly spurted blood all over his body, bright and dazzling. The pain hit him so hard that he almost fell down. Fortunately, the big pipe in his hand supported his strong body. Mo Lawu. Bisji was surprised and approached him, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" German also looked over with a serious expression. After taking a few deep breaths, Mo Lawu waved at them. "It's okay. It's okay. I'm fine." He spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm on the ground, raised his head in a rather embarrassed manner, and looked at Sphinx. "Because I decided to save the two disciples. I was seriously injured. Can I understand it this way?" "That's right." Sphinx looked down at them without any emotional fluctuations. Mo Lawu grinned, his teeth full of blood. "Then let me ask you. Since I didn't die, does that mean I saved them all?" Sphinx looked at him coldly and didn't answer. "It seems that silence is your answer." Mo Lawu laughed heartily, not caring about the blood flowing from his body, just letting Xiaodi, who came over to bandage his wound. Xiaodi's technique is not as good as Chidwa, Sambika, Gur and others, but it is enough for emergency treatment. "Really?" Bisji helplessly held his forehead. "It's already this time. You can still be so serious." "Forget it. Sphinx. I'm the next one." "You ask?" Sphinx's vertical pupils were aimed at Bisji. Biscuit calmly put his hands on his hips, looking fearless. After listening to the multiple-choice questions that Sphinx asked Mo Lawu, she had found the pattern and thought of several choices for her. After a while, Sphinx finally spoke. And as soon as he spoke, he hit Biscuit's sore spot. "You have two forms. One is as strong as an ox, and the other is as petite as a rabbit. I can make the petite you more lovely and beautiful, or I can make the strong you more swift and brave. But no matter which form you choose to make better, the other form will become worse. What do you want to choose?" It was indeed this kind of question. Sphinx's question did not exceed Biscuit's imagination, but it was still a headache. Biscuit quickly understood what Sphinx meant. If she chose to be more lovely and beautiful in her petite form, then when she became strong again, her strength would be significantly lower than before. If she chose to be more swift and brave in her strong form, then when she became petite, her appearance would show obvious signs of aging compared to before. However, unlike the entanglement that might appear in imagination, Biscuit gave an answer almost immediately after understanding the question. "I choose to make myself more swift and brave when I am strong." Everyone looked at her in surprise, because they knew how much Biscuit cared about her appearance and body shape. However, she almost did not hesitate at this moment, and directly chose the combat power increase in the strong form, because she knew that for the next test and the subsequent journey to the Dark Continent, strength is more important than appearance. Sphinx looked at her. "Is this your final answer?" Biscuit slowly exhaled and answered seriously, "Yes." "Then it's as you wish." Chapter 457. Biscuit took a small mirror, looked left and right, and wailed, "Ah!" Forehead wrinkles, crow's feet, nasolabial folds. "I didn't expect to see you again." After the Sphinx's curse took effect, it was impossible for Biscuit, who had appearance anxiety, not to complain. However, when she turned back to her strong form and felt the power filling her whole body, she felt that it was worth it. "Humph. At worst, I can let the magic beautician cookie take good care of me for 2 months, and then eat some Nitolami, which will definitely eliminate these wrinkles." Biscuit crossed her arms and pouted unhappily. After hearing the question, she made such a choice with this calculation in mind. Anyway, her ability of mind was born for the idea of staying young forever, and now it is used in the right way. It is just that in the next 2 months, she can't keep her previous pretty and childlike face, which makes her crazy and frustrated. While Bisji was nagging here in accordance with her age, the Sphinx had already asked questions to German. It stared at German for a much longer time than when it stared at Mo Lawu and Bisji, so that everyone looked at it strangely. After a long while, it sighed, "My ability cannot work on you. You have an extremely powerful blessing. Just like a gatekeeper, I can neither see your past nor change your present. However, I still have to ask the question, and you must answer it. Otherwise, I will not let you pass." Germain pressed his tricorn hat and nodded. "I understand." He and the gatekeeper belong to the same class, and the Sphinx's ability cannot work on him, just like it is extremely difficult for low dimensions to affect high dimensions. The Sphinx thought for a moment, and then asked, "If you were given a chance to live your life again, would you choose to come to the Dark Continent?" Of course. For Germain, this was not a difficult question at all. No matter how many times that night happened again, and how many different life choices he made in the past 2 years, he would definitely come to the Dark Continent. The Sphinx was silent for a while, and then said, "I want to add a question. And you don't have to answer it. What's your name?" "German." "German. I remember your name. I'm done." The Sphinx raised one of its front paws and pointed to the door at the back of the courtyard, which had slowly opened. "You can pass through." So, Germain and his group walked around the huge Sphinx lying there and passed through the courtyard door. The Sphinx stood up for a rare moment, turned around, and watched their backs disappear around the corner. Since it was created and placed here by the gatekeeper, this was the first time it had seen a human like Germain. Even the most talented man. What was his name? Dong Fulishi. Even he was not as strong as the man in front of him. The Sphinx was still very interested in Germain's next performance, but it was a pity that it had to stay here and had no chance to see it. "I hope he won't be like Dong Fulishi, who left for hundreds of years and never came back." There are countless people coming and going, and the Sphinx really remembers the names of only Germain and Dong Fulishi. It may have some impressions of others, but it never takes them to heart. Germain and his group passed through the courtyard of the Sphinx. Mo Laoui was injured and had to be supported by Germain, and he felt very sorry for this. Germain didn't care and didn't feel like he was being dragged down. This is how fellow travelers should support each other. They passed through a straight and wide alley and soon came to the deepest part of the boundary gate, which was also the last level. It was so wide that one could not see the end of the left and right sides at a glance. There was only a wall of size in the front. In front of everyone was a gate that was much larger than the outermost gate, rising from the ground. This majestic gate, which almost connected the sky and the earth, was so dark blue that it was almost black. On the left and right sides were the majestic rising sea currents that rose to the sky. Water splashed everywhere, dripping on everyone like raindrops. In front of the deep sea gate, there was a stone chair that was slightly larger than a human palace. A large demon beast was sitting on the stone chair with its eyes closed. The apostle of God guarding the deep sea gate had witnessed countless lives and deaths, countless declines, but he still guarded here loyally, not leaving for a moment. From a long, long time ago, the will of the deep sea was its will. As if sensing the approach of everyone, the gatekeeper opened his scarlet eyes. It slowly lowered its huge body, and the slippery tentacles on its chin twisted in front of everyone like a sea snake, and a pair of black bat wings protected its back like armor. "It's really lively recently." The gatekeeper's voice was like thunder. Although he didn't speak human language, everyone could understand the meaning. "Humans come in batches. We just sent a group of people away the day before yesterday, and another group came today." It looked at Germain, narrowed its eyes slightly, and then moved away. Germain and the others looked at each other, and soon realized that the group of people who had just been sent away by the gatekeeper were Bayonda and his group. Bayonda and his group had indeed passed the customs and set off. "I can let you pass, and even let the guide help you cross the ocean. However, you need to pass the last test I set. Now, let 2 of you come forward." And the others stepped back. This time, there was no objection. Germain and Bischi came forward, and Xiaodi and the injured Mo Laoui retreated to the back. The gatekeeper first looked at Biscuit. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a large group of tentacles began to wriggle and roll together, entangled in a spiral shape, and poked the ground with a bang. When these tentacles spread out like blooming petals, Biscuit saw a subhuman monster suddenly appearing behind them. This subhuman had a great white shark head, but its torso and limbs were similar to those of humans, but it was much larger, nearly 3 meters. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp saw teeth, sticky saliva dripping from between its teeth, and its tiny black pupils were full of hungry greed. Biscuit felt a stronger spirit from it than her own. Obviously, it was a champion-level monster. The voice of the gatekeeper came from above. "I created a subhuman species that is stronger than you. It could only survive for 10 minutes. Its tentacles were like spears," pointing at Biscuit, "full of pressure. As long as you can survive its attack for 10 minutes, you will win." "Survive for 10 minutes?" Biscuit changed back to her strong form, posing one of the starting postures of the heart source flow. With one hand forward and a bow step, she twisted her neck, making a crackling sound. "Don't underestimate me, this subhuman race. Just in time. You are the last round of hammering for me to forge myself." The shark race said nothing, but walked towards Bisky viciously. The gatekeeper didn't care about Bisky's declaration, and quickly turned his head to look at German. As for you, I can't create an opponent who matches you. In this case, then I do it again. Rumble rumble amid the huge tremor. The gatekeeper slowly stood up from the stone chair. Its body seemed to be stuck to the stone chair, and when it stood up, it brought a large piece of gravel flying. Its huge four-toed feet stepped in front of Germain, and its bloated skin and flesh were covered with layers of thick scales, and it exuded the stench of the deep sea. It looked down at Germain, who was not even as big as one of its toes. But it did not underestimate the enemy at all. I will fight for the first time in a long time. I haven't encountered a monster that can match me for a long time. If you can still stand up in the same 10 minutes, then you and that woman will win. I will let all of you pass, and let the guide lead the way. The gatekeeper stretched out his claws, and a strange wave vortex formed in the air. It stretched its claws in, and quickly took out a trident that was slightly taller than its head. It waved it in the air, stirring up a gust of wind. Then, the uneven trident, which was densely parasitized by barnacles, pointed at Germain, and the water drops that fell down were enough to swallow him. Germain was not afraid. He just looked around and said, "Let's change places. I don't want to fight with you here. It will affect my companions." Chapter 458. The Sphinx was lying lazily, but at this moment he opened his eyes and looked up to the sky, and saw a black shadow engulfing the entire courtyard. All of its lion hair exploded at this moment, and its body tensed. The one who could give it this sense of oppression was undoubtedly the gatekeeper. What surprised it even more was that it saw German, the young man it thought it would not see again for a long time. The young man was flying beside the gatekeeper. It seems that even the gatekeeper has developed a strong interest in him. Yes, our god has made a move towards the west for the first time in a long time. Soon after, two groups of people came to the boundary gate from the west. Is it really such a coincidence? Although the Sphinx cannot see through Germain, it can see through his companions, and see the scene of the battle of gods from his companions' memories. What does our god want to do? The Sphinx is not sure, but it thinks that the gatekeeper may know. So he took the initiative to attack. In its memory, it was the first time that the gatekeeper of the deep sea gate personally attacked someone who wanted to pass through. "Captain, look!" a mercenary shouted with horror on his face. Muru, who looked like a silver-haired elf, looked up and saw a huge monster flying across the sky. It felt like BW1 was flying over his head at close range. It spread its dark wings, covering the sky and the earth. What was even more terrifying was the tentacles hanging down from its chin, which looked as dangerous as Medusa's snake hair. If you look closely, you can see a tiny black dot flying beside this huge monster, shining with silver-white light. The Mura mercenary team was about to set up camp in the open space near the research ship. After all, they were waiting for German and his party to return. But they didn't expect to see such an amazing scene. When the huge monster hovered in the sky, Mura realized it later. Perhaps it was the gatekeeper in the legend. Sure enough, it was huge, powerful and weird and terrifying. But why did the gatekeeper appear there? What was it doing so far from the island? When the mercenaries such as Mula were puzzled, they saw the gatekeeper swinging the trident in his hand diagonally, raising a wave more than 10 meters high. A silver light flexibly flashed out from the engulfment of the waves and flew into the air. The waves fell in mist. Mullah finally noticed the existence of the silver light. He felt vaguely that he had guessed the reason why the gatekeeper was here, and also guessed what the silver light was. But the more he speculated, the more incredible it felt. He felt that either he was crazy or the world was crazy. Perhaps Germain was even more powerful than he imagined. But Germain had never fully revealed his true face in front of him. He believed more and more that his choice was right. It was impossible for Yangda, Paristan and Shio to achieve this level. This place is named the Sea of Raging Waves, after the gatekeeper raised a huge wave. It really didn't make Germain admit defeat easily. The battlefield is spacious enough, and it won't affect your companions. I have already met your conditions. German did not slack off at all. He had already spread his silver wings. His black robe rolled up, and held a funeral blade in his hand. The curved and narrow sickle blade was cold and gleaming. This place really meets my conditions. He looked around, and he was calm even in the face of the pressure from the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper raised one hand, pointed his sharp claws at German, and said in a surprised tone, "From the beginning, I wanted to ask. In this posture of yours, Did you take the opportunity to absorb the power of the god of goo? German did not answer this question. Nor would he fall into the other party's guidance rhythm. Flying over and talking also count as time. The gatekeeper suddenly remembered that he and the man in front of him had a 10-minute deadline. And now it was probably 3 or 4 minutes had passed. And he couldn't help but laugh. Immortals like it always forget the concept of time from time to time, and don't care much about it. So, the time left for me is not much? The gatekeeper spread out his tentacles, revealing a big smile and curled mouth. Then let me see your ability. After it finished speaking, it raised the trident of fear in its hand without any buffering, pointing it directly to the sky. Under the guidance of the trident of fear, dark clouds rolled in, thunder rumbled, and a gust of wind blew, causing even greater waves on the already uncalm sea surface. The so-called thunder and wind, raging waves, probably like this. However, this scene is far less bizarre and spectacular than when Germain watched the War of Gods in the New World. It is like a miniature version of the replay limited to this area of the sky. However, the gatekeeper still has the magical power to change the wind and clouds here. This is its home court. The gatekeeper suddenly lowered the trident, and after several flashes, thunder rumbled, and it exploded from the dark clouds towards Germain. Germain dodged the first golden lightning, and then the second and third. The silver-white light wings allowed him to calmly weave between the falling lightning. He kept his eyes fixed on the gatekeeper, observing his next move. These lightning strikes could only be considered interference. The gatekeeper did not let him wait too long. It raised the trident slightly, and with just this move, the huge body suddenly rushed in front of German. Fast. Too fast. It was not something a monster of this size could do. Whoosh. The trident stabbed at German, causing a violent storm. But German dodged it. Bang. The gatekeeper held the trident again and swept it in a semi-arc shape, violently raising huge waves like a tsunami. German's silver figure dodged it in a thrilling and calm manner. He always found the best time. This kind of instant dodging between the blades made the gatekeeper admire it in his heart. German. He only saw my attack for the first time, but he was able to make judgments based on experience and instinct, avoiding the edge accurately. And he has not been injured so far. That old goblin, although weak, is also of our class, and his strength should not be underestimated. Now it seems that it is not surprising that she was defeated by this person. Even I can't completely suppress him. German perfectly grasped the opportunity of several flashes, and remained intact under the fierce attack of the gatekeeper. But he did not intend to avoid fighting blindly, and win by dragging out the time limit. This was not his style. He wanted to fight, and explore his heart and his future through fighting. Only in the thrilling fight could he feel that he was still alive. Moreover, the only people known to be in the same class as him were the potholder, the fairy girl, Dong Fulishi, the gatekeeper, and the wallfacer. Such evenly matched battles will not be common for Germain in the future. So every time he encounters one, he should cherish it and make use of it seriously. He does not want to be like President Netero, who was alone in the 6 continents, and eventually his combat power continued to decline until the birth of Marua made him rejuvenate. Therefore, he took a step forward, holding the funeral blade, and took the initiative to rush to the gatekeeper and swing the sickle. Dang. Germain's active attack surprised the gatekeeper even more, but it fought back without hesitation. The blade of the funeral and the trident of terror clashed, splashing and exploding sparks. Every time the clanging sound of the blow was heard, the terrifying shock wave shook the sea surface under their feet and created a sunken water hole. The sea breeze blew chaotically and whirring, disturbing the airflow in a large area of the sky. I don't know if it was sea water or rain. It was so fragile that it splashed and danced. What should have been in the sea was rolled up to the sky, and what should have been in the sky fell into the sea. However, such a chaotic and violent battle came to an abrupt end in such a moment. And the wind, rain, clouds and thunder also stagnated, leaving people with a feeling of wanting more. Germain was holding the funeral blade and was fighting excitedly. But he saw the gatekeeper stop, paused in midair, and put the trident in his hand back into the vortex. 10 minutes are up. The gatekeeper laughed. It seems that the time left for you and me is not enough. But rules are rules. You have already won. Chapter 459. 10 minutes was too short. Neither Germain nor the gatekeeper had fought to the death with all their strength. It was a pity that the victory or defeat could not be completely determined. However, Germain at least gained another valuable experience of fighting against the Apostle of God. Only an equal or challenging battle could allow him to see the spiral stairs. He was about to return to the boundary island with the gatekeeper. But he found that the gatekeeper was still suspended there, motionless, like a floating island. It seems that Germain's proposal to change the battlefield is actually what the gatekeeper wants. It also needs to find a place where there are only the two of them. And there is no better place than this turbulent sea that has just experienced heavy bombing and scared away all the fish, shrimps and birds. Do you have something to say to me? Germain tried to find out the gatekeeper's intention. The gatekeeper smiled slightly, and the tentacles on his chin began to wriggle. Quite flexibly. You are very sensitive. That's right. People who are not sensitive can't survive after experiencing the War of Gods. What do you want to say? Germain was not surprised that the gatekeeper knew some details of the recent War of Gods, because the winner was the deep-sea god. It would be strange if his apostles didn't know about it. The will of my God is my will. The gatekeeper didn't say it directly, but just said, you are not the only one who wants to break free from the shackles and chains. This short sentence made Germain stun for a moment. And then he suddenly understood many things. However, there are still many questions. Stretch out your hand, the gatekeeper said again. Don't worry. It's good for you. Germain thought about it, and without much hesitation, he stretched out his hand. The gatekeeper's sharp claws, which were larger than Germain's body, reached down. The tip of the claws gently touched Germain's palm and separated at the touch. Buzz. The waves rippled, and the sea breeze stagnated. Some mysterious power then penetrated into his flesh and blood gently. The sound from the deep sea. Germain did not get much useful knowledge, but he could sense that there was no malice or poison in this active gift. The gatekeeper retracted his claws and said, I know that you have already set up a base on the East Coast. Such things always spread quickly. Not to mention that you have made such a big fuss. My God probably knew about your existence much earlier than I did. But my God would not mention it on his own initiative. But as far as I know, the original territory of the god of Gu Yuan has been messed up by you. And many of his minions and leaders have been eliminated by you. If this continues, the East Coast may indeed become a habitable place for you humans. However, the current surface peace there may not last too long. Germain frowned. Why? The god of Gu Yuan fell in the God War 1,000 years ago, and was about to revive not long ago. But it was defeated by my God. In contrast, the protagonist of the Millennium God War, who has been recuperating since then, may have regained some of his divine power. It is deep in the West Coast, but its claws will soon reach the unknown land of the East Coast. And then all kinds of signs and omens will become more obvious. Germain, if you can pass the level of the god of flesh and blood, then when you embark on your final journey, you will not be alone. If you fail, then everything will disappear, and my words will not count. We are all helpless, but there is always room for resistance. After the gatekeeper said this, the power that entered Germain's body quietly changed. A new badge gradually condensed in his palm, exuding an ancient and old atmosphere. On the badge, there was a monster head similar to the gatekeeper, but more ferocious. It crouched on the stone pillar engraved on the badge, with multiple eyes looking in different directions. Deep Sea Badge. You can call the wind and rain in a certain area, attract lightning, and breathe and move freely in the deep sea without any obstacles. At this time, Germain heard the gatekeeper say to him, Let's go back to the deep sea gate. I think your companions are waiting anxiously. In front of the deep sea gate, thunder rumbled in the distance, and even here it could be heard. It took a long time before it gradually died down. I don't know what happened. Xiaodi took care of the injured Mo Lawu, while her heart had already flown to the raging sea. She didn't think Germain would lose, but she was just worried that he would get hurt. Well, she found herself becoming more and more like a normal woman, worrying about the safety of her lover. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? The winner has been decided, Mo Lawu suddenly said. Xiaodi was stunned for a while, looked around, but didn't see Germain. After a while, she realized that Mo Lawu was not talking about the fight between Germain and the gatekeeper, but the fight in front of her. He had been watching the fight in front of him. This wonderful, exciting fight. Mo Lawu's words drew Xiaodi, whose mind was originally on Germain, back to the present. She was also concerned about Basiji. When Basiji burst out with a gusher of mind energy at a certain moment, it meant that she had come to the world of Jean, Netero and others. And at the same time, the scales of victory completely tilted to her side. In her strong form, She punched the shark man lying on the ground one punch after another, like beating a piece of iron. Bang, bang, bang. The ground cracked, and a huge pit continued to expand and sink under her fist. The shark man who had bitten her with his sharp teeth and made her bleed was now bloody and unrecognizable, without any of his previous arrogance. After confirming that he was dead and dissipated, Biscuit slowly stood up, put his palms together, and dispersed his mind, but did not leave the pit immediately, but silently pondered. She was savoring the feeling of looking down on everything. After a while, she opened her eyes, stepped onto the slope, and came to the front of Imolawu Inshiati. She didn't even turn into a petite form. Usually, once she finished fighting, she would quickly turn back to her cute and beautiful appearance. But now she didn't feel anxious anymore. She felt the beauty of her current posture and was no longer so resistant. "Are you okay?" Shiati couldn't help asking. Biscuit was quite relaxed and natural at this moment, and there was no anxiety at all when he was stuck in the bottleneck before. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's just a superficial wound. Just a simple treatment. Then I help you with it." Xiao Di is now familiar with wound treatment. Congratulations. Imolawu supported himself with a big pipe, and gave his sincere and envious blessings. For people like German, Jean, President Netero, and Bischi, it is not easy to reach the current level, and it is impossible to completely replicate. If Imolawu said that he didn't want to become as powerful as them, he would definitely be lying. "Thank you," Bischi said. "But compared to this, I need a complete set of clothes now. Even if it's just an outer coat." The fierce attack of the shark race caused her clothes that could change with her body shape to be damaged a lot. However, it didn't look like the kind of temptation of spring light suddenly exposed. But the beauty of strong muscle lines was convincing. Shiati took out a coat from the bulge-eyed fish and put it on Biscuit. And when he treated her injuries, a huge black shadow completely enveloped them all. Bang! Germain and the gatekeeper fell from the sky and landed smoothly on the ground. But the reason for the ground shaking was definitely the gatekeeper's body shape. Everyone was surprised and happy to see Germain return safely. And Germain also brought back good news. "It seems that you and I have both won the last level." Germain looked at Biscuit, sensing the hidden spirit in her body. "And you have been promoted. Congratulations." Biscuit smiled and replied, "Yes. I finally caught up with Jean and the old man." Then, she looked much more serious and stared at Germain. "However, because I have reached this level, I can better understand Jean and the old man's current feelings. Before, because I was too far away from you, I didn't have this feeling. Now, the gap between us and you is getting bigger and bigger, and there is no possibility of narrowing it." Biscuit has almost seen the future, and at the same time said what Jean, President Netero, and others have never said. Chapter 460. The gatekeeper chanted an obscure spell, and the heavy deep-sea gate that could not be pushed by force slowly opened. Behind the gate was a wide platform with a circular magic circle on it. In the magic circle were wavy patterns, as if the waves were converging from all directions to the center. And outside the platform and the magic circle was the boundless surging sea, where the sea and the sky met. It was bulging as if it was higher than the ground. The wide view and the blue sea and sky made everyone feel much more relaxed. German passed through the deep-sea gate, walked down the mossy stone steps, and walked to the edge of the circular magic circle, and suddenly felt something strange. This feeling was almost the same as when he walked in the ancient maze tower circle and the egg in the pot ritual circle, which made him uneasy. Could it be? He took out the hunter badge with some awareness, and felt that his teleportation lantern had changed. Among the 11 special teleportation lanterns, another one was lit. Special lantern teleportation point, deep sea gate. It is indeed like this. This is another special lantern teleportation point that has already existed, which means that he can teleport here from other special lantern teleportation points at no cost. The gatekeeper did not notice the abnormality of German. It just took a huge step and easily came to the border of the offshore platform in one step. It slowly bent down, pressed its claws on the sparkling sea water, and gently rotated and kneaded ripples. The ripples spread out to the distance, becoming larger and larger, as if they would never stop. German put away his hunter badge and came to the border with other companions, silently observing the strange behavior of the gatekeeper. "Is it?" Bisky asked. "Calling for a guide?" "Probably," German replied. After a while, German sensed that there was a huge object rising from the deep sea at an incredibly fast speed. "Let's step back a little," he reminded. So everyone took a step back. The gatekeeper also put away his hand, slowly straightened his huge body, and stared down at the sea. Soon, the sea surface seemed to be boiling, and bubbles were rising. The waves were like the ripples created by the gatekeeper before, but much more violent. Boom! In an instant, a huge, black, tattered ship rushed out of the sea like flying under the sea, and slammed into the sea in countless water droplets. The waves happened to splash the position where German and his group had just been. The bow of the ship that flew out of the sea was as sharp as a bird's beak, revealing fine teeth, which made it look like a giant beast. The whole ship was wet, and the seawater was escaping from its deck, cracks, and holes, falling onto the sea surface like a spring, making a swishing sound. "It's really spectacular." Mo Laowu was surprised, and lifted his sunglasses on his nose with his bandaged hands, trying to see more clearly. It was exactly the same as what President Netero had described. After passing all the trials of the gatekeeper and passing through the deep sea gate, there would be a big ship to pick you up. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. Mo Laowu only listened to President Netero's words. And of course, he was not as shocked as when he saw it with his own eyes. Soon, a step for people to get on, and off was lowered from the ship. Several strange figures gathered on the deck, and came down the step one by one. The first subhuman who came down had a calm demeanor. He wore a pirate's tricorn hat covered with barnacles and a black robe, the corners of which fluttered in the sea breeze. His sallow face was covered with wriggling tentacles like a gatekeeper, and there was no eyebrow or other hair at all. His left hand was a heavy claw, his right hand was an extended tentacle, and one of his legs was a hard-shelled crab stick. So he made a thumping sound when he walked. Behind him, there were also strange-looking subhumans, all wearing clothes, with human-like bodies, but with different heads. Some were hammerhead sharks, some were corals, some were lanternfish, and some were clams. One after another, they followed the first subhuman, half knelt in front of the gatekeeper, and lowered their heads. "These are your guides," the gatekeeper said to German and his party. "They will take you to sail in the deep sea, and complete the journey that should have taken more than half a year in one day and night." German asked, "What should we do?" "Tell them where you want to go, and they will drop you off at the nearest harbor." "I understand." "Thank you." "You're welcome. This is as it should be. Everyone who has passed my test can get this treatment." After the gatekeeper said this, he turned around and walked back to the deep sea gate. "You go." It no longer paid attention to the crowd, and the deep sea gate slowly closed behind it. The guides all stood up and looked at German and his party. Among them, the man with a sallow face said, "I am the captain of the Fairy Ghost ship and your guide. Since you have passed the test, follow me on board and tell me where you are going." In the dark cabin, only a few candles flickered, and the shadows of the people were intertwined, long or short. Through the small, round window, German and his party could see the sea outside. From the light at the beginning to the complete darkness now, the ship had been driven into the deep sea for some time by the guide, and the cold sea water had completely wrapped the hull. When it was moving, the planks would make a creaking sound, which made people wonder if it would suddenly disintegrate on the seabed. As for the cabin, this was the only area in the entire Fairy Ghost ship that would not be swallowed by the seawater, and it looked quite spacious. German could see quite a few beds, tables and chairs put together, and some wine bottles rolling on the floor. These were probably left by the previous passengers, the members of the Byangda exploration team. But they were all insignificant garbage. Now, German and his group were the only ones left in the cabin. After the captain, the guide, brought them here, he left and never came back. And none of the other crew members came near here. Shiori was taking out dry food from the bulge-eye fish and putting it on the table, and Bischi was helping to sort and arrange it. This was their lunch. Mo Laowu stood in front of the small round window, bent over, and seemed to be trying hard to see something from the dark sea water outside. Unfortunately, he probably failed. "It's too dark outside," Mo Laowu said to German, who came over. "Even if the deep sea creatures are right in front of me, I can't see anything." German admitted, "No one can see this scene clearly, and at most, they can only perceive it with their thoughts." "Yes," Mo Laowu sighed. "This is undoubtedly a pity for the ocean hunter. The 6 continents have the ability to develop submarines, But whether their submarines can dive into the deep sea does not only depend on technology, but also on the eyes of the deep-sea monsters. Even in the waters of the 6 continents, human submarines often dive to a certain depth and will be torn into pieces by the deep-sea monsters as cans. Now Mo Lawu is able to come to the rumored deep sea in a safe hull, a place that few people in the 6 continents have set foot on. But he can't see anything. How can he not feel pity? Fortunately, this will not be his last deep-sea voyage. Before German man opened his mouth, he sensed something strange. He saw that Mo Lawu's head was stretching and flattening, and his blinking and opening of his mouth were all slow. Mo Lawu also stared at German man in surprise. After a moment, Mo Lawu in front of German man returned to normal, still with that big, angular head. Did something happen just now? Mo Lawu noticed something unusual, because from his perspective, German man's head was also flattened not long ago. However, they did not feel much physical discomfort. Xiaodi and Basiji also looked over here in surprise, and their movements stopped because of the strange thing just now. German touched his face and said, "It seems that this is what the captain who led the way said about shuttle." Chapter 461 Shuttle? Xiaodi obviously didn't listen to the conversation between the people and the strange guides when he boarded the ship. Germain explained, "From here to the Dark Continent, the normal voyage will take more than half a year at the fastest. And this is without any interference. So, it is necessary to shuttle?" Xiaodi tilted his head. "Yes." Germain repeated what the captain of the guide said. "The entire Fairy Ghost ship will shuttle a long distance every 2 hours. Just like your teleportation?" "That's right. After a day and night of nearly 10 trips, the ghost ship will arrive at our destination. So, we don't have to do anything. Just stay in the cabin?" Shiri adjusted his heavy black-framed glasses. "That's right," German answered patiently. Xiaodi nodded in recognition and understanding. "Look!" At this time, Mo Lawu made a new discovery. "Look outside." German turned around, got close to Mo Lawu, and looked out. Xiaodi and Basiji walked to another round window in tacit understanding and looked out. Light. They actually saw light in the deep sea, and colorful lights reflected on their eyeballs. The Fairy Ghost ship shuttled to a strange area full of deep-sea monsters. One after another, strange huge sea monsters cruised around the Fairy Ghost ship, floating slowly forward like turtles. There were squids with tentacles hanging like hyacinths, strange fish with a tightly closed wide and long mouth, and sea snakes whose heads could not be seen at a glance. What's even more strange is that they all have transparent shells, and everyone can see the organs inside their shells. And these crowded organs are the source of the light on the seabed. "Incredible," Biscuit exclaimed. "As gorgeous as a gem. If I could take it away, I would really like to take it back." Upon hearing this, Xiaodi took out the camera from the bulge-eyed fish and handed it to Biscuit. "You can take it back this way." "Yes. I didn't expect that there would be a day when you would remind me of this." Biscuit took the camera with surprise and joy, and started taking pictures outside. "I have never seen these sea beasts. Nor have I seen so many sea beasts gathered together." Mo Lawu almost had his whole face pressed against the round window. This trip was worthwhile for him. German could only look out from a small corner that was not blocked by Mo Lawu's tall and strong body. It was indeed beautiful. The scene outside the window reminded him of the scenes of nebulae in the universe published by NASA in his previous life. Of course, the colors of those gorgeous nebulae were artificially selected and embellished. However, they were indeed equally beautiful. After the excitement passed, everyone sat back at the round table, discussing the future while eating the lunch they brought. The guide did not care about 3 meals and drinking water. Knock. 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 German opened his eyes alertly and turned over from the bed. He keenly heard the footsteps of someone approaching the cabin. Judging from the unique footsteps and the thought, German was sure that it was the captain who led the way. What was he doing here? Had he arrived at the destination? Sure enough, when the others woke up one step slower than German and stood up, the closed door of the cabin was pushed open by the captain's crab claws. The seawater rushed in, but not much, only a few centimeters above the floor. The captain came in. His pale face showed no joy or sadness. "We are almost there. Pack up. If you abandon anything here, I will not come here specially to return it to you." The captain said this, then turned around and left without any hesitation. And the thump-thump-thump footsteps gradually disappeared at the end of the aisle. He came here specially, not just to tell everyone that the ghost ship was about to reach its destination, He could let his crew do this. The captain came here because he needed to do it himself to unlock the seal that separated the cabin from the outside seawater. The several thick candles on the table had long burned out, leaving only one candle struggling to hold on. The room was dark, and it was impossible to tell the current time. However, everyone also vaguely felt that a day and a night had passed. Pack up. Don't forget to bring your things. Germain stood up and reminded everyone. Everyone was sleepy, but they all counted the things on hand as he said, and then stuffed them into Shooty's bulge-eyed fish to store them. After confirming that nothing was left behind, everyone was completely awake. They walked out of the cabin together. The seawater covered their ankles, and they walked forward. At the end of the corridor was a transparent rippled water curtain. It seemed that the seal had not been completely lifted here, but everyone could see the faint light from the outside world through the water curtain. This meant that the Fairy Ghost ship had submerged to an area close to the sea surface without knowing it. Then, there was a creaking sound, and the entire Fairy Ghost ship tilted upwards. Everyone had to grab the wooden boards or pillars around them to keep their balance and avoid slipping. Then a huge force made them lean back, and the ship shook, making people wonder if it would be damaged. After another loud bang, the dazzling light on the water curtain shot in. After a heart-pounding feeling of hanging in the air, the ship shook and fell on the sea. Splashing waves. Pop! The water curtain in front of everyone broke, and they rushed forward due to inertia. But they did not fall. Instead, the seawater in the aisle and the cabin rushed out. It seems that there is no problem. Go out and take a look, German said. Naturally, everyone had no objection. One by one, they climbed up the ladder, got out of the cabin of the Fairy Ghost ship, and came to the slippery deck outside with seawater residue. The nimble crabs had returned to the sea with the tide, while several dull fish lay on the deck, desperately swinging their tails, trying to twist outside the ship. The wet starfish and barnacles seemed lifeless, but they kept moving silently. The sun had risen outside, and the light of day illuminated the entire sea. Those strange-looking crew members were shouting loudly and raising their sails energetically. The sails were printed with deep sea wave patterns. The captain stood at the bow. He turned his head and pointed to one side with his yellow tentacles, Siren Gorge. Your destination is also the landing point of the previous group of people. He was not interested in remembering the names of anyone in the Bianda exploration team, just as he was not interested in German and his group now. Everyone looked at each other, and then they all curiously came to the bird beak-shaped bow and looked out. Sure enough, they saw the Fairy Ghost ship riding the wind and waves and sailing between two steep sea cliffs. There were reefs all along the way, like ghost claws, trying to hook passing creatures and ships. But the Ghost Fairy easily bypassed them. However, the Ghost Fairy could not bypass the song coming from the melodious voice, and a certain kind of enchanting feeling arose spontaneously. Germain looked over and saw a naked upper body, graceful mermaid, lying in a clam shell on a flat rock, singing a beautiful song with flushed cheeks. And such mermaids were distributed in reefs, cliffs, and sea caves in all directions, everywhere, and everyone seemed to have entered the land of beauty. Imolawi was almost seduced by those charming eyes, that face and figure, and that singing voice, until Germain tripped him, and he woke up from his dream. I almost fell for it. Imolawi shook his head. Thank you, Germain. I almost made a fool of myself. It's okay. Germain would not be affected by such tricks now. Not to mention that he had seen and touched better ones. The captain spat in the direction of the siren and pointed the direction of the Fairy Ghost ship. This way. Sail fast. Seeing that the entire ship had sailed past and no one jumped into the sea alive, the sirens had to shake their tails in disappointment, stop singing, and lick their fangs with their tongues. Soon after, the Fairy Ghost ship docked in a quiet bay and cast a wooden board for people to disembark. Let's go! The captain handed German an empty conch shell. When you want to return, blow it, and we will arrive in 1 day at the latest. Chapter 462. After landing at the Siren Gorge, German and his party entered a forest. The shadows of the lush branches and leaves enveloped them. Let's go in this direction. Biscuit spread out the route map drawn by President Netero, took out a compass, and said excitedly, I can smell the scent of my precious crystal. First of all, this place is a long way from the volcano. President Netero walked for nearly a week back then. Imolawu picked up his sunglasses and said, secondly, crystal has no smell. Well, maybe it smells like mud. You, a sea hunter, have come ashore. Do you understand as well as a gem hunter like me? Biscuit pointed to his head and squinted his eyes. This is my hunter's intuition. Okay. I can't argue with you. Imolawu raised his hands to surrender. Biscuit didn't intend to pursue the victory, but touched his chin, frowned, and said, however, the actual distance is indeed a bit far. We can only walk there, which takes a long time. Maybe not, German said suddenly at this time. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. You have a way? Biscuit was a little surprised. Ah, I knew you would have a way. You never let us down. Actually, it's the same as before. German ignored Biscuit's deliberate flattery and said, I can materialize a yacht. Of course, I can also materialize other things. Biscuit understood what German meant, and widened his eyes and suggested, You mean the airship? If it's an airship, we might be able to arrive within a day. Yes, it's an airship, German said. However, the airship I materialized is the same as the previous yacht. Just for show. Without any other functions except flying and carrying. Understood. Biscuit responded quickly. The fuel is our mind energy. And there are no machines or equipment. It's just a simple force to fly. German was a little surprised. He remembered that the term force to fly was said by him and Shiori. And it seemed that Shiori mentioned this term to Biscuit later. Yes, that's what I mean. He saw a relatively open flat land in front of him. So he asked everyone to stand where they were. And he walked over. In fact, if time and energy were not a concern, Germain would rather materialize a carriage and carry 4 people on the dark continent. The carriage moved forward slowly. And they solved some difficulties and obstacles on the road from time to time, which was also quite good. However, Biscuit was probably itching for the rare crystals of the volcano. So there was no need to waste time in these places. The majestic spirit that emerged from Germain startled a large flock of birds around. They flew densely into the air, not to mention some small animals, all of which left here rustling. The spirit poured back onto the flat ground, and quickly condensed the outline of an airship, gradually adding details, and finally actually materialized an airship. The tools that German could materialize now, in addition to the weapons given by the resentment, were things he had observed before. Whether it was the yacht before or the airship now, they all had their prototypes. There were pros and cons to riding an airship. The advantage was that you could quickly and directly reach your destination without having to climb over or detour through mountains, rivers, jungles, and wilderness, saving time. The disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of mental energy, and the low-altitude flight target is too large, which may attract the covetousness of giant beasts in the sky or giant beasts with ground-to-air hunting methods. However, the disadvantages of riding an airship are completely acceptable to German. The so-called consumption of a lot of mental energy is not as fast as his recovery. And as for the covetousness of giant beasts, it is even more unnecessary to mention it. Just be careful. As soon as German raised his hand, the hatch of the airship opened and automatically lowered a ladder. Then he turned around and said to everyone, Now we can fly to the destination in the air. Biscuit, I'd like to ask you to continue to confirm the route and direction. Crackling. The sound of firewood burning and breaking in the bonfire was heard, and the suffocating smoke blew diagonally to one side with the evening breeze, and the people on that side moved away. A handsome man with short blonde hair walked out of the darkness, with an annoying smile on his face, and sat on a wooden stake nearby. Pariston's exquisite suit had long been thrown away in some corner, and at this time, he was only wearing a white shirt covered with sweat and mud. This was in stark contrast to his previous neatly dressed and gentle appearance. Sitting by the same campfire with him were Byangda, who had a long black beard, and Shio, who was wearing a golden hoop and had a sturdy figure. They were all covered in blood and bandages, but their expressions were still calm. Byangda was supporting his knee with his left hand, holding a roasted hind leg of some unknown beast with his right hand, biting it with his teeth, chewing it, and finally swallowing it. He didn't seem to care what Paliston's return meant. Shio could not sit still. He placed the Rui stick flat on his knees and asked, Parliston, have you counted the casualties of our team? Yes, Paliston replied in a relaxed tone, flicking the pages of the notebook in his hand with his fingers. When we set out from the deep sea gate, there were a total of 25 people. One person drowned when he foolishly left the cabin while riding the ferry ghost ship. One person was tempted by the siren's song in the Siren Gorge and was dragged into the sea and confirmed dead. Using the power of mind to quickly travel through the dark continent, 2 people felt extremely uncomfortable, dizzy and vomited. After the travel, they contracted a disease in the dark continent and died, and their bodies were burned. When they arrived at the crater, 1 person fell into the magma and died. Sneaking into the dragon's habitat, 2 people left the team without our permission, most likely because of greed, and the 2 people's whereabouts are unknown afterwards. Our infiltration was discovered by the dragon, and the 3 people who used telekinesis were killed. Then we started a chaotic battle in the volcano. We used the Poor Rose bomb to blow up several dragons, including the Scale Dragon and the Thunder Dragon. We killed 2 dragons together. Then, speaking of this, even Pariston paused for a moment before continuing. Then the most powerful dragon here was attracted, which was also the dragon disaster. The Flame Dragon. It absorbed the explosive flames of the Poor Rose and became even more terrifying. We finally evacuated from the volcano successfully. The team is now in a situation of 8 injured, 13 dead, and 4 missing. Pariston snapped his notebook shut. He sat there calmly, first looking at the anxious Shio, and then looking at Bayongda. "What do you think of the current situation?" he asked. "What else can you think?" Shio held the Rui stick tightly with both hands. "We have almost used up our trump cards, and we can't even get past that flame demon dragon." "Bayongda?" Pariston stared at their leader and asked with a smile. "Do you think that this time, like the time you did half a century ago, we will end in failure?" Bayongda was not at all irritated by Pariston's usual sarcasm at any time and place. "Failure? It's still a long way from failure, kid." Chapter 463. Pariston smiled. "It's great to see that you are still so confident. However, if you could explain the source of your confidence, it will be better for us." Shio also looked over curiously. "I got the trick." Bayongda threw the leftover bones next to the campfire and smeared the grease on his hands on his robes without caring. "What trick?" Pariston asked. But he had already guessed the answer, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "In the last trial of the Gatekeeper, I fought against the subhuman race it created, and I had this feeling at that time." Bayongda looked at both of them and explained, "My father, Isaac Netero, is very powerful. I never defeated him when I was young, and I never challenged him again after setting the blood oath shackles. But fighting against the subhuman race created by the Gatekeeper brought back the feeling of the past, and the blood boiling when fighting the Flame Dragon was completely on my mind. I feel that my body has returned to the state of my youth, but I have the memories and experiences of now. The next time I fight the Flame Dragon, I will surpass Isaac Netero and the dragon. I am sure of this." Shio listened and felt a little excited. He admired Bayongda. Bayongda always did what he said. He said he would bring everyone to the Dark Continent, and he did it. Since he said he would surpass President Netero and the Flame Dragon, he would definitely do it. Shio felt that he would never be able to defeat President Netero in his lifetime, so he inadvertently placed this hope on Bayongda. Pariston was not easily dismissed by such words. Specifically, "How long will it take for the next time? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? A week later? Or a month later? This is a big question." He remembered the existing supplies clearly without turning the notebook, but he deliberately turned the notebook in front of Bayongda. Pariston is always like the stinging scorpion in the story, who has to sting the frog that carries it across the river, and does something that makes people around him uncomfortable. Our supplies can't last for more than 2 months. He licked his thumb with his tongue, turned a page, stared at the notebook and said, "Do you understand? Then we can only leave in a mess." Bayongda laughed a few times and said, "I will never leave like this time. Last time, I almost succeeded, but unfortunately the alchemical plant withered halfway. How can this time be worse than last time? So, what are you going to do?" "It's very simple. We have to find a safe place, set up camp, and survive like the birds and beasts here." Pariston raised his head and stared at Bayongda with his bright eyes. "Do you mean we have to eat raw meat and drink blood like savages? Or do you mean to open up new territory here?" Shio also frowned and said, "Bayongda, you know that taking root and surviving in the Dark Continent is something that even your father has not done, right? This is not as difficult as you think," Bayongda said. "The creatures here are not all as terrible as the Flame Dragon, and Isaac liked to challenge powerful creatures too much, so he artificially raised the difficulty." He leaned forward, and his shadow shortened to his feet. "Besides, You won't forget Germain, right? Pariston and Shio were both stunned. Then one nodded, and the other shook his head. But they expressed the same meaning. Byanga smiled and said, Pariston's previous speculation is still reasonable. He is very likely in the Dark Continent now, waiting to join forces with Isaac and his friends. This means that Germain already has a relatively stable residence. Shio started to think. He did it. Byanga continued, ancient humans were able to survive in the Dark Continent hundreds of years ago. That Dong Fulisai also did it. There is no reason to doubt that there will be no one like them in the future. The degree of danger in each area of the Dark Continent is proportional to the preciousness of the resources contained in that area. The more precious, the more dangerous. Just like constraints and oaths. As long as you understand this, you will understand how to survive in the Dark Continent. Parliston nodded. You mean? We have to find an ordinary place as soon as possible. And that will be our home for the next few months. Right? That's right. After I finish tempering this power there. Byanga looked down at his strong arms. Veins bulging. Everything will be different. Parliston thought for a while and said, well, it's better than turning back now. After all those who can use collective travel ability are dead. Now there is another question. Shio said. How long do you think it will take for President Netero, Isaac and others to reach the Dark Continent? Parliston touched his chin and said calmly, if President Netero or the 12 members come in person, then Mulu and others probably won't be delayed for long. So, it depends on how quickly they can resolve the chaos in the new world. That's right. Shio thought for a while, and asked curiously, I'm still a little confused. What is King Nasby doing? He is always talking nonsense. He seems to have released a terrible monster. Parliston shrugged his shoulders and said, but that is not our problem. But the hunter associations. Just as Parliston said. Byanga said. In the agreement reached at the beginning. He did not need to explain all the secrets to me. We used each other, and took what we needed. Most importantly, he promised us that the Kajin Empire established in the New World would welcome our return, and help us make good use of the results we brought back. Parliston pointed out the key point. The premise for this promise to take effect is that we bring back the results. It seems that we really have to fight hard. Byanga smiled and was about to say something. But suddenly, he felt a chill all over his body, as if several fingers had touched his skin. Something is coming. Let everyone gather here and be alert. Byanga stood up suddenly, looked around, and finally looked up at the sky. There is an enemy attack. It's a night raider. Both Pariston and Shio looked tense, and they stood up without saying a word, walked quickly to call other members, and asked everyone to gather around the campfire. When the 8 survivors stayed together and counted their weapons and equipment, a huge shadow enveloped them and the campfire. A mosasaur-like night raider quietly floated in the moonlight in the air, and 4 gloomy purple eyes stared at the small figure beside the campfire. Then, it roared, a roar that could gather nearby giant beasts. However, when the earth shook, what came was not ordinary giant beasts, but giant dragons. The leader was a flame demon dragon whose body was burning with flames, and whose skin was cracked like lava. Shio said in astonishment, how could they be here? We are so far away from the volcanic area. For giant dragons with wings, this distance is not far enough. Pariston said bluntly. They followed the night raiders, or drove the night raiders, to find us. Revenge. Byanga said, one of the eternal themes of all creatures in this world. The flame demon dragon and its army are here to avenge their dead compatriots. Chapter 464. Roar. In the dark night, the forest that should have been quiet was in chaos. The burning bonfire was swept aside. Sparks were raised, and the bushes and weeds were ignited, and a sea of fire gradually formed. In the battle of several minutes, Pariston watched the members of the exploration team fall down, struggle, and die one after another. Sailor, Pothead, Chef, Mech, Mechanical Girl Doll. The people behind these nicknames were all members that Pariston had carefully selected and stuffed into the association. Pariston made them endure until the day when they could reveal their identities, so that their abilities could be used in the journey to the Dark Continent. Along the way, they did play a big role. But unfortunately, this was their end and their burial place. Among the 5 people, the mechanical female doll had the strongest combat power, even above him. But she and the mechanical man still died in the flames of the flame demon dragon. The raging flame melted their armor that combined machinery and mind energy, easily killing their lives. And they were completely unable to defend themselves. However, the 5 former assistant hunters also exchanged their lives for the lives of 2 dragons, which was an acceptable result. Pallaston was not sad about their death. He felt that they died for what they deserved. He was not even worried about his own situation. He never cared about these things. As a result, only Byangda, Pallaston and Shio survived. And they were besieged by 4 dragons. Byangda had to fight the strongest flame demon dragon one-on-one. And Pallaston and Shio had to face the attack of 3 dragons. This is a situation that is almost impossible to win. A desperate situation. Even if Shio's hidden strength during the 12 zodiacs period all burst out at this moment, it can only delay the time of death. His 3 monkeys of the mind beasts of do not see, do not hear, do not speak confuse the dragon's senses. This kind of mind ability has a great impact on creatures of the strengthening system, because they often rely heavily on their senses. Shio will take advantage of this opportunity to use the Rui stick to deal with the enemy. However, the dragon's scales are too thick, and the Rui stick can't hurt them at all. At most, he can use the Rui stick to poke their vertical pupils blind. Shio is almost at the end of his rope. He has already done his best. Pallaston felt a little unbelievable. In this situation, he was not afraid, panicked, but couldn't help but smile gently. He reached out and touched his chest, feeling the beating of his heart, and had some impulse and desire. Don't even think about it. While Shio was constantly confusing the dragon's senses, he actually noticed Pallaston's little move, and he shouted loudly, "It's not the point of mutual destruction yet. Don't drag me into this just for fun." Shio's voice was filled with fear of the dragon and Pallaston, because he knew Pallaston could really do such a thing. Pallaston laughed maliciously. "Really? Don't be ridiculous. Pallaston, use your mind ability and think of a solution. Don't use the last resort right away." Shio's tone was quite anxious. The accumulated injuries on his body really made it impossible for him to hold on for too long. And he really couldn't stand Pallaston's bad joke. What a pity. Pallaston licked his lips. Obviously, at this moment, if I detonated the poor rose set on my heart, everyone would be shocked. I was asked to resist this temptation. It was too uncomfortable. How could anyone resist pressing the explosion switch that was right in front of me? Hurry up, Shio urged again. One of his hands was already bleeding. If it weren't for the 3 mind beasts summoned by his mind ability, which affected the judgment of the dragons, he would have been their meal now. Okay. Pallaston lowered his arm and immediately activated his mind ability. Specialty Curse Twin Dolls. A pair of female dolls were materialized, each holding a box. One red, the other black, both with a bow tied on them. Choose. Pallaston spread his hands toward Shio. Which one do you want to open as your gift? And give me the other one? Damn it! Shio cursed. Can't you just tell me which one I should choose? He had seen Pallaston use this mind ability several times, but the things that came out of the box were different each time, and there was no special pattern. Journey to the West can only rely on guesswork, and this guess makes him feel very unsafe. Pallaston put his finger on his lips. This is not okay. The constraints and oaths require me to keep this a secret. Otherwise the effect will be greatly weakened. Damn. Then I choose the red box. You chose. Very well. Pallaston narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. The strap on the red box automatically loosened, revealing an arrow inside. The arrow shot out quickly, and with a whoosh, it pierced one of Journey to the West's beasts, the Wuyen monkey, and it was immediately fixed in midair and could not move. Shio was startled and turned to stare at Pallaston. You will not be able to use the power of the monkey for the time being. On the contrary, the black box opened, and a puff of black smoke rushed to Pallaston. I will transform into a vengeful spirit that can switch back and forth between reality and illusion. He twisted for a while, and the whole person really became transparent. He was like a puff of smoke, rising into the air and then drilling into the body of one of the dragons. Puff, puff, puff. After a series of strange noises, Pallaston materialized in the dragon's chest cavity and continuously destroyed the dragon's heart, lungs, liver and other organs. The dragon wailed for a while, and then died suddenly, like a mountain collapsing, smashing on the ground, shaking up dust. Pallaston turned into a vengeful spirit again, crawled out of the dragon's corpse, and looked at the remaining 2 dragons. Which one should I kill? However, The time limit was up. Shio found that his Wuyin monkey could move again. And Palestine also lost the ability to transform into a vengeful spirit, turned back into a physical body, and fell to the ground. What a pity, Palestine said to Shio. In about a minute, I can open the box again. Shio grabbed the Rui stick, and the three-headed monkey followed him like a shadow. He looked at the two dragons nervously and said, Okay. I last this minute and show you. Because Wuyin monkey had been sealed for a while. The two dragons regained their ability to roar. They watched another of their compatriots die, and roared angrily at Palestine and Shio on the ground. With amazing dragon power. While the fight between the two dragons was still going on, the battle on the other side was decided. Bang! There was a dull sound of hitting the ground, and sparks flew out. Palestine and Shio turned their heads, and saw a person in the hole created by the smash. Bayonda fell down with his hair and clothes all burned clean, and many parts of his strong body were as black as charcoal. Most of his right leg was gone, and only a small part was left connected to his torso, as short as a stroke of a brush. It seemed that Bayonda failed to fulfill his promise. Chapter 465. Bayonda only felt a burst of noise beside him. One was a madman who was muttering in a mean way that he wanted to detonate the poor rose in his body. And the other was a monkey who was shouting loudly, using a chopping stick, a standing stick and a poking stick, and was determined to survive. The noise made his ears hurt. However, it was not only his ears that hurt. His head, limbs, and torso were all in pain. No, his right leg no longer hurt. It had been broken and left him. Bayonda could not move. His body was out of control, and he could not even twist his head, which made his vision quite narrow. To make matters worse, his left eye was stained by the blood flowing from his forehead, and the stinging pain in his eyeball forced him to close his left eye. So, he could only see things with his right eye, and he could only see the thing in the sky. The thing that caused him to become like this happened to occupy the center of his right eye's field of vision. It was like a burning fireball. Whirring. This fireball, with a mocking roar and flapping its wings, became larger and larger in Bayonda's field of vision. It was descending towards him. Bayonda felt someone tearing at his arm, trying to drag him aside. He didn't understand who it was. He only knew that person probably failed because he let go. Amid the dragon's roar, the high temperature of the big fireball approached, roasting Bayonda's whole body hot, as if all the moisture had evaporated, and it was dry and painful. He opened his right eye wide, and the old scars on his face twisted into a ball hideously, gathering the last of his body's will. He was going to go all out. Come on, beast. Come a little closer. Let me bite your neck off with this mouth at the end. In fact, it was impossible. But at this moment, he had lost his basic thinking logic. Only instincts remained, and the flame demon dragon was unwilling to give him even such a luxury. Its huge body hovered at a height higher than Yongda could reach. Its wings spread out. The light of the flames and the darkness of the wings completely enveloped him. Its bloody mouth opened, and the flames were surging in the throat of the flame demon dragon, accumulating like a cannonball, and it was about to shoot down on his head, bombing his body and burning it to ashes. Squeak. At this time, I don't know if it was an illusion, but Bayonda seemed to hear a sharp scream that pierced the night sky and made people's teeth ache. It may also be that he heard it wrongly. He no longer believed in his body functions. At this time, the flame demon dragon suddenly closed its bloody mouth, or was forced to close its mouth, and the entire huge dragon body flew to the side. This is probably not an illusion. Boom. The sound of the earth shaking came, and Bayonda felt his fingers numb. He couldn't see that direction, but he felt that it was the sound of the flame demon dragon falling to the ground. But what was it that attacked the flame dragon? He forced himself to open his left eye, and the clear and blurred vision merged, all focused on the center of the night sky. After the flame dragon left the field of vision, the crescent moon hidden behind it was revealed, bright and gray. And now there was a person standing in the air in that direction, as if standing on the moon. Bayonda felt as if he saw Isaac Netero, the figure who always looked down at him with a smile after defeating him. Isaac Netero. It's him again? Is it him again? Isaac Bejan suddenly regained some strength and shouted, Netero. His roar was filled with reluctance and anger, and he himself did not understand where this surging emotion came from. Don't shout. Don't shout. At this time, 3 figures walked out of the darkness of the woods, and the tallest one of them made a female voice. The old man didn't come at all. Bijan, open your eyes and take a closer look. Who is that? The son of Isaac Netero paused when he heard the words, and when he saw Bisky's face appear in his field of vision, his breathing became much more rapid. He realized something, and his eyeballs rolled again, staring at the sky. German. That was German. The airship that German materialized was flying low in the direction and route confirmed by Biscuit. Along the way, they inevitably repelled or destroyed many monsters that tried to prey on them. Although they wasted a little time, they did not encounter any particularly big obstacles. Just as they were about to reach the volcanic area, everyone on the airship heard roars in the night sky, one after another, and it was difficult not to notice them. Everyone quickly determined that it was the roar of a giant dragon, and German's ultra-long-distance circle brought back more accurate information. Humans and dragons were fighting, and humans were at an extreme disadvantage. At this point in time, it was self-evident who was fighting the giant dragon in this area, so they rushed over, and German launched the first wave of attacks. German spread his silver wings and stood in the air. He first looked down at the people in the huge pit on the ground. Shuti, Basiji, Emolawu, Bayanga, Palestine and Shio were all there, except for Bayanga, who could not move. The rest of them were confronting the dragon. No matter what their positions were before, they now formed a temporary alliance. German turned his head again and looked at the dragon that had set a large area of mountains on fire and climbed out of the sea of fire. Its vicious head had heavy, curved horns, and its skin was as black as lava with a dark red glow, and cracks all over. With its wings flapping, it kicked its 4 legs hard, and its entire heavy and terrifying body soared into the air, surging into the sky like a pillar of fire from a flamethrower. When the dragon flames of the fire demon dragon, which were too obvious before the sway, gushed out, German had already left the place with a silver light flashing. Bang! When the fire demon dragon noticed it, German had already flown to his side, ignoring the high temperature and the flames that could quickly melt steel, and raised one leg. Just like before, it was involuntarily kicked away by a huge force. But this time it saw clearly who was doing this to it. Boom! The flame demon dragon fell into the mountain again, and the flames exploded. The fire became more intense, and a large area of the mountaintop was burning. The outrage made it immediately get up, but heard a bang in the air. Under the command of the deep sea badge in German's hand, dark clouds surged over. After a burst of thunder, heavy rain poured down without hesitation. Pa pa pa. The sound of raindrops was dense and hasty, like bullets hitting a target. The dark clouds were like a squeezed sponge, trying to squeeze out rain to control the mountain fire. However, to stop the fire completely, the source of the fire must be solved. Germain put his hands together, then slowly stretched them out, and a funeral blade appeared on his right hand. Swish! The rain curtain that was almost connected was broken through by Germain at a very fast speed, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the flame demon dragon. He raised the funeral blade. Chapter 466. The flame demon dragon was sure that he had seen through Germain's movements. His swinging arms, the cold light reflected by his sickle under the moonlight, the fluctuation of his mind. Everything was under control. It should have been like this. It swung its strong dragon claws with terrifying flames and grabbed Germain. If nothing unexpected happened, the dragon claws would just be able to grab this small human body. But accidents happened in this situation. Germain's movements were clearly traceable, but at this moment, he suddenly became faster, as if he had pressed the speed up button. Swish! The change caught the fire demon dragon off guard. Before it could react, the dragon claws it had swung out were neatly chopped off by the funeral blade. German stepped on the dragon claws that had been separated from the torso, and with the force, he kicked at the fire demon dragon like a silver arrow. He grabbed the funeral blade with both hands and swung it down diagonally. It was like the sickle of the god of death and reached the throat of the fire demon dragon in the blink of an eye. The fire demon dragon almost used the fastest reaction in its life, and fell back, so it was not directly beheaded. However, the sharp blade still cut the skin on the neck. Sparks flew, and hot blood gushed out. All the anger of the flame demon dragon turned into astonishment at this moment. It found that it was facing a monster that was not at the same level as Bayonda and others, and defeating Bayonda did make it misjudge the situation at this moment. making it mistakenly believe that the man in front of it would not be that strong. This misjudgment was fatal. When the flame demon dragon saw German catching up again, he realized that he had been completely forced into a desperate situation. Half a minute ago, it was sure to win. How could it have expected that half a minute later, a human would suddenly appear and show unreasonable fighting power that could suppress it? In fear, its whole body swelled up, and the dark red light under the cracked skin turned bright red. The flame dragon paused for a moment while falling, which seemed to be a kind of preview. A preview at all costs. The next moment, boom, a fierce flame burst out from its body, like a prominence of fire dancing on the sun, instantly engulfing everything in the air, including Germain. The rain curtain evaporated, and large clouds of mist emerged and spread out. The hot wind from the blazing flames even covered the ground, making a whirring sound. This is really... Pallaston looked up at the sun that exploded in the night sky and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." He turned his head and said to Byangda, who was lying on the ground beside him, "The battle between Germain and the fire dragon looks better than the one between you and the fire dragon. Byangda, you are old like Isaac, and you are not as strong as you were when you were young." Pallaston spared no effort to say words that would make people angry to death, but he still said it with a smile, which made the mockery even more powerful. Byangda's skin and muscles were visibly aging, shrunken, and atrophied. Age spots appeared, and the few remaining hairs turned pale and drooped. He now looked older than Isaac Netero. His breathing was weak and slow, and he could no longer speak. His energy was completely exhausted. "Forget that you are running out of energy and are about to die," Pariston said. "At least there is one good thing. Germain will die, and we will follow." Before he finished speaking, he noticed something strange in the burst of light in the sky, and a figure like a sunspot emerged. With a swish, a huge dragon head flew out from the blast, turned into a flaming meteor, and fell in the rain. Then, the huge dragon body of the flame demon dragon fell to the ground, causing another earthquake and explosion, and the sea of fire quickly expanded. In the air, German, who was rolling up his black robe and launching an attack despite the blast, was floating unharmed. This extremely short battle ended with German's overwhelming victory. The flame demon dragon that had forced Byangda, Pallaston, Shio and others into a desperate situation was unable to stir up any waves in front of the dragon slayer. German, Pallaston's originally smiling face finally withdrew. He tapped his knees with his fingers, not knowing what to say. What could he say? The scene in front of him had already exceeded his imagination. He turned his head and looked at Byangda again, and found that Byangda opened his eyes slightly and looked at the sky with a dazed look. Pariston reached out and pressed his fingers on Byangda's neck for a while before releasing them. "Unless you have the ability to fake death or resurrect. Otherwise..." Pariston was at a loss for words and had to stop. Incredible. While he was slacking off, Basiji, Mo-Lawu, Xiaoti and Shio had already killed the last two dragons together. Shio, who had survived the catastrophe, knelt on the ground, panting, and sweat and raindrops mixed together and fell to the ground. Only then did he have time to look around. He first looked up at the sky, watching German slowly descend, and then at the burning corpse of the flame dragon in the distance. Then, he looked at Byangda and Pallaston, and saw Byangda motionless, while Pallaston had stood up and wiped his fingers with a handkerchief. Too much information poured in at once, making Shio a little confused, and his head was about to explode. There was only one thing he was sure of. He survived. On the other side, German put away the funeral blade and returned to his original appearance. He looked down at the Guyuan badge in his hand and saw a burning dragon's resentment trapped in it. The remains of the flame demon dragon lock a target and materialize the flame demon dragon. The desperate offensive will not end until the target or the flame demon dragon dies. German was able to kill monsters and materialize their resentful memories to fight. But the resentful memories only a part of the combat power of the main body. The remains of the flame demon dragon unseals and releases the flame demon dragon before it died from the Guyuan badge. That was the fire dragon with all its strength. It would obey Germain and fight the enemy to the end. In addition to obtaining the remains of the fire dragon, Germain also obtained new teleportation lanterns. So the number of teleportation lanterns reached 8. The source of the fire was extinguished, and the fire was controlled in the pouring rain. And it was completely extinguished thanks to Shioti's bulging-eyed fish. The bulging-eyed fish sucked up the visible flames and swallowed them into its stomach. This highly efficient extinguishing method took nearly an hour to complete. Shio moved the bodies of Bayonda and other members of the exploration team here. Almost none of them were intact, and most of them were burned beyond recognition. German did not intend to transport such bodies back, even if one of them was the son of President Netero. President Netero had long been aware that his son was likely to die, and Bayonda might also want to be buried in the land of the Dark Continent that he had been pursuing for most of his life. Mo Lawu helped Shio dig a pit, buried Bayonda and others in the same grave, and then made a mark so that he could come back to deal with it in the future. Perhaps President Netero might come here to erect a tombstone for his son and pay tribute to him. Everyone was not sure what President Netero's attitude would be in the future, so they did it first. After everything was handled properly, everyone who had terminated the temporary alliance had to deal with the current embarrassing situation. Chapter 467. The night ended and the day dawned. The gray light was like the last few touches of an oil painting, making the entire volcanic belt look quiet and desolate. Rumbling smoke and dust spewed out from the crater, like a huge hand holding up the gray-white sky. Okay. Biscuit walked with a petite gait, clapped his hands, and stared at the two captives with burning eyes, as if interrogating a prisoner. Tell me everything you know about my crystal gems. Remember? It's all. She emphasized my crystal gems, and all for emphasis. Parliston didn't say anything. Last night, Parliston and Shio officially became prisoners of Germain and his team, and would be taken back to the New World to represent the Bayonda exploration team to be judged and punished. Parliston actually wanted to do something else, and the means was to use the poor rose connected to his heart. He knew that it was unlikely to kill Germain, but it would definitely be enough to kill Germain's companions, and use this as a threat to force Germain to surrender. However, Germain did not even give him a chance to speak or take action, and immediately pulled out a card for him. Greed Island card, Archangel's Breath. Parliston watched in amazement as his injuries were quickly healed by a beautiful archangel, who then disappeared. At the same time, the foreign object bound to his heart, the poor rose, was also removed. I can hear your inner thoughts, Germain said bluntly to Parliston. The poor rose has been removed, so put away your thoughts that hurt others and yourself. The smile on Parliston's face completely disappeared, without any more fluctuations. His throat couldn't help but feel dry and itchy. German, there's no point in doing this. Bejand and I have always had the same goal, German said. Do you know why I broke up with him? His hairstyle is too ugly. Parliston couldn't help but say something. I don't accept his threats. German said, the answer unmoved. It doesn't matter what you think in your heart. If you actually do something that threatens us, then I won't hold back. Did I express myself clearly enough? Parliston pursed his lips, then raised his eyebrows and replied, clear enough. After that, Parliston remained silent. For him, everything became boring now. Shio waited for a long time, but he couldn't wait for Germain to use the magical card to heal his injuries. Only Mo Lawu threw him some powder, potion, and bandages and let him deal with it himself. He didn't understand why he was treated differently, but since he had become a prisoner, he had to accept it. As a result, the 25-member Bayonda exploration team has confirmed that there are only 2 survivors. The missing people have not been found since then, and it is estimated that they are most likely all dead. The group camped nearby and rested for a night, and then arrived at the volcanic belt in the early morning. Facing Besiji's question, Parliston said nothing, so Shio had to answer. The most powerful dragon in the volcanic belt was killed by German last night. The biggest threat in theory has disappeared. The dragons are leaderless. Besiji pondered, pacing back and forth, and asked again, how many dragons are there? When we broke into the volcanic belt, we probably encountered nearly 20 dragons, and the actual number should be more. Besiji nodded, 20 or 30 dragons. It's understandable. Monsters of their size want to live in groups, and the number is generally not too large. Then, where is the crystal? Besiji couldn't wait to ask the most concerned question. She had actually learned about the volcanic belt from President Netero, but that was more than half a century ago, and was not as fresh as what Shio said. In the magma of the crater, Shio said. Those crystals were born from the magma, and they are not afraid of high temperatures. Biscuit listened to the information that was not much different from what President Netero told him, and looked at German. The human lie detector. German nodded, which meant that what Shio said was true, unless he could lie in his heart. Biscuit got excited, then. Let's go in together and rescue my crystal from those evil dragons. Half an hour later, Shio watched the dragons that seemed quite difficult to him, and other members of the Bianda exploration team fall one after another. The ones who did all this were, of course, German, Bisji, Lawu and Shiri. He just assisted from the side, while Palestine was just slacking off and did almost nothing. This team of 4, with division of labor and cooperation, was invincible all the way, as if this kind of cooperation to kill monsters was already commonplace. Shio was puzzled by this. Although Pariston didn't say a word, his eyes kept turning around the 4 people. The two looked at each other and realized that they underestimated not only German's combat power, but also many things they didn't know. This group of people may not have survived hard in the Dark Continent as they imagined, constantly avoiding powerful enemies, but just the opposite, and succeeded. They have completely adapted to the strength of the Dark Continent and perfectly integrated into the ecological chain here. A long time later, when Pariston and Shio knew that this group of people had obtained 4 hopes and were deeply rooted in the ancient labyrinth of the Dark Continent, they finally understood what happened today. This proficiency is the gap. Experience. Drawl. Bisji stood on the shore of the cave where the magma was located, pointed at it, and said to Xiaodi, "Use your bulging-eyed fish to draw up all my crystals. Quick! Quick! Quick!" "Okay." Xiaodi responded and used her bulge-eye fish like a pump. Soon, she pulled up the specific target crystal. The crystals that were sucked up were all bright red at first. After being placed on the ground to cool for a while, the red light disappeared, revealing their original colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Almost all colors appeared here, as if a dreamy rainbow condensed into crystals. Biscuit looked at the crystals, and his breathing became much heavier, because they are so beautiful. More beautiful than the 7 beauties of the 6 continents. Shio also looked at these targets that belonged to their exploration team, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He didn't dare to think that if they succeeded and brought these crystals back to the 6 continents, they could sell them for a high price. And how many nobles and celebrities would flock to them. It's a pity that all this has become a bubble. The loser loses everything, and the winner takes everything. This is common sense. Everyone present had different expressions. Even Xiaodi, who was influenced by Basiji and became interested in beautiful things, squatting there to take a closer look. Only Germain touched the crystals and lost interest. Even if they have beauty beyond the 7 beauties, they are useless to Germain. It is quite reasonable that they are not among the 5 hopes. When he was thinking this, Biscuit, who should have been guarding these crystals, secretly stuffed a red crystal into him and looked around cautiously. "What are you doing?" Germain didn't understand why Biscuit stuffed a crystal into him so sneakily. "This is the most amazing crystal in my experience." Biscuit pursed his lips in the direction of Xiaodi and said reluctantly, "Don't be so slow, you bastard." Chapter 468. German left a teleportation lantern deep in the volcano where the dragon lives, so that he could come back here later. He could actually use 6 teleportation lanterns here to teleport all 6 people at once back to the teleportation point behind the deep sea gate. But in this way, his original 8 teleportation lanterns would be used up in one go, leaving only 1. Since this was not an emergency, there was no need to do this, so he gave up this plan. In addition, the 2 goals of their trip have been achieved. First, to capture or kill the members of the Bianda exploration team and bring the surviving captives back to the New World for trial. Second, to obtain the exquisite crystals that were born in the magma deep in the volcano and surpassed the 7 beauties. In this case, they did not stay any longer and embarked on the return journey. This time, they were not as urgent as before, so they started hiking, making various marks along the way, and taking photos to facilitate those who came later to walk this route. Pariston did nothing and said nothing as usual, following the crowd like a puppet. Shio helped more or less. In this way, it took them almost a week to return to the Siren Gorge they had left before. There were 4 people when they came, and when they returned to the familiar Siren Gorge, the number increased to 6. Germain asked Lawu, who had a larger lung capacity, to blow the conch given to them by the guide on the shore. Lawu basically blew it once every hour to ensure that the guide, who was in an unknown sea area, could hear it. The others found a place to camp on the coast and waited slowly. From time to time, Biscuit would hold a crystal and rub it carefully, which always made Germain feel like he was seeing Gollum in The Lord of the Rings. However, unlike Gollum, Biscuit gave Germain the most beautiful crystal she liked, and asked him to go back and find someone to process it and give it to Chiati as a gift. For Biscuit, it was very difficult to give up the most beautiful crystal. But whether it was Germain or Chiati, they were as important as President Netero to her. And she knew it was worth it. Of course, there were still verbal complaints. She often cast a reluctant look at Germain, which once made Imolawu misunderstand that she wanted to eat young grass and steal his love. Chiati didn't notice the abnormality here at all. After half a day, the fairy ghost ship flew out of the sea, crossed the strait, and came to the bay where they were. The captain of the guide didn't even ask them why they came back so soon, whether the purpose of this trip was successful, and why they were mixed up with the previous group of people. He didn't ask any of these questions, but just urged everyone to get on the boat. Hurry up, so that he could send everyone back to the deep sea gate as soon as possible. He was just a ferry captain, and he didn't care what the passengers did in the dark continent. The captain only knew one thing. The gatekeeper made a promise to him. As long as he and his crew faithfully completed the task of leading the ferry within 100 years, they would regain their freedom. After they are freed, a new group of guides will replace them and start the next reincarnation. The guides don't like this job, but they have to continue. And the hope that supports them until now is that the gatekeeper will keep his promise. Another day and night later, the ferry ghost ship returned to the back of the deep sea gate. The captain of the guide dropped German and his party off at the deep sea gate, and then let the ferry ghost ship slowly sink into the sea and disappear. The deep sea gate rumbled open, and the gatekeeper's huge body blocked the gate like a wall, staring at everyone. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. When the gatekeeper spoke, the tentacles on his chin kept wriggling. Just like his big beard, German replied. We have achieved our goal, so we came back. The gatekeeper looked at everyone one by one, and then said, I believe this will not be the last time I see you. And it won't be long before this place becomes more and more lively. Right? Indeed. More and more humans will pass through the boundary gate, the deep sea gate, and the ferry ghost ship to travel to the dark continent. German had no need to hide such obvious things. Ha ha ha. The gatekeeper laughed a few times. I don't care, I said. As long as at least 2 of them can pass my test. They can pass. I forgot how many years ago it was. It seemed that there were more than 1,000 little things like you coming here. 2 of the best among them passed the test, and I let more than 1,000 of them leave. But the funny thing is that only 7 of them came back alive. The gatekeeper finally said meaningfully, I hope you don't make such an arrogant and ignorant mistake. We won't, German replied. They left the deep sea gate guarded by the gatekeeper, and then came to the courtyard of the Sphinx. The Sphinx was quite surprised to notice their appearance. German and others came back faster than any other group of humans before. Could it be that they were defeated so quickly? Or did they get scared and return directly the same way just after setting foot on the dark continent? However, after reading the memory fragments of the members except German, the Sphinx was even more surprised to find that they were not losers. On the contrary, they brought back a batch of rare crystals guarded by dragons. This is a group of winners. The Sphinx was stunned for a while, but finally turned into a silent sigh. It seems that German is far more unexpected than Dong Fulishi. It nodded to everyone and let everyone go without doing anything extra. German and his group left the boundary gate, went down the mountain, and came to the shore where 2 ships were docked. Soon they saw the mercenaries emerging from the ships. Mola and other mercenaries were very surprised. German did say that he would return within half a month, but no one would take this as a definite deadline. It was normal to be delayed along the way. Unexpectedly, German and his team entered the boundary gate on December 16th and came out of the boundary gate on December 28th, with only 12 days in between. It really was within half a month. Not only that, German also brought back Paristan and Shio, 2 people that Mulu and other mercenaries were very familiar with. Their appearance here indirectly indicated the fate of the other members of Byenda's exploration team, which made the mercenaries feel emotional and fortunate. Mullah thought that he would be embarrassed to see Palestine and Shio, but he felt much more relaxed after noticing that they were also prisoners. He didn't even need to explain anything. He just spread his hands and said that everyone was a prisoner. So let's not talk about these ugly things. Everything was self-explanatory. The fastest and most economical way to return to the new world from the boundary gate is, of course, to go through the special teleportation point behind the deep sea gate and return to the special teleportation point of the new world fortress. However, German didn't want to show these 2 teleportation points in front of the gatekeeper. Palestine and Shio. In addition, time was not urgent. So German and his party once again chose to take the scientific research ship and sail back from the sea. 2 months of sea voyage began again. Chapter 469. German and his party spent the Millennium Night on a research ship floating on the sea. This was a rather novel experience. Before this, only Mo Lawu had sailed on the sea for nearly such a long time. Although the composition of the passengers on the ship was complicated, it did not prevent everyone from celebrating a little. They barbecued on the deck, and the aroma of meat filled the air. The so-called Millennium Doomsday rumor was of course refuted at this moment. However, if the Guyuan god really succeeded last year, it might indeed bring human society to the end in the future. German sat at the bow, eating the skewers that Xiaodi handed over, and silently used the hunter badge, the teleportation lantern, to spy on the lantern teleportation points he had set foot on. Among the 11 special lantern teleportation points, 6 of them he had set foot on were the ancient labyrinth, the gray desert, the steep mountains, the rainforest swamp, the coastal fortress, and the deep sea gate. There were also 11 ordinary lantern teleportation points in total: Greed Island, Dry River Valley, Silt Land, Spider Valley Bottom, Ancient Labyrinth, Gray Desert, Rainforest Swamp, Steep Mountains, Transit Base Island, Boundary Gate, and Dragon Volcano. Of course, he first focused on Greed Island and Coast Fortress, but he could only move his view within a radius of 100 meters, so he didn't see many people or things. However, he could at least be sure of one thing: that Greed Island and Coast Fortress were currently maintaining a certain order, and there was no chaos that had occurred on BW1 before. Then, he used different lantern teleportation points to confirm the situation of those disasters. The Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty, the Spreader of Disease, the Stealing Tongue, the Crack of Pleasure, the Red Snake of Envy, and the Black Snake of Slander. All of them had resurrected in their respective areas. The god of Gu is immortal. It just fell into an extremely weak state of residual soul. Give him another 1,000 years, and he will come back again. Therefore, these disasters that are inextricably linked to him are also forced to revive and continue the ritual. However, with the occurrence of the outer god devouring the star hundreds of years later, the god of Gu no longer has a chance. Of course, what German cares most about is the painful bloodthirsty apostle in the ancient labyrinth, because the ancient labyrinth castle is near its rebirth point. However, through the peeping and perception of the hunter badge transmission lantern, he saw that the painful bloodthirsty apostle did not go to destroy the ancient labyrinth castle. It just wanders in the sea of blood and the reed forest, waiting for the plant weapon gold and silver ingots to sacrifice the parasitic flesh and blood to it. This is because the ancient maze castle is built with the tower as the core, and the area near the tower is a safe area that the painful bloodthirsty apostle will not touch. Although the painful bloodthirsty apostle has no intention of destroying the ancient maze castle, German will still keep an eye on it from time to time, just in case. Once it shows an attack tendency towards the ancient maze castle, German will teleport back and solve it immediately. After all, that was the first big base of their exploration team in the Dark Continent. The time of German and his group flew by during the sea voyage. March 4th, 2000. New continent. One-star hunter Kurapika squatted on the ground, his eyes, with contact lenses under his short golden hair, staring coldly at the people tied up in front of him. He stretched out his hand, and the ball-shaped end of the soul-chasing chain on his ring finger hung down, swaying slightly, which frightened a bruised man and made him scream. Don't kill me! The bruised man would never forget how this seemingly weak young man used that strange silver chain to knock down the group of people with guns and wearing bulletproof vests one by one. The silver chain was once stained with a lot of blood from the bandits who lived in the mountains. I ask a question, and you answer it, Kurapika said. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. The sturdy man who was singled out swallowed in panic. What were you before you became bandits and robbed people on this road? I am a guard of the third princess of the Kaken royal family. The sturdy man hesitated for a moment, but still answered, The third princess? Kurapika lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. When he recalled it, his face looked a little strange. If he remembered correctly, the third princess was the princess who had an affair with King Nasbai's half-brother, the leader of the Xiaowu family, and the second-tier Onir. Their illegitimate son was the third prince, Xiao Lei. It seemed that this was a guard who was imprisoned and awaiting punishment after the third prince and his biological mother, the third princess, lost power. Afterwards, he took advantage of the chaos to escape. But he didn't dare to go to the coastal fortress. Later, he slowly became the leader of this group of robbers who blocked the road. Kurapika asked carefully. And the situation described by the strong man was exactly as he expected. And the soul-chasing chain on the ring finger also proved that the strong man was not lying. He sighed, pointed at the other bandits, and asked then, "What about them?" These are the private soldiers of the first prince, the fifth prince and the ninth prince. These are members of the 13 Black Gang. And these are Kaken pariahs. The strong man did not dare to hide anything and explain the background of their complex bandit gang. Similarly, the soul-chasing chain on his ring finger once again confirmed that he was not lying. Kurapika frowned and asked, "You should know the existence of the coast fortress, right? Why don't you go there? But become a bandit here?" The strong man hesitated for a long time before answering, We heard that the Kaken royal family has been completely destroyed. Now a man named Netero is the king." "President Netero? King?" Kurapika didn't expect that the rumors outside the coast fortress would spread so outrageously. Although President Netero is indeed the person with the most say at the moment, it is too exaggerated to call him the king. "There is no new king," Kurapika said. "Even if the Kaken royal family is destroyed, it is not a reason for you to become bandits. Besides, the Kaken royal family still has Princess Oit, who is currently committed to protecting the rights of the people of the Kaken Empire. You could have sought her help. People outside the Kaken Empire can go to Mr. Shatana, who represents the attitude of the original V5 member countries. But you chose to take advantage of the collapse of order and killed many people to satisfy your own selfish desires. It is unforgivable. I will hand you over to the Inquisition of the Coast Fortress. If you have anything to defend, just wait until then." The bandits all lowered their heads in dejection. They could already foresee their own end. At this time, someone nearby clapped. Kurapika stood up and turned around to see a ghostly face hidden in long black straight hair. Ilmi, the eldest son of Zoldyck family, was clapping, but with his calm expression. People always felt that he was mocking. Standing next to Ilmi was the music hunter Melody, a short and fat woman with a kind heart and a soft voice. The three of them formed a rather strange team, sent by the Hunter Association to deal with the robber gang here. And of course, this task was easily solved. Chapter 470. Although Ilmi is a professional hunter in name, he actually does not obey the orders of the Hunter Association. At the beginning, he stood at the entrance of the coast fortress to help because German asked him to do so. Since German left, no one can command him anymore, and no one dares to approach him. However, soon, President Netero found a way to make Ilmi move, which is to give money. Ilmi finally started working because of the money, and because President Netero is a family friend of the Zoldyck family. Today, he came with Kurapika and Melody to wipe out the bandit gang, which was another bounty mission he accepted. After watching Kurapika interrogate the bandit gang, Ilmi applauded. Afterwards, Ilmi saw Kurapika looking at him with a puzzled look, turned to look at Melody. She also looked surprised, so she stopped applauding. At this time, shouldn't we applaud? Ilmi didn't quite understand the normal people's thinking. "Well, how should I put it?" Ilmi said expressionlessly. "I wanted to say something admiring, such as worthy of being Germain's disciple. Should I say thank you?" Kurapika didn't quite understand Ilmi's confusing behavior. "You're welcome." Ilmi took it as a real thank you. "Germain chose you for a reason. Your talent is probably a little bit worse than my brother's." Ilmi made a gesture to Kurapika with a small distance between his thumb and index finger. Kurapika looked at Melody, wanting to get some hints from her. However, even though Melody could hear the heartbeat, she was unable to analyze Ilmi's thoughts, and could only shake her head helplessly. Kurapika couldn't help but think of what President Netero said when he asked him to team up with Ilmi. Listen, Ilmi is a strange person. He basically only acts in the cold style of a professional killer, and occasionally shows his human side. He only shows a relatively special attitude when facing members of the Zoldyck family and Germain. And you, Kurapika, happen to be a friend of his most valued younger brother Killua, and a disciple of Germain. There is no better teammate for him than you. Of course, both of you are the kind of people who don't talk much. I will put someone who acts as a lubricant into your team. Let's just Melody. You are a good partner, aren't you? Later, Their strange team was formed in this way, and they did successfully complete the various tasks assigned by the Hunter Association, destroying bandit gangs, annihilating small groups of chimera ants, and escorting the transportation of supplies between the two strongholds are what they do frequently, and they have become very skilled at it. Kurapika didn't want to stand here and chat awkwardly with Illumi. He looked up at the sky and judged that it was almost noon. So he urged them, "Let's hurry back and send these people to the coastal fortress as soon as possible." Illumi and Melody had no reason to refuse, so they drove the bandit captives towards the northwest. When the sun was at its hottest, they escorted the captives to the coast, which was also the second largest stronghold besides the coastal fortress. After several months of repairs, the wreckage of BW1 stranded on the shore became another residence for the survivors of the New World. Kurapika and his party will rest here for a while before heading to the coastal fortress. The soldiers with live ammunition will conduct necessary inquiries, body searches, and inspections on them before letting them enter the range of the BW1 wreckage stronghold. At present, the number of survivors in the New World is more than 90,000, and the rest are either dead, missing, or refuse to join the base and are scattered outside. Even so, the coast fortress obviously cannot accommodate the food, drink, defecation and urination of more than 90,000 people, and it is indeed very dangerous to put so many people in a can. Therefore, the wreckage of BW1 was developed as the second largest base. The Hunter Association also separated a branch and stationed here. The core members of the Hunter Association branch here are mainly members such as Podobai, Sachi, Gear, Gente, Buhara, Nobu, Pum, Nakuru, and Shiotua. Among them, Chalong Podobai is the most powerful person in the Hunter Association branch at the BW1 wreck base, and has the right to make independent decisions in emergency situations. In addition to managing the survivors living here, the Hunter Association branch must also always observe the situation at sea. In October, Kate and Izanabe boarded a ship formed by a dozen Nen users and set off to the refueling island to deliver information to the 6 continents. Palm's lonely deep-sea fish. 2 of the recording objects were replaced by Kate and Izanabe, so that their progress can be kept track of at all times. It is known that Kate and Izanabe returned to the 6 continents in January this year, and quickly contacted the V6 member countries to inform them of the situation in the new continent. V6 was extremely shocked by everything that happened in the new continent, especially one of them, the Kaken Empire. If their royal family members really died as Kate and Izanabe said, then where will the Kaken Empire go in the future? No one knows the exact answer. Although the representatives of the Kajin Empire strongly requested that the extermination of the Kajin royal family be kept confidential, and everything should be confirmed after the commissioner went to the New World. However, the other V6 member states, who had ulterior motives, quietly and tacitly leaked the matter, whether it was true or false. They took the opportunity to plunder the interests of the Kajin Empire first. The news that the king and prince of the Kajin royal family had all died quickly spread throughout the 6 continents, causing an uproar. The most shocked, of course, was the Kajin Empire, where all kinds of monsters and demons jumped out with the secret support of the other V6 member states. Nasby, the prince's illegitimate children, sprang up like mushrooms after rain, one after another, causing chaos in the Kajin Empire. The overwhelmed Kajin Empire Parliament, while publicly denying the authenticity of the extinction of the Kajin royal bloodline, took over all the military and political affairs of the Kajin Empire and suppressed the rebellion and separatists. In addition, the news that the suspected 13 major gang leaders, namely the 10 old men and the 3 leaders of the Kajin gang, all died in the New World also caused a round of turbulent reshuffle in the Dark World. However, no matter how the international situation changes, V6 finally decided to send reinforcements to take over the order of the New World through more than a dozen meetings in February. This reinforcement fleet is expected to arrive in the New World in April, and the port of call is of course the BW1 wreckage base. Podobai and others have made sufficient reception preparations in advance, and they do need more support from members and materials from the 6 continents. After entering the base, the Kurapika team first handed over the prisoners to the soldiers here and temporarily locked them in the cells here, and then went to see Podobai to explain the situation. The tall and strong Podobai had 2 strange buns on his head and 2 upturned beards under his nose. He listened carefully to Kurapika's report. Kurapika also took the opportunity to look at this core member of the Hunter Association branch. It is said that he is the member of the 12 branches who was closest to President Netero in strength. Except for Germain and King. Although Podobai was not appointed as the vice president by President Netero, his prestige in the Hunter Association is still very high. That's why Netero gave the management of the second largest base to Podobai. Chapter 471. You did a great job, Botobai said with white powder on his cheekbones and red powder around his eyes and lips. Do you need me to send a few people to help you escort the prisoners? No. Thank you, Kurapika replied. The three of us are enough. There is no need to waste manpower here. Botobai nodded. Then I ask you to make another hard trip this afternoon. Let's have lunch first. I asked Bohara to prepare a special meal for you. Kurapika didn't like being treated specially. This was the awareness that a disciple of Germain should have. Just as he was about to refuse, he was interrupted by a phone ring. Ding-ling-ling, sorry. Podobai nodded to Kurapika. And without letting Kurapika, Alumi and Melody avoid him, he answered the phone. This is Podobai. Go ahead. He listened quietly to the other end of the phone for a while, raised his eyebrows in surprise, and glanced at Kurapika. Kurapika noticed this strange glance. Melody heard the surprise conveyed by Podobai's heartbeat. But Podobai's face was too well concealed. I know. Podobai hung up the phone, and then said to Kurapika, I think you should have the right to know this news. What news? Kurapika heard this, and already had a hunch. He calculated the time. And with the teacher's swift and decisive work style, it was almost time for him to return. German and his group are back. As expected, Podobai said a piece of good news. Their ship has just docked. We can go to greet them. Also, Podobai didn't wait for Kurapika to reply, and added, You may be able to go with them this afternoon, because they also brought back a group of prisoners. Half an hour later, the staff cafeteria of the Hunter Association branch at the BW-1 wreckage base was bustling with activity. The return of Germain, Bisji, Emolawu, and Xiaodi obviously aroused the enthusiasm of the hunters stationed here. As long as they were not busy with important matters, they would basically come to the cafeteria to show up and greet Germain and his group. I have informed the coast fortress of your return, Botobai said to Germain, who was enjoying the food cooked by Bohala. President Netero said that he has prepared a celebration banquet tonight and is waiting for you to come. Germain shrugged indifferently. He used a spoon to scoop up a piece of steamed egg made of an unknown animal's egg and put it into his mouth. It was smooth and soft. During the voyage of the past few months, although they brought enough food, it was still a bit boring without the hot dishes made by Minchi and Bohala. German, Bisji and Xiaodi were quite polite at the table. Emolawu didn't care about that, and ate heartily. Even Nakulu and Shiotua beside him could hardly bear to watch. At another table, the captives were also eating hot meals, but most of them were bland. Under the gaze of Botobai, Satsuma, and other members of the Hunter Association, Shio, a member of the original 12 branches, and mercenaries such as Mullah still felt pressure. Only Paristan ate his meal as usual, his calm attitude, as if he was not a prisoner at all, but just an irrelevant passerby who happened to sit here. German and his party had already briefly described the process of this trip to the Dark Continent. The transit base island, the boundary gate, the courtyard of the Sphinx, the gatekeeper's deep-sea gate, the guide's ferry ghost ship, the Siren Gorge, the Dragon Volcano. Of course, some of the content was concealed to a greater or lesser extent, especially the content about the Lantern transmission point. The most important of these are, of course, the gatekeeper's test, the guide's ferrying, by Yonda's death, and the acquisition of the Greedy Dragon Crystal. The Greedy Dragon Crystal is the crystal that they took out from the lava, surpassing the 7 beauties of the 6 continents. This name was given by Basiji. She knew that she couldn't own all of this batch of crystals, but at least she had the right to name them. When several of the Greedy Dragon Crystals were displayed, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. People rarely see such beautiful things, and they are a little fascinated by them. Good Air and Gente wanted to reach out and touch it to weigh it, but Biscuit slapped their hands away like a food protector. Biscuit's reason was that Good Air's hands were often stained with drops of various medicines, and Gente was too rough and might destroy the Greedy Dragon Crystal. Good Air, Gente and others had no choice but to give up and accept Biscuit's rule of only look, no touch. In this way, German and his group's journey can be said to be a great success. Kurapika, who has the fiery red eyes of the Karuta tribe, one of the 7 beauties, has no feelings for the Greedy Crystal. He is more curious and yearning for the experience of Mr. Germain's journey, which makes him itch. The transit base island, the gate of the limit, the fairy ghost ship, the dark continent. The pictures described by Mr. Germain constantly attract him to imagine the scene at that time, without the shackles of revenge. He may also be able to walk on the dark continent like Mr. Germain and experience a different life. Not only Kurapika, but almost everyone present who had not been to the dark continent could not help but have expectations and desires for the world outlined by Germain and others. Even Nob thought that he would go to the dark continent sooner or later. Of course, it would be safer if Germain went with him. That night of chaos, Nob defeated his inner demons. He not only won back his courage and confidence, but also his hair. His originally bald head has now grown short black hair. In 1 or 2 months, Nob will be able to return to his previous hairstyle. Among the group of people in front of him, only Umi did not react much. He was curious about the dark continent, but that was all. He did not have much motivation to explore the dark continent. The greed for dragon crystals did make him brighten his eyes. But he was not going to the dark continent for this. He took money, worked for his employer in the past, and now works for the Hunter Association. It was not because he was greedy, but because his quality as a professional killer was to do things for money. He never thought there was anything wrong with this idea, and he would stick to it. After a break, the German exploration team and the Kurapika team set out from the BW-1 wreckage base, escorting their respective captives to the coast fortress. With German in charge, there will definitely be no problem in the process of escorting the captives. Knowing that German and his party were about to arrive, the gate of the coast fortress was rarely opened. President Netero, Jean, Chidwa, Misai Istrom and others came to greet them in person. And such a scale alarmed many people in the coast fortress to come and watch. The residents of the New World once thought that reinforcements from the 6 continents had arrived. But what they saw were relatively unfamiliar people such as German. And they couldn't help but feel curious and surprised. Who are these people? Why are the core members of the Coast Fortress coming to greet them collectively? All parties and factions within the Coast Fortress began a secret background investigation on German and his group to ensure that they would not misjudge the situation. Chapter 472. Knock knock. The rhythmic sound of the gavel hitting the base echoed throughout the courtroom, and the originally noisy crowd quickly quieted down. No one wanted to be charged with contempt of court, and no one wanted to challenge the authority of the judge. Some people had done this before, and in the end, they were all dealt with mercilessly and impartially by the ugly cow Mikaistrom. Silence. Mikaistrom sat behind the long table and announced, "The court is in session." German sat in the audience, calmly observing and listening to everything around him. Looking quite low-key, Mikaistrom, who was still wearing the cow's black and white striped clothing, had 2 people sitting on each side. One was Shurina, the commissioner of the International Ferry Permit Office, and the other was Oit, the 8th princess of the Kakin Empire. They soon noticed German sitting in the audience, smiled and nodded to him, and German nodded back. At the Hunter Association's grand celebration banquet last night, Shurina and Princess Oit were the first to come over to thank their lifesavers. After a night of chaos, they thanked Germain. When they wanted to talk to Germain further, Netero told them that they had left the coast fortress to carry out a secret mission. Zatanna and Princess Oit were very disappointed and puzzled at the time. What was the secret mission of Germain and his team? They had to leave so soon, leaving them no chance to communicate. After seeing the captives they brought back, the 2 suddenly realized that they were going to capture the members of Byenda's exploration team. Soon after Mike Storm announced the opening of the trial, the handcuffed Palestine was the first to be escorted to the iron bars of the defendant's seat. When passing by Germain, Palestine even winked at Germain with a relaxed expression. Palestine was not afraid of interrogation, death penalty and imprisonment, and even less afraid of moral condemnation. He didn't care what the final result of the trial would be. The only regret in his heart was that he had been plotting and scheming for so many years. But he was caught and brought back in less than a month in the Dark Continent, without any results. In other words, all his previous plans and ideas were in vain, and all went down the drain. However, this does not mean that Palestine will just surrender in the courtroom. He will do his best to make things difficult, quibble, and lie to resonate with the jury members. Palestine's goal is not to escape guilt, but to make the trial more difficult and make Mazelis and others suffer. In order to achieve this effect, he will even deliberately put himself in an unfavorable situation. and then survive from death. Messiah Istram knew the nature of Palestine very well, and also knew how much trouble Palestine would bring next. As a judge, he would do his best to control the situation, and not let the pace fall completely into the hands of this cunning and sophistry man. Less than a quarter of an hour after the trial began, Germain stood up from the audience and left quietly, without listening to the verbal battles in the courtroom. The trial would last for a long time, and Germain had no interest in listening to it all the time. Besides, President Netero and Messiah Istram and others had already told Germain about the possible trial results. The New World is currently short of manpower. Palestine, Shio, Malu and others are more likely to be fully utilized by the Hunter Association instead of being sentenced to death. This is not without precedent. Liza of Greedy Island and the prisoner examiner of the Trap Tower are roughly the same. It's just that Liza regards guarding Greedy Island as his lifelong career, while the prisoner examiner of the Trap Tower is to reduce his sentence as much as possible and regain his freedom. Palestine, Shio, Malu and others, whether they are willing or not, have to serve the two major strongholds of Coast Fortress and BW1 wreckage. When German walked out of the solemn courtroom, he saw Jean standing against the wall in the corridor outside. Yo! Jean raised his hand towards German as a greeting. His back left the wall and walked towards German. Are you going to see the trial of your former colleague? German pointed his thumb at the door of the courtroom behind him. Forget it. This kind of trial is extremely boring. That guy Palestine will definitely make the whole cycle very long and make everyone involved feel uncomfortable. Jean had roughly predicted everything that would happen. Indeed? German nodded. He just listened for a while, and didn't want to listen anymore. Palestine was extremely shameless and hypocritical. But everyone had to listen to his lies. Jean scratched his spiky head tied up with a hair band. I don't want to be part of Palestine's game. If I were in the audience, he would probably drag me in without hesitation. How? German asked. Blatantly lied. Jean replied. He would say something that we all knew was false. But we had to verify it because of procedural issues. For example, he would say that I was also an undercover agent and informant hidden in the Hunter Association by Yongda. So I spared no effort to investigate the Dark Continent. German thought for a while and said, Indeed. This is Palestine's style. But even if you're not here, he can still drag you in. Right? Yes. Not only me, but also President Netero. The 12 members, professional hunters, and assistant hunters. He will try to pull as many people as possible into this vortex to play with them. But, at least I don't want to see him now. Jean rolled his eyes, looked German up and down, and said, But I don't think he will bother to find you. Why? German looked at Jean. I can also be very suspicious. Right? Jean pointed at German's chest and said, You can read Palestine's thoughts. So all his calculations in his heart will become a clown in front of you. He is just having fun. Not stupid. Germain usually doesn't read other people's minds out of respect. However, when facing Palestine, he certainly won't have any scruples in this regard, and won't even have any resistance. You are waiting for me here on purpose. Right? Germain asked. What do you want to talk to me about? Jean pointed to the aisle and walked forward. Germain followed with understanding. The two soon came to a secluded corner. In the 4 months since you left the New World, Pio and I have not been idle. We conducted a long investigation on the temple of the god of Guyuan. Have you found anything? A lot indeed. Although the ruins were built in a hurry overnight, they still contain quite a lot of details about the god of Guyuan. Jean further explained, the murals, the patterns on the stone pillars, the structure of the palace, and the mass graves all prove his former status. In addition, you probably also noticed the cubic stone pillars outside the ruins. Right? Yes. Just as you think. The cubic stone pillars of the ancient maze are made of the same material and style as it, which proves that the ancient maze is indeed one of the masterpieces of the god of Guyuan. Jean concluded at the end, one of the functions of the ruins is to prove the real history that once existed. The ancient maze and the temple corroborate each other, and we can also be sure of the authenticity, reliability and accuracy of the words said by my ancestor. Dong Fulisai. The future of the world, the end of time, is very dangerous, and we really have to do something. Germain, you are right to insist. Chapter 473 Come. Netero poured Germain a cup of matcha with a layer of small bubbles floating on the surface. Drink some. Germain took a sip, not very used to the taste, and put down the cup. Netero did not force him. I know everything that happened during your trip, Netero said. Being buried in the land of the Dark Continent may be considered as a wish of his. His tone was very calm, without sadness or anger, as if it was a matter of course. It should be said that when Germain set out, Netero had a premonition of Yongda's fate. Germain looked around Netero's office and saw Netero's iconic headshot and the calligraphy of the word heart on the wall. As expected of Netero, he was still so flamboyant, wishing that everyone who entered the office would feel his presence and would not forget him. At the same time, this was indeed necessary. He conveyed his confidence to the outside world in this way. When everyone senses his confidence, those who want to maintain stability will feel at ease, and those who want power will think twice. President, did you call me here just to ask about what happened this time? No, it's not. Netero smelled the tea, took another sip of tea, and said calmly, I hope we can tell each other the truth. Tell each other the truth? Yes, Netero explained. We can be said to be two lines of light and darkness. Now where the two intertwined lines will extend in the future, there should be an explanation. Germain understood, and he asked seriously, what are you going to do next? There are several things to deal with. The first thing is to maintain the balance of power among all parties in the new world and ensure stability. You mean, you have to deal with the relationship between you and Princess Oit? Yes. But no. Netero stroked his white beard and said with a smile, we are now divided into 3 factions, which is actually the result of joint consultation. Last October, I was still unable to control the entire situation, and the number of survivors was gradually increasing. I realized that if this continued, a second chaos would break out. How to release these potential contradictions and dissatisfactions? I thought for a long time, and finally decided to start cooperating with Princess Oit to perform a play. They will openly stand up for their respective forces, fight for their own rights and interests, confront me, and at the same time cleverly form a 3-party confrontation. In this way, the possible chaos will be divided into various small conflicts. The 3 of us have maintained the necessary communication channels and basically controlled the situation and direction. Germain nodded. Kurapika said that he heard someone call you a king, a tyrant. So that's what happened. Netero smiled and took another sip of tea. There is no way. The people here range from the rich and powerful to the untouchables. There are people from all walks of life. There is no way to make them all be of one mind in a short period of time. In times of danger, they may still work together. Now that their lives are beginning to get in order, they certainly want to regain their previous status or break through the class. A few months ago, when we abolished the untouchable class and unified them into the civilian population in order to gain more enthusiasm and support from the bottom, we encountered great obstacles. Although the untouchable system on the surface has been successfully abolished, the division in secret still exists. The untouchables are always untouchables. I often hear this sentence. After roughly talking about the internal order problems of the 2 major bases, Netero mentioned the external problems of the entire new continent. This place is really too big. The advantage is that various resources are still abundant and can temporarily support the survivors. The disadvantage is that there are too many natives. Netero told a hellish joke while pointing to a large map on the wall with various oil pen marks and thumbtacks inserted. This is the rough outline and topographic map of the new continent compiled by our Hunter Association after spending several months. Although it is not complete and there are many errors and omissions, overall, it is quite useful for us now. Do you see these red crosses? These are the nests of some monsters or monster subhumans that we have destroyed and that pose a threat to us. And those green circles represent the tribes that are willing to communicate with us and benefit each other. We have sacrificed a lot to have the current relatively peaceful situation. However, this peaceful situation will be broken soon. German immediately understood what Netero meant. You mean the V6 reinforcement fleet that is about to arrive? Yes, Netero said. A new force has intervened strongly, and I have to give up my power. In this way, there will be many variables here. What do you want to do? Netero stretched out his left hand. I need something that can show the weight of the Hunter Association in front of the reinforcement fleet, so that they have to rely on our things. In this way, you are back at the right time. I plan to take this opportunity to show the herb that cures all diseases and the greedy dragon crystal to prove that the exploration team sent by the Hunter Association has successfully obtained hope. You are the heroes who bring back these hopes. In this way, the right to speak for me and the Hunter Association will not be completely lost. In addition, we still have other hopes in our hands. We can release one in a critical moment, constantly improve the status of the Hunter Association, and add bargaining chips. If they want more results, they can't ignore the existence of our group of professional hunters. Netero stretched out his right hand again. I know that you will return to the Dark Continent soon to harvest a new round of disasters and hopes. This is also the capital we hold. You can take different members with you every time to various places in the Dark Continent to familiarize yourself with the situation, such as Chidwa, Misai Ishidam, and Botobai of the 12 zodiac signs. In addition, you can also return to the 6 continents and bring more trustworthy Ning users here. I have asked Kate and Izanabe to do this. But most of the people they brought from the 6 continents this time are old acquaintances of the Hunter Association. German, we need new faces and fresh blood. This is a major plan for the future. We can't let the old generation and you, the backbone, complete everything. That group of newcomers must start to adapt to the new world and the new century. The newcomers of Greed Island have been training since last August and should be ready to enter the next stage. German, bring the best and trustworthy ones over here. I believe that they will shine with their unique brilliance in the new world. The Dark World. When Netero said this, Germain also remembered the group of young people who were still on Greed Island. Killua, Gon, Mickey, Hanzo, Bakur, Aluka in holographic projection state. If they have performed their assigned tasks seriously, then after staying on Greed Island for more than half a year, they should have passed Greed Island and made obvious progress. Right? It is indeed time to go back and see how they are now, and whether they are worthy of their talents. Chapter 474. For the next period of time, German was busy traveling back and forth from the special teleportation point of the Coast Fortress to the Dark Continent. And each time he took different members to harvest disasters and hopes. This was a big training for the core members of the professional hunters. Especially with German as a big support. They had to make good use of it. The 12 members basically took turns to follow German to the Dark Continent. Everyone came back exhausted. But their eyes were shining. Such an experience opened their eyes, and made them more mentally prepared for the situation in the Dark Continent. Netero, who made this suggestion, complained repeatedly because he couldn't go with them. It's okay for the 12 members to disappear for 1 or 2 days. But if Netero disappeared for even half an hour, and didn't appear in public, it might cause suspicion and unrest. Only his reputation and qualifications were enough to calm the current situation. And he couldn't leave. Germain could convince the people of the Hunter Association. But people outside the Hunter Association didn't have a complete and clear concept of his strength and deeds. So they wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Under such circumstances, Netero had to suppress his emotions and stay in the Coast Fortress. German quickly listed the gains from these trips. Herbs that cure all diseases. Alchemical plants such as Materian. Stones for no one. Longevity foods such as Nitolami. All kinds of fantastic hopes were collected. Many disasters became the targets for the 12 members to practice fighting during their lifetime, and were given to German as gifts of resentment after their death. Not only did he obtain 6 lanterns in one go, bringing the number of lanterns he held to 13, but the number of remains sealed in the Guwu badge also increased. The remains of the painful bloodthirsty apostle, the remains of the disease spreader, the remains of the stealing tongue, the remains of the pleasure crack, the remains of the red serpent of jealousy, the remains of the black serpent of slander. It turns out that his Guwen badge sealed the resentment of the disaster before death, which will not affect the rebirth of the disaster itself. In other words, in the future, he can even use the remains of the painful bloodthirsty apostle to fight the painful bloodthirsty apostle after resurrection to see which side can survive. In theory, their combat power is the same, so it may take some dexterity and luck to decide the winner. However, these body parts are one time only. After using them and meeting the conditions, they will disappear. And the same type of body parts will not be obtained repeatedly. This means that he will not be able to obtain their body parts again in the future. Once used, they will no longer be available. In short, with the body parts of the flame dragon before, the body parts sealed in the German Gu badge have reached 7 types. And all of them are champion level. In this way, unless German himself does not want to, his enemies will have to go through the 7 types of body parts before fighting him. The difficulty is imaginable. After completing a round of harvesting disasters and hopes, and helping the 12 members to train, German's mission in the new world has basically ended. before April 2000. German will return to Greed Island with Xiaodi. April 1st, 2000. Greed Island. There is almost no vegetation. Only several towering boulders standing in the dusty desert. One of the boulders has a big hole in the middle, like an arch bridge. Under the arch bridge, there was a dim bonfire. The fierce heat invaded the coldness on the stone. The shadows of the people intertwined. Hey, 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 why haven't you appeared yet? Is this an April Fool's joke? The chubby Miji wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief, squinted his small eyes, and complained dissatisfiedly. This information cost me a lot of money. If it's an April Fool's joke, I'm going to kill those bastards on the forum. Killua, who had his hands behind his head, rolled his eyes at him and said, Okay, Miji, if we really get fooled, we split the money. Yeah. Sitting next to Killua was Aluka's gray holographic projection. She said obediently, Miji, I also give me my pocket money when the time comes. No, 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 no. Miji waved her hands quickly. If Dad and Grandpa knew that I took your money, they would kill me when they go back. They won't. They're not that kind of people. Aluka, they will. They're that kind of people. When the three brothers of the Zoldyck family were chatting enthusiastically, the hedgehog-headed Sijia on the other side of the campfire suddenly shouted. Aluka immediately looked over with concern. She was always the kindest person in the team. She thought something bad had happened to Gon. Killua lowered his hands and asked directly, Gon, what's wrong? Did you get bit by a venomous snake again? The others also looked over. No. No. Gon scratched the back of his head rather embarrassedly and smiled at everyone. I was just watching the live broadcast of the Sky Arena, and I got excited for a moment and... Sky Arena? At this time, a tall and thin figure came over to Gon. He wore glasses, looked a little old, and always spoke loudly. Is it Jihe? This person was Leorio. I heard that in January this year. He passed the professional hunter exam and went back to the Sky Arena. Gon nodded and said, Yes, because he has not yet completed the task assigned to him by Yungu to become the owner of the Sky Arena. What I just watched was the live broadcast of the game in which Shishi challenged one of the owners. But unfortunately he lost. There is no way. Leorio spread his hands in understanding. I know that the Sky Arena is full of monsters above the 200th floor. Not to mention those owners. Killua also agreed. It is not easy for Shishi to be able to win 10 games stably and get the opportunity to challenge the owners. He rolled his eyes, thought about it, and suddenly asked, Do you think we can defeat those owners and replace them now? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned, including Hanzo and Bakur, who had not participated in the conversation just now. Killua and Gon's team had already cleared the main storyline of Greed Island Z in January this year according to the conditions set by Germain. Without taking any shortcuts, they had already met Granny Linny, Duin, Ichamp, Abingani and others in the Rimmer Castle. The team members received 3 types of cards as rewards, and were also qualified to view some Dark Continent intelligence. More importantly, even though Germain set such harsh conditions, their team was still the first team to clear Greed Island Z. All of the above are enough to prove that they are no longer the same as they were in the past, and have already completed all-round evolution. Of course, Leorio is not included in them. He entered Greed Island and joined the team in February this year, and now he is just proficient in this game. As for why he came here to participate in the game of Greed Island Z, it was because of the shocking news announced by V6, the International Ferry Permit Office, the Hunter Association, and other organizations in February. There are too many true and false information flying around about BW1, the Dark Continent, the Kaken royal family, and the 13 gangs. Leorio suddenly received the instructions from his teacher, who taught him medical skills and an ability, asking him to go to Greed Island. So, he came here with a confused look on his face. And now he has finally adapted to the rhythm of this game. Chapter 475. The firewood was burning fiercely, crackling and sparks flying in the night sky. Killua held his chin and repeated his question in the silence of the others. Do you think we can become the owners of the Sky Arena now? That depends on which owner we challenge. Hanzo put his hands on his knees. His bald head looked as bright as a light bulb under the firelight. There is a gap between owners, so it depends on luck? Bakur, wearing a tall soft hat and carrying a bow and arrow, asked. Almost. I heard Killua and Sujia mention before that Mr. Germain's disciple Kurapika is one of the owners of the Sky Arena. If the host we challenged is him, the chances of winning are still very low. Right? Well, if it's him, it's true. Hanzo and Bakura answered Killua's question with a few words. Killua looked down at his hands, and there was a faint electric current flickering between his fingers, making a squeaking sound. Since Kurapika was mentioned, he couldn't help but recall the 3 more formal battles with Kurapika. One was in the last professional hunter exam in 1999. One was at the end of the trial in the Sky Arena, and the other was during the team formation on Greed Island. Without exception, he lost all of them. But the last time, he already felt that he was getting close to Kurapika. Will I be able to beat Kurapika the next time I meet him? I don't know. However, if I have to choose a host to challenge and win in order to become the new host, then I must choose Kurapika. Killua actually doesn't care much about the identity, status and rights of the host of the Sky Arena. What he cares about is to formally defeat this young man, who has defeated him many times in a formal occasion. Aren't you talking a little off topic? Miji fanned his neck with his fat hands. Aren't we discussing whether we have been fooled now? Fooled? Sujia had just been watching the live broadcast of Jishi's battle with the host, and didn't pay attention to the conversation between the 3 brothers of Zoldyck family. Miji had been with this eccentric hedgehog-headed boy for more than half a year, and was familiar with his personality. So he patiently explained, "Before I finished the main storyline of Greedy Island Z, I was flooding the forum and saw that someone had discovered a secret large-scale dungeon. So, I started an investigation and collected some reliable intelligence, which led to our current action. No wonder you can find the hidden door and the way to enter faster than a ninja like me." Hanzo touched his chin and nodded with relief. Of course, I came prepared. Miji rarely received praise. He basically received frustration education in the Zoldyck family. And now, he couldn't help but raise his chin proudly. In short, the name of this large copy is Chimera Ant King, which is hard not to remind people of the Chimera Ant invasion at the end of 1998. This copy is obviously based on that incident. The condition for opening the hidden door is to complete the tasks of Octopus Ikarugo, Jackal Wilfin, and White Rabbit Sina. After that, they will mention how terrible the Chimera Ant King is, and then we will obtain the prerequisite for entering the hidden door. After entering, the enemies we face will be many vicious Chimera Ants, and Ikarugo, Wilfin, Sina and others will suddenly appear to help and guide us forward. From the plot, we can see that they belong to the kind faction among the Chimera Ants and are willing to coexist peacefully with humans. The Chimera Ant King and his subordinates have a completely opposite attitude. Miji became more and more excited as he spoke. As a veteran gamer, he has begun to immerse himself in the plot. The Chimera Ant King, Killua muttered. I remember that it was the Chimera Ant King Maruam that Germain and President Netero wiped out together. This dungeon won't ask us to fight the Ant King Maruam? Definitely not. Miji shook his head. I asked my dad and grandpa. They also went to the East Guda Republic at that time. They know how terrible Maruam is. The Ant King here can never be as strong as Maruam. Not to mention that Greed Island can't make such a boss. Even if they did, there is no one here who can really beat him. Even if all of us are added together, we are no match for Maruam. And we may not even be able to get past his guards. Greed Island Z would never design a boss of this difficulty. So, according to my guess, the Ant King here is probably stronger than Liza in the seaside city Shufulabi, which will make the entire dungeon more difficult than the main line. Miji's analysis was very logical, and everyone was intimidated by him. Then Xiaojia took the lead in applauding, and the others followed suit. Okay. Miji blushed for the first time, and he interrupted. The problem now is that we haven't seen the Ant King yet. What's going on? They had entered the dungeon according to the method mentioned on the forum, and began their journey of upgrading, fighting monsters, and collecting cards. Under the guidance of Ikarugo, Wilfin, and Sina, they will go to different areas to challenge the 3 guards under the Ant King. Of course, these 3 guards are far apart and deep in their own levels, and will not cooperate with each other. Everyone only needs to fight 1 guard at a time. And finally they can unlock the achievement of defeating the 3 guards, and get the location of the Ant King. After they defeated the 3 guards together, they came to this area during the day today. But after waiting for a long time, they didn't even see the shadow of the Ant King. Miji had to go to the forum to look for strategies again. And finally he found the trigger condition, which was to wait until 0 o'clock in this wilderness. However, it was already 0:16, and they still hadn't seen the Ant King, which made me wonder if he had been fooled by the people on the forum. At present, the only team that cleared the main storyline was their team and the Juela team. And there was no team that cleared this large dungeon. The strategy on the forum might really be an April Fool's joke. After all, no one succeeded. However, they were willing to give it a try. If they successfully saw and defeated the Ant King, they would become the first team to clear both the main storyline and the large dungeon. Although Miji didn't say it, he really likes the game Greed Island Z from the fact that he does everything himself. If he can get the achievement of the first team to clear both the main line and the dungeon, he will be the one with the greatest sense of achievement. No way. At this point, Miji could only sigh. Let's wait a little longer. If we wait until 1 o'clock, the Ant King will still. Shoo. Killua suddenly stretched out his finger and put it on his lips, signaling everyone to be silent. Here he comes. I heard the voice and felt his presence. Everyone was startled. And then, they all looked in one direction. I saw that on the arch-shaped stone pillar, a figure had been standing there at some point, exuding a strong sense of oppression. The Ant King. Here he comes. Chapter 476. Bang. 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 Liurio could clearly feel his heart beating rapidly, his body temperature rising, and sweat pouring down, his clothes sticking to his body. It had only been 5 minutes since the Ant King appeared. And in those 5 minutes, the Ant King had almost pushed their team into a desperate situation. This Ant King boss, based on Maruam, used his tail whip right away. And with 3 consecutive hits, he instantly emptied Bakur's health bar before he could react. Bakur had to choose to teleport back from Elena's palace to the teleport point closest to the battlefield, and then use the spell card Magnetic Force to rush to the battlefield again. This process took nearly 5 minutes. Before Bakur returned, the Ant King killed Sijia, who had been at the forefront, causing the team to lose members again. However, the current situation of continuous loss of members did not actually exceed the battle plan designed by Miji in advance. Normally, none of them could defeat the Ant King in a head-on battle. But the game mechanism of Greed Island Z gave them a chance. They will use the collected cards to directly attack the Ant King or give the Ant King abnormal status, and continuously weaken the Ant King's long and thick health bar. And the team members will continue to fight against the Ant King until all the cards that can be rushed here immediately, such as magnetic cards, are exhausted. When the Ant King's health bar is emptied, as long as at least one team member is alive, then it is the victory of their team. However, if all team members are killed before the Ant King dies, then their challenge will be considered a failure. All the states of the Ant King will be reset, and when they challenge again, they will have to face the Ant King in his prime. In this way, the more team members there are, the more advantageous it is to fight a single boss like the Ant King. But the rewards allocated to each member later will be less. The upper limit of the number of team members in this dungeon is 8. How to choose depends on the individual wishes of the team. In addition, due to the special nature of the holographic projection of Aluka, she is not counted among the team members who survived on the scene. She can neither attack the enemy nor the enemy can attack her. And she has no concept of life and death on Greed Island. In other words, when only she and the Ant King are left on the field, then the Ant King wins. Killua, gone. Miki and others never expected Aluka to participate in direct combat. Everyone asked her to use her special abilities to scout the enemy and cheer on the scene, so that she at least has a sense of participation. And Aluka, who has always been lonely, is already very satisfied with this treatment. At this moment, Liurio really hopes that he can become a holographic projection like Aluka, so that he doesn't have to face the pressure of the Ant King. He knows that it is just a monster composed of data, and he knows that he will not really die. But he still can't help but be afraid when facing the attack of the Ant King. Just as Miji is shouting now. What? This damage is too high? Why does he have such a thick shield? Hanzo, don't use all your cards on its shield. Such a strong desire to attack? An attack mode that will kill you if you get hit by a combo. Right? I'm really convinced. Soon, Miji's shouting and commanding came to an abrupt end, because the Ant King flashed in front of him, who was quite noisy, and killed him in an instant. Liurio couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and then gritted his teeth again, and continued to use his telekinetic ability to blast his fists from a distance to harass the Ant King's actions. The fist flew out from the ground and hammered the Ant King's abdomen and chin. The Ant King did not even look at it, and easily dodged it. Liorio's attack didn't even scratch its health bar, but the interference effect was achieved. But the next moment, Liorio saw the Ant King turn his head to look at him and rush over. Liorio trembled all over, but still kept his center of gravity, and continued to use the mind-binding fist to bombard the rushing Ant King. He would do it regardless of whether it worked or not. Killua, Hanzo and Baku, who had just resurrected and rushed back, used their own methods to stop the Ant King's attack. However, once the Ant King locked onto Liorio, he would not easily change his target before he died. Swish! The tail whip exploded in the air, and the shocked Liorio's head was blown to pieces. He quickly turned into light particles and disappeared, going to Elena's palace. At this time, Sijia also rushed back. Let's use that card, he suggested to Killua. Use that SS level card Hero Arrival. Although the card library of Greed Island Z has been expanded, the SS level cards have only increased from the original 5 to the current 10, and Hero Arrival is one of the SS level cards. Only the team that has cleared the main storyline can obtain one, and it will disappear after use. Hero Arrival, when you are in Greed Island, you can pay half of your health to summon the most powerful NPC you have ever met to fight alongside you. After 3 minutes, the NPC will disappear. This SS level card is in Killua's magic book library. Killua looked up and saw that after such a fierce battle, the Ant King's health bar was about 5/6. It was indeed too difficult to rely on them alone. Now is indeed the best time to use Hero Arrival. He also knew that the most powerful NPC he had ever encountered he summoned must be Liza. With Liza's 3 minutes of help, even if he deliberately let him go, he should be able to reduce the Ant King's health and greatly reduce the pressure on everyone. So, Killua first used his own telepathic ability, Speed, Wind, and Thunder, to dodge the Ant King's fixed 3-hit combo, and then used Hero Arrival in the magic book. Soon, his health bar dropped by half. At the same time, a summoning light flashed in the air, then fell from the sky and slammed on the ground. Before the smoke and dust had dispersed, Killua pointed at the Ant King and shouted, "Liza, help us withstand the attack of the Ant King." "We can." He was stunned before he finished speaking. Not only Killua, but also Gon, Hanzo, Bakur, Aluka, and Miki, who had just resurrected and rushed over, were stunned, because the NPC who came was not Liza, but another NPC they were familiar with and had indeed met before, who fully met all the summoning conditions for the arrival of the hero. But didn't Toon of Rimuru Castle say that he was not on Greed Island? Germain pressed the brim of his tricorn hat, first glanced at Killua and the others, and then looked at the Ant King who borrowed the image of Meruem. The Ant King's movements suddenly stagnated and stopped in place. After some calculation, he did not hesitate to start the second stage. The dark energy burst out, and the Ant King's strength, speed, and defense were all improved. It stood in place, staring at Germain vigilantly. Chapter 477. Germain noticed that the interface information of Greed Island Z appeared in the lower right corner of his vision, and it was highlighted in gold. Countdown, 2 minutes and 51 seconds. At the same time, the long and thick red blood bar of the Ant King was suspended in front of it, which was quite eye-catching. Bang! The second stage, dark-minded Ant King, who was bursting with murderous energy all over his body, was ready to go for a moment. And then, like an arrow from a bow, he kicked the ground and took off. Be careful. With the blessing of the speed, Killua barely saw the Ant King starting action. After he teleports over, he will use a fixed 3-hit combo. At the moment, he was the only one in the team who could capture every frame of the Ant King's dynamics after the second stage. He didn't know why the hero came and summoned Germain, who had been missing for a long time. But since Germain was here, he felt that he had an obligation to remind Germain and give him the intelligence and experience that his team had just gained. But his words were once again blocked by everything that happened suddenly in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The Ant King's lightning-fast right fist, turning left leg, and tail sting were all blocked brilliantly and perfectly by Germain's hands. He was not injured, and he didn't even move a step from where he was. Killua slightly widened his eyes, unconsciously forgetting to close his half-open mouth. He realized that Germain might not need his reminder. The Ant King suddenly did 2 backflips, pulling away, and seeing that Germain was still there and not chasing, he approached a few steps and tentatively swung his tail whip. Snap! The tail whip broke through the air, but was caught by Germain. The Ant King pulled hard, but couldn't pull his tail back. When Germain's eyes looked over, it made a surprising move without hesitation. Its right hand was like a knife, slashing down fiercely, and slashing its tail in the middle. Then, bleeding profusely, it bent its legs, bounced back suddenly, and stood firm in the distance, continuing to keep a distance from German. German looked down at the broken tail in his hand, which was still dripping with blood, and threw it aside. Bang! The Ant King took advantage of the fact that German's sight was temporarily off it and flew closer again. But under German's eyes, it suddenly changed direction. Germain watched it do a side flip, then another side flip, and then another side flip, and it just turned around him for half a circle. He slowly realized what the Ant King was doing. From the test of the tail whip just now, the Ant King couldn't see Germain start at all. When it reacted, the tail was already in Germain's hand. The distance at that time was quite dangerous, so the Ant King had to cut off the tail to survive. After such an experience, in order to avoid Germain's attack, the Ant King had to predict Germain's start in advance. If you wait until you see the attack and then roll to dodge, it will be too late. Germain's attack will almost certainly hit you. This is why the Ant King is circling around Germain in a strange way. Countdown: 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Killua and the team members watched the battle nervously, watching the countdown, but forgot the original plan, which was to rush forward now, because they found that the Ant King's sense of oppression suddenly disappeared, as if it was eliminated by some invisible force, and there was nothing left. Soon, they discovered that this invisible power came from German. German's presence completely overshadowed the sense of crisis that the Ant King had brought. The Ant King was still predicting. In the second stage, as long as it predicted successfully once, it would get a charge layer, and the upper limit was 8 layers. Actively consuming the charge layer can increase the damage in the next attack. The more layers, the higher the damage. And 8 layers of charge layers consumed are enough to clear the player's health bar with one punch. This ability mechanism also originated from Maruam. In the game with Xiaomai, he learned the Ji-Kyun do-like moves to predict the opponent's moves and cut off the opponent's offensive. The Ant King in front of him was Maruam, who had been greatly weakened. The Ant King was observing Germain, and Germain was also observing the Ant King and nodded secretly. Not bad. Duan and Ikchamp designed a good boss. He raised his foot and kicked the rapidly rolling Ant King away. Bang! The Ant King hit a huge rock, smashing it into several pieces of rubble and rolling it down, while it was submerged in the dust. This time, not only could Killua, who was in super speed, not see clearly, but even the Ant King himself did not see how Germain made his move. The Ant King only knew that when it reacted, it had already flown out. Its prediction was not successful. Bang! The Ant King used his mind to explode the huge rolling stone that was pressing on it, and then ejected from the rolling dust. At this time, its health bar showed only a trace left. Life is like a candle in the wind. Even if it is hit by Killua, Sujia and others, it can kill the Ant King. However, the more such moments, the faster the Ant King reacts, and the more it wants to fight back and put its life at risk. A strong and terrifying premonition, like a sudden winter frost, instantly froze its thoughts. It raised its eyelids slightly, and saw that the black-robed hunter had stood silently in front of it. This made it realize that the black-robed hunter was really going to come. What happened next actually took less than half a second. However, from the different perspectives of German and the Ant King, the perception of the passage of time was completely different. The Ant King reacted extremely hard in desperation, allowing it to see every frame of German's right hand swinging down. It saw a strange-shaped meat saw gradually materialize as his arm swung down. It also saw the meat saw slashing its face. The Ant King reacted, but only in his mind. But only his fingers moved, and all other parts of his body did not react. Germain pulled back the meat saw and watched the Ant King, whose skull had been cut, fall backwards. Before he fell to the ground, his body quickly turned into dust and disappeared. The Ant King has been destroyed. Team Killua cleared the Chimera Ant King dungeon. Full screen announcement. Congratulations to Team Killua for becoming the first player team to clear the Chimera Ant King dungeon. Greed Island Z announced the final victory of Team Killua to the players present and to all the players still in the game. Killua, gone. Mickey, Hanzo, Baku and Aluka didn't pay any attention to the full screen announcement. Nor did they confirm the dungeon clearance rewards. They just stared at the beginning and end of this battle in amazement. Countdown: 2 minutes and 36 seconds. After German appeared, it took less than 30 seconds, most of which was spent on observation and defense, to kill the Ant King. The Ant King, whose health bar they could only cut a small part of with their round-robin battle, was easily emptied by German in an instant. Everyone felt a trance. German and the Ant King, who is the final boss of this dungeon, and who is the helper they summoned. 3 minutes passed, but Germain did not leave. He was not affected by the arrival of the hero. He came here because he wanted to come, and he left because he wanted to leave. A few minutes later, the resurrected Leorio rushed back to the battlefield, and saw this strange scene. Mr. Germain? Why is he here? Where is the Ant King? Where is such a big Ant King? What did I miss in the few minutes I was away? Chapter 478. The restaurant in Lamila Castle was deliberately designed by Du En to be retro, with crystal lamps and candlesticks emitting dim, soft light. The long table was filled with various delicious dishes, and the one who made them was the dozing Grandma Linya, who was sitting at the head of the table. So that's how it is. Du En couldn't help but laugh after listening to Xiao Jie's description of how their team had cleared the large-scale dungeon of the Chimera Ant King not long ago, with a messy afro hairstyle. He turned his head to look at Germain across the long table. I almost forgot that you could also be summoned by the hero's arrival. How about it, Germain? Do you think the design of the Ant King is okay? Not bad. Germain picked up a small tomato with a fork and put it into his mouth. It's a certain degree of difficulty, but not completely unbearable. He looked at the Ant King from the perspective of an ordinary player. But then he pointed out the shortcomings. Will the Ant King's prediction dodge after the second stage be too frequent? Just because I can hit it doesn't mean that players can hit it. Suddenly, a ball on the long table lit up, projecting another holographic projection besides Aluka, which was the image of the dull-headed Ixchampii. However, Ixchampii is not as stupid as his virtual appearance looks. He immediately retorted, the Ant King was originally designed to deal with the attacks of multiple players, including their mind abilities, cards, and various countermeasures. If it didn't have this predictive dodge, plus a high health bar, it would be easily beaten to death by the players. Do you think every player can kill the Ant King by himself like you? Du En snapped his fingers. Yes. Ixchampii and I created the Ant King with this design concept, and it must be a little difficult. Then I understand. German nodded, and then asked, the first large copy has been cleared by someone. What are you going to do next? We are already designing the second large copy. Ixchamp, who looked like a weird version of Mickey Mouse, floated on the long table with his arms folded across his chest. It's called Ancient Labyrinth. The inspiration for this copy is obvious. Du En continued. In order to realize this copy, we have discussed many details with Granny Linny, Abengani, Liza, Yida, and Elena. In view of the shortage of manpower, we have also extended invitations to several professional hunters including Juazagila and Guolinu, hoping to hire them as employees here. Juazagila and Guolinu are both gamers of Greedy Island Z and professional hunters. They are both employed by the wealthy man Batraw, who spends money like water. Following the Killua team, the Zetzazira team, with the help of Galanu, also cleared the main storyline and won the Archangel's Breath for Batraw. Batraw rescued his lover and then paid a generous reward to the members of the Zetzazira team. Zetzazira, Galanu and others, who were financially free all of a sudden, began to pursue higher-level spiritual needs. So they agreed to consider whether to join the Greed Island team. They spent a long time on Greed Island Z. Not entirely because of the mission, but also because of their enthusiasm. If Greedy Island Z can become better in their hands, they, as original players, will feel very happy and proud. Du En then added, we are already working on the connection between Greedy Island and Refueling Island. I will go there in person to complete the final work. Lister will still follow the original plan and make technical preparations in the new world, waiting for the day when Greedy Island, Refueling Island, and the new world are connected. Their plan has long been looking ahead, and is not limited to Greedy Island. It was Germain who brought about this change. Not bad. Let's do it. Germain, like Jean, has now completely delegated power to the team members stationed on Greed Island. Professional matters should be left to professionals, the only people sitting at the table with him, apart from Grandma Lin Ye, who closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, and Xiao Di, who was eating with her head down. were the members of Killua's team. However, they were particularly restrained at this time. While listening to the conversation between Germain and others, they were a little restrained and ate dinner carefully. Only Killua and Gon, who were relatively familiar with the group, showed their youthful nature without any scruples. They wolfed down the food with a chicken drumstick in their left hand and a steak in their right hand. The members of the same team, even Aluka, couldn't help but look embarrassed because of the two of them. Germain had just finished talking with Duan and Ikechamp, and Killua was chewing the food in his mouth, while mumbling and speaking to Germain incoherently. "Swallow the meat in your mouth first." Miji rolled his eyes, picked up a handkerchief with some disgust, and wiped the corners of his mouth. "No one can understand what you are talking about." After Killua swallowed the food in his mouth, he asked excitedly, "Germain, you suddenly returned to Greed Island. Is it for the New World and us?" When he said this, the disqualified people who were eliminated on the long table all looked over. Gon, Hanzo, and Bakura all wanted to know the answer to this question eagerly. Killua must have a reason for asking this. Their team has already completed the main storyline of Greed Island Z, and also received the answer from Grandma Linny that they have passed the selection trial. However, they are still not allowed to go to the Dark Continent because the time has not come. Soon, when Kate and Izanami brought back mixed news that shocked the world. When Leorio came to this island because of his teacher's suggestion, and when Germain also appeared, Killua understood that the so-called time had finally come. Germain put down his knife and fork, picked up his handkerchief, wiped his mouth slowly, and then said, "Yes, you performed very well on Greed Island. It's time for fresh blood to step onto a broader stage. As long as you are willing, I will take you to the New World." He confirmed Killua's statement, and several people who were already yearning for the Dark Continent couldn't help but open their eyes wide and get excited. Germain turned his head and looked at the hedgehog-headed boy, Seojia. "This time, you will meet your father." Seojia nodded vigorously. Germain turned to the silver-haired boy again. "Killua, you will meet your big brother Illumi." There was silence. Killua was stunned for a moment before he realized, is that guy also in the New World? Unlike Gon's joy, Killua quickly showed an expression, as if he had seen something dirty. No wonder there has been no news about Illumi. Miji touched his round chin. So he boarded BW1 and went to the New World. It is not uncommon for Illumi to go on a mission and not come home for a year or two. So even though he disappeared for so long, the people of Zoldyck family were not panicked at all. The three brothers of the Zoldyck family only now know exactly where Illumi is, but they are not very enthusiastic about it. Mickey, Killua, and Aluka, for their own reasons, do not like their eldest brother Illumi. However, Illumi thinks that he is very popular with his younger brothers, especially Killua. Chapter 479 I'm leaving. On the morning of April 2nd, Miji, with his big belly and his hands in his pockets, seemed to be trying to look cool. But it didn't go as he wished. He walked out of the gate of Lemailu Castle, intending to just leave. Wait! Miji was stunned, and turned around, and found that it was not his two brothers, or a brother and a sister, who called him, but Xiaojia. Xiaojia showed his little animal-like pleading expression. "Here he comes again. This kid is really hard to deal with. I will never be fooled this time." "What?" He tried to make himself look fierce and indifferent. "Miji, are you really not going to the New World with us? It must be very interesting there." Seojia was still trying to persuade them to stay. "I won't go," Miji said. 2 months of sailing to a place like that where there is no internet. I would be crazy to follow you." Germain had not yet explained to them how he would take them to the New World this time. So of course they would think that they would still go by sea. Seojia said, "But for more than half a year, our team members have cooperated with each other and have such a tacit understanding. But now we have to separate." Miji interrupted. "One thing is one thing. I am willing to team up with you, because Greed Island Z's main quest and dungeon clearance both require team members. I don't like you," he added arrogantly. "Now I have cleared all the content of Greed Island Z, so I don't need you." Seojia wanted to persuade him a few more times, but was stopped by Killua. "Okay, Seojia, you can't persuade Miki." Killua put his hands on the back of his head and shook his head. "You can tell that he doesn't like to travel far because he is so fat." "I'm not fat, but strong." The small-eyed Miki was so angry that he almost bounced up like a ball. "Yes, yes, yes," Killua perfunctorily responded without any pressure. After venting some of his anger, Miji gathered his thoughts and became serious. I'm almost done with what our family should do. I can't just slack off with you and Ilmi. Killua thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Miji. Then I ask you to say hello to my dad, Grandpa, Kurt, Wutong, Canaria, Samao, and the others for me. Miji was stunned and couldn't help thinking, this kid even remembers Samao, but forgets his mom? Is it intentional or accidental? I will, he replied. I will also tell them that you and Ilmi went to the New World. It's up to you. Killua spread his hands and hugged the back of his head again. I think that Jermaine, Ilmi, and President Netero are all in the New World. Dad and Grandpa should not object to your and Ilmi's actions, Miji said. There's no need to worry in the first place. Miji turned his head and looked at Aluka, who was standing behind Killua in the holographic projection state. What should we do with Aluka? She can't go to the New World with you guys. Right? There was silence. Kia looked back at Aluka and saw that Aluka, who had finally been coaxed, was about to cry again. Last night, when Aluka learned that her favorite brother was leaving her and going to the New World, and she didn't know when he would come back, she cried. She cried in the room in Kokorokusen. But the holographic projection faithfully projected her tearful posture on the dining table. Killua tried to persuade Aluka for a long time, but he couldn't stop her tears completely. This made him waver, and he had to reconsider whether to go to the New World. However, he soon made up his mind to go, because Killua didn't go to the New World just for fun. He had basically guessed where Nanika, who shared a body with Aluka, came from. Even if it was for Aluka and Nanika, he had to go to the New World in person, so that he could more conveniently obtain information from the Dark Continent. But Killua couldn't explain these reasons to Aluka. Just when he was at a loss, an unexpected person helped him. Ixchamp's holographic projection floated from the other end of the long table to Killua and Aluka without hesitation. He stared at Aluka like a strange ghost. Aluka sobbed a few times, but stopped crying, and then shrank behind Killua in fear, even though she couldn't touch Killua's body. Hey! Ixchamp's tone was very rude. During this period of time, you travel between Greed Island and Kokoroku Mountain in this posture. How do you feel? Aluka was still a little scared and hesitant for a long time. It was only with Killua's encouragement that he answered, very, very fun. Fun. Ixchamp was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed. Indeed, the life of network residents is to be fun. Otherwise there is no point in abandoning the body. He pointed at Aluka and said, the connection between Greed Island and the New World will be established sooner or later. And then we network residents will be able to come and go freely between the two. You can see your brother at any time. And you can return to Greed Island or Kokoroku Mountain at any time. You will be free at that time. Aluka floated out from behind Killua, his eyes sparkling. Can I really see my brother anytime? I will definitely be able to do so by then. Ixchamp answered confidently, and then turned to Killua. I say, let your sister stay on Greed Island and become an NPC. I will teach her all kinds of common sense as a network resident. Killua was stunned, and then noticed Aluka's expectant eyes. And finally he had to sigh and agree. For Aluka, it might be a good thing that she had something to rely on during Killua's absence. Now, Mickey's words made Aluka cry again after coaxing her with great difficulty. Killua was a little angry, and had to use Ixchamp's words to comfort his sister. Soon, Aluka wiped her tears and nodded obediently. She actually understood everything, but she was reluctant to let go. This was an emotion, not a stone that could be moved at will. Network residents are not bad. At this time, Mickey said, after a while, when I finish my work as a killer, I will ask Ixchamp to see if he can let me enter the online world temporarily. After he said something inexplicable, he turned around, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Aluka. I won't use you to do boring things anymore. Ah? Oh. Miji didn't look back, just waved his hand, and then turned into a wave, flew into the air, and teleported to Elena's palace. He will be with Elena and return to Kukulu Mountain. Suja blinked and said, Killa, your second brother doesn't seem to be as bad as you said. He? Just SOSO. Killua put his hands down from the back of his head, stared at the direction where Miji was going away, and then looked at the confused Aluka. But he does look like a brother now. Chapter 480. April 7th. The teleportation point under the castle of Rimuru. Xiaodi was doing the final inventory of supplies with Grandma Linny, Duan, and Ike Shampe. There would be no problem. Just in case. Killua, Gon, Liurio, Hanzo, and Baku walked around here curiously. They didn't know until yesterday that Germain would not take them by sea, but an unusual road. After asking them to keep the secret from outsiders, Germain told them the shortcut to the teleportation lantern, because they often teleported back and forth between Greed Island and the 6 continents. Killua and the others quickly accepted the teleportation lantern, although they vaguely felt that this ability was beyond the norm. No one questioned Germain or asked more questions. This is the benefit of high reputation and fame. Today is the day to teleport to the new world. Killua and the others said goodbye to Aluka early, pretending to take the sea route, but actually returned to the castle underground. Although they walked around in the castle's underground hall, looking left and right, they were actually absent-minded, and they all wanted to know what the teleportation lantern looked like. The holder of the teleportation lantern was leisurely browsing some information collected by Greed Island about the 6 continents. First of all, the Hunter Association. After President Netero and the 12 members went to the new continent, the secretary of the association, Do Mionrun, is now in charge of the affairs of the association. He is very busy, but with the support of many hunters, he successfully held the professional hunter exam in January this year. There is only one candidate who passed the exam this year, and that is Shishi, who is now challenging the position of the floor master in the Sky Arena. Yungu was of course also in the Sky Arena. They were always inseparable. In January, Kate and Izanabe brought back news about President Netero and others from the New World. Domianren also fully supported them and negotiated with V6, which eventually led to the dispatch of reinforcement fleets in February. In addition, Chidwa did keep his promise and entrusted Kate and Izanabe to inform Domianren to deepen cooperation with Meteor Street. Domianren also did so, whether he was following orders or wanted Meteor Street to turn over a new leaf. He was willing to do so. Therefore, he was really busy, and several times he even asked Greed Island to help him deal with some things. The support of Greed Island and the Hunter Association also gave Domianren more confidence to make decisions independently. Then, there was V6, mainly the Kajin Empire. Although there were all kinds of news flying around in the Kajin Empire, and there were countless illegitimate children who wanted to claim the inheritance rights, the general situation was still controlled by the Imperial Parliament. Everything had to wait until the reinforcement fleet arrived in the New World and confirmed the situation. The rest of the V6 countries had almost finished taking advantage of the situation, and there was no further conflict. Alright. At this time, Du Eng came over with a cigarette in his mouth. All the prepared things have been counted for the last time. No problem. Germain stood up and said, Then I will take them out. Yes. Du Eng suddenly moved closer. First turned his head to look at Xiao Di in the distance, and seeing that the other party was not looking at this side, he stuffed a small box into Germain's hand. After hurrying up, we finally made it with the greedy dragon crystal. You know what? Biscuit's vision for crystal gems is still as sharp as ever. German did not doubt Biscuit's vision, nor did he doubt the design ability of game designers such as Duan and Ikechamp. He just opened the small box and took a look, then closed it and put it away. Thank you. You're welcome. Duan patted German's arm. German gathered everyone who was about to go to the New World and asked, Do you have anything you forgot? Or someone you forgot to say goodbye to? Killua was the first to shake his head. He had already said goodbye to Aluka. I've said goodbye to Aunt Mit, Sijia said. I told her that I was going to find Jean. She was a little unhappy at first, but later she prepared a lot of things for me and told me to be careful along the way. Generally speaking, Seojia and Aunt Mit, who raised him, communicated through letters. But this time the matter was urgent, and there was no time to exchange letters many times. So he teleported directly back to the vicinity of Whale Island, took a boat back to Whale Island, told Aunt Mit about this matter, and said goodbye to her. I have no problem, Liurio said. Although I didn't say it, the teacher guessed that it was Mr. Germain who wanted to take us away, and she was still very supportive. He took out a letter from his arms, shook it, and said, The teacher also wrote a letter of introduction for me, asking me to find the dog Chidwa when the time comes. Germain nodded. You will learn a lot from Chidwa. In addition, the snake gear and the virus hunter Sambika are also there, so you must seize the opportunity. Liurio hurriedly agreed solemnly, feeling pressure and a little nervous in his heart, but more of yearning and expectation. Hanzo and Bakur had also said goodbye to their acquaintances, so everyone was ready. So, Germain materialized a teleportation lantern in front of everyone. Four ugly little ghosts suddenly jumped out, and everyone was surprised. Germain and Xiaodi teleported back to Greed Island from the coast fortress, consuming 3 teleportation lanterns, so he now has 10. At present, there are a total of 7 members who need to be teleported to the coast fortress: Germain, Xiaodi, Killua, Sijia, Liurio, Hanzo, and Bakur. They needed to teleport 3 times, which meant a total of 9 teleportation lanterns were used up, and Germain's originally ample reserves were immediately exhausted. Germain did not waste time explaining too much, and first asked Killua, Gon and the messenger kid to hold hands, and he, Xiaodi, and them would be the first batch to teleport over. Afterwards, Germain would return here alone and pick up Liurio, Hanzo, and Bakur. Buzz, Liurio, Hanzo, and Bakur just watched 4 living people disappear in the light of the teleportation lanterns and the distortion of space, and they were all shocked. On the contrary, Granny Linny, Duan, and Ixchampe were not surprised. After a while, there was another twist, and German appeared in front of everyone. Just a few seconds before and after, he asked the remaining 3 people to hold the hands of the messenger imp in the same way, and then took them to teleport again. The underground of Lamila Castle suddenly became quiet. Ixchampe suddenly said, Duan, our teleportation can't be done in one go like this. There must always be a pause at many nodes in the middle. What do you think? Duan asked curiously. We can use the way of loading the game map to cover up the existence of these nodes, so that game players feel that they are jumping from here to the new world at once. Duan held the cigarette, puffed for a while, and then replied, Ha ha ha. Good idea. Let's do it. Then, he added, Greed Island will definitely become the greatest game in history, because its size is unprecedented, and its last chapter, its last map, will be the Dark Continent. We are all waiting for that day. Chapter 481. New World. Coast Fortress Secret Research Institute Teleport Point. Germain put away the lantern and stood up. The group of people who came with him were originally looking around curiously, and now they all looked at him. This is the Coast Fortress of the New World. Germain had already told Killua, Siujia, and others about the basic situation here before coming. I take you outside. Remember? Be as careful as possible. Not only Killua, Sijia, and others nodded repeatedly, but even Xiaodi also nodded. Suddenly, the mechanical door of the secret room opened with a swish, and a man walked in. His true appearance was revealed under the light of the Research Institute. He was a boy with short blonde hair, who seemed to be about the same age as Killua and Sijia. However, everyone who knew him knew that he was of the same generation as Jean, Duan, and Liza. It seems that I came at the right time. Lis put his hands behind his back, wearing overalls like a young model in a fashion store, and smiled. The others were surprised to see him come in, but German and Xiaodi were not surprised. On the one hand, German and Xiaodi both sensed Lister's approach. On the other hand, they knew that Lister had already cut off the control center's monitoring of this place. He changed this place to a mechanism where if there is any abnormal movement at the transmission point, it will report to the balls on President Netero, Lister, and a few others. This is done just in case. They don't want people other than the core members, especially the people of the V6 reinforcement fleet, to know the situation of this room from the control center. Lister came here as soon as possible because he received the reminder from the ball and the order from President Netero. He wanted to ensure that he was the first person that Germain and others saw in the coast fortress. Germain introduced Lister to Killua, Gon, and others behind him, and then introduced this group of young people to Lister. When Lister was still in Greed Island, he actually paid attention to Gon and Killua, who entered the game early, but they never showed up, so he was not unfamiliar with them. After Gon, Killua and others passed the main storyline and entered the Rimelu Castle. Lister had already gone to the New World. As fate would have it, they were supposed to meet on Greed Island, but they only met now. Are you Jin's companion? CJ grasped the key point from Germain's brief introduction. Are you also one of the developers of Greed Island? Yes, Lis replied with a smile. To be honest, Duan and I have been paying attention to you and Killua for a long time. Yeah, Duan also told us that. He also said that if Jin abandons us after coming to the New World, we should go to Germain and List. List was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. It's hard for me to deny his words. After all, Jean may really ignore you. Then, when Suja was about to meet Jean, he was speechless. Killua, as a close friend, finished the rest of the sentence for him. Lister, will we be able to see Jean soon? Yes, Lister answered very straightforwardly. He is now in the coast fortress. I can take you to find him. Suja immediately showed a look of surprise and worry. He was surprised that he would see his father soon, and worried that his father was not the hunter he imagined. Suja was afraid that he would think too much and be disappointed. Then I want to go too. Leorio pushed his round glasses with his fingers and pouted. To be honest, I am very interested in what kind of person Suja's father is. The more he spoke, the more he gritted his teeth. Not only that, Hanzo and Bakura also showed similar attitudes, standing behind Suja and wanting to go with him. This is also normal. Anyone who has been with Suja for a period of time and has a close relationship with him will be indignant when they learn about Suja's life experience. What kind of father would abandon his son for so many years and let his son come here from afar? Even if the other party is one of the top nin users in the human world. Leorio is not afraid. He just wants to seek justice for Suja. List could see that everyone was going to settle accounts with Jean, so he just smiled lightly, not intending to defend Jean at all. Not to mention Leorio and the others. Even he and Duan were very dissatisfied with Jin's behavior, so it was not bad to let Jean get into trouble. I take you there now. It's just right. There are some things we can talk about while walking. He led everyone out of the secret research institute with many doors, walked around a few times, and came to the corridor outside, where they gradually saw other people. The V6 reinforcement fleet arrived at the BW-1 wreckage site on April 3rd. After the fleet anchored, the V6 representative entered the coast fortress on April 4th and was received by President Netero. After friendly negotiations, half of the more than 10,000 people brought by the V6 reinforcement fleet were stationed at the BW-1 wreckage site, and the other half were stationed in the coast fortress. The coast fortress is divided into two major areas. One is the Hunter Association area where we are now, and the other is the V6 area. Princess Oit and Shatena are currently living in the V6 area, accepting investigation and protection from V6. These days, they are trying to understand the connection between the previous chaos and the Kaken royal family. Lister didn't say much to Germain, but basically outlined the current situation. At this time, he suddenly stopped, pointed forward, and said to Suja, look, that's your father, the relic hunter Jean Fulishi. Suja looked in the direction of Lister's finger with rapid breathing. He thought he had prepared himself mentally, but he didn't expect to be nervous at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. He saw a young man with unshaven beard, wearing old clothes and a soft hat on his head. The man was slumped in the sofa in the hall, with his feet on the glass table, flipping through a magazine in his hand, without even looking at this side. However, based on what Germain, Lister, and Didi knew about him, he must have known that everyone was approaching, and guessed that Suja was right in front of him. He flipped through the magazine for a while, then pretended to look up casually, and saw the group of people coming. Germain, Didi, Lister. Jean first greeted Germain, Didi, and Lister, and then deliberately observed Killua, Leorio, Hanzo, and Bakura. Finally, when there was no one left to look at, he looked at Suja awkwardly. Yo! Jean raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. I said, are you interested in the ruins? I may have to go to the ruins tomorrow, and I just need someone to help me. Suja's breath finally loosened, and he exhaled slowly. He nodded very hard and said, I want to go. Jean, as he imagined. That's good. That's good. Chapter 482. Da-da. President Netero was wearing high-heeled clogs and walking back and forth in front of the long table. From time to time, he lifted up his loose sleeves, picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote on the paper roll. In a blink of an eye, a piece of calligraphy appeared before his eyes. He put the brush on the pen holder, rubbed his hands, looked up, and asked, so, they are father and son? I guess so. Germain bent down and looked at the fish in the big water tank. The fish scales were shiny, and I didn't know what species it was. Jean asked Suja to go out with him to investigate the ruins tomorrow. Oh! Ho ho! President Netero laughed his signature laugh, stroked his beard, and said, very Gene style. Germain flicked the glass with his fingers, making two clangs, which scared the fish in the fish tank and made them swing their tails and swim to the back of the small rockery placed in the water. Although Gon had no objection, his companions Killua, Leorio, Hanzo and Bakugo stood up for Gon. Not bad companions. President Netero nodded repeatedly and smiled maliciously. So, how did Gon respond? German turned around and replied. He said almost the same thing as you. Very good companions. Without you, Gon is what he is today. Cutting Gon. He just saw that young people are thin-skinned. Yes. Plus, Gon didn't care and helped Gene. So the matter just passed. So where are they now? They went to see Kurapika first. German replied. Kurapika has a good relationship with them. So it's time to meet them. I let Kurapika take Leorio to see Kita, Sambuca and the others. Leorio? Oh, I remember. He's the disciple of the one at Fanlin Medical University. Okay. Let him study with Kita and Sambuca. It's a good choice. The new world is in need of different talents. Where are Xiaodi and List? They went to the warehouse to find Gugu, counted the supplies they brought, and packed them. Oh. President Netero responded, while slowly finding a box from the cabinet and putting it on the table. He opened the box, took out a seal from it, dipped some red mud, and then printed it on his calligraphy. The seal was his name Isaac. German. Come and see what I wrote, President Netero said while putting the seal away. Is it okay? His tone was still quite complacent. German walked around the long table and saw 4 characters written in a flamboyant style on a piece of paper spread out horizontally. People have their own cares. Very good. Although German didn't know calligraphy, he could still tell the beauty and ugliness of simple calligraphy. And he didn't want to spoil people's fun. Haha. Then I give it to you and hang it on the wall. How about that? No need. Thank you. German refused. President Netero didn't expect German to be so quick to refuse his praise just now, and he grumbled a little unhappily. Germain listened to him nagging for a long time, saying that he was not considerate of an old man and didn't even want the gift he gave him, knowing that there were many people outside who were vying for it, and so on. After a while, President Netero finally got to the point. Lister has told you about the V6 reinforcements entering the fortress. Right? He did. And I also know that the fortress is now divided into 2 major areas. That's just a flattering statement. In fact, the Hunter Association area only occupies a quarter of the fortress, and the rest is the V6 area. I noticed that when Lister took us to see Gene, he could avoid some areas. That should be the boundary of the Hunter Association. President Netero stood with his hands behind his back in front of the window. From here, he could see groups of V6 fully armed soldiers marching in formation outside the fortress. We have secretly shown the All-Cure Herb and Greedy Dragon Crystal as our achievements to their top leaders. They were shocked and strongly requested to meet you. President Netero turned around, flicked his sleeves, and said, the story we prepared is that you obtained them not long ago and brought them back. Will they believe this? The existence of the All-Cure Herb and Greedy Dragon Crystal, as well as the fact that no disasters have occurred, is the best evidence. President Netero paused and added, the team members who have gained hope are you, Biscuit, Mo Lawu and Shiri. We treated Gene unfairly in this matter. He should have left his name here. I talked to him. He doesn't care about this kind of false reputation. And he understands the choice of the Hunter Association under the current situation. But we will try to compensate him and clear his name later. V6 has already contacted Bisji and Mo Lawu to understand the situation. As for you and Shiri, we all agree that you will go to the depths of the new world to carry out the mission. You and Xiaodi will go to Bisji and Mo Lawu later to check the statements. I think the representatives of the V6 reinforcements will talk to you soon after they know you are back. President Netero briefly mentioned some key points, and German wrote them down one by one. After a while, President Netero changed his tone and talked about another matter. Killua, Gon and the others are still young people after all. They need time to gain experience. Experience is what they lack the most. Therefore, in comparison, the members brought back by Kate and Izanabe are basically selected and gathered to fight. President Netero took out a stack of documents, put them on the long table, and opened them to show Germain. It was full of information about the members brought back by Kate and Izanabe this time. Germain flipped through the pages. He didn't recognize most of the members. Only occasionally did the portraits and names of a few people awaken his deepest memories. Basho, who had a similar crew cut to Nakuru, was also a materialization-type telepath. He and Hanzo were from the same country and were good at materializing the contents of haiku. Feijia, who had long and high hair, was an operator-type telepath. Her telepathy was similar to that of Melina, both of which required kissing someone as a prerequisite, and the person she kissed would soon become her captive and be used by her. In the original timeline, Basho, Fiji, Kurapika, Melody and others were once the guards of the Nasra gangster family, responsible for protecting the Nasra family's daughter, the human body collector Nyan. The fate of everyone was different later. Basho and Melody followed Kurapika and controlled the entire Nasra family, while Fiji died from Shirdi's bulge-eye fish. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, this group of people finally gathered together. But the status of the people they cooperated with was different. Chapter 483. The Coastal Fortress. One of the borders between the Hunter Association Zone and the V6 Zone happens to be a steel gate that opens to the left and right. Several soldiers stand in front of the gate with solemn expressions. To avoid misunderstandings and conflicts, President Netero, wearing wooden clogs, walked to the gate while taking out a hard card from his wide sleeves. "This is your commander's invitation." President Netero held the invitation high and showed it to the soldiers, then pointed to the people behind him. "We are invited to attend tonight's party. Please show me the invitation." A tall soldier with a frown on his brow took the invitation, looked at it for a while, looked at everyone a few times, and immediately saluted. "Sorry, President Netero. We all know you, but we have to do a routine inspection. After entering the party, you will be subject to a second and third round of more detailed inspections. We understand and accept it. It's no wonder that V6 has conducted so many inspections. Even if the inspections are more frequent, there will always be some who slip through the net. Their methods of hiding weapons are bizarre. The gap between non-users and ordinary people is too big. You can't be careless. Not to mention that the Hunter Association has a group of non-users. V6 also has non-users, and the number is quite large. But compared to the quality, it is not as good as the Hunter Association. It is always good to be a little bit on guard." The gate rumbled open to both sides, revealing a wide avenue and a crowded hall at the end of the avenue. German, Shudi, Bisji and Imolawu followed President Netero's footsteps and walked all the way to the core area of V6 area as invited guests. They were also quite familiar with this place. After all, they often walked back and forth before. But now it was divided into V6 control. After that, they were divided into two groups, men and women, and they were indeed examined twice in the closed room. When everyone gathered again, Imolawu couldn't help but move the suit he had put on with great difficulty. His sturdy body made the suit look like it was about to burst. "There are so many tricks," he complained in a low voice. In fact, these inspections are not very meaningful for slightly stronger non-users. For example, everyone present, President Netero of the Reinforcement Department and Biscuit of the Transformation Department, are the strongest weapons themselves. German and Xiaodi of the Materialization Department have their own weapons. And the only one who is most limited is Imolawu of the Operation Department. He can't bring a big pipe into the venue. But that's all. Imolawu is also very strong. His foundation of ability is too good. Biscuit was wearing a princess dress like rose petals, which made her look like the daughter of a noble or a big entrepreneur. "It's mainly for peace of mind," Biscuit replied. "No one wants the chaos to happen again. The V6 army always has to show those fat people." German also wore a black suit, but he looked much more heroic than Imolawu. It was tailor-made for him. In fact, it was tailor-made. He used a rare altered version of the illusion of lightness to transform the clothes on his body into a well-fitting suit. Xiaodi's clothes are basically casual clothes. Biscuit bought her several sets of nice clothes, including skirts, but they were not suitable for today's occasion. So she had to borrow an evening dress from the women of the Hunter Association, and finally borrowed this purple evening dress, which outlined her extraordinary charm. Everyone was dressed so formally, but President Netero was still wearing a long-sleeved robe, and had no intention of wearing formal clothes. Not only did President Netero not wear formal clothes himself, he also deceived everyone. He said that everyone had to wear formal clothes at the party, including him. As a result, when they were about to leave, Everyone realized that he had tricked them. However, except for Mo Lawu, who was forced to wear a suit that was quite ill-fitting. No one else complained about it. It was just a party. The highlight was after the party. Entering the party, everyone could immediately feel the atmosphere of the Coast Fortress, which was different from the past few months. Joy, satisfaction, arrogance, prejudice. In the past few months, the Hunter Association has been working more to ensure the basic food, clothing, housing and transportation of the survivors of the Coast Fortress, and has unilaterally restricted many luxurious entertainment activities. Small celebrations are fine, but large-scale parties and dances are basically impossible, as it would be a waste of various resources at the time. At the same time, there are people from all walks of life in the Coast Fortress, and it is still quite difficult to get them together to celebrate together. But if only people from a certain class are invited to hold a party, it will turn into a weird scene with extravagance upstairs and a depressing atmosphere downstairs. Since there are various problems that may arise, the Hunter Association decided not to do it. The V6 reinforcements had just taken over the Coast Fortress for a few days, and tonight they held a party for the nobles and wealthy people in the entire Coast Fortress. This is actually V6 consolation and compensation for these nobles and wealthy people. Through this party, they want to declare to the Coast Fortress and more people that the status of these nobles and wealthy people is still as solid as before. The upper is the upper, and the lower is the lower, and they must not be reversed. The Hunter Association's previous move to eliminate the untouchable class and its way of doing things that never gave them privileges made them quite uneasy. However, at that time, these upper-class people did rely on the Hunter Association for their own safety, and with Princess Hoyt and Mr. Zatanna fighting hard for them, they silently endured. Now, with the arrival of the V6 reinforcements, everything is different. The people in gorgeous clothes may have had to accept the food rations of the coastal fortress before, which was quite embarrassing. But now they have all transformed and regained their former noble posture. They always walked slowly and talked with a smile. The groups formed like dream bubbles in the party. Many people noticed President Netero and others. Their faces changed slightly, and they all nodded to them as usual. But no one came over. TSK, Bisji was quite dissatisfied. This group of people started to take sides again. It seems that you, old man, have not gained much public support in the past few months. They are not the public support, and I don't intend to buy people's hearts. President Netero grinned, hiding his hands in his sleeves, like a Maitreya Buddha. However, after a while, someone came to see them after hearing the news. That was Shutaina, the commissioner of the International Ferry Permit Office. Shutaina adjusted his glasses, exchanged a few words with everyone, and then looked at German and his friends with a strange look. He already knew that these foreign users not only stopped the Byanda exploration team, but also brought back two kinds of hope. Even Shutaina, who had seen German and his friends' skills with his own eyes, was surprised by this. He was not an end user, so he had no clear concept of the strength of German and his friends. Just like he had no clear concept of the world's three major mathematical conjectures. He only knew that they were all very powerful. Even so, he couldn't understand how Germain and others got back the herb of healing all diseases and the dragon crystal of greed. Countless people failed repeatedly in the Dark Continent, even President Netero. But they won the victory with only 4 people, which was really incredible. But the herb of healing all diseases and the dragon crystal of greed were right in front of him. And Shutaina had to believe it. At this time, Shutaina realized that he didn't have a real deep understanding of this group of in-users, especially their core. Germain, the world of in-users may have changed a long time ago, but they, a group of outsiders, only felt the heat of summer now. Chapter 484. Under Zatanna's introduction, everyone got to know many officials from the International Passage Permit Office who came from afar. Many generals, and the protagonists of this evening party. Admiral Mike, the highest commander of the reinforcement force, wore a pair of toed sunglasses, a huge corncob pipe in his mouth, and stood there with his hands on his waist in a military uniform. At the age of 65, he was at the age of being smart and capable, with a vigorous and confident posture. Standing next to him were all heavyweights of this banquet, one of whom was Princess Hoyt. After Zatanna introduced Germain and others one by one, Admiral Mike took the pipe in his mouth, laughed heartily and chatted with President Netero, and encouraged Germain and others. Then, he pointed to Princess Hoyt beside him and said with a smile, We are comforting the princess. She is a little scared. I told her that our fleet is coming, so her legal status will be guaranteed. I have no doubt about it. Princess Wade rarely dressed up and tried her best to support the scene of the princess of the Kajin Empire. She smiled. Among the kings, princesses, and princes of the Kajin Empire who arrived in the New World, she was the only one left alive. And this was an unshakable result. This did not make her lose respect. On the contrary, Admiral Mike gave her the greatest preferential treatment. In addition to Princess Wade's strong character and respect, Admiral Mike also gave her the face of the Kajin Empire. Although the Kajin Empire was in turmoil, it had not completely collapsed. Princess Wade's trust was still worth fighting for. Maybe she could become one of the chess pieces to control the Kajin Empire. The party slowly unfolded with melodious music. Germain looked over and happened to see Melody playing the flute in the band. Melody also saw Germain and nodded slightly to him. It seemed that her beautiful melody was unanimously recognized by many nobles and wealthy people, so she was invited to play at the party. It can be said that listening to Melody's flute made them feel that they were still high and mighty. They believed that the middle and lower class people could not understand the true meaning of this beautiful flute. They even felt dissatisfied with Melody playing the flute on the radio every night for the entire coast fortress to hear, thinking that it was playing the lute to a cow. Melody's attitude towards this group of self-proclaimed noble people was not to take the initiative, not to refuse, and not to take responsibility. She still did what she should do every day to appease people. It can be said that the second major chaos in the coast fortress has not occurred in the past few months, and Melody's flute has contributed greatly. Admiral Mike did not intend to talk to them about business here, and German and others did not want to stay around him to flatter and be polite. So they said goodbye and left this circle. They formed a small circle at the party. Although they were dressed formally, they still couldn't fit in with the current scene. Unlike the nobles and wealthy people who were still chatting, they ignored the strange looks, took small plates, and tasted the delicacies on the long table. President Netero was the first to take the lead. Don't waste it. They took out the food in the warehouse, and what they brought for the party. Mo and Xiaodi no longer had any scruples after hearing this. They picked out the food they liked, and put it on the plates. They were a little more reserved than Siji, and ate quite happily. German picked up a piece of seafood placed on a lot of ice cubes, dipped it in the sauce next to it, and put it on his plate. After thinking for a while, he walked to President Netero and asked, "President, what are you going to do next? What do you plan to do?" President Netero asked knowingly. After swallowing a mouthful of lobster meat, he slowly said, "Of course, do nothing." German picked up the meat with chopsticks. There are tableware from all countries and regions here, including knives, forks and chopsticks. He put it in his mouth, and the spiciness of mustard quickly surged to the tip of his nose. But he held back. After a long while, when the irritation had passed, he blinked and understood what President Netero meant. President Netero certainly did not intend to respond passively. From the two kinds of hope he released, it can be seen that he did not intend to give up power completely. It's just that under the current situation, it is best for him to do nothing. The more he does, the more mistakes he makes. He just needs to do his duty as the president of the Hunter Association, support V6, and protect the rights of professional hunters. If Admiral Mike wants a luxurious party, then hold it. If he wants ambition, then support him. If he wants something else, then provide a plan. President Netero never intended to become the king of the New World. He had no such ambition, and he knew from the beginning that it was impossible. What he wanted now was just more say. Everyone ate and drank like this, and they were out of tune with the surrounding circle. Occasionally, Princess Oit, Zatanna, Melody and others would come over to say a few words. But that was all. The party ended before they knew it. As they were full of food and drink, the rest of the invited guests left the venue one after another, and Princess Oit returned to her residence under the escort of the soldiers. Of course, Germain and others were kept by Admiral Mike. Admiral Mike, Zatanna and others took them out of the party venue. At this time, everyone realized that the front of this floor was the party venue, and the back was his office, and the area of the two was about the same. In addition to them, there were many soldiers with live ammunition in the office. They were like swordsmen behind the curtain, and they would take action as long as Admiral Mike gave an order. Of course, if this happens, then Admiral Mike is probably crazy. Admiral Mike first praised everyone for their important role in calming down the chaos and maintaining order, and then praised German and others for getting back the results they hoped for. He promised to report these to V6 truthfully and give them corresponding rewards. However, in the voice that German sensed, Admiral Mike had a different face. Admiral Mike will indeed send a fleet back to the 6 continents in the near future to report the situation. But he will increase his own role in the report and weaken the role of everyone else. Admiral Mike will take most of the achievements of President Netero in stabilizing the order over the past few months, and will also regard the fact that the German team regained hope as the result of his strong support. Even from the perspective of time, his fleet was still on the sea heading to the New World at that time. So this kind of thing is impossible. However, he knows how to make it happen. This kind of voice that reverses right and wrong was heard by German. Admiral Mike thought he had done something to deceive the world. But in his eyes, it was like a child doing a cartwheel in front of him. He finally understood why President Netero looked so confident. It seemed that President Netero had seen through Admiral Mike. Everyone realized that it was only a matter of time before this guy messed things up, and there would be a lot of room for maneuver afterwards. Admiral Mike talked for a long time, then stopped, took a puff of his pipe, exhaled the mist, and his toed sunglasses shone under the light. If I'm not mistaken, the cause of the chaos was that the Kajin royal family's pot egg ritual went out of control, summoned many terrifying beasts, and started the night of killing. Right? President Netero answered on behalf of everyone. That's it. This was the result of the investigation into the cause of the chaos announced by the Hunter Association to the military. And there was no mention of the concept of the god of goo. What they announced to ordinary people was even more concise. The rebels who were dissatisfied with the second prince's succession to the throne released many terrible monsters, and together with the various monsters that already existed in the New World, they created a great chaos that night. It's really terrible, Admiral Mike said. But, in this case, I have some questions. What questions? Admiral Mike turned his head and looked at Germain. The protagonist who finally solved the chaos and regained hope was this Germain. Right? President Netero smiled and glanced at Germain, and replied, yes. President Netero, I remember that when I was a child. You are the most powerful nin user in the world. So, he is stronger than you? Ha ha ha. That's true. After all, I am old, and young people will always be better than me. Admiral Mike also laughed. If I can see it with my own eyes, it might be better. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to broaden my horizons. Chapter 485. There is a towering canyon on the northeast side of the coast fortress. Between the steep stone walls is a wide patch of weeds, with vegetation similar to tumbleweeds everywhere. A dozen gray-green military off-road vehicles stopped at the foot of the cliff. Groups of strong soldiers jumped off the trucks and took turns carrying searchlights. Where the beams of the searchlights intersect is also the focus of everyone's attention, which is a battlefield. Admiral Mike, with a corncob pipe in his mouth, took off his toed sunglasses and pinned them on the patch pocket of his military uniform. He walked from the darkness to the spotlight, just as the protagonist behind the scenes walked from the backstage to the front stage. German, Admiral Mike said to the hunter in a black suit not far away. Your opponent is called Morton, and he is my subordinate. A man walked out from behind Admiral Mike. He was as tall as an iron tower, with a short haircut, a neck as thick as his head, and all the big muscles in his body were tense. Morton grinned at German, showing his white teeth, which was particularly conspicuous in the dim light. Admiral Mike walked to the side to make room, took a puff of cigarette, and said, there are no restrictions on the rules of the battle. If you fall to the ground and fail to get up within 10 seconds, you will be considered defeated. He stood surrounded by a group of soldiers and raised his chin proudly. Do you have any questions? Report to the general. No. Morton responded loudly and decisively, twisting his arms and making a crackling sound. German also replied, no questions. Okay. Admiral Mike laughed a few times and said, you can start anytime. Morton swung his arms, and his mind energy overflowed like white mist, attached to his strong body, and instantly turned into a knight's armor. The protrusions on his helmet looked like the spikes of a cave trap. He was wearing heavy armor and holding a chain in his right hand. At the end of the chain was an incredibly large iron ball, although Morton was dressed like a medieval man. In fact, the strength of this armor was enough to withstand a rocket, or even higher. Similarly, when he swung his meteor hammer. It was common for him to split mountains and rocks. These made him, as an end-user, one of Admiral Mike's personal guards. Most of the soldiers had seen the power of this guard before. Morton had subdued vicious assassins more than once. They all showed an expression of watching a good show, and looked at German. In front of Morton, who was in such a posture, the man who looked only lean and slender dared to come out to fight? Don't kill him. President Netero hid his hands in his sleeves, squinted his eyes, and whispered to German, but don't hold back too much. Otherwise it won't be impressive enough. German turned his head and asked, then what kind of force should be used? Let him lie on the stretcher. But he can hold on until Chidwa and Sambika give him emergency treatment and save him. That is to press an ant with your fingers to break its legs, but not to crush it into meat paste. German frowned and pondered. To be honest, he killed and killed all the way here, rarely leaving enemies alive. So how could he only let the enemy be seriously injured but not killed? It was indeed a problem for him. Seeing that Germain was still not coming out, Morton misunderstood. Sure enough, there was a problem. Morton looked at the black suit hunter, who was younger than himself, with suspicion. How could he have such achievements in the report at his age? This Germain may have some skills, but that's all. And Netero wanted to promote this young man. Did he want him to be the next president? Huh. It would be interesting if I exposed the lie. Morton laughed a few times, spat on the ground, and then shouted loudly, German, are you going to fight or not? Are you scared? Admiral Mike did not say anything, which meant that he tacitly agreed to his shouting. So, more soldiers joined in the booing, shouting German, are you going to fight or not? And the laughter was continuous. The shouts and laughter of the soldiers reverberated back and forth between the canyons, echoing. Zatanna stood behind Germain with an awkward look. From his position, it would be a bad ending no matter which side he supported. Biscuit was so angry that he came to Germain in 2 steps and said angrily with his hands on his waist, German, listen, beat him to death. But President Netero was very well-mannered. He stroked his beard calmly and said with a smile, Little Biscuit, killing people is not good. It's obvious that they don't intend to leave any room. Well, at least teach him a lesson and let him know what politeness is. Oh, ho ho. Germain looked at the master and apprentice with a puzzled look, and then walked towards Morton. He suddenly thought of what he should do, so that Morton would not even be seriously injured. You are finally here. Morton used a provocative tone, but his whole body was alert and ready to go. I thought you were going to turn around and leave. Although I can understand that. Enraging the opponent is one of Morton's tactics. But he himself will not underestimate Germain. He will go all out. Since Netero values him so much, his strength must be strong. Only talented people are worth the trouble to be promoted. Now, what I have to do is to make him fall from the height into the valley with a bang. Suddenly, Morton's instinct, which he had developed from struggling in the sea of blood and corpses, made him feel the danger. And the danger came from the front. He almost swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and instantly pulled the chain, swung the meteor hammer out, and hit German's head. After throwing it out, he realized that something bad had happened. If German's head exploded, it might not be a good thing for them. However, the meteor hammer had already been thrown out, and he had no time to retract it. If there was anything to blame, it was the sudden outpouring of this, indescribable, from German. His attack was completely a stress response. Bang. As if a nightmare had become reality. German casually swung his fist and smashed the meteor hammer. Morton looked at the flying iron pieces in astonishment, and then saw German walking towards him, and further releasing his mind energy. German had a flash of inspiration not long ago, and when he thought of the Chimera Ant King and the 3 guards, he knew what to do. The mind energy gushed out from his body, like a flood that burst its banks, and instantly engulfed Morton in front of him, and then flowed further away, engulfing everyone present. Malice, I want to take your life. And the malice was injected into everyone's body without reservation. President Netero, Bischi, Mo Shiati and other mind users almost used mind energy to defend themselves at the first time. But they all frowned. Several mind users and guards were also shocked, and almost subconsciously stood in front of Admiral Mike to resist the impact for him. Most of the ordinary soldiers were like being naked in the snow. They clenched their teeth, shivered for a while, and could not say a word before they fell to the ground one after another. Morton, who was in the center of the storm, was already sweating profusely in his heavy armor. His hands and feet were stiff, and he had difficulty breathing. This feeling reminded him of the feeling of helplessness and despair when he first learned the ability of mind and began to understand the world. Is the world still so far away? Morton's legs softened, and he knelt down. He watched German materialize a strange weapon that looked like a butcher's. Death. That was the weapon of death. Morton gave up struggling and thinking, and let the meat saw cut down. But only his helmet was cut. The suffocating feeling suddenly disappeared. It took Morton a long time to come back to his senses. He found that he had been opening his mouth wide, and saliva was dripping from the corners of his mouth, making him look like a fool. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't, because his legs were completely numb. In fact, there were not many people who could stand still at the scene, and the majority of them fell unconscious. When he looked up, he saw Germain staring down at him, like a god. The string of reason broke at this moment, and heat flowed out of his pants, soaking a large area, and then he fell to the ground. He heard the devils whisper, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. I won. Chapter 486. On the return trip. In the dark and silent back row, Admiral Mike took out his corncob pipe and recalled the aftermath of the previous battle. Morton was not seriously injured, but he was still carried away on a stretcher, and no one laughed at his appearance of feces and urine. None of the soldiers present dared to guarantee that they could do better than German in the face of him. In fact, quite a few soldiers fainted, and everyone had to spend time to wake them up. If they couldn't wake them up, they would carry them to the car and take them back. This was the result of German stopping in time. If he had used all his strength and refused to stop, most of the people here would have had a mental breakdown. Even Admiral Mike himself, with several nin users in front of him, still sat down on the ground unable to move. When everything was over, everyone helped him up and let him stand for a while, so that he did not show his ugly behavior. However, overall, he and his soldiers were completely demoralized by German alone. At this point, Admiral Mike could understand why the V6 leaders had always been so wary of Netero and regarded him as a strategic weapon. Perhaps this was the reason. If what Netero said was true, then German's combat power was even higher than his, and he was more dangerous. After carrying Morton away, Admiral Mike still tried his best to maintain the demeanor of a superior and praised German a few words. Then, he said it was too late and asked everyone to rush back to the fortress. The reality is that he doesn't know how long his newly recovered strength can last. If he kneels down like Morton in front of everyone, or wets his pants, then he won't be able to be the admiral. At this moment, he sits in the back seat of the clanging off-road vehicle, at least feeling a little relieved. After all, these are his people. But he knows that he may never forget the scene in his dreams tonight. And those feelings, the suffocating feeling of a drowning person falling into a flood, muddy water rushing into his nasal cavity, and struggling in vain. This fear might be rooted in the heart. Admiral Mike almost noticed now that his hand holding the corncob pipe was shaking. So much so that he couldn't light the tobacco with the silver lighter several times. He was so embarrassed that he grabbed his favorite corncob pipe and threw it hard on the ground. The pipe was bounced up by the soft cushion again, and the tobacco was scattered all over the ground. The guards who were riding with him hurriedly bent down to clean up, pretending that they didn't know why Admiral Mike was angry. In another off-road vehicle, Zutana sat in the co-pilot seat, and the person involved, German, and President Netero, and others sat in the back seat. They also remained silent for a long time, until someone couldn't hold it back any longer. Hee. Biscuit covered her mouth with her silk-gloved hands, trying not to laugh out loud, but she couldn't do it. Hee. What's more, her laughter was too magical, causing everyone to laugh with her, and the laughter got louder and louder. Ha ha ha! Imolawu laughed so hard that he had to take off his sunglasses to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. They were the group of people who were least affected by Germain's spirit just now, and they were also the group of people who felt the happiest about it. After a while, the laughter finally stopped. As a result, Bisky burst into laughter again, and all the previous efforts were wasted, and everyone had to laugh again. This kind of thing happened too many times on the way back, and President Netero did not stop them. It was better to let them vent, so as not to laugh in the fortress. Besides, this thing was really funny. Shio Taina, President Netero said to the International Ferry Permit Office Commissioner in the co-pilot seat in between laughter. Don't report our laughter like this. He was just joking. And in fact, he was not worried that the laughter here would be reported to Admiral Mike. On the one hand, this was the result of Admiral Mike's active provocation. On the other hand, they didn't say anything. They just laughed. Are people not allowed to laugh? How could it be? There was a slight tremor in Zatanna's voice. To be honest, I was so scared that my legs went weak. If you hadn't protected me in front, I might have become like Morton. His words hit Biscuit's funny spot again. So the devilish hee-hee echoed again, causing everyone to laugh. Shiotai-na couldn't help but smile. In terms of duty, he should stand on the side of Admiral Mike. But in terms of the emotional relationship they had for a few months, he still wanted to stand on the side of Germain and others. Moreover, Shiotai-na finally saw that Germain showed the tip of the iceberg of his strength. Even if it was just a tip, it made those battle-hardened soldiers look like that. He didn't think he had any reason to offend Germain, the Hunter Association, and the group of non-users for Admiral Mike. Shiotai-na decided to do his duty. Remain neutral. Help both sides. And not cause conflicts or anger either side. That was enough. And Shiotai-na's neutrality was the best position for the Hunter Association. After returning to the coast fortress, everyone said goodbye to Admiral Mike and Shiotai-na, entered the Hunter Association area, and dispersed. However, before leaving, Bisji suddenly grabbed German and took him to a corner, whispering, "What's going on? What's going on?" German looked at her strangely. "That greedy dragon crystal," Bisji almost shouted. But fortunately, he lowered his voice at the last moment. "Didn't Duan and the others get it done?" "It's done." German understood what Bisji meant. As he answered, he took out a box from his arms that he always carried with him. "Let me see it." German glanced at Xiao Di, who was talking to the passing, feather-adorned quill girl, and didn't pay attention to this side. So, Germain asked Biscuit to look inside the box. Biscuit only took a glance and her eyes widened, almost reaching out to grab it. But she quickly retracted her greedy hand. "Take it away." Biscuit held back her greed and turned her head away. "I can't stand this." "Why? Isn't it pretty?" Germain was a little worried. "It looks good," Biscuit replied. "Duan and the others are still good. And the greedy dragon crystal is put to good use. With the approval of the gem hunter, it is indeed okay." German put away the box. Biscuit turned around and looked at him, asking, "When do you plan to go?" "Unfortunately, Valentine's Day has long passed. I feel like I can go anytime." German looked at Xiaodi. Xiaodi had not changed out of her purple dress yet, with her hands behind her back, tilting her head to talk to Tsugu. No matter what kind of clothes she put on, it was difficult to conceal her unique temperament. Anytime. Chapter 487. The next day, Admiral Mike sent many gifts to German, saying that they were the prizes for the battle last night, and praised German. However, after that, he rarely showed up in front of German, and even if he did, he would be guarded by many non-users. The news that a group of soldiers fainted spread quickly. Ordinary people might still be confused, not knowing what kind of terrible monsters these soldiers had faced to become like this. Some people who had access to information found out the whole story almost the next morning and were all shocked. Many people who had been sitting still suddenly became active again, strongly supporting the work of the Hunter Association from all sides, and praising the Hunter Association's selfless dedication. Some people wanted to see German, but were quickly rejected. The commotion in the coastal fortress was washed away by several announcements issued by Admiral Mike after a long time. The first announcement was that Admiral Mike would send a fleet back to the refueling island to report the situation here. There is a military base on the refueling island, which is enough for them to contact the 6 continents. At the same time, the fleet will provide a certain amount of space to accommodate some passengers from the New World. The fleet will send these distinguished passengers to the refueling island, and then the ships and airships of the 6 continents will come to pick them up. Of course, most of these passengers are nobles and wealthy people who don't want to stay in the New World. This hellhole, and they have had enough of it. However, Princess Oid is not among them. Her reason to the outside world is to be with the people of the Kajin Empire who stay here, which has won the favor of quite a few people. In fact, she thought about it carefully. There were still many people in the New World who recognized her and acknowledged her status. She even had a way out from the Hunter Association. In an emergency, she could just give up her status as a princess and join the Hunter Association to seek the protection of President Netero and Mr. German. Being an ordinary person is not bad. If she followed this fleet back to the 6 continents and returned to the current Kajin Empire, it would be like a tree without roots and water without a source. What she could rely on was her status as a princess. And this status came from the deceased King Nasby. She had no children and family power. Returning to the Kajin Empire, Princess Wei can become a puppet, which is considered a good ending. What she fears most is that she will be forced to become a sacrifice to achieve something. As for the civilians, who have no chance of boarding this fleet, they have been watching coldly and said nothing. What Admiral Mike did not say clearly is the secret mission of this fleet. That is to escort Hope to the refueling island. And then the fleet of the refueling island military base will send it back to the 6 continents. That is bound to be a result that will shock the top leaders of E6. And the impact is self-evident. The second announcement was that Admiral Mike decided to build many towns and roads between the Coast Fortress and BW1 to connect the 2 strongholds. At present, the food, drink, defecation and urination of more than 100,000 people are all concentrated in the 2 strongholds, which is a bit too crowded. It is time to open up more places for living. Many people suddenly realized at this time that yes, they came to colonize this time. Some people chose to leave with the fleet. And of course some people chose to stay here and start a second business besides the 6 continents. However, how many people can get rich here is another matter. The third announcement. Admiral Mike decided to recruit some civilians as mercenaries. The fleet soldiers he brought, plus the original soldiers of BW1, mixed together, have formed a large-scale V6 joint army. Admiral Mike has more than 30,000 troops under his command. But he is still not satisfied. And he has hired civilians as mercenaries to further expand the army. And all of this is for the last announcement. The fourth announcement stated that Admiral Mike would send troops to start the conquest journey. And it was expected that the entire New World Island would be under control by the end of the year. He had already written a military plan and asked the fleet heading to the refueling island to submit the military plan and wait for V6 approval. To this end, Admiral Mike also showed off many land weapons he brought with him, including tanks, off-road vehicles, mechanical armor, and artillery shells. After showing off a large number of weapons, Admiral Mike suddenly felt relieved and no longer avoided contact with German. He would stop and chat with him when he met him on the road. After all, human power has its limits. No matter what, it is impossible to be stronger than a group of hot weapons. Right? For these announcements, the attitude of the Hunter Association is to fully support the actions of the V6 Joint Army without violating the Hunter Association's philosophy and protecting the rights and interests of professional hunters, especially in the construction of towns and transportation facilities. They are the most active. Soon after, the returning fleet set off from the coastal fortress and headed for the refueling island. While various undercurrents were surging, German was unusually calm. On the evening of April 20th, it was raining outside, pattering against the windows. German and Xiaodi were eating in the canteen of the Hunter Association. They ate slowly and didn't talk. Occasionally, Xiaodi would look at him, and German would hand him a box of tissues. This was a tacit understanding between them. After a while, even Xiaodi, who was slow to react, looked up in a strange way. She looked around and found that without noticing, the people who were eating next to her had left the canteen. And even the ant in the food pickup area didn't know where she had gone. The huge cafeteria was empty and quiet with only Germain and Xiaodi left. Germain? Germain? Xiaodi called a few times. What's wrong? Have you noticed that there are so few people in the cafeteria tonight? Now there are only 2 of us. Germain raised his head, looked around, and lowered his head to eat his meal. Indeed. Germain? Germain? Xiaodi called a few more times. For some reason, in this occasion where only the 2 of them were there, she still lowered her voice as if she was telling a big secret. Do you think they have a new cafeteria and went there together, but didn't tell us? Germain raised his head again and looked at Xiaodi in surprise. Even though he was very familiar with Xiaodi, he didn't expect Xiaodi's train of thought this time. Xiaodi blinked her big eyes and looked back. The meaning in her eyes seemed not to be joking. He was about to speak, but suddenly, all the lights in the cafeteria went out and the surroundings became dim. Xiaodi subconsciously became alert. She even threw down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up from her seat, and materialized a bulging-eyed fish, holding it in her hand, looking around. German, be careful. There are enemies. It's okay. There are no enemies. Xiaodi realized at this time that German did not release the circle. Nor was he on guard. This really didn't seem like German style. Although the lights in the cafeteria were off, the moonlight outside was melting in. Xiaodi's eyes gradually adapted to the darkness. She saw Germain stand up from his chair, take a few steps, and suddenly half kneel in front of her. Germain's unexpected action made Xiaodi stunned. He took out a box from his arms, opened it gently, and revealed a pair of silver rings. In the center of each silver ring was a small greedy dragon crystal. In the greedy dragon crystal, there were flowing, flame-like patterns, as if the sunset was left in the greedy dragon crystal. Xiaodi seemed to understand the current situation, but also seemed not to understand it. She tilted her head, holding the bulge-eye fish in her hand tightly. Germain raised his head and said to her, "Xiaodi, we have known each other for several years. From the initial cooperation of interests to the current close relationship, we have experienced a lot together. We eat together, act together, fight side by side, and everything becomes natural. To be honest, before I met you, I couldn't imagine that there would be someone who would enter my life and accompany me to continue. At a certain moment, I suddenly realized that there could not be a second woman who trusted me more than you. And there could not be a second woman who was worthy of my trust. I decided to seize the only person who cannot be missed in this life. I don't want to regret, nor do I want to leave regrets. Xiaodi, will you marry me?" Chapter 488. It's not that Xiaodi has never thought about getting married. She is not the kind of woman who is ignorant. She just occasionally gets a little off track. She has thought about marrying Germain. She has thought about it several times when she was in a daze, several times when she was reading, several times when she was eating, and several times when she was taking a bath. There were also several times in her dreams. But she was watching Germain propose to another her from a third-person perspective. When she wanted to go over, she would find an invisible wall of air in front of her, blocking her way. She could not go over at all. She could only watch. Besides, it was meaningless to go past it, because the proposal would end here, and the dream would be broken after Germain said, "Will you marry me?" She couldn't imagine things that she hadn't actually experienced in her dreams, no matter how many movies, TV shows, and books she watched. However, at this moment, the air wall that had been blocking her disappeared, and the story that had been going on until now continued. Xiaodi was a little at a loss, holding up the bulging-eyed fish, staring blankly at the greedy dragon crystal ring in the box held by Germain. They are so beautiful. Xiaodi also thought that greedy dragon crystals were beautiful before, but that was all. She didn't understand Bisky's enthusiasm for them until this moment. The two greedy dragon crystal rings represent and symbolize everything, giving them a higher meaning and value that they don't have. The bulge-eyed fish in her hand slipped and turned into thoughts before falling to the ground. She blinked her big eyes and asked, "Is this for me?" "Yes." German kept half kneeling to propose. "If you are willing." After a moment of silence, Xiaodi slowly exhaled a breath of hot air, which turned into mist in the air. She stretched out her left hand, which she used to do well, and passed through the mist, but suddenly retracted it. Germain looked at her in surprise, not understanding the meaning of her action. "Is it this hand?" She shook her left hand. "Or this hand?" She shook her right hand. Germain couldn't help but laugh. He stood up, walked to Xiaodi's side, gently took her left hand, and put one of the greedy dragon crystal rings on her ring finger. It doesn't really matter which finger you wear it on. Generally, proposals are made on the left ring finger. But that's because many people's dominant hand is the right hand. But Xiaodi is different. Her dominant hand is the left hand. So maybe she can wear it on the right hand. But, again, it doesn't really matter which hand or finger you wear it on. It's just a ritual that both parties understand. Proposals are never sudden attacks. They are something that both parties have agreed to. And it's a matter of time before everything comes together. Surprise? Surprise? It means that after the surprise comes joy, instead of the person being proposed to reject with an embarrassed face, which makes both parties uncomfortable, no matter from which aspect. German's proposal should be a sure thing. Even if he uses a can-pull ring as a ring, it can be successful. However, German, who has never changed his face in front of the Ant King, disasters, legends, and demigods, is nervous and embarrassed here. You can never deny the possibility that Xiaodi will refuse, no matter how small this possibility is. He had a hard time resisting the urge to listen to Xiaodi's thoughts without permission. Therefore, when Germain really put the greedy dragon crystal ring on her ring finger, and the other on his own ring finger. He finally felt that the dust had settled. I do. Chiadi stroked the ring for a while before adding in a low voice. I know. Germain smiled, took Chiadi's left hand again, and gently pulled it to his left hand, so that the greedy dragon crystals on the two rings leaned against each other. The flames in the two greedy dragon crystals flickered, and actually began to flow and burn. The red glow instantly made the entire cafeteria beautiful. Chiadi's eyes behind the black framed glasses widened in surprise. Germain explained in a low voice. The materials of these two rings use greedy dragon crystals and promise rubies. Chiadi was very clear about the former, but the latter was a little unfamiliar. She seemed to have heard about it from someone, but she couldn't remember the details. Germain certainly knew what the confusion in Chiadi's eyes pointed to. Promise rubies are a pair of gems. When they are close, they will emit red light. Ah! Chiadi finally remembered. This is the gem that Biscuit stole from you. She bought it from the black market. I was the one who stole the gem. Oh! I understand now. A crying female voice suddenly came from the dim glow. You understand nothing. Germain and Chiadi's rings loosened, and the glow disappeared. All the lights in the cafeteria lit up again, and a group of people poured in from the entrance of the cafeteria. The first one was naturally Biscuit, who was holding up her princess dress and wiping her eyes with a handkerchief. She ran over quickly, sobbed, and then reached out to grab Chiadi's hand and shook it gently. Biscuit? Why are you here? Of course we are here. Did you know that? We were worried about being discovered by your Yuan, so we had to squeeze into the monitoring room and watch here through the camera. You didn't speak again. I thought the microphone was broken, and you were holding the bulge-eye fish, as if you were going to hit German on the head. I was so anxious that I almost jumped up. Fortunately, everyone is happy. Congratulations, Chiadi. Isn't it beautiful? The greedy dragon crystal used in this ring is the most beautiful one I picked out. Behind Biscuit came other people from the Hunter Association, all of whom were acquaintances of German and Chiadi, and they all came to bless the two. Suddenly, the cafeteria, which was originally deserted, became very lively. Killua, gone, and Leorio, who liked to play, even fired handheld fireworks, making several popping sounds. Jean really lived up to everyone's expectations and abandoned Gon before a week had passed, saying that this would help Gon grow better. However, this is indeed good for Gon, and he is freer and happier with his peers, just like now. As for Killua, he and Illumi can see each other every day, but their relationship is still lukewarm. However, the weird Illumi unilaterally believed that the relationship between the two brothers was very good, which made many people unable to complain. In short, the arrival of young people such as Gon, Killua, and Leorio did inject cheerful youthful vitality into the coast fortress. They handed another firework cannon to Kurapika. Kurapika didn't want to play with a firework cannon, but he couldn't stand their chattering, and because it was a big deal for the teacher, he also fired a cannon at the ceiling and smiled. At this time, President Netero pulled German aside and asked in a low voice, I say, since the proposal was successful without any surprise, when do you plan to get married? I will discuss it with Chiadi first. There is no rush. I know. But you should have a preliminary idea. Right? German looked at Chiadi's flushed cheeks and said, yes. There is one. But it's a bit long. August 6th, 2000. Oh wow. More than 3 months later? It's not too long now. So we still need to prepare for the wedding. And you should also be mentally prepared. Yes. But I want to ask, why this date? Does it have any special meaning? I checked the calendar. It's called the Chishi Festival in the country where Journey to the West was created in the 6 continents. After hearing this, President Netero understood. He has a wide range of knowledge, and is not unaware of the meaning of the Chishi Festival. So he laughed and said, okay, this date is good. If both of you agree, then this date will be it. Chapter 489. The happy event of Germain and Chiadi brought a period of joy to the Hunter Association and many people in the coast fortress. Admiral Mike, Princess Oit, Zatanna and others sent gifts to congratulate after learning about it, and smiled and blessed the newlyweds when they met later. Especially Admiral Mike. At least on the surface. He no longer felt embarrassed when talking to Germain. He even wanted to recruit Germain, but after several attempts failed, he did not mention it again. However, there was one thing he insisted on, which was to make German one of his helpers in conquering this new continent. The power of the Hunter Association was important, but German, who could defeat the Chimera ants, the egg-in-the-pot ritual beast, and take back hope from the Dark Continent, was more important. His current mentality had changed over a period of time, and was basically finalized now. The fleet heading to the refueling island left those wealthy passengers at the island's military base, and asked them to wait for the ships from the 6 continents to pick them up. Then, the fleet turned around from the refueling island and sailed back to the New World, bringing back a new batch of instructions from the 6 continents. This is because the 6 continents and the refueling island have already established communication, and the fleet can contact V6 without returning to the 6 continents. In this way, the fleet can communicate between the New World and the refueling island for more than 2 months. After that, V6 will also establish military bases in various small islands along the way, and send aircraft carriers that can carry mini airships to let the airships act as pigeons and ships between the 6 continents and the New World. In the not-too-distant future, they will be able to shorten the time for transporting manpower and materials, and for communicating information. The fleet brought back a lot of good news. Admiral Mike asked the fleet to bring the 2 kinds of hope to the military base of the oil refueling island, and then let the fleet of the oil refueling island escort them back to the 6 continents. In other words, these 6 knew about the achievements of the new continent shortly after the fleet arrived at the oil refueling island. These 6 greatly encouraged and rewarded Admiral Mike, the main contributor, and the Hunter Association, and promised to send more personnel and materials to reinforce. In addition, these 6 approved many of Admiral Mike's previous announcements, allowing him to recruit soldiers on the spot and conquer the entire New World. So, in early July, Admiral Mike's military plan to conquer the New World began. With the support of the Hunter Association, his army used the coastal fortress as a base and expanded outward, opening roads and building bridges across mountains and rivers. Admiral Mike's primary strategic goal was those dangerous terrains, mineral resource points, rivers and lakes, etc. The most important thing was, of course, those resources that could be quickly converted into cash. However, his army was soon frustrated. The resistance of the monsters was quite strong, causing a lot of casualties to Admiral Mike's army. And this was the result of using various hot weapons, because these monsters also have their own hot weapons and some special mind abilities. The rapid progress that Admiral Mike wanted did not come, and the support of the Hunter Association was only superficial, because Admiral Mike's approach was contrary to the philosophy of the Hunter Association. They were unwilling to indiscriminately wipe out all the monsters in the New World. The focus of the Hunter Association is more on the construction of towns and transportation between the 2 major strongholds of the Coast Fortress and the BW-1 wreckage. They go to the front line only to help the V6 Joint Army and those Warcraft tribes that are willing to compromise and get along well, reach cooperation, and reduce the casualties of each other. Hunters protect creatures, the Grim Reaper protects the living, pirates protect the islanders, and ninjas protect the citizens. This is not surprising, because in these worlds, the meanings behind these terms have long changed. In short, the Hunter Association insists on the idea of only destroying creatures that threaten human settlements and winning over creatures willing to cooperate with humans. President Netero also withstood the pressure from Admiral Mike and did not give in. The professional hunters, who agree with his belief, will not bow their heads. Admiral Mike is in such a remote place that he can't do anything to President Netero. He will need President Netero and the Hunter Association in the future. The most important thing is that German is a person who is difficult to win over with benefits. He is also obviously on the side of the Hunter Association. Admiral Mike offended the Hunter Association, which was equivalent to offending German, a result he was unwilling to bear. At least not now. German took advantage of this opportunity, and secretly took many core members of the Hunter Association to start a large-scale military training in late June. The disasters were basically resurrected at this time. After a round of sweeps, German got 6 teleportation lanterns, which came from 6 types of disasters. Others got combat experience and a batch of new harvests of hope, which can be said to be a full harvest. While the secret journey of German and his party was going smoothly, Admiral Mike's war plan was constantly blocked. His artillery bombing was generally successful, but it was too slow. Those monsters were very flexible and smart, and their intelligence was no less than that of humans. They would not stay in one place and let you attack them. And if they were not completely wiped out, The real nightmare would come. These monsters would attack the barracks at night, when most soldiers were most tired. And they would leave after attacking one wave. And then leave again. And so on. Admiral Mike's army was overwhelmed and repeatedly pursued them. But they were all in vain. In addition, the deeper their army went into the hinterland of the New World, the longer the supply line became. Even with the support of the Ninobility users, there was no way to fully guarantee the consumption of the army. Finally, in early August, Admiral Mike was forced to put down his face under the persuasion of many staff officers. He made a phone call to the rear of the coast fortress to seek the opinion of President Netero, meaning that President Netero and German would take action together. As a result, President Netero was not there at the time and did not receive the call. Admiral Mike asked him where he had been and found out that he had gone to attend a wedding. Admiral Mike was so angry that he almost cursed on the phone. But fortunately, he held back in time. He knew that rationally, there was nothing wrong with President Netero attending the wedding at this time. But when he thought about the repeated setbacks, heavy casualties, and even the possibility of mutiny and camp riots on his side, while Netero was happily attending the wedding in the rear, he was furious. However, after learning that the people he was going to marry were German and Shiite, he was stunned for a while. And then he calmed down. He thought of the strength that German had shown in the canyon that day. He knew that German would be a sharp double-edged sword. And he couldn't ignore it. When your president comes back, ask him to call me back. Admiral Mike paused and added, also, please bring a few words of blessing to the newlyweds. In addition, I will send someone to deliver the gift soon. The secretary on the other end of the phone quickly responded. However, Admiral Mike did not expect that this would be his last chance to contact President Netero in the rear. On August 6th, the day of the Chinese Valentine's Day in the lunar calendar, Germain and Shioti got married. The people who came to the wedding included all the heavyweights of the Hunter Association. Even if they had important tasks to attend, they would at least show up in front of the newlyweds for a while before leaving. Everyone gave them their blessings. Biscuit bit his handkerchief again and cried, as excited as if he saw his own child getting married. From this day on, Germain and Shioti officially became husband and wife. Chapter 490. August 8th is a special day for all the people who participated in this colonial voyage. No one will forget this day. It was on this day last year that they set out from the 6 continents, crossed the ocean, and headed for the New World. Of course, most people still thought that this was the real Dark Continent. The survivors did indeed experience a dark period here. They thought that the danger of the Dark Continent was probably like this, so they believed it more firmly. Human settlements rarely hold large celebrations, because there are no events of sufficient significance to celebrate. Today, the first anniversary of the start of the colonial voyage, is a day worthy of large-scale celebration and commemoration. Therefore, the human settlements in the New World are all decorated with lights and fireworks to celebrate. Currently, the human settlements are expanding around the coastal fortress and the wreckage of the BW-1, building bungalows and roads. After several months of construction, the settlements radiating from the 2 major bases have begun to take shape, and it is only a matter of time before they are connected. What Germain was looking at on the slope was the settlement in front of the coast fortress. There were crowds of people there, and a street of vendors running through it was very lively, almost like a small town in the 6 continents. I'm sorry. President Netero walked out from behind him with his hands behind his back. You've only been married for 2 days, and I called you out. Aren't you unhappy? No. Germain shook his head. Xiao Di and I understand that this is the current situation, and we won't be dissatisfied. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your understanding. I called you here for 2 reasons, President Netero said later. His tone became a little more serious. German could probably guess what it was, but he didn't interrupt, and let President Netero finish. The first thing is that on the day of your wedding, Admiral Mike called me, and I didn't answer it at the time. Later, I called back, but no one answered. German guessed that it was related to Admiral Mike, but he didn't expect such a strange thing to happen. And he was a little surprised. The line was broken? I guess so, President Netero said. I asked Palm to observe it as soon as possible. Before that, I asked her to secretly set Admiral Mike as one of the observation objects. Then what? Palm saw him lying on a stretcher. His face was pale, and he was being carried by someone, moving in a narrow mountain road. But there was no external injury on his body. No external injury. German pondered for a while, and said, Then he encountered an abnormal state of mind attack such as poisoning and curse. It is likely that. I guess he called that time to ask us for help. As a result, while waiting for my call back, he was attacked. What is the situation at the front now? German knew that President Netero would never do something without a purpose. He must have investigated the exact situation before coming to him. Sure enough, President Netero replied, I asked Palm to keep observing Admiral Mike, and asked people to contact the front as much as possible. However, all communications have been cut off. It is hard not to think that the enemy has already figured out the situation at the front, so they can cut off all communications. Although the call line is cut off, the operation system ability of the little bird of the Gugu can be of great use in this situation. After the little bird transmitted information back and forth, combined with Palm's observation, I roughly know what happened at the front. German listened quietly to the following. President Netero walked to the edge of the slope, with the sole of one foot on the soil and the toes in the air, and dust and rocks rolled down. The night before yesterday, Admiral Mike and several important generals encountered some kind of curse, and all fell into a coma. After that, the monsters launched a collective counterattack. German understood, this is a premeditated attack. First, the curse was used to make the frontline army lose its leader. And then, the opportunity was taken to attack the military camp. That should be it, President Netero said. Admiral Mike's bombing tactics not only failed to defeat the morale of the monsters, but also united them. They should have been planning this for a while. And it was not until the day before yesterday that the time was ripe and they carried it out. They did succeed. Without a leader, the frontline army collapsed without resistance for long. The entire front was cut into several sections. The army was in chaos. You want me to settle this mess? Yes, President Netero said. The opponent is a cursed telekinetic monster. If I follow my usual style, I will carefully investigate first, and then try to kill them with one blow, without giving them the opportunity to cast a curse. But this takes too long. German understood President Netero's concerns. Okay, I will go there and subdue or eliminate the monster that can cast a curse. Admiral Mike's previous tough style has offended a large number of monsters in the New World. He was cursed for what he had sown. What Germain had to do was not to control the remnants of the front line, nor to lead the remnants to counterattack, but to launch an operation against the leader of the Warcraft army like a special forces. You can choose your teammates. But don't worry. There is one more thing, President Netero added. Look, the time is just right. It's coming. Germain looked up. I saw a bean-sized black dot appear on the line between the sea and the sky. And above the black dot, if you look carefully, you can see some densely packed small dots. Is this a ship and an airship? Germain raised the brim of his tricorn hat to give him a wider and clearer view. Yes, President Netero explained. The second batch of E6 reinforcements is here. This time, they sent a huge ship based on the BW-1. The deck of the ship can accommodate 20 airships, and the cabin of the ship can accommodate more than 50,000 soldiers, scientific researchers, logistics personnel, etc., with the lessons learned from the various problems of the BW-1 during its long voyage. The number of people carried by future ships will not reach 200,000. 200,000 people on a giant ship together to spend 2 months of closed sailing. Just think about how many human tragedies will occur. In fact, 50,000 people on a giant ship is already considered crowded. Its name is BW-2. President Netero continued. When it was close enough to the New World last night, we received its signal and contacted it. After these 50,000 people land, I will negotiate with their superiors, explain the situation on the front line, and persuade them to go to the front line with us to gather the remaining troops. After the negotiation is established, you and your team will set off before us to perform your mission, and I will advance slowly with this army. Our goal is to fill the hole that Admiral Mike has poked as much as possible. Of course, if you have a chance to save that stupid Admiral Mike, then save him, although it may be too late.